The 13th of June 1505. Lancot, England. The girl dies in silence. She stares into nothing, eyes unfocused, one the rich brown of the wise banks after a spring flood, the other blue-gray, like the skies over Lancot on a late winter morning. At least, that is what her father told her when she was young. Assured the entire village when the famine came. Insisted to the boy's father, even as he paid a dowry far too large for his eldest daughter's hand. Heaven and earth, God's greatest creations, reflected in his daughter's gaze. It did nothing to stop the whispers. One for this realm, one for the realm of the fairies. The villagers whispered to each other, cast wary glances her way as she walked to the river, a basket of washing digging into her hip. Her gaze never strayed from the narrow path ahead of her. The nuns whispered to the parish priest every Sunday as she bowed her head and passed through the arched door of St. James's. She doubted even they prayed for her. Her parents whispered together in the dying glow of the fire. They thought she was fast asleep, tucked into the bed with her sisters, but she heard them, worrying late into the night. She heard them all. A changeling. A fairy. Cursed. The girl clings to life now, as tightly as those whispers clung to her, her breath shallow, her heartbeat slow. Fading. She does not want to die, not here, not like this, in her own blood, in her own bed. She is afraid, but most of all, she is angry. Amor vincit omnia, love conquers all. The boy had whispered it to her in the churchyard, engraved it into the ring he slipped onto her finger, and promised her it was true. But she is dying, and it is a lie. Love cannot conquer all, it cannot conquer death. The girl wishes for the whispers now, if only to know she is not alone. She wishes for the boy who loved her, who still loves her, and for the baby she will never hold. She wishes to feel the cool river splashing against her bare skin, to see the sun rise over the ancient oak forest again. With all of her dying heart, the girl wishes to live. The whisper drifts to her ears on the back of a midsummer breeze. Not the whispers of her parents or her sisters, her village or her church. This whisper is as ancient as the forest, as timeless as the river itself. Only the words are the same. The same words uttered at her birth. The same words that have followed her like a shadow for 23 years of her life, now echoing in her death. The question deciding her worth. Deciding her fate. What to do with Beatrix. Oceanofpdf.com. The 14th of June 1605. London, England. Beatrix hasn't dreamed in 100 years. Not that she can remember, anyway. And she would remember, she's certain, if her other dreams had been like this one. So real, she swears the scent of oak wood and wool lingers on the pillow next to hers. So real, her heart breaks a little, even now, when she realizes it isn't. William is dead. She slides her hand across the smooth expanse of linen, searches for the warm body next to hers. Her fingers brush cool metal and the sensation jars her from her half-asleep state. The grey light of pre-dawn London struggles through the room's grime-coated window. Beatrix can barely make out the constellation of coins scattered across the mattress beside her. She pushes her wild chestnut hair out of her face and props herself up on her elbow, considering the coins. She hadn't sold herself to the man last night. She just didn't want to be alone. Nights were always harder than days. When London slept, and she could not, Beatrix felt that implacable loneliness in her bones. Last night, it sat in her heart like a dark pit, the edges crumbling away, threatening to swallow her whole. She told herself it had nothing to do with the day. The man had simply been her type, tall and lean, with a knowing smile and a spark in his eye that told her he was trouble. And trouble, Beatrix had discovered, was the best way to forget. She forgot his name easily enough. Forgot, as she matched him drink for drink, that everyone she has ever known is gone. Forgot, as she fell into bed with him, that everyone she has ever loved is dead. Forgot, wrapped in the darkness with him, that she is to blame for all of it. The sun has risen, and so have the memories. William, leaning against an ancient oak, grinning like a fool at her muddy dress and disheveled hair. The way he looked at her the night he swore they were not so different. The scent of the forest on his skin when he pulled her into the steps of their first dance. Into him, into the rest of their lives together. Her heart, the wicked, wretched thing, betrays her. Sends a smile to her lips even as the memories tear her open. Beatrix buries the thought of him, tries to think of nothing and no one. She gathers the coins, shoves them under her pillow, and pulls the heavy quilt over her head. Sleeping in a bed was a rare luxury. She refuses to waste another second of it dwelling on her past. Stillness settles over the room. Beatrix closes her eyes, wills sleep to return, to plunge her into oblivion. A whisper fills the hollow spaces from where she has chased her memories. 100 years and one day. She really should stop counting. Oceanofpdf.com. The 18th of August 1497. Lancot, England. 12 days. 12 days of skimping on her chores, of giving the flimsiest excuses to her sisters, of ignoring the disapproving glares of her neighbors as she walked far too quickly for a woman of 16, down the path to the church and past it, to the edge of the wood and past that, too. 12 days, and Beatrix has seen no more sign of the wolf than the tracks it left behind. She shifts against the stiffness that has crept into her back. It's cool in the shade of the oaks. Cooler still, hidden beneath the underbrush, her belly pressed into the earth, her cheek resting against her folded arms. The tracks remain undisturbed, paw prints the size of her hand sunk deep into the silty bank. Her own small boot prints follow beside them now, as if the tracks are a path that will lead her to the beast they belong to instead of to the empty wood. The bushes on the riverbank rustle. Her pulse quickens, too large for a fox, too heavy-footed for a deer. Blood rushes in her ears. The forest warden's son crashes into view. Beatrix releases her breath in a huff. There is an entire forest surrounding Lancot, yet here he is, carelessly tromping through her clearing. He crouches near the water's edge and examines the tracks. She wills him to move on. The boy stands, wipes his hands against the rough fabric of his trousers, and listens. The summer has changed him, freckled his skin and turned his brown hair light. He has grown into himself since the days she'd stumble upon him whittling beneath the trees or thrashing in the river, spoiling the silence. He must be a head taller than her now, and he's broader, too, the boyish lankiness of his limbs fading with the August heat. He takes a long look around the clearing before continuing on, following the curve of the way through the trees. Beatrix scrambles from the underbrush, sure her chances of seeing the wolf have been ruined. The scrubby branches catch at her braid, tug her wild strands loose. She stands and smooths down her skirt, a futile gesture considering the soiled state of it. She'll have to run home straight away if she has any hope of being presentable by dinner. There's a sight you don't see every day. Beatrix spins to face the amused speaker. The forester's son leans against the wide trunk of an oak, grinning like a fool. What are you doing here? She should be gracious, grateful that it is William Woodward standing in the forest with her and not his father, who would surely be dragging her out from the trees by now. But she can't bring herself to be polite to the intruder. This is her clearing, with the hollow log for sitting in a bank that slopes so gently to the water's edge it is no trouble to navigate in her dress, even when it's muddy, where she can peer into the shallows and see herself peering back, where she could make it home at a run before her parents or sisters suspected a thing. He shrugs his broad shoulders. Same as you, I expect. Beatrix bristles. You don't know the first thing about me. William gives her a roguish smirk, the one that makes every girl in Lancot swoon, and she fights the urge to roll her eyes at him. He pushes off the tree and steps towards her. Sure I do. You're Beatrix Atwood. You live in the cottage at the end of the lane. Your favorite color is yellow, but all your dresses are gray. You love to wear flowers in your hair. Your boots are always caked in river mud, even on a Sunday. His gaze trails to the prints on the bank. Her heart races. Those things weren't hard to see. Anyone could notice them. If they dared to look at her. That only proves you've been watching me, William Woodward, she says. And that you spend too much idle time in oak trees. His gaze darts from her disheveled hair to her dirt-streaked face to her soiled dress, as if he is considering revealing everything he sees in her. Her face burns. She's sure she doesn't want to know. He nods to the riverbank. I only meant I suspect we're both here on account of that wolf. She gasps. Are you hunting it? What? He laughs. No, my father would lock me up if he knew I was tracking it. He lowers his voice. Are you hunting it? Beatrix rolls her eyes. I just want to see it. She has never seen a wolf, and seeing something new in Lancot is the rarest of opportunities. She isn't about to pass it up. Doesn't it frighten you? He asks. No, she can't explain it, but she feels a kinship to the wolf. Maybe because she wishes she could live out her days alone in the forest, too. She frightens me, William says, but he doesn't sound scared. He sounds in awe. Have you seen her? Beatrix asks. He nods. She's big, bigger than any of the dogs in the village. Her coat's unlike anything I've ever seen. Copper threaded through with gold, like it's captured the last of a sunset. And her eyes. Single quote. He trails off, lost to the memory. What about her eyes? Beatrix prompts. He meets Beatrix's mismatched gaze. She looked right at me. It was like she was looking into me. And then she just disappeared into the trees, like whatever she saw wasn't worth her time. He shakes his head. She was beautiful. Strange, but beautiful. He looks quickly away, as if he's said something he shouldn't. Beatrix swallows, her throat suddenly dry. She'd eat you alive. William laughs. Of that, I have no doubt. He leans close, as if he's going to share a secret. That's why I stick to the trees. A smile plays at the corners of her mouth. I'll keep that in mind for next time. He frowns. Next time. I haven't seen her yet. She'll come back to the forest every day if she has to. William's brow creases. He looks like his father. It's not exactly safe out here. He sounds like his father, too. It's safe enough for you, Beatrix points out. You shouldn't be out here by yourself so close to dusk. He sounds nervous now, scared even. Neither should I. It's nowhere near, but Beatrix stops. The clearing has grown darker, the sky overhead a faded violet now, turning dimmer by the moment. She turns her back on William and runs. He doesn't follow her, doesn't even shout after her. Maybe she's stunned him speechless, fleeing like a madwoman without a goodbye. Maybe he's too busy laughing at her. Beatrix races home, her skirt tangling around her legs, her heart pounding against her ribs. She wishes 1,000 useless wishes as she runs. That she hadn't gone to the woods, that she had left sooner, that her dress was cleaner, her hair neater. That she could turn back time or maybe stop it altogether. Her mother has warned her against wishing, even though her mother wishes harder than anyone she knows. Beatrix can't remember a night her mother doesn't kneel beside her bed, bow her head over her folded hands, and silently wish with her entire heart for her eldest daughter to hold her tongue like Alice or to happily do as she's told like sweet Isabella. She calls it prayer, but Beatrix can't see how that makes any difference. Her mother's wishes never come true, either. Beatrix slowly pushes open the door to their cottage, her chest heaving, her breath barely caught. It squeals on its hinges, betraying her. Everyone is seated at the table. Everyone is staring. Everyone is silent. Her mother takes one look at her ruined dress and ruined hair, and sighs with the weight of the world. As if Beatrix is ruined, too. I'm sorry, Mama, You're not, her mother snaps. Beatrix swallows the rest of her apology. Her mother is right. She's not sorry. Not in the way her mother wants her to be. Isabella lowers her gaze to her plate, as if she can be remorseful for her. What do you have to say for yourself? Her father's voice is slow and husky. He doesn't raise it. It's his resignation that cuts her to the bone. He can't expect anything better from her. Nothing, sir, because nothing she can say will make him understand why she runs to the forest every chance she gets. Why she can't bring herself to stop, no matter how it disappoints him. When Beatrix peers into the shallows of the river, the eyes peering back at her don't look like hers. They both match, near enough to pretend, anyway, the dull, grayish-brown of river stones. And whatever has been lurking in the forest isn't nearly as frightening to her as the people who refuse to set foot in it. She is safe in the forest, protected by the same thing that haunts her in Lancot, fear. She can breathe beneath the trees. It is the only place she feels like herself. Then get yourself cleaned up and get to bed. Yes, sir. Beatrix slinks past the table. The smell of roast mutton and rosemary, carrots and fresh bread makes her mouth water. She avoids Isabella's wide, sad eyes and Alice's disapproving frown. She should be grateful her father didn't ask her to fetch his belt, but the ease with which he dismissed her opens a pit in her stomach, hollow and heavy. He's already returned his attention to his plate. They all have. It is a portrait of a life without her in it. She wonders if that is what they wish for. Beatrix is still awake when her sisters crawl into bed beside her. Alice on the far side of their lumpy straw pallet, Isabella squeezed between them. Beatrix, Isabella whispers. There's a quiver in her voice. What is it, she asks. How far did you go today? A pang of sadness rings through Beatrix's chest. Isabella asks about the forest as if it is a made-up land meant for bedtime stories, as if she has forgotten the clearing and all the memories they made there. She could see it for herself, if she dared to step past the bank where they do their washing. She brushes a golden hair off Isabella's cheek and tucks it behind her ear. Farther than I've ever been. Only a few steps, but it was still true. Every time Beatrix visits the forest, she makes sure of it. Inches away from her in the dark, Isabella smiles. Will you tell me about it? Alice shifts on the mattress. The bed creaks. The room falls quiet again. Beatrix drops her voice, low enough not to alert their parents, loud enough for Alice to catch her words as she feigns sleep. She tells Isabella about the trees and the birds in the river, and her sister gasps when Beatrix tells her about the wolf tracks crossing right through the clearing. She doesn't mention William, afraid speaking of him aloud will spoil the memory. Oceanofpdf.com. The 14th of June 1605. London, England. Beatrix wakes with a start to someone pounding on her door. Well, not her door. Which seems to be the problem. Clear out, unless you're payin', a man with a voice like gravel calls from the other side of the rough-hewn wood. Beatrix groans and rolls over. The heavy door rattles on its iron hinges. All right, Beatrix huffs, flinging back the quilt. Chill morning air rushes against her bare skin, and a shiver cascades through her. She hurries to collect her clothes, strewn across the room. She pulls her dingy shift over her head and searches under the bed for her stockings, pulls those on too, despite the holes in the heels from walking the breadth of London too many times to count. She retrieves her skirt and bodice from the corner and slips her feet into the battered leather boots left by the door. The banging has ceased, the silence in the room heavy and unsettled. Beatrix takes the coins from beneath her pillow and slips them into her pocket. She sits on the edge of the unmade bed and attempts to tame her unruly hair. The chestnut waves fall past her shoulders, more tangles than curls. She teases apart the knots and begins to braid a crown around her head. Maybe she will cut it short, prove to herself that she can change, that she isn't stuck. But it would only be an illusion, like the oaks along the Wye losing their leaves every autumn, only to grow them anew in the spring. Not really a change, just time playing tricks. Time has proven to be a strange companion. Some days drag like years, and some years slip by like days. Only one thing has remained constant, Beatrix. There are no silver threads running through her hair, no joys or sorrows of a long life written across the sharp features of her face. She is the same, always the same, wide-set eyes, one brown and one blue, both far too old for a face so young. A straight nose and a crooked smile. Fair skin that hasn't been weathered by the sun. A body that hasn't been touched by age. What did she expect? This is what that stupid, scared girl wished for, begged for, wasn't it? I want to live. I need more time, please. As if that stupid, scared girl wasn't her. The man pounds on the door again. Beatrix springs from the bed. This is an inn, not a whorehouse. He bellows. The door handle rattles. Get out. Somehow, those two tiny words still twist her guts. Beatrix snatches her cloak from the foot of the bed and wrenches the door open. She storms past the burly innkeeper, down the narrow staircase, and into the dreary London morning. She slumps against the inn's rough plaster wall and lifts her face to the milky sky, lets the misty rain cool her skin and her temper. She takes a shuddering breath. The scent of rain on sun-warmed earth is missing in these crooked London streets, masked by the ever-present odor of smoke and piss. Her heart sinks. She never thought she'd miss the scent of dirt and rain. She never thought she'd have to. Oceanofpdf.com. The 12th of April 1501. Lancot, England. The familiar scents of the forest give way to bright, all-consuming pain, wrenching Beatrix back to herself even as it threatens to slam her into darkness again. It stabs through her left arm. She sucks in a breath, and it sears through her chest. She squeezes her eyes shut, lies perfectly still on the cold, leaf-littered ground. The pain settles into her, pulsating through her body. The hand she can move is sticky with blood. In the dark, she can't tell where it's from. The gash over her eye, maybe. She grits her teeth, clutches her broken arm against her body, and pushes herself up to sit. She slumps against the fallen tree, panting and nauseous. She's run home from this place more times than she can count. Now, she's not sure she can make it home at all. She's not sure she wants to. Did any of them care that she was gone? Were they worried when she didn't return for supper? Are they looking for her? The sun had been high in the sky when she crept into the forest. Now, the leaves of the ancient oaks are limned silver by the light of the waning moon. They look like grotesque, looming beasts, reaching for her from the shadows with gnarled limbs. An entire forest of monsters, come for her. She shivers against the thought. Against the memory. Her bruised ribs scream in protest, but she bites back her sob. Crying will only make it worse. Beatrix, are you out here? Hello. A bolt of fear ricochets through her like lightning. Beatrix. But she knows that voice. I'm here. The effort brings tears to her eyes. Or maybe it is the sight of William, crashing through the underbrush, dropping to his knees in front of her. Are you all right? What happened? Even in the dark, she can see the worry etched across his brow. His eyes don't leave hers. Watching, waiting, her gaze drifts up the massive trunk of the oak behind him, up to the wide branches she can no longer make out in the night. I fell, she says, swallowing against the bile rising in her throat. My boots got tangled in the hem of my skirt. A pang shoots through her chest, something deeper than the dull throbbing over her heart. William pales. He's spent his life in these trees, has seen the distant ground from their dizzying heights. Do you know how lucky you are? His voice trembles, caught on the edge of relief and horror. Her stomach turns. She knows exactly how lucky she is. Impossibly lucky. Let's get you home, he says. Can you stand? She could manage, maybe, each step an excruciating reminder. But William's words have turned her legs leaden. No. I'll carry you, then, he says, already bending towards her. Her eyes burn. I'm not going back. His brow furrows. All right then, where shall I take you? He asks, as if he's humoring a child playing pretend. Perhaps he thinks she's hit her head. Nowhere. She has nowhere else to go. I'll stay here. There's water, and she can make a shelter. There is plenty of time before the next winter arrives, and she doesn't eat much. She can forage, barter, or... You're hurt, William points out. I don't care, Beatrix says. Bruises and cuts heal. So do bones, eventually. You'll die if you stay out here, he says gently. I don't care, but tears well in her eyes. He's right. She'll die out here, cold and hungry and hurting and alone. She has no choice. I care, William says. It's as if the entire forest, the entire world, falls silent at his words. You don't, Beatrix assures him. He cares for her like he cares for the rabbits he sometimes found suffering in a poorly set snare, a woodsman's sympathy for a wounded creature. She is injured. She is in his woods. It's his duty to care. You don't even know me, she adds. They haven't spoken a word to each other since the day she fled the forest and left him speechless in her wake. 4 years seems forever ago, now. His eyes meet hers. I know you're happiest in this clearing. Like the trees lift a weight from you every time you pass beneath them. It's the only time I see you smile. I know you stare into the for hours, like you can see 100 futures flowing past, but you go back to Lancot. He swallows, and his throat bobs. I know you're always in a hurry. Always rushing somewhere, even when you have nowhere to be. Like you're afraid if you stand still, even for a single moment, the whole world will pass you by. That everyone else will keep moving forward and you'll be left behind, rooted to the spot like an oak when everyone else is the river. Until you're forgotten. Beatrix's breath catches. How could you know all that? Because I know you, he says. Because I'm afraid, too. You are. It's like she's seeing him for the first time. Like she is being seen for the first time. I am. He takes her hand in his. It's warm and calloused. I'd live in the woods if I could, too, he says. But maybe we should go back to Lancot. Together. Together. There is a promise in the word, in the tentative way he holds her hand. She nods. William bends to her. He smells faintly of dried sweat and wool in the forest. He lifts her gently off the ground, assures her she will be all right when she cries out against the motion. But he doesn't sound like himself. He sounds uncertain, afraid. Beatrix cradles her injured arm against her chest as William carries her slowly towards Lancot. She lays her head against his shoulder. He tries to keep her awake. He tells her of his latest trip to Gloucester with his father, of the wondrous abbey he saw there. But the adrenaline has faded, the strength to declare she wanted nothing to do with Lancot ever again, gone. She wants to go home. Her twisted arm throbs, and her wounded body aches. An exhaustion creeps over her like a blanket of fog, turns her limbs leaden and her mind numb. William's voice fades into silence. Beatrix stirs in the dark, her mouth dry, her thoughts too fractured to make whole, caught between waking and dreaming in nothingness. The pain is distant and detached now, as if it belongs to someone else's body instead of her own. Hushed voices drift to her ears from her bedside. Mama, Papa, Isabella, even Alice, come from her new cottage with her new husband. Beatrix can't make out every word, but she hears enough. Enough to know that the voices, the words, are real. It's past time we consider. Perhaps with a larger dowry. The abbey at Tintern. The darkness claims Beatrix again, or maybe she sinks willingly into its embrace, her silent escape from the whispers. Oceanofpdf.com. The 14th of June 1605. London, England. Beatrix snatches a bird-pecked apple from a fruit cart trundling across St. Paul's Yard and conceals it beneath her cloak. Her stomach growls. She might not starve, but the gnawing pain of an empty stomach hollows her out the same as anyone. Some days, that is reason enough to go hungry. The cathedral doesn't look nearly as imposing as it did the first time she laid eyes on it. It has lost its spire since that night, struck by lightning some 40 years ago. An act of God, they said, proof the people of London needed to mend their ways. No one has mended anything, as far as Beatrix can tell. She weaves her way through men selling books she cannot read and scurries up the wide stone steps past beggars she can't afford to help. She slips through the cathedral's arched wooden door and pulls the hood of her cloak down, grateful to be out of the damp. A raucous wave of voices greets her. Laughter and curses, shouts and whispers, all tumbling over each other in languages foreign and familiar. The whole place hums with it, like the world's largest, crudest hive of bees. Merchants hawk their wares up and down the long central aisle, as if the grandest church Beatrix has ever seen is merely another market, and gossip is traded freely. News from near and far, lewd jokes, and whispered deals are all exchanged beneath the stone arches edging the walk, and sometimes the men pick up more than gossip from the cathedral hall. It is the least holy thing Beatrix has ever seen, and her favorite place in all of London. She takes a bite of her apple and strolls down the aisle, admiring the stained glass window at the east end of the walk. The night she first saw it, she couldn't tear her eyes away. She thought it looked like a marigold blooming in her mother's summer garden, except this flower was made of thousands of pieces of colored glass, painstakingly fitted together to make an intricate, perfect whole. It is the one thing she never tires of seeing. Unsuspecting Londoners pass her by without a second glance, or even a first, talking and laughing and conducting their business. She assesses their value, tallying a list of marks. With a bit of luck and the coins from last night, she might just get her own bed at the inn tonight. Do you seek to save your mortal soul? A man's voice echoes off the vaulted ceiling, as if his words are a proclamation from the heavens. It raises goosebumps across Beatrix's skin, even in this decidedly unchurch-like church. She follows the words, finds their speaker tucked beneath an arch at the far end of the walk. He looks nothing like his booming voice would suggest, a slight, balding man with stooped shoulders and splotched skin. He stands on an overturned crate, an island in a sea of people paying him no mind. He gestures grandly to the miniature green glass bottle resting in his palm. One sip of my elixir will protect your soul from the evils of the world. Beatrix chokes on her apple. Ah, might we have a skeptic in our midst? She makes the mistake of meeting the man's shrewd gaze. He straightens as best he can, a predator who has found his prey. She hopes she isn't that obvious when she spots a mark. What's in your potion? She leans against a fluted column crowned by carved stone leaves, and tries to appear disinterested. She's sure the man is a liar. Her heartbeat quickens, anyway. He launches eagerly into his speech. I have crafted this tincture personally from a recipe that was handed down from my great-great-great-grandmother. She used it to protect her family from the unearthly happenings in her village long ago. Tell me, have you heard about the power of iron? Beatrix rolls her eyes. Every house in Lancot had a horseshoe over its door, even hers. Especially hers. I'm aware. Excellent. That is the first ingredient, 3 iron horseshoes, forged on Midsummer's Eve. She brushes her thumb along the smooth edge of the narrow band that sits on her left hand. It's nothing like the ring it replaced. It has no oak leaves or acorns engraved on the outside, no Latin inscription on the inside, no sentiment attached to it at all except maybe resentment. She's sure the smith thought her mad, to ask for an iron ring in exchange for her gold one. He weighed her wedding band in his hand, sure she was trying to cheat him. He put it between his teeth, scrutinized it in the bright morning light with squinting eyes until he was satisfied she wasn't a crook, only an idiot. She shoves her hand in her pocket. Horseshoes and iron have proven useless to her, the stuff of old wives' tales. She turns her attention back to the walk and her potential marks. The man continues. Then I soak them in the southern flowing waters of the River Wye and filter the infusion under the light of a full moon. Beatrix tenses, as if she's bracing for a blow. The Wye. The man smiles at her, oily and gap-toothed, sure he's caught her now. Ah, yes, I have traveled far and wide in my efforts. She turns back to him. Where on the Wye? He waves a bony hand, dismissing the question like a bothersome fly. It doesn't matter, all if it is equally potent. But the man pushes on. I then add St. John's wort and yarrow flowers that have been carefully harvested from hallowed ground by the nuns of a nearby abbey. Tintern. He continues, louder than before. And last, but not least, I add a single petal of the rarest of flowers, one that will only bloom where a fairy has breathed their last. He pauses, waits for Beatrix to be suitably impressed and hand over her money. She frowns. Iron and southerly flowing water, St. John's wort and yarrow flowers are no cure. Neither are blessings, offerings, or walking any which way around churches of every shape and size and denomination. The man holds the bottle out to her. The green glass shines almost black in the shadows of the alcove. What say you, my dear? Beatrix has never heard of a flower that only blooms where a fairy has died. Has never heard of a fairy dying at all. He probably made it up, along with every word about the Wye and the abbey. But somewhere inside her, hope has already sparked, has already set her heart racing. The flower you collected, you say a fairy died where it grew. Indeed, the man says gravely. Beatrix steps closer. The rest of his audience has gone, filtered away now that she is in his grasp. He stinks of smoke and sweat. How? That, I do not know, he says. I have never witnessed it. She knew it was too good to be true, but she can't let the idea go. That is the problem with hoping. You cling to it like a raft in a storm, never realizing it is the thing that is drowning you. Then how did you discover the flowers? An inordinate amount of luck, the man replies. She hates how patronizing he sounds. And my great-great-great-grandmother's sketches. He has an answer for everything, just not the one Beatrix is searching for. How does a fairy die? She presses. I've never heard of such a thing. The man sneers at her. I'm certain there are lots of things you have never heard of. His words glance off her. She has been called far worse than ignorant. What about Lancot? Do you know it? Had he collected his water from the same bank where she used to stare at her reflection? Did the nuns from the abbey she was condemned to enter collect his herbs? Was she the unearthly thing his family needed protection from? The man shakes his head. That's all right. No one does. But his words have planted a seed that has already taken root, twisting through her thoughts like a noxious vine. When she closes her eyes, she sees Lancot just as it was the night she fled it. But time changes things, takes everything, in the end. Her parents and her sisters, William and their daughter, everyone is buried in the walled cemetery around St. James's. It has never occurred to her that St. James's might be gone, too. The man's voice softens, and so does his expression. My poor dear, I can see you are most concerned about the welfare of your soul. I notice you even wear a ring of protection. But if your ring was warding off the evils of the world, you wouldn't be here. He says it like he's solved some great riddle. In truth, there is only one reason Beatrix still wears the useless ring. I'm here to get out of the rain, she says flatly. The man steps down from his overturned crate. You seek an answer, a salve for the sickness in your soul. And I have just the remedy. He offers her the bottle. Beatrix folds her arms across her chest. You're lying. The man flashes her a slick grin. Am I? He must be, but that spark of hope has grown to a flame that refuses to be extinguished by logic. Oh, what if that has sunk its claws deep and won't let her go? How much? The man looks into her mismatched eyes, weighs her means against her desperation. For 6 pence, it's yours. Beatrix scoffs. That's outrageous. You'll be drinking your glorified river water yourself if you expect that much. The man isn't deterred. It's not outrageous if you'll pay. It's business. And what makes you think I'll pay? Beatrix asks. The man smiles. Because you haven't left yet. He's right. She has to know. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out all but one of her coins. She hands the man her money. He gives her the tiny green bottle that has dared to make her heart hope. Oceanofpdf.com. The 10th of August 1501. Lancot, England. Fat drops of rain fall in the clearing. Beatrix reaches out to catch them, inhales the metallic scent. It has always given her hope, that scent. It is a promise of a world washed clean, a whisper of something new in the air. But there is no hope today, only the miserable truth. It is the last time she will sit on this log, smell this air, call somewhere home. It has been nearly 4 months since William carried her from this place. 4 months without setting foot in the forest, without giving in to its pull. 4 months of holding her tongue as dutifully as Alice, of doing as she is told, like Isabella. 4 months of pretending not to see William staring at her every Sunday as she stands between her parents at St. James's, bowing her head. None of it mattered. Her father told her over breakfast, she will be leaving for the Abbey at dawn. The underbrush behind her rustles, but this time Beatrix knows better than to expect a wolf. William steps out from the trees. He walks slowly towards her, his hands jammed deep into his trouser pockets. You look well, he says, sitting next to her, as if they are merely continuing a conversation they began 4 months ago. As if it is perfectly reasonable for him to be wandering the forest in his Sunday best. Thanks to you. She should have thanked him months ago, but it has never occurred to her to speak to him beyond this place. Whatever it is they share, it belongs to the woods. Why aren't you at the church? She asks. All of Lancot is there to celebrate Isabella's marriage to the miller's boy. Someone is bound to notice his absence. He raises an eyebrow at her. I think the more obvious question is, why aren't you? She smooths down the skirt of her gray linen dress and avoids his questioning gaze. I thought it best if I didn't attend, she says, though this wasn't her thought at all. Isabella didn't say it outright. She didn't have to. Beatrix saw it, in the way her sister bit her lip whenever she mentioned the church, in the way her mother stiffened when she spoke of dresses, in the way her father brushed her questions aside when she asked him to show her the proper way to follow in a dance. She saw it, but she pretended she didn't. In the end, Alice was the only one brave enough to tell her. Alice, who acts older than Beatrix, even though she isn't. Alice, who never minces words. Your absence is the best wedding gift you can give Isabella. Alice would know. Beatrix hadn't been allowed to attend her wedding, either. William looks into her mismatched eyes. His gaze doesn't falter, doesn't flick away, doesn't flinch. Her heart skips a beat. No one has ever looked at her that way. Is that why you're wearing a crown of flowers in your hair? Beatrix reaches for the braid of papery white flowers and lavender, now resting on top of her head instead of Isabella's. She had spent the morning collecting the herbs from their garden and the flowers from the edge of the woods, had woven the stems together with all the love and joy she could hope for her sister. Isabella told her it was beautiful, and she had meant it. Her little sister couldn't lie to save her life. But she wouldn't accept the gift. When Beatrix asked her why, she wouldn't look at her as she admitted the truth. Mama had told her not to wear flowers in her hair, had called them wild and improper. Probably because Beatrix loved to wear flowers in her hair, and Mama thought she was wild and improper, too. Sweet Isabella always did as she was told. Why don't you wear it? She offered, trying to keep the peace. It suits you best, anyway. So Beatrix perched the crown of flowers on her head, her chest tight, her throat aching, and swore only the trees would see her cry today. William waits for her to answer. He must know. They all know. Is he trying to make her say it? That they don't want her there, that they think she'll ruin it. Is he mocking her? The thought slices through her. Is he like all the others? She stands abruptly. What are you doing here? Looking for you. He stands next to her and reaches into his trouser pocket. I've been meaning to give you this. He holds out his fist and waits for Beatrix to offer him her hand. She hesitates, sure it must be some cruel trick, a spider or a dead frog or horse dung. But her curiosity gets the better of her. She holds out her hand. With a brush of his rough fingertips against her skin, William places a small wooden figurine in her open palm. A wolf no larger than her thumb stalks across the flat of her hand. Did you make this? Beatrix breathes, lifting it closer. A foolish question. No one else could have captured the likeness, the spirit, of the wolf, fierce and proud and mysterious, so perfectly in wood. I was waiting for you to come back, so I picked up a branch and started whittling. I finished it weeks ago, but you were. Trying to be someone she isn't. He rubs the back of his neck. Do you like it? I do, she assures him. More than he will ever know. It's wonderful, thank you. She slips it into the pocket of her skirt for safekeeping. She'll wrap it inside her clean handkerchiefs, hide it away in the bottom of her sack and bring it to Tintern. She will keep it under her pillow and take it out at night, when the abbey is too quiet to stand. Balance it on her window ledge so it can see the moonlight. She will fall asleep watching it, thinking of her clearing in the wood. Of him. William reaches for her, wipes the tear from her cheek with a calloused thumb before she knows she's crying. What's wrong? He asks. Beatrix swallows the lump rising in her throat. She's broken her promise, crying in front of him as well as the trees. She may as well tell them both the truth now. I'm off to Tintern in the morning. William looks her in the eye, but she can't read what she sees there. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Don't go, he says, more plea than suggestion. It's for the best, she says, even though what she really means is, I don't have a choice. That doesn't sound like you, he says softly. He's right. It sounds like her mother and her father and Alice. Even Isabella, in the end. It sounds like all of Lancot, sighing with relief as they watch her disappear beyond the horizon, never to be heard from again. They'll teach you to read, Isabella said, trying to cheer her spirits as Alice helped her into her wedding gown. Then you can write to us. But even that gift has lost its appeal when she knows she'll never get a letter back. They'll keep you safe, Alice had added as she pinned Isabella's hair. But Beatrix is sure she meant, they'll keep you out of trouble. The wind shifts. A lilting melody drifts through the branches and Beatrix's thoughts drift to the wedding. Is Isabella dancing with Alice? Maybe she is staring stupidly into her new husband's eyes. Does she regret Beatrix's absence or cherish the gift of it? Will they miss her? Her heart sinks, certain it knows the answer. The scatter of rain grows into a steady downpour. Beatrix retreats under the protection of the branching oaks. Thunder booms overhead. William is next to her again, closer now. She could count every freckle scattered across his cheek if she wanted to. The corner of his mouth lifts. Dance with me. What? He steps into the clearing, a sparkle in his hazel eyes. He grins as the rain soaks him through, turns his sandy hair dark. Dance with me. Beatrix stares at him, wide-eyed. You're mad. He offers her his hand. Haven't you always wanted to dance with a madman in the rain? It hits her then, like the lightning racing across the sky. The glint in his eyes isn't mischief. At least, not entirely. It's joy. Joy and life and something wild that lights his face when he looks at her. Madness, maybe, but if madness makes you feel like that, she wants to be mad, too. She lays her hand in his, and he pulls her into the storm. She squeals as the cold rain pelts her and he laughs. Not at her, with her. Her dress clings to her skin, and she shivers against the sudden chill. William pulls her closer. His hands tell her body where to go, move them together, in time to the music in his mind. She forgets all about Isabella's wedding. Forgets Alice's sharp words, her mother's nagging, her father's disapproval. Forgets the suffocating stone of Abbey walls. She looks into William's eyes, loses herself in the dance, and forgets the whispers. This is a bad idea. Reckless, even. She should be keeping her head down, like Isabella. Behaving herself, like Alice. But she is going to Tintern in the morning. What does any of it matter now? Taking William's hand is easy, and dancing with him is an escape. She is light in his arms, free in this clearing, and she wishes it would last forever. William leans in, closing the distance between them. Her heart leaps. A terrible idea. Maybe that's why she likes it so much. His lips brush against hers, soft and tentative. Warmth surges through her, despite the chill rain dripping down her neck. But then he steps away. I'm sorry. Beatrix lays a hand against his flushing cheek. He looks down at her, looks into her mismatched eyes, and words fail him. She lets her hand drop, trail down to his chest. His heart thuds under the wet shirt clinging to his skin, pounds along with her own. She leans into him and tips her face towards his. I'm not. Their lips meet, and this time his kiss is sure. Dizzying. His arm slips around her back and he pulls her close, until even the rain can't come between them. He breaks away and tips his forehead against hers. You're trouble, Beatrix Atwood. And what does that make you? She whispers. Doomed. Oceanofpdf.com. The 15th of June 1605. London, England. An empty stall is not the most dignified place to die. It smells of manure and horse piss, warm dust and the faint, grassy sweetness of hay. The straw bedding pokes her through her dress and prickles against her skin, but beggars can't be choosers. It is warmer than an alley and quieter than the docks, and if the elixir proves to be nothing more than river water, it is the softest bed Beatrix will find tonight, her money spent on a fool's hope. She settles herself in the straw, flattening it down as best she can without disturbing the neighboring horses. Perhaps they think she is a giant bird making her nest, because they pay her no mind. She pulls her handkerchief from her pocket and carefully unwraps her treasure. The depth of the dark green glass is lost in the barely lit stable, the miniature bottle shining black in her hand. Maybe she should have asked the man for particulars. He said his potion would save her mortal soul. But can her soul be mortal when her body isn't? If it was mortal, it must have left her long ago. Maybe she has no soul left to save. She pulls out the stopper and inhales the vaguely herbal scent. If the man's elixir works, will she live out the rest of her days, never knowing which one will be her last? Or will it kill her right here, right now, in this stinking stable? There's only one way to find out. Beatrix lifts the bottle to her mouth, hesitates with the smooth rim of the glass pressed against her lips. Did the water really come from the Y? Did he visit the Abbey at Tintern? Does Lancot still exist? She tips the bitter liquid into her mouth, swallows it down in a single gulp, and waits to feel something. Maybe, to feel nothing. She lets her head fall back against the planked wall with a hollow thud. She didn't trust the man, didn't believe a word he spoke. She still gave him far too much money, still drank his potion. She only has hope to blame for that. For everything. Oceanofpdf.com. The 18th of September 1502. Lancot, England. Beatrix smooths the sapphire blue skirts of the wedding dress that was Alice's first, then Isabella's, and now, to everyone's great shock, hers. William sits on the low stone wall surrounding the church, the cool breeze ruffling his sandy brown hair. She leans against him, lets his warmth take the chill out of the early autumn air. She gazes down at the River Wye, carving a slow, winding path through the cliffs below them. William only has eyes for her. Do you like it? He asks, nodding to the ring sitting on her left hand. She was so nervous during the ceremony, she barely looked at it, but now she takes it all in. The narrow gold band is engraved with delicate acorns and drifting oak leaves. It reminds her of the clearing in the forest. Yes, it's beautiful. There's something else, he says. He takes her hand in his, raises it to his lips, and kisses it before slipping the ring from her finger. He leans closer and angles the band in the sunlight. A fine inscription runs around the inside. What does it say? She asks. Amor vincit omnia, he reads. Beatrix knows it is Latin, but she doesn't know what it means. He slides the ring onto her finger again. Love conquers all. She reaches for William's face and caresses his cheek where a blush has risen. His eyes search hers. She wants to believe him. Love kept her from dying that night in the forest, kept her from the abbey, didn't it? But sometimes she wakes in the dark, in a cold sweat, her chest throbbing with a phantom pain she can't claw away. Sometimes, she is afraid to open her eyes in the morning, afraid that she will find herself not in her own bed in Lancot, but in some bare stone room, alone. Sometimes, the villagers whisper their cruel words at William's back, too. Do you promise? I swear it, he says. She kisses him gently on the lips. I'll never take it off. Oceanofpdf.com. The 15th of June 1605. London, England. The Globe is packed. Beatrix sneaks through the gates behind a rowdy bunch of peasants and avoids paying the penny for admittance. She claims a spot at the far edge of the yard where she can watch the jostling crowd filter in, noting who is more than tipsy and who might have more than a few pennies to their name. She shields her eyes from the afternoon sun with the back of her hand and gazes up at the 3 tiers of seating rising above her. It's where the real money is. She could make up what she lost on the elixir and still have enough to sleep in a bed instead of an alley tonight, if she dared to pick those pockets. She'd be tempted, if those patrons weren't the same people who demand the head of someone caught looking at them the wrong way, let alone emptying their purse. That might have been an incentive, once. Now, it doesn't matter that she hasn't been caught stealing in decades. She'd rather not find out what happens if she loses her head. The performance begins and Beatrix bides her time. She pretends to watch the play, steals glances at the crowd as she searches for someone who still has their wits about them, and hopefully, some coin, too. She spots her first mark at the front and center of the stage. She can't get a clear look at the man's face because he's completely entranced by the performance, though she doesn't miss his strong profile or the fact he's a good head taller than the men standing next to him. He pays no mind to the bumps and brushes of the audience. She could steal the clothes off his back and be halfway to France before he even realized he was naked. Beatrix slips through the crush of bodies and positions herself behind the man. She might think her luck was turning, if she believed in luck. He's dressed too finely to be down here, jostling for a decent view, instead of sitting in a cushioned seat high above the fray. His coat's not worn or even mended, and though his boots are coated with the filth of London streets, it's easy to see how well made they are. And he smells too nice. Like fresh autumn apples and lavender blooming in a cottage garden, and a forest of oaks after a storm, earth and wood and a metallic hint of damp. She stiffens. He smells like Lancot, like those bright moments she's revisited so often they are more fantasy than memory. Maybe she is delirious. She hasn't eaten since yesterday, and barely slept in her bed of straw last night. He must be a traveler who hasn't been in London long enough to reek of the city. A live actor with a crown of leaves set askew on his head steps to the curved edge of the stage. Her hand dips into the man's coat pocket. The crowd erupts in applause and the actor bows. Beatrix holds her breath. Her fingers brush cool metal. She plucks out a silver coin. A drunkard bumps Beatrix hard from behind. She stumbles into the man and the coin slips from her grasp, falling at his feet. He looks down at her as she straightens, eyes like the cloudless sky over the globe snagging on her own mismatched ones. Her gaze darts to the silver coin lying among the trampled rushes, and the man's eyes follow it. She glances away, cursing herself, but it's too late. He retrieves the coin and turns it in his hand. Beatrix's chest tightens, caught between trying to salvage the job or fleeing the globe altogether. She could leave the coin. The man might suspect she tried to take it, but he doesn't know. Then again, he can't prove it isn't hers either, and without it, she'll spend another hungry night on the streets. She lays her open palm in front of the man and turns her coyest smile on him. Thank you, sir. She hopes he won't notice she doesn't look like someone who has 2 pennies to her name, let alone 6pence. I heard London was crawling with thieves, but I didn't expect them to be so persistent. The man flashes her a bright grin and slips the coin into his pocket. Are so pretty. Her fake smile turns into a genuine scowl. He shrugs his broad shoulders. It won't do you any good. Beatrix clenches her jaw. She'd like nothing more than to tell this man exactly how much good his 6pence could do her. It could feed her, for starters. She could buy a proper dinner at the tavern, maybe 2 if she plays her cards right. Or she could stay in a room at the inn that is her own, in a bed all by herself. My mistake. She turns quickly away. She is nothing, has nothing. If it is her word against this man's, no one will believe her. Wait. The man catches her shoulder. Beatrix feigns a stumble and drops to her knees. She pulls a short knife from her boot. The man reaches to help her up, and she makes sure he sees the sharp blade in her hand. He raises his hands in surrender. I was only going to ask if you're hungry. What? Has she picked a madman's pocket? He lowers his hands. Do you want to get some food with me? Preferably after you put the knife away. Beatrix is dumbfounded. You're not turning me in. What for? The man asks. You didn't steal anything. Not from you, she mutters as she hides her knife in her boot. She doesn't know what to make of the man, but he doesn't seem dangerous. So, food? He asks hopefully. She has suffered stranger company for the sake of a free meal. Maybe she will stuff herself with 6 pence worth of food and drink to spite the man. All right. The crowd shifts as it filters out of the theater. The man follows the stream of people. Beatrix falls into step beside him. He glances down at her. I'm Oliver, by the way. She clenches her jaw. She doesn't want to know his name. His easy smile is making it hard enough to hold a grudge. Beatrix. She looks quickly away. She still catches the glint in his eyes. Oliver stops outside the gates and glances around, as if he is searching for someone. Beatrix looks up at him expectantly. He runs a hand through his mop of dark hair. I don't know where to go. She smirks at him. You're not from here, are you? What gave it away? He asks sheepishly. They are standing on the wrong side of the Thames for starters. The only way into London proper is to cross over the river on the stone bridge looming ahead of them. Come on. Where are we going? He asks eagerly. There's a riverside market with loads of cookshops on the other side of the river, Beatrix says. It's not far. She leads the way beneath the gatehouse and onto London Bridge. Don't look up, she warns. The last thing she needs is for Oliver to lose his appetite, or his breakfast, over the spiked and tarred heads rotting in the sun above them. All that remains of England's worst traitors. His gaze strays upwards. Beatrix shakes her head. She grabs his hand, and then she is staring into his bright eyes. Her heart skips a beat. This way. Oliver's grip tightens around her hand as she weaves through the crowds of people making their way into the city. He gawks as they pass the towering shops built right to the edge of the bridge, groceries and haberdasheries mostly, with houses stacked above them. Beatrix has never visited them. They are far too reputable for the likes of her. She makes it halfway across before no amount of tugging will move Oliver along. His hand slips from her grasp. Ahead of them, a brightly painted, 4-story, plaster and timber building fills the entire width of the bridge. An arched tunnel through the middle lets travelers pass beneath it, as if some giant burrowing creature has hollowed it out. A square tower sits on each corner, topped with a dome shaped like an onion, and there are too many window panes to count. It stopped Beatrix in her tracks the first time she saw it, too. I wish my brother could see this, Oliver says, taking in the odd building. He'd love it. He always wanted to be an architect. I'm sorry, Beatrix says, because it seems like the polite thing for her to say. Oliver laughs. No, he's not, he's fine, just nowhere near here, and not an architect. But Beatrix swears he sounds almost sad. The drawbridge tower used to be here, she says. It has been gone over 25 years now. She points to the elaborately carved building towering over them. They brought this in from the Netherlands in pieces and put it together on the spot. Oliver looks at her like she's grown another head. I swear it, she says. No, I believe you, he assures her. I just didn't expect a pickpocket to know so much history. She laughs. It wasn't that long ago. Oliver studies her face. It must have been before your time, though. Beatrix blushes under his scrutiny. London likes to talk. The crowd thins when they reach the other side of the Thames. Beatrix follows the warm scents of smoke and spices down a cobbled street lined with ramshackle stalls, Oliver one step behind her. She discovered the riverside market a few weeks after she arrived in the city. The food is good and cheap, and all that she can afford most days. She loves the bustle of travelers and traders from all over the world, the perpetual newness of it. Her pulse quickens. She never knows what she'll find. Today, Dutch fishermen sell eels pulled from the Thames right next to Spanish sailors with barrels of bright oranges beside Frenchmen hawking salt and wine and pottery. Born and bred Londoners work the cookshops, pulling all sorts of food from the squat brick hearths. Beatrix's stomach growls. Take your pick, she points out each stall. Oysters are fresh from the river, meat pies are your best value, as long as they haven't spoiled, and the pretzels are good luck. Oh, Oliver raises an eyebrow at her. If you believe in that sort of thing. And do you believe in that sort of thing? He asks. I used to, Beatrix admits. A long time ago. Oliver smirks at her. You strike me as someone who makes her own luck. I suppose I do. She takes it as a compliment, though she's not entirely sure he meant it as one. She gestures to a gray-haired woman selling ale from a stall that looks one good gust of wind away from falling over. Don't believe a word the Brewster says about her sick husband. He's been dead for 20 years. And don't pay more than 2pence for her ale. What about you? What do you want? Oliver asks. He sounds slightly panicked, but he needn't worry. She'll eat any of it, especially if she doesn't have to pay. Surprise me. Oliver heads into the market and Beatrix claims an empty bench set between two stalls. She has become an expert at reading people over the years, but he is a mystery. With his fancy clothes and more money than sense, she would have sworn he was highborn, except he doesn't carry himself like a lord, or speak like one. And she can't place the accent. When he joins her, his arms are loaded with food. Beatrix takes a bucket of oysters and a pot of ale from him. Did you buy everything? It all looked good. I couldn't decide. He sets some sort of meat pie, a hunk of gingerbread, a warm pretzel, a basket of Kentish cherries, and 2 Spanish oranges between them. So, I didn't. Beatrix stares at the food, wide-eyed. You bought a feast. Oliver grins at her, a dazzling, contagious thing. He tears the pretzel in 2 and offers her half. I thought we could both use a little luck. Cheers. She bites into her pretzel, and it is warm and doughy and deliciously salty. She devours it in 3 bites. They split the oysters next. Beatrix makes quick work of prying the shells open with her knife. So, where are you from? She asks, her curiosity conquering her desire to keep Oliver at a distance. Near Cambridge, he says. What about you? She hesitates, remembering the man and his potion, how he looked at her with no sense of recognition when she asked him about her home, even though he knew of the Y and the Abbey. Lancot. She's not surprised by Oliver's blank expression, only by the sinking feeling in her guts. It's a tiny village on the Welsh border, in Gloucestershire. No one's ever heard of it. He drops an empty oyster shell into the bucket. Tell me about it. But the memories of her lost life are too fresh in her mind after yesterday, too raw. Better to leave Lancot buried. There's nothing to tell. They sit in a heavy silence. Beatrix doesn't mind. Silence is better than whispers. Oliver shifts under the weight of it. He picks through the basket of cherries sitting between them. What did you think of Shakespeare? Beatrix is glad for the change of subject. That's the 3rd time I've seen A Midsummer Night's Dream. It's an audience favorite. But not yours, I take it. Oliver asks. Beatrix shrugs. I don't care for the fairies. Oliver nods, as if he understands. Too far-fetched. Something like that. Shakespeare's fairies are unbelievable, but not in the way Oliver means. They are mischievous, often endearingly so. Well-meaning tricksters. Not malevolent. Not scheming and selfish. What about Romeo and Juliet? He asks. Hated it. She didn't cry at that one at all, the only dry eye in the place. William would have loved it. And maybe she would, too, in another life, but it only made her angry. Love conquers all, is a lie. Even Shakespeare knows it. Me too, Oliver admits. Too far-fetched. Beatrix gives him a wry smile. You know, I don't go to the Globe for the theater. He offers her an orange. I noticed. Well, most people don't. She scowls and snatches the fruit from his hand. You wouldn't have either, if that drunkard hadn't shoved me into you. He looks up from his half-peeled orange. His eyes meet hers. In that case, I'm glad he did. Heat creeps up Beatrix's neck. She looks quickly away. So, what's your business in London? Oliver hesitates. I just finished my university studies. I thought I'd do some traveling while I have the chance. She's not exactly surprised. She knew he was too well off to be in the pit. But she imagined a scholar would be more uptight. What about you? He asks. I wanted to see the city. It will be another 100 years before she dares to utter the truth aloud. Of dying. Of the curse. Of the boy who shattered her heart with 2 whispered words. Of running without looking back, all the way to the doors of St. Paul's. Oceanofpdf.com. The 25th of June 1505. London, England. Night has fallen again by the time Beatrix stumbles onto the largest, longest bridge she has ever seen. Her feet ache. Her filthy clothes and the deceitful ring weighing on her hand are the only possessions to her name. She hasn't slept more than an hour at a time since she left Lancot. Catnaps snatched on the back of bumping carts are hidden among the trees along the road. Hunger gnaws at her insides. Could she starve to death? Maybe she will find out. She passes through the wide stone gate, beneath a dozen spiked and tarred human heads. They gaze down at her with glassy eyes, shining in the moonlight. The ones who still have eyes, anyway. She swallows the bile rising in her throat and hurries across the bridge. Buildings loom over her, closing her in. The night is warm, but she shivers as she steps into the city. And then she stops, unsure of where to go, of what to do now. Lost, in every sense. She will learn the streets of London until she knows them like the back of her own hand. She will learn to swallow her pride, to bite her tongue. To beg, to steal. She will learn what she is capable of doing to survive, and how much she can endure before she breaks. But not tonight. Tonight, she is only Beatrix from Little Lancot, scared and hungry and alone in this strange new place. A pointed spire rises like a dark shadow against the skyline to the west, blacker than the inky night. Beatrix hurries through the narrow city streets, pulled towards it like it is a guiding star in the heavens. She reaches an open churchyard and freezes. St. Paul's Cathedral is the grandest church she has ever seen, even larger than the abbey in Gloucester she visited with William, with great pointed arches built out of warm stone and a spire that disappears into the night. St. James's was nothing in comparison. She walks up the shallow steps and reaches for the carved double doors. She pulls her trembling hand away before she can lay a finger on the sacred place. Could she open it, or would some invisible force stop her? Not allowed. Not welcome. Not real. Not anymore. Beatrix holds her breath. She lays a tentative palm against the wood, half expecting her flesh to burst into flame. But she feels nothing. She exhales slowly, heaves the door open, and steps through. It's deathly quiet inside the cathedral. Her footfall echoes from the stone floor to the intricate vaulted ceiling. She walks down the long aisle, lined on either side by stone arches filled with shadows, drawn to the colorful window at the end. It shimmers in the cool, silvery light of the moon, vibrant and delicate and alive, a blooming summer flower made from tiny pieces of brightly colored glass. She can't fathom how something so beautiful can exist in such an ugly world. Beatrix lies down on a bench tucked into an alcove and stares up at the window, too tired to sleep. Her thoughts were easier to ignore when she was moving, concentrating only on getting to the next village, focused on making it to London, where no one would know her or care about her or even notice her. She put one foot in front of the other until she was crossing the Thames, but now she has lost her momentum, her will to keep moving forward, gone. She's here. She has made it to London, all on her own. Now what is she supposed to do? Her heart sinks into her hollow stomach. There is only one thing she can do. Live. oceanofpdf.com. The 15th of June 1605. London, England. Long shadows are creeping in at the corners of the market by the time they finish their meal. Beatrix feels like she might burst. She returns their mugs to the Brewster while Oliver takes the bucket to the oysterman. She's eaten her meal, more than 6 pence worth, and has no reason to linger. She doesn't say goodbye. A heaviness settles in her chest, grows with every step away from the market, tugging her back. A foreign, forgotten sensation. She glances over her shoulder. Oliver navigates his way along the crowded street. He stops next to a row of towering houses, trying to get his bearings. A man runs into him, and a woman curses them both as she narrowly misses the collision. Oliver steps out of their path. Beatrix shakes her head. He'll be robbed blind, or worse, by the end of the day at this rate. Not that it's her problem. Movement in a window 3 stories above Oliver catches Beatrix's eye. A woman pokes her head out, then disappears. She reappears a moment later, bucket in hand. Oliver, Beatrix shouts. He's too far away to hear her. She runs for him, ignoring the cries of the people she knocks as she pushes through the bustling street. He looks up at the commotion, those bright eyes meeting hers a moment before her body collides with his. He stumbles backwards and Beatrix's momentum sends her careening past him. He throws out his arm and catches her around the waist, pulls her into him before she can crash headlong onto the cobblestones. A bucketful of refuse splashes into the lane where Oliver was standing moments ago. He steps back, pulling Beatrix with him, and pales as the realization of what he narrowly escaped washes over him with the stench. Beatrix steps away, and his hand falls from her waist. A little free advice, she says, catching her breath. When you're in London, keep your head up and your feet moving. And for Christ's sake, stay out of the gutter. Thanks, Oliver says sheepishly. He runs a hand through his disheveled mop of curls. Maybe this was a mistake. The anguish in his eyes is fleeting, a dark cloud blotting out the sun for a single moment before clearing. London just takes some getting used to, that's all, Beatrix offers. She shouldn't care. The feeling unsettles her. She shoves it away. Oliver sighs. Right. Beatrix recognizes his defeated tone, the voice of someone trying, failing, to prove something. I could help you, show you around the city and make sure you don't get covered in shit, she says with a wry grin. For a crown, she adds, before her offer can be mistaken for charity. A crown. She might as well be robbing him at that price. His brow furrows. But you left the market, don't you have somewhere to be? Not for a crown, I don't. She has nowhere to be without the crown, either, but he doesn't need to know that. He considers her for a long moment. All right, deal. It sends a pang of guilt ringing through her chest. She shoves that away, too. So, where to next? She tries to see London through Oliver's eyes, the way she might have seen it if she had crossed London Bridge under different circumstances. Beatrix from Little Lancot would never have imagined a place like London could be real, with palaces and cathedrals taller than the trees in the forest, a bridge so wide entire houses fit on both sides, and more people in the streets than she thought existed in all of England. If that Beatrix had seen London, somehow, she would have wanted to see more. She would have wanted to see it all. She smiles at Oliver. Follow me. They head west along the Thames, walk the length of the river from the Tower of London up to Ludgate. Oliver is more taken with the jostling crowd filtering through the old stone gate than the imposing fortress, and she almost loses him in the throng of people more than once. They stroll past St. Paul's and through the bustling produce markets of West Cheap, both feeling too full to buy anything. They eavesdrop on the ship captains persuading bankers to purchase their exotic cargoes at the Royal Exchange, and admire the Roman Wall. As the sun nears setting, they head back to the bridge. Beatrix leans against the rail, the cool of the stone bleeding through her dress as she watches a fishing boat disappear beneath her feet. Oliver leans next to her. His arm brushes against hers. And that is London, she says, a little sad that their whirlwind tour has come to an end. What do you think? He grimaces. I think I'm lucky I found you. I would have been hopelessly lost. I found you, Beatrix counters. Fair enough. He straightens, pulls a silver crown from his coat pocket, and offers it to her. She closes his hand around it with both of hers. That's a lot of money to pull out in the middle of London Bridge, she hisses, glancing at the throngs of people shuffling past. You're the only one who's tried to steal it from me. He presses the coin into her hand. A wave of guilt washes through her. It's too much. Wasn't she just like him the first time she crossed this bridge? She would have been foolish enough to trust anyone who offered her a kind word that night, or even a passing glance. It's what I agreed to. He had agreed. Besides, she can't eat guilt, and it won't keep her warm, either. She should take his money and he should consider it a lesson learned, trust no one. But she can't bring herself to take the coin. You didn't know. That you were taking advantage of me. That infuriating smirk from the globe is back. The spark in his eyes, too. Beatrix scowls at him. If you knew, why on earth did you agree? Like I told you at the Globe, you are very persistent and very pretty, and I needed a guide. I consider it a crown well spent. He closes her hand around the coin. A deal's a deal. Fine, Beatrix says. She slips the coin into the pocket of her skirt. And then, so she doesn't sound completely ungrateful, adds, thank you. It feels too close to a goodbye. She doesn't want it to end, this rare day in a sea of familiarity. She wants to linger in it. Now that you've explored London, what's next? Venice, I think, Oliver says. But I'll come back to London someday. As if he's certain. What about you? London suits me just fine, Beatrix says. Besides, some days are treacherous things. Oliver frowns. What makes you say that? Either you waste your life dreaming of a someday that never comes, or you realize too late that your chance has passed you by. A someday that happens is a rare thing. Oliver studies her face. I think someday offers hope. He's right, but hope is a treacherous thing, too. I have seen my fair share on these streets, Beatrix says. Everyone regrets something. 9 times out of 10, those regrets start with someday. And the 10th, he asks, someone. His smile falters. Barely. Enough. And when he fits it back into place, it doesn't reach his eyes. Funny, I thought there would be more. Beatrix thought so, too, before she realized the truth of it. It's hard to regret someone once you've loved them. Oliver stares out at the water. I know no one is guaranteed a someday, he says. He sounds defeated again. No one is even guaranteed a tomorrow. Or a today, but believing you will get there is better than the alternative. And what's that? Beatrix asks. Giving up hope. He catches her eye, as if his words are meant just for her. If only it were that simple. You're right. If he hears the lie in her cheery tone, he lets it go. I'm sure you'll get to Venice. And if, when, you visit London again, you'll be a natural. He grins at her. I appreciate the vote of overconfidence. The last dying rays of the sun light the Thames, setting it on fire, orange and red and gold. The twilight chill of early summer won't be far behind, the breeze off the river already cool against Beatrix's skin. She waits for her heart to sink with the sun, another dark night stretching before her. It doesn't. This must be what it feels like to have a full belly and a heavy purse. Are you staying the night in London? She asks, nonchalant. No expectations. No commitment. It means nothing, unless he wants it to. The glint in Oliver's eyes when she meets his gaze is unmistakable now, the twist in his lips telling. But he hesitates, a moment too long. No, I've already stayed longer than I meant to. Beatrix's disappointment surprises her. Then again, she isn't used to goodbyes. It was nice to meet you, she says. It's not just a pleasantry. All her days are the same, an endless cycle of sunrises and sunsets that blur together into months, years, she can't tell apart, except that each night is longer and lonelier than the last. Today has been different. I seem to recall you wanted to stab me not 6 hours ago, Oliver points out. I didn't want to stab you. He laughs. Oh, well, that changes everything. His smile fades, and he turns serious. Thank you for a truly remarkable day, Beatrix. She forces a smile. I'm glad you think so highly of it. He hesitates another moment, then turns away from her. Thank you, she murmurs as he disappears into the London crowd. Oceanofpdf.com. The 7th of June 1665. London, England. The house will be empty. Beatrix watched from the mouth of the alley as the doctor, a tall man in sweeping black robes, a wide-brimmed hat, and a pointed mask the color of bone, left for the final time. Watched as a pair of grim-faced men hauled 3 lifeless bodies from inside, heaved them unceremoniously onto their wooden cart. Watched as they moved on to the next door painted with a red cross, and the next, down the narrow cobbled lane, until their cart overflowed with the dead. She traces the letters gouged into the door above a cross that could be painted in blood. Fresh splinters prick at her fingertips. She can't read the words, but she knows what they must be, carved so deeply into the wood. A desperate prayer to live. A desperate, unanswered prayer. A shiver runs down Beatrix's spine that has nothing to do with the damp evening air settling over the city. She pushes the door open. It swings easily, unlocked. No one else would be mad enough to enter a plague-marked house. It reeks of sickness, and Beatrix nearly retches from the sour stench hanging heavy in the too warm air. When her eyes adjust to the dimness of the room, she is met with an eerie tableau of a life interrupted. A man's coat hanging behind the door. Boots drying by a fire that burned itself to nothing days ago. A half-darned sock set aside for a moment in the basket of mending on the table. A hard loaf of bread, wrapped in a towel for a supper that never came. She makes her way methodically around the room. She peers inside every basket and cupboard and drawer, searching for any money that has been hidden away, any food that hasn't spoiled, any trinket she can easily sell tomorrow at the Cathedral Walk. St. Paul's will be the only thing she misses. She doubts Calais will compare to London, but from what she's heard from the sailors at the Riverside Market, Paris will. Half the size of London, with twice as many people, at least. She could never feel lonely in a place like that. No one will care about the woman with the strange eyes, who never ages, who is never ill. They won't even notice her. With another few houses scavenged, another handful of pockets picked, she'll be on her way. She checks the coat by the door. The pockets are empty, but the coat itself is heavy wool and better than her threadbare cloak, even if it is too large. She shrugs it on. It smells vaguely of pipe tobacco. Too heavy for June, but she'll be happy to have it in a few months. Maybe not. She smiles at the exhilarating thought. She has no idea where in the world she'll be by then. Perhaps she won't need a coat at all. Something clatters behind Beatrix, and she spins towards the sound. A grey tabby cat sits at the edge of the table, a tin mug fallen to the floor beneath it. She lets out a long breath. You scared me, she says, approaching the cat. She scratches it behind the ears before it leaves as suddenly as it arrived, slinking through a door at the back of the room. Beatrix follows. Another sound greets her. This one is faint, quiet enough that if she turns away now, leaves the house and the lane far behind her, she can convince herself she has only imagined it, the wind down the chimney or the mewing of the cat. But she can't leave. It's a sound she would recognize anywhere. There is no mistaking it for another, no convincing herself it is anything other than what it is. A baby, crying from the next room. Beatrix throws the door wide. The stench of death knocks her back, suffocating and clinging. Her eyes water as she scans the bedroom, the soiled bed, the cradle by its side. Empty. Another cry, muffled, from the corner. Beatrix dives for the mess of blankets piled there. She flings them away, pulls out the whimpering infant. "Hello, lovely," she coos. She clutches the baby close and carries it from the room, her heart pounding a wild rhythm against her ribcage. There is still water in the kettle by the fire. Beatrix washes the baby, and the infant screams at the sudden cold, her wide, dark eyes flying open with a feeble cry that pierces Beatrix through. She counts every rib beneath the gray-hued skin, every shallow breath, willing the next to come. The baby settles into a silent sleep, exhausted by the brief effort. Beatrix watches her chest rise and fall, knows in that moment she would have wasted days watching her own daughter sleep. People would say it was a miracle the infant survived. But was it a miracle to take her entire family from her, to leave her to starve, alone and afraid? She clothes the baby from a basket of laundry abandoned next to the hearth and swaddles her in the old cloak she discarded for the man's coat. Did it belong to the baby's father? Beatrix has the sudden urge to take something else, a memento for the baby who will never know her family. Did William do the same for their daughter? She wonders if he gave her the wolf carving or told her how they danced together beneath the trees, or if he never uttered a word about her again. If the village whispered about her after she was gone or pretended she never existed. If staying away gave her daughter the peace she hoped for her. Beatrix digs through the basket of laundry and pulls out a white linen handkerchief. The sight of the blue flowers stitched neatly onto one corner steals her breath. Forget-me-nots. She tucks the square of fabric next to the baby's skin, as if it is armor that will protect her tiny heart. Beatrix cradles the baby to her chest, hugs her beneath her coat as she steps out onto the darkened street. She is settled and sleepy against her. Weak. She needs to eat. She needs a proper home and a proper family and things Beatrix can't promise her. She forces her feet down the familiar path to St. Paul's. The service has just ended when Beatrix arrives. Men and women and children file somberly out through the doors or mill about the yard, catching up on news and sharing condolences with acquaintances. An accounting of the dead, from what Beatrix can tell. In the past she's been a shadow here, has probably picked the pockets of some of these same people. She pushes through them now, heads for the pair of aproned women standing beside the curved steps with weary faces and baskets of stale bread. "Welcome, dear," a young woman in a rough gray dress greets her. She takes one appraising look at Beatrix and offers her a hard crust instead of her collection tin. I need. Beatrix can't get her words out, seized by a sudden desire to turn back, to change her mind. She clutches the baby closer to her chest. Her breath is warm against her neck. Shallow, fading. She pulls the baby from her and shows the woman the pale, sleeping child. "I need you to help her." She swallows against the ache burning in her throat. "To take her, please." The young woman looks to the stern, gray-haired woman standing next to her, wide-eyed. "Is she yours?" the older woman asks. Beatrix is surprised by the gentleness in her voice. "No," she admits, a truth that drives a shard of glass through her heart. "A foundling. She's starving." "Give her here, then," the woman says, already reaching for the baby. Beatrix lets her be taken away. She doesn't know how her arms can feel so empty when the thing removed from them was so slight. "We'll take good care of her," the young woman says. A gentle dismissal, but a dismissal all the same. She offers Beatrix the hard hunk of bread again. Beatrix doesn't take it. Tonight, she'd rather be hungry. She kisses the baby on top of her downy head. She wishes she could leave her with some parting words of wisdom, a blessing for the hard road that lies ahead of her. But the words she grew up with, "be a good girl and stay out of trouble," are the last things she would wish upon the child. The only other thought pounding through her head, hammered by her own heartbeat, can't possibly be true. She says nothing. She reaches into the pocket of her skirt, finds the coins sitting there, heavy against her thigh. Everything she found in that plague-marked house, everything that was in her pockets before she stepped over its threshold. Every coin meant for her escape. She pulls them out and drops them into the woman's collection tin. Oceanofpdf.com. The 4th of September 1666. London, England. It's been 2 days, and London still burns. The acrid scent of smoke clings in Beatrix's nose, stings her eyes and claws at her throat, even inside St. Paul's. The sky outside the rose window is dark, the false dusk of an ash-laden sky. She sits inside one of the stone archways, out of sight. Lines of people scurry down the walk, hushed and serious and nothing at all like the raucous crowds that have been her refuge over the years. Even at the height of the plague, St. Paul's bustled with activity. Not so jovial as her earliest days, but there was an undercurrent of understanding between those who strolled that aisle, a camaraderie. The king abandoned his city to the disease, but they did not. Now, the fear is tangible, nearly as thick as the smoke choking the city. But the plague was an invisible enemy. They can see the fire coming. The printers and booksellers from the nearby streets carry what they can manage down to the crypts: stacks of paper and books, crates of inks, barrels of glue, trays of type. Some even lug their printing presses through the crowd, desperate to save their livelihood from the encroaching flames. They aren't the only ones. Citizens from all over London fill the church and its yard with the most valuable pieces of their lives. The stream of people is never ending, and Beatrix wonders if the crypts have all been stuffed full. She has nothing to hide away for safekeeping. She marvels at the people who do. How do they decide what is worth saving and what to let go? The people stay, milling about the walk or finding a quiet corner to rest. The cathedral is the safest place to seek refuge from the fire, with its walls of stone and wide open yard to keep the flames at bay. No matter what happens in the rest of London, St. Paul's won't burn. Except it does. The fire starts on the roof, with a single ember borne on the wind. Beatrix flees the cathedral with the others, silent in her disbelief. St. Paul's can't burn. It is being repaired, already wrapped in wooden scaffolding as workers prepare to restore it to its former glory, just like the night she first set eyes on it. It was going to be saved. It was meant to be saved. Outside, Beatrix stands as close as she dares. Ash from the rest of London drifts on the wind like giant flakes of snow. The fire licks up the stone walls, follows the path of the scaffolding up to the leaden roof. Up to the heavens. Sparks drift in the darkness, a fleeting replacement for the stars she can no longer see through the smoke. The heat is unbearable. She backs away and away and away, but she can't leave, can't abandon the church. As if she is standing a vigil. The scaffolding burns to ash, kindling spent, but the cathedral is already alight. Flames dance against the colorful glass of the rose window. Liquid lead pours down the walls, all that is left of the cathedral roof, trailing like molten tears down the rough stone, filling the yard and the streets beyond with a river of silver. Flames race through the cathedral, hungry and wild. They consume every book, every scrap of paper, every loved and cherished thing. Everything the people of London have tried so hard to save, had thought would be safe, gone. The rose window cracks. A spiderweb races out from the center of the glass, the perfect hole breaking apart into pieces again. It shatters, rains colored glass down on the yard with a blast of heat. Black smoke pours from the gaping hole into the night. A mortal wound. Something in Beatrix breaks then, cracks and shatters like the rose window. The cathedral has stood for centuries. Far from perfect, damaged, and broken, in desperate need of repair. But still standing, it gave her refuge on her first night in London. Now it is a ruin. How can it just be gone? Sometimes, everything is still, and she is moving. Sometimes, everything is moving, and she is still. But not here. There is no time in the forest. A spark drifts into the air, dances through the branches silhouetted against the darkening sky above her. Beatrix watches it, bright and free and gone. Escaped. She pulls her wool shawl closer around her shoulders. The air has grown chill with the setting of the sun. She breathes deep, inhales the scent of wood smoke and damp night. Everything is still, and she is still. You will live to regret this moment. She stares into the dancing flames of her campfire. Imagines that she survived that night. That she held her daughter. Rocked her to sleep. That she has shown her how to weave crowns of flowers for her own unruly hair. That William has whittled her an entire farm of animals and taught her to climb the apple trees behind their home. And then, you will keep on living. She could spend the rest of her endless life wondering what happened to William. Wondering what kind of life her daughter lived without her. Wondering if she should have turned back, that night. If she should have returned to Lancot, on every one thereafter. Or she can forget them. Bury the memory of them deep in her heart and build a wall around it, strong enough so they can never hurt her again. Is that what William did after he exiled her with their baby in his arms? You will live to regret this moment. She stares into the flames until they are only glowing embers, until they are barely lit ash. She is not so far from London, less than a day's journey south on the back of a farmer's cart. But swallowed by the dark, she could be anywhere, any when. She imagines she is waiting for William. That he will emerge from the shadows among the trees, look at her with that glimmer in his eyes, and ask her to dance. That she will place her hand in his. That he will pull her close. That he will never let her go. And then, you will keep on living. She thought, after the Great Fire, she'd be numb to change, but London isn't the same city she first set foot in. Sometimes she wonders if anyone else in the city cares, if anyone else even notices, if any of them worry that they could stay put, and still become a stranger there. Until she remembers. No one else in the city, in the entire world, has seen London the way she has. She still can't bring herself to look at the new cathedral, slowly rising from the ashes of hers. Still scrutinizes the faces of women in the street, as if she might recognize the foundling baby in them. You will live to regret this moment. She thought, after the Great Plague, she'd be numb to death. She still falls asleep to a litany of the lost running through her head, most nights. Lost, as if she has only misplaced them. As if she can find them again. As if they are more than bones in the ground. And then, you will keep on living. oceanofpdf.com. The 23rd of February 1711. Venice, Italy. Beatrix knots the black silk ribbon behind the lady's head, careful not to disturb the blonde curls she has just finished pinning into place. The young woman's soft features disappear beneath a white porcelain mask painted with a golden beak and edged with iridescent feathers. Of course, Lady de Salo would choose the peacock. Beatrix knew it the moment she saw the finished dress, the morning she packed the trunks for Carnevale. It has taken the tailor 4 trips to the manor to perfect, with its layer upon layer of blue and green silk skirts, fitted bodice lavishly beaded in gold, and gauzy sleeves embroidered with feathers. She still packed another 3 dresses for Lady de Salo to choose from, not to mention the matching shoes, accessories, and masks. The lady despised being told what to do. Sometimes she disagreed purely out of principle or, more likely, Beatrix suspects, spite. It is one of the reasons she has grown fond of the girl, despite her best efforts not to. The other dresses Lady de Salo has dragged all the way from London to Venice are equally exquisite. An ivory gown embroidered with pastel flowers, a russet one that reminds Beatrix of an autumn wood, and an understated black dress with silver accents. Understated by Lady de Salo's standards, anyway. They are all strewn across the floor now, discarded in favor of the flamboyant peacock gown. Oh, I just love a good masquerade, the lady gushes as she examines herself in the dressing table's oval mirror, preening like the bird she is pretending to be. Beatrix can see the appeal. No one will recognize that the soft-spoken blonde woman is the only surviving child of the Earl of Whitehall. The same child who, 5 years ago, went missing for a fortnight, and whose father, upon her miraculous return, claimed she'd been taken by the fairies. At a masquerade, Lady de Salo can be whoever she pleases. It could be anyone under the mask. Isn't that romantic? She presses. Yes, milady, Beatrix answers automatically, as she always did when Jane brought up matters of the heart. I can tell when you're placating me, she chides. You have been doing it for going on 5 years now. A hairpin slips from Beatrix's hand, tumbles to the lush floral carpet beneath her feet. It can't be that long, can it? But the proof is sitting right in front of her. Jane was barely a woman when her father offered Beatrix the position as her maid. She had returned Jane's lost bracelet and hadn't asked for a reward. The Earl insisted it showed integrity, which might have been true if Beatrix hadn't been the one who stole it in the first place. Borrowed. She never intended to keep it, even if it was the most valuable thing she'd ever taken. She just needed to know Jane's story. At first Beatrix didn't think it odd that Jane prized the bracelet, a wide gold cuff enameled with blooming pink roses. That thought came when she learned the letters carved on the inside spelled out Prudence. From what little she had heard of Lady Jane de Salo at the time, she seemed the type who would rather hurl the bracelet, and its sentiment, into the Thames. But when she returned the cuff, it was evident by her tears that she really did cherish the thing. Beatrix was sure she'd have her answers within the month. Except Jane refused to speak. She refused to eat, refused to bathe, refused to do anything except lie in her grand bed and stare listlessly out of her grand window. It didn't take Beatrix long to recognize that the Earl had lied. She should have moved on, but the job meant steady money and hot food and a bed, so she stayed. She brought Jane her meals and took the untouched trays away, opened her curtains each morning and drew them each evening, laid out her dresses and hung them in the wardrobe again, unworn. Until the morning the Earl ordered her to get his ungrateful daughter up and dressed by any means necessary if she wished to remain employed. A suitor was coming to dinner. Beatrix went into Jane's room and pulled the covers from her bed. The girl shivered as the chill air settled over her, but she didn't move. She told Jane her father insisted, but Jane didn't say a word. She told her a suitor was arriving, and a tear rolled down one cheek, then the other. Beatrix had enough. She filled the tub with the coldest water she could stand and dragged Jane from her bed. The girl was slight, grown slighter over those past weeks, but a dead weight in Beatrix's arms. She dropped her into the tub with a splash that soaked her through. Jane thrashed and spluttered and called Beatrix all sorts of names unbecoming to a lady. Beatrix found it endearing. This was Jane, the real Jane, not the polished princess her father and suitors expected her to be, not the heartbroken girl wasting away in her bed. Beatrix sank into a deep curtsy, her wet dress clinging to her skin, bathwater dripping into her eyes, and said, "Welcome back to the land of the living, milady." And Jane laughed. She returned to her melancholy mood as Beatrix combed out her wet hair at her dressing table. "Whoever broke your heart, I'm sure he's not worth all this fuss," Beatrix said as she untangled Jane's golden strands, just like she used to do with Isabella's, sitting together in front of the fire before bed. Jane's eyes met hers in the mirror, wide and green and full of sorrow. "I don't know what you mean. The fairies took me." "Yes, milady," Beatrix said. She let the silence settle, then added, "You must have been scared, all alone in a strange land." Jane fiddled with her gold cuff. "No, I wasn't scared," she said, staring 1,000 miles past her reflection. "I was free." "What were they like?" Beatrix asked, careful to keep her gaze on the braid in her hands. "They took care of me. They expected nothing from me but me. They were ever so kind. And beautiful." Jane sighed, swept away into the ocean of her memory. "The most beautiful soul I have ever known." She jerked her head up, pulled her braid from Beatrix's grasp, suddenly aware she'd said too much. Her eyes met Beatrix's in the mirror, shining with fear. "Father says I don't know what I'm saying. I was bewitched." "Of course, milady," she replied gently. "Wasn't that what falling in love was?" But Jane never mentioned her fairy again. Beatrix secures a feathered comb in Jane's hair. She has grown into herself since that day, so slowly Beatrix hasn't noticed. Now, she can't unsee it. The lady has become a woman. She steps aside and lets Jane assess her costume in the mirror. "Marvelous," Jane exclaims, clapping her gloved hands together. Beatrix hands her a fan of real peacock feathers. "Don't wait up. I plan on dancing until dawn." "Yes, milady." Beatrix drops into a low curtsy, and Lady de Salo leaves in a whirlwind of silk. A heavy silence settles over the room, now empty save for Beatrix and the ridiculous finery strewn over every surface. She leans against the high bed and surveys the catastrophe. It's almost enough to send her back to the streets, free to come and go as she pleases. But she gave up picking pockets the night she watched St. Paul's burn to ash and ruin. Most of London burned to ash and ruin with it, and she couldn't bring herself to take anything from people who already had nothing, even if she was one of them. She found work where she could get it, and went hungry and cold on the streets when she couldn't, all while a new London grew up around her. Even a new St. Paul's. Beatrix picks up the scattered pieces of the ivory gown. She's glad Jane's tailor can't see the dresses now, works of art tossed aside like rags. She runs her fingertips along the finely embroidered flowers. On any other night, Beatrix is content not to have Jane's life, with the whispers and the glances and always being a disappointment. Tonight, she envies her. Hiding behind a porcelain mask and a priceless gown, Jane can be anyone, do whatever she pleases. It sounds like trouble. It sounds like a good way to forget. Beatrix discards her black servant's dress on the high bed. She pulls Lady de Salo's gown on over her chemise, layers of ivory silk and white lace. The skirts are huge, the biggest Beatrix has ever seen. At least they hide her worn leather boots. She slips her arms through the sheer sleeves, so fine they might be sewn of cobwebs. Soft ruffles fall around her elbows, edged in pastel flowers that match the roses and forget-me-nots sewn along the length of the bodice. The tailor didn't make the dress for Beatrix, but he may as well have. She twirls, and a giggle escapes her as the skirts billow out around her. She feels like one of those fancy French cakes Jane was on about last week. Beatrix chooses a plain white porcelain mask and ties the ribbon behind her head. She tucks her hair under the matching tricorn hat, adorned with ostrich feathers and trimmed with lace. Even her eyes don't look like hers, shadowed by the brim of her hat. Tonight, she won't be Beatrix. She will be a ghost of Carnevale, just like all the others. The sounds of revelry float through the cool night air, guiding Beatrix to the Piazza San Marco. She passes through a grand archway beneath an even grander clock tower, 6 stories tall, with an elaborate gilded face and terraces adorned with sculptures. White stone buildings, all arches and columns, surround the square, and a simple brick bell tower rises high above it all, ahead of her. She edges her way out of the crowd and turns where she stands, taking in the piazza. The costumes are extravagant, a sea of colorful silk and jewels and masked faces. An orchestra of costumed men play in perfect rhythm while dancing couples spin around them. A company of acrobats flips and balances in front of the basilica, a domed and gilt cathedral that rivals St. Paul's. Across the way, a jester juggles to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd and a masked woman with hair the color of flame twirls fire in her hands. The way the woman looks at Beatrix unnerves her, as if she can see right through her mask. She dips her head and plunges into the crowd. Straight into a man's hard chest. She stumbles and the gentleman catches her arm, steadying her. His grip falls away, and she bobs a low curtsy before she remembers she's supposed to be a lady. "Pardon me, sir, I didn't see you there." Her gaze trails up his frame as she straightens. The man is dressed in shades of silver and charcoal. The green buttons of his brocade coat shine like emeralds in the night, and she wonders if they really are emeralds. A black tricorn hat sits atop dark hair, and a fine porcelain mask hides his features from her, but not his sharp jawline or the glint in his eyes. Apology not accepted. What? Beatrix splutters, any semblance of ladylike manners gone. The man smirks. But a dance would make it up to me. Beatrix laughs. He's shameless. As that's so, the orchestra begins a new song, and the gentleman offers her his hand. Beatrix takes it. He pulls her close and she catches the scent of lavender as he lays his hand on her back. Probably the perfume of his last unsuspecting dance partner. He guides her into a waltz, his movements practiced and graceful, the steps easy to follow. Visions of another dance drift to the surface of her mind. There were no masks, no fancy gowns, but if she closes her eyes, she could be back there, dancing in a tiny English village in a borrowed wedding dress with the man who gave her his love and promised her it would triumph over everything. She doesn't close her eyes. The man stares at her. Her cheeks flush with warmth, and she is silently grateful for the porcelain mask hiding her face. "Where did you go?" There is no jest in the man's tone, only a quiet curiosity. "My mind wanders when I dance. A bad habit of mine," she says. "One of many. I find it difficult to believe a lady could have even a single bad habit," he teases. "You must not know many ladies." The man laughs, easy and bright, and turns her into the next steps of the dance. They glide across the piazza, as if they have danced these steps together 1,000 times. When the song ends, Beatrix dips into a polite curtsy. "Thank you for the dance. It was lovely. How about another one, then?" the man asks. Beatrix hesitates. She has rules. One meal, one dance. One night. Once is a fluke. Once is easy to forget. The man offers Beatrix his hand. It's just a dance. Just a dance, wearing a dress that doesn't belong to her, in a city she'll leave behind, with a man who won't be able to recognize her come morning. She doesn't even know his name. What harm could it do? She places her hand in his and he pulls her close. His hand against her back sends warmth blooming through her, and when she follows him, it is effortless. 2 dances turn into 3, into 4, into 5, until Beatrix has forgotten all about her rules and lost all track of time. She spills from the crowd of dancers, breathless and laughing, the man following after. "I need a rest. And some food." He takes her hand. "I know just the thing." She follows him to a wooden stand tucked into the corner of the piazza. The scent of frying dough and oranges wafts across the crowd gathered around it. They reach the counter, and the man slides a coin across the smooth wood. The old woman standing behind it passes him a basket of fried pastries, speckled with raisins and dusted with white sugar. Beatrix sits with the man at a nearby table. "What is it?" "It smells divine." He offers her the basket. "Frittole." Beatrix selects a warm ball of fried dough and takes a bite. It's crisp on the outside, chewy on the inside, and full of plump raisins. The icing sugar melts against her tongue, bright and sweet. She takes another bite. "You're an excellent dancer," she says when she's finished chewing. Not that she is an expert, but Lady de Salo is. She would be impressed by him. "Thank you," he says. "My mother was an instructor. She would be glad to know I'm putting her lessons to good use." "I'm sure dancing with strangers at Carnevale was not what she had in mind when she taught you," Beatrix says. "Royal balls were more likely." The man laughs. "I'm sure you're right." Beatrix takes another frittole from the basket. "What's the best food you've ever eaten?" she asks. "Besides these." He ponders the question as he chews. It's a tie between oysters fresh from the Thames and pizza in Naples. "You're a traveler?" Beatrix asks. The man seems surprised by her assessment. "I guess you could say that." "All right, then, what's the strangest food you've ever eaten?" "That depends on your definition of food. My brother dared me to eat a snail out of our mother's garden once." "I hear that's a delicacy in France," Beatrix says. "So had he." The man laughs. "What about you?" "Not to brag, but my sisters and I used to make the best mud pies in all of Britain." Isabella was only 6. Alice nearly 8 the last summer they were allowed to play together on the riverbank. The tree had only just fallen in the clearing, claimed by an early summer storm, and they turned it into their bakery. They lined up their best pies and cakes, topped with acorn caps and wild forest flowers, and used the roundest, smoothest stones from the river as their coins. They took turns playing all manner of customers. We never ate any of them, Beatrix clarifies. Only pretended. It's the same thing she told her mother and her father and the parish priest when they asked her to explain what, exactly, the girls had been up to in the forest. Never, the man asks. Not even once. The parish priest didn't believe her either. He stared at her with those watery gray eyes, waiting for her to confess to something she didn't do. He left their cottage in a huff and her father told her it wasn't safe for her to go into the forest anymore. She almost thought he sounded sad when he said it. That night, her parents' voices drifted to where she lay next to her sleeping sisters, and she understood. The danger wasn't in the forest. Their neighbor's wife had died that morning, struck by terrible stomach pains and fever. Mr. Brown was bereft, until his daughter told him she had passed Beatrix in the woods on her way home with the washing, that she had seen her making strange cakes from dirt and sticks, that she had watched her eat them while she played at being her mother. The girl was inconsolable after that. Mr. Brown went to the priest immediately, demanded Beatrix be held to account for his wife's death. What did it matter that she was only a 10-year-old girl playing a game with her sisters, when he suspected she wasn't a girl at all? Sorry to disappoint, Beatrix says. I have, unfortunately, eaten questionable meat pie. The man makes a disgusted sound. That might be worse than snail. I agree. She licks the last of the icing sugar from her fingers. The man considers her for a long moment before he asks, "What's one thing you want to do before you die?" Beatrix shrugs. I don't know. Oh, come on, there must be something, he says. This conversation is becoming a bit serious for Carnevale, isn't it? It's the masks, the man says. They turn people honest. Do they now? Beatrix props her chin on her hand. What's your answer, then? The man leans across the table, as if he's about to whisper a scandalous secret in her ear. I'll tell you mine, if you tell me yours. Beatrix scowls. She has never given it any thought, because it doesn't matter. She has all the time in the world. She can do anything, everything, and yet, she hasn't. She hasn't even considered it, until now. Anything. Anything, the man says. Doesn't matter how expensive, how far away, how impossible it sounds. Practicality doesn't factor into it. Only desire. She asks coyly. She wonders if she's made him blush. Exactly. If you could do whatever your heart desires, what would you do? She'd break free of her curse, but she can't very well tell him that, even if he is a masked stranger. She chooses something that is less likely to get her thrown into an asylum. I want to be happy. The man slouches into his seat. That's not a real answer. Of course it's a real answer. Don't you want to be happy? He shakes his head. It's too easy. It doesn't mean anything. Fine, Beatrix says. I want to go to Paris. The man shakes his head again. Too boring. Maybe I'm not that interesting, Beatrix snaps. The man leans close again. Now you're lying. She clenches her jaw. She has half a mind to leave the man to answer his own pointless questions. She doesn't. He's managed to get under her skin, a strange sensation when she is used to numbness. If she leaves now, his question will haunt her long after he is gone. The man offers her the last pastry in the basket. She chews thoughtfully. Beatrix used to think of herself as a shadow, part of this world, and yet not. She built a wall around the memories of her stolen life, armored her heart so she would never feel that pain, that loss, that grief again. She has even learned to live with the loneliness, most days, and deal with it on the days she can't bear it any longer. But a shadow is still connected to something real and solid and familiar, even as it stretches into a shape of its own. She isn't connected to anything or anyone, every link to the past severed by time, every new connection she forges limited by it. It has taken her years to realize she isn't a shadow at all. She is a ghost, an unwelcome spirit moving through a world that has no place for her. Beatrix meets the man's waiting gaze. Live, she says. It's as meaningless as her wish to be happy, but the man doesn't dismiss her answer this time. He smiles. If I had champagne, I'd raise a toast to that. Beatrix stands. She takes the man's hand and pulls him from his seat. Then let's go find some. Drinking until she forgets sounds like the best answer of all. She turns and bumps into a towering man. She steps away, but her apology sticks in her throat. Another man joins him, and another, all clad in long, black coats, wide-brimmed hats and those terrible masks, bone-white and shaped like the skull of a bird. She shudders as they pass, a chill crawling down her spine at the memory of them. The man watches them go. Plague doctors. They are unnerving, aren't they? Beatrix can't fathom why anyone would want to haunt a celebration like Carnevale with ghosts of the plague. Then again, no one else here has died of the plague. She thought her curse would save her from falling ill, but the fairy was more cruel than she gave her credit for. She woke in the morning, sore all over, with a chill she couldn't shake, but she chalked it up to a night spent sleeping in an alley. By afternoon she had lost the little breakfast she'd eaten in the gutter, and by the time the sun set she was collapsed inside St. Paul's, staring up at the bleeding colors of the rose window, too weak to even lift her head when a priest tried to shoo her away. The rest is a blur of pain and delirium. It hurt to move, it hurt to lie still. She couldn't breathe, tore her throat raw with the coughing. She vomited blood until she was sure her body had been emptied of it. Watched as her skin decayed and healed, then turned black and rotted away again. She even thought she saw William once, right before the end. He kneeled over her, took her blackened hand in both of his and whispered, "I'm here." She wanted to cry, but she had no tears, nothing, left in her. Then he was gone, and the fairy was there. She looked exactly the same as the night Beatrix died. Sounded the same when she murmured, "Is there something you'd like to tell me?" in her ear. Of course, that's why she'd come. Beatrix wanted to die, desperately, and the fairy sensed her victory, like a wolf catching the scent of a wounded animal. She just needed to say the words and the suffering would end. Beatrix gathered the last dregs of her strength, breathed in her last rattling breath, and whispered her dying words. "Go to hell." When she woke, she was healed, and the fairy was gone. The man's voice returns her to the present. It's the last night of Carnevale. So, Beatrix asks, watching as the costumed doctors melt into the crowd. He sighs. They've come to remind us all good things must end. Beatrix meets his gaze. But not yet, not yet. Beatrix has always found time a strange companion. Tonight, it is fleeting, the night rushing towards dawn too fast. She blinks, and the two bronze figures on top of the clock tower are striking their bell. Midnight, 1, 2. She blinks, and she is leaving the piazza with the man, her arm slipped through his. Her feet ache from a night of dancing and her head buzzes with icing sugar and bubbly wine. She isn't sure where they are going. She is sure she doesn't care. They stop on the Rialto Bridge. Beatrix leans over the side of the stone railing, watches the Grand Canal flow beneath her feet. The man leans next to her, his arm brushing against hers. The sound of revelry has faded with the coming dawn. She should get back to the house before Jane finds her missing, but her goodbye dies on her tongue. Beatrix pulls the heavy felted wool hat from her head, lets the breeze off the water drift through the loose strands of her hair. The man tucks one behind her ear, his fingers grazing her neck. His touch lingers, her pulse quickens. He reaches for the ribbon securing her mask. "May I?" he asks, his voice low in her ear. It sends a shiver through her. "Yes." He tugs on the ribbon. The knot releases and something in Beatrix does, too. The man slips the mask from her face and the tips of his fingers brush against her skin. Beatrix meets his gaze. Her porcelain mask slips from his grasp, shatters against the white stone bridge. It's the single word from his lips that breaks the illusion. "Beatrix." She takes a wary step away from him. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" He's still masked, still only a ghost of Carnevale. "You're the one who's following me," he says pointedly. "I beg your pardon, is he drunk?" "Don't you remember?" he asks. "You tried to pick my pocket." "I've done no such thing," she says. She crosses her arms over her chest. "And that is quite the accusation." "Oh, not tonight," he clarifies. "In London, about 100 years ago." Her heart lurches. That's impossible. She takes another step back. The man reaches into his trouser pocket, pulls out a silver coin, and tosses it to her. She catches it in her cupped hands. The memory hits her like a bolt of lightning. The Globe, a Midsummer Night's Dream, an impromptu feast and a tour around London. Oliver. She didn't know she remembered his name until she's spoken it. That is the least of her concerns. He pulls off his hat and mask and runs a hand through his hair with a bemused smile. Beatrix's blood runs cold. Oliver looks exactly the same as he did when he left her standing on a different bridge, overlooking a different river, 106 years ago. Same mop of brown hair. Same dazzling blue eyes. Same endearing smile. She can't look away. It's impossible. He's impossible. Just like her. What are you? A devil? A fairy? Her heart races. Cursed. He steps closer, erases the space between them. "Listen, I know it's breaking protocol, but please, tell me who you are. I swear I won't breathe a word of this to Lucy." Beatrix pulls away. "I'm here with Lady de Salo. Jane de Salo." A shadow passes over his face. Didn't Lucy send you to keep an eye on me? Beatrix shakes her head. I don't know anyone named Lucy. His brow furrows. You're not here with Avum. No. Another agency. She still doesn't know what he's saying. A university program. She laughs at the notion. She can't even read. Government. Oliver doesn't sound convinced, and doesn't seem surprised when she denies that, too. Are you? Single quote. He pauses, as if he doesn't really want to know the answer to what he's about to ask. Are you a time traveler? Time traveler, Beatrix asks. She's not sure how two familiar words can taste so foreign on her tongue. Oliver nods to her clenched fist. The silver coin digs into her palm. Look at it. It's the one you tried to steal from me. She uncurls her fingers and considers the perfectly round coin. It's not a sixpence after all. A single word is stamped over a man's bust, a phrase engraved under his chin. She flips it over. There's a bird with its wings spread wide and more words she can't read. She flips it again and notices the numbers. 1, 9, 8, 6. She asks, glancing up at Oliver. 1986, he says. It's the year it was made. Beatrix's heart lurches. That's impossible. It must be some kind of trick. A joke for Carnevale. I found it when I was a kid, digging in the garden with my dad, Oliver says. Somehow, it survived. It survived. What does he mean it survived? It shouldn't even exist yet. For 200 years. I thought I'd found buried treasure. He laughs. It's worthless. If it's worthless, then why do you keep it? She asks. His gaze softens. It's not worthless to me. Beatrix turns the foreign coin in her hand. The year 1986 is the distant past to him, what Lancot is to her now. Yet he was at the Globe with her. He is here with her now. Skipping through time like a stone on water. Her heart sinks. Not like her at all, then. If you're not traveling through time, then how are you here? He asks. She can see him puzzling over her existence. It's a long story, Beatrix says. Oliver's lips twitch at the corners. I've got time. Beatrix stares blankly at him, but he can't fight the grin anymore. Sorry, I couldn't resist. He waits for her to speak, but Beatrix's guts are full of butterflies. She shakes her head. You won't believe me. Are you going to lie to me? He asks. No, she will tell him the truth or nothing at all. Then I'll believe you, but he doesn't know what she is about to say, what an impossible story she's about to tell. A story she might never have a chance to tell again. Even if he leaves her standing on this bridge, thinking she is drunk, or mad, or both, if he will listen, it will be worth it. She takes a breath. I was born on the 19th of July, in the year 1481. She can see Oliver's mind working, counting up the years she's walked the earth. Too many. She looks into his expectant eyes. And then, she says it. Breathes life into that bizarre, impossible sentence that has lived inside her for the last 2 centuries. Her voice doesn't even tremble. I died in 1505. On the 13th of June. Oceanofpdf.com. The 13th of June 1505. Lancot, England. Beatrix knows something is wrong. She can tell by the way Isabella is looking at her, and by the way Alice won't. The baby, she asks weakly from her bed. She thought she'd never bring her into the world. She's perfect, Isabella whispers, pushing a strand of sweat-tangled hair away from Beatrix's face. Don't worry, I want to see her, Beatrix murmurs. She can't keep her eyes open. She is so tired, and her eyelids are so heavy. She shivers under her blanket. Isabella pulls it to her chin. She's with William, Isabella says. So you can rest. Please, Beatrix begs. Her eyes drift closed again. Rest now. Isabella's voice sounds strange, choked and distant, and not at all like hers. Alice's whispers reach her ears as the darkness closes in around her. I'll fetch the priest. Oceanofpdf.com. What to do with Beatrix? She stands in her clearing. The sound of her name fades into the sounds of the ancient wood around her, the forest come to life as night takes hold. She is not alone. A woman sits on a low bough of an oak, her bare feet dangling over one side. Beatrix has seen William sit this way 1,000 times, free of the weight of the world when his feet no longer touch the ground. This woman doing it puts her on edge. Her hair hangs loose to her waist, the deep red shade of autumn leaves just before they fall. Her dress flows around her like the river water, shimmering silver in the darkness, as if made from the starlight itself. But it is her eyes that steal Beatrix's breath away. One shining with the fire of a golden sunrise, the other glowing with the cool light of a full moon. Are you a fairy? Beatrix asks the ethereal woman. She has no wings, but what else could she be? If that's what you wish to name me, she says. I've been called far worse. What do you want? The woman smiles. There is no joy in it, no happiness, as if she doesn't know what it is to smile. Not a woman, then, only something pretending to be one. I believe it is what you want that has brought us here, Beatrix. A shiver runs down her spine. You know my name. I know a lot of things, the fairy says. I know you feel safe in the forest because the rest of the village doesn't. I know you've cried enough tears under its canopy to flood the banks of the Wye. And I know you didn't get your scars by falling from one of its trees. Beatrix brushes her fingers against the thin, faded scar above her eye. I fell, she says. My boots got tangled in the hem of my skirt. Not a lie, just not the whole truth. I've seen the way those people treat you. People, the fairy spits the word, as if it tastes foul on her tongue. I've heard their whispers, even your own mother. A cold pit of dread opens in Beatrix's guts. You've been watching me. The fairy considers her. It was raining the day you were born. Did you know? Beatrix shakes her head, stunned speechless. It had been raining for days. The Wye was swollen to its banks, the path through the trees a sea of mud. Your father walked so carefully for such a large man, afraid he'd slip with you in his arms. What? Beatrix's heart pounds against her ribs. The fairy ignores her. I could never understand why. What did it matter if he was going to throw you in the river, anyway? Tears spring to Beatrix's eyes. You're lying. The fairy treads a slow circle around her, a wolf stalking her prey. He came to the edge. Just there, took a step forward. The water ran over the tops of his boots. The river was rushing. All he had to do was let go, and the Wye would have taken you away. Beatrix shakes her head. Her throat aches. It's not true. It can't be true. He stood there for ages. It was your mother who sent him, you see. She laid you in his arms for the first time, and do you know what she said to him? Beatrix squeezes her eyes shut against the forest, against the river, against the fairy's words. Tears spill down her cheeks. The fairy leans close. She whispers in Beatrix's ear. Her breath is cold against her neck. Give her to river. But he didn't, Beatrix says. The words echo through her head. He didn't, he didn't, he didn't. The fairy leans against the trunk of an oak. No, he didn't. He left you in a hollow of a dying tree. She gestures to the moss-covered log slowly rotting at the center of the clearing. It was a test. If you were a fairy, you'd be taken away, and if you didn't survive the night, then you must have been a changeling. Anything to keep his hands, and his conscience, clean. When he returned the next morning and found you alive, he took you home. Beatrix's mind spins. Was it guilt that made her father return home with her, or love? Was he relieved to find his baby girl alive in that tree, or disappointed? And how did she survive the night alone in the forest? I don't understand. Did you care for me? The fairy laughs. I kept you alive, barely, if memory serves. Why? Beatrix asks, her voice a choked whisper. Because you and I are not so different. Beatrix would laugh, if she wasn't so terrified. The fairy is beautiful and powerful. Free. I'm nothing like you. A flash of light sears across her vision. When it fades, Beatrix stands alone on a dark, frozen moor. A blizzard howls around her, the icy snow biting at her skin, the wind stealing her breath. And on that wind, a baby's cry, piercing her through. She follows the sound, searches the snow with her bare hands until they throb with cold. She finds the infant half-buried in a drift. She snatches the bundle from the brush and clutches the baby close. She's wrapped in rags, her pale skin tinged blue, her shock of copper hair coated with ice. She struggles to open her eyes. Hello, lovely, Beatrix chokes. The baby's eyes meet hers for a single moment before they close, one brown, one green. Beatrix stands shaking on the riverbank, her arms empty. She sags against the trunk of a mighty oak, aching to hold her own baby. Who was she? The fairy recites the words Beatrix knows by heart, whispers that have followed her since her own birth. A changeling, a fairy, cursed. Who was she? Beatrix demands, her voice trembling. What was her name? She doesn't care about treading carefully. She needs to know. I was never given one, the fairy says. You don't name a child you don't intend to keep. Beatrix swallows hard. That was a human child. She was, the fairy concedes. A very, very long time ago. She sneers at Beatrix. I was like you, an innocent left to die by the people who were supposed to protect me. Betrayed by those who were supposed to love me the most. Then how are you here? Beatrix asks. Alive, in Lancot, no longer human. The fairies found me, she says, and something Beatrix can't read dims the glow in her gaze, a candle flame guttering in a draught. They made me one of them. They saved you. Beatrix's heart thuds against her ribs, so loud she's sure the fairy must hear it, too. Can you save me? Bring me back. Is that why I'm here? The fairy scoffs. Bring you back to your miserable human existence. After everything they've done to you, that is what you want. Her voice is laced with disappointment and disgust. Beatrix trembles under her unyielding gaze. Please. I need more time. The fairy gives her that perfectly mimicked smile. Are you afraid to die, Beatrix? And here I thought you were different from the others. But that isn't it. Everyone dies. It is part of life. It isn't the dying Beatrix fears. She is afraid of losing the life she hasn't lived yet, afraid of letting go of the one she has. Of never feeling the warmth of William's arms wrapped around her again. Of never whispering her daughter's name as she rocks her to sleep. Of losing all the happiness she has finally found. She is only 23. Please, I only want a chance to live. I have something far better to offer you than this death tonight. Far better than your old life. The fairy stands in the river. No, on the river, her bare feet just breaking the surface. She beckons Beatrix to the edge. Beatrix peers into the river she has known since she was a child. But this is not her river, not her reflection looking back at her. It is like looking through glass, into another world. Lancot, but not. Brighter, beautiful, easier. Lancot, but perfect. Come with me, and I will give you the life you deserve. No more glances, no more whispers, no more living in fear. It sounds too good to be true. How? A simple trade, the fairy replies. She offers Beatrix her hand. You can have an eternity here. Anyone you want to be there, will be there. Anything you want it to be, it will be. A world of your own making. And what is it you want from me? She peers into the crystal surface of the water at the other Lancot. It's what she thought heaven would be when she was a child. Your word and your soul, and it's yours, the fairy says. You can rest. You can be happy, forever. Beatrix studies the fairy, from her outstretched fingertips to her autumn red hair, to her burning gaze. A creature who is no longer human, but used to be. A creature who can never suffer, never hurt, never die. Beatrix could become that. It would only cost her everything. The river will take you home, the fairy says. But that isn't home. Home is Lancot. Home is William. Her daughter. Beatrix steps away from the river. It's not real. It's better, the fairy says. No pain, no suffering, no hardship. No love, no joy, no sorrow, Beatrix counters. You want sorrow, the fairy snaps. Her eyes flare bright. I want life, even the pain, if it makes it real. The fairy is next to her now. Beatrix can feel her icy breath on her neck, like a winter wind howling across the moors. You would refuse me. Beatrix tries to appease the creature. Your offer is far too generous. I only want my own life back. The fairy scrutinizes Beatrix with eyes of sunlight and moonlight. You want to live. Tears spring to Beatrix's eyes. Yes, more than anything. I want to live. She smiles, but this time it is not hollow. It sends a shiver down Beatrix's spine. If you love being human so much, so be it. Thank you, Beatrix gasps. Her knees buckle and she sinks to the ground. Thank you. Remember this moment, Beatrix. Remember that you begged me for your sad human life and I gave you what you asked for, the fairy says. Her eyes blaze in the dark. Beatrix swipes her tears away. I will, I swear it. Remember what I offered you when you were suffering. When the pain of your pitiful human existence becomes too much to bear. When you look back at all you have lived through, and all that lies ahead of you, with despair, remember the moment you refused me. Beatrix's insides go cold as the fairy's words crystallize like ice around her heart. You will live to regret this moment, the fairy hisses in her ear. And then, you will keep on living. Oceanofpdf.com. The 13th of June 1505. Lancot, England. It is still dark when Beatrix wakes. Or maybe it is another night. The pain and exhaustion in her body have vanished. Maybe she has slept for days. The cottage is shrouded in a heavy silence. She doesn't hear William or her sisters. Her heart skips. She doesn't hear her baby. Beatrix sits up. The bed has been cleaned and made up with fresh linens. And she's wearing a new dress. Or rather, an old one. A borrowed one. Her best one. A knot forms in the pit of her stomach. She swings her feet over the side of the bed, expects weak and shaking legs, but they bear her weight with no issue. She runs a trembling hand along the sapphire skirts of her wedding dress. They slip through her fingers, as smooth and cool as they were on her wedding day. She reaches for her hair and finds a crown of flowers. Her pulse quickens. Something isn't right. Then she hears it, that impossible sound that makes her heart soar and shatter at the same time. Her daughter, crying from the next room. Beatrix pushes open the bedroom door. William rises from his chair next to the cold hearth to go to the baby, fussing in a cradle in the corner. He scoops up the tiny bundle and rocks her in his arms. Beatrix's heart swells at the sight of her precious daughter, at the way William gazes down at her. As if he is carrying his entire world in his hands. She steps into the room. I hope she has your eyes. William looks up sharply. The color drains from his face and Beatrix can't take another step. There is no relief in his gaze. No brightness. No love. What's wrong? He scrubs a hand over his face. You're not real. You can't be. Beatrix's heart hammers against her ribs. What are you talking about? He shakes his head. You can't be. You're scaring me, William. Says the spirit. Or maybe this is all a nightmare. Maybe I've fallen asleep where I sit. He kicks the chair, and it tips backwards onto the wooden floor with a clatter. The baby startles in his arms. He rocks her gently. I'm real. Beatrix tries to sound calm. This is real. Are you ill? You're not thinking straight. He laughs, and it's almost manic. It turns to sobs. He sinks to his knees, cradling the baby. This is madness, he whispers. He squeezes his eyes shut. I've gone mad. When he opens his eyes, the look he gives her steals her breath. Like he has never seen her before in his life. He rises from the floor and takes her in. Her flower crown and wild hair. Her wide, mismatched eyes. Even the gold band resting on the finger where he placed it. You look just like her. Beatrix swallows the lump in her throat. I am her. Why is that so hard to believe? His voice trembles. Because she's dead. No, I didn't. That's wrong. That's the fairy. Her knees buckle, and she catches herself on the edge of their long wooden table. The clearing, the moor, that other Lancot in the river, it was all a fever dream. It had to be. Beatrix swallows the panic swelling inside her. If anyone will understand, it's William. She has to make him understand. A fairy came to me in my dream. It sounds terrifying and wondrous to hear spoken aloud. I was dying and I think. He shakes his head. He doesn't want to hear it, but she needs to tell him. I was dying, and she saved me. No, William says. He's crying again. She saved me, William. She's real. The fairies are real. She steps towards him. He backs away, his eyes wide. He clutches their daughter to his chest. You're one of them, aren't you? A fairy, come to take the baby. No, I'm me. You must have made a mistake. There was no mistake, he says, anger and grief contorting his features. The midwife said there was nothing to be done. And Alice, he chokes on the words. Alice ran for the priest. Isabella took the baby so I could be with you. His eyes shine in the flickering candlelight. I held you. You were so pale, so still, and small, like you were fading away before my eyes. The priest barely made it in time. I prayed for you. I begged whoever would listen to take me instead. But they didn't. No one saved you. Not God. Not a fairy. Not me. Beatrix shakes her head, her voice lost. He's wrong. I couldn't save you. All I could do was hold you. Feel your heart stop. Watch you take your last breath. Silent tears spill down her cheeks. You died in my arms, William says, his voice strained to breaking. So don't tell me there was a mistake. Beatrix reaches for him with a trembling hand. It's still me. She's not sure which of them she is trying to convince. He turns away from her touch, shielding the baby. He might as well have stabbed her in the heart. You don't think I'd hurt her, do you? I don't know what to think. He shakes his head, as if it is all a nightmare he can wake from. Amor vincit omnia, she says. His words, his promise. William glares at her. Love conquers all. Even death, Beatrix says. The fairy brought me back to you. He stills as her words sink in. She stretches out her hand, as if one touch can change his mind. Prove to him that she is real. That she is alive. That she is still his. If he can feel her warmth, her life, he will forget the last shuddering breath leaving her body. Forget the limp girl dying in his arms. She takes a step towards him. I love you, William. He raises his bloodshot eyes to hers, and Beatrix swears she can see his heart break. You are a silver-tongued serpent, aren't you? No, I'm Beatrix. Beatrix Woodward. My favorite color is yellow. I love to wear flowers in my hair. She chokes on his words. My boots are always caked in river mud, even on a Sunday. He shakes his head, but she presses on. And I was afraid of being left behind and forgotten, until the kindest, most loving man I have ever met changed my life with a single dance. Whispered my fears to me and told me they were his fears, too. Showed me we are not so different, and loved me with his whole heart. Beatrix swallows, trying to push away the lump in her throat. Now the only thing I fear is losing him. William chokes back an anguished sob. Beatrix longs to go to him, to wrap her arms around him and end his pain. She doesn't move. Get out. There is no fury in William's voice, only grief and exhaustion, and how can such a good man gut her with only 2 whispered words? William, please, don't do this, she begs through her tears. You are a fairy or a demon, or maybe the devil himself, come for my tortured soul, but you are not her. I won't listen to any more of your lies. It's still me, she wants to scream it. It's barely a whisper. Beatrix has nowhere to run, but she runs anyway. Tears blur her vision and the damp night air burns in her lungs. She careens deeper into the forest than she's ever been. Branches scratch at her arms and pull at her hair. The underbrush snags at her dress, and gnarled roots catch at her bare feet, as if the world knows she no longer belongs in it. What has she done? She only wanted to live. Wished for what was already hers. And the fairy has granted it. Brought her back to William. Brought her back to their daughter. She never got to hold her. She doesn't even know her name. Somehow, out of everything, this, not the discovery that fairies exist, not the idea that one of them saved her life, not even the look in William's eyes when he banished her from their home, this is the thought that makes it all too much. Beatrix crumples to the ground. Her hand slips beneath the carpet of half-rotted leaves and something sharp bites deep into her palm. She hisses against the sudden sting of pain and snatches her hand away. A ragged gash wells with ruby blood, vibrant and warm in hers. It's the most beautiful thing she has ever seen. It is proof she is alive, proof she is flesh and blood and bone, and real. This is what she needs to fix it, to show William he is wrong. She didn't die in his arms. She couldn't have. She is alive, and she bleeds, just like him. For such fragile creatures, you really are careless, aren't you? The fairy steps from the darkness beyond the trees. Beatrix scrambles away, her heels catching on the hem of her dress. The fairy steps closer. Not that it's a concern of yours anymore. She leans over Beatrix and snatches her wrist. Look. Her guts twist with fear. She can't. Look. A dangerous glint flares in the fairy's eyes. Her grip tightens to the edge of pain. Beatrix lowers her gaze to her wounded hand. Her heart lurches in her chest. The bleeding has stopped. The gash across her palm is gone, the only evidence it ever existed, the sticky blood left behind, already drying. But, how? And then, you will keep on living, the fairy says. Beatrix wrenches her hand away. Her eyes well with tears she doesn't want but can't keep at bay. Why are you doing this to me? The fairy shrugs. I gave you a choice. This is what you chose. You took everything from me. Beatrix cries, all rage and desperation. The fairy gives her a quizzical look. Did I? The question is a slap in the face. William kept her daughter from her. William didn't believe her. William threw her out. He is just like the rest of Lancot. I gave you what you asked for, Beatrix. She sighs, heavy and dramatic. But if you find you've changed your mind. Single quote. Beatrix looks up sharply, her breath caught in her throat, hope caught in her heart. She could undo it, make it like it never happened. The fairy flashes her a wicked grin. Give me your soul, and I will let you die. All it would take is a single word. Her word, the only power Beatrix has over the fairy. A power she refuses to give up. She pulls herself to her feet and looks the fairy in the eye. Never. Haven't you heard the saying, dear? The fairy asks. Never say never. Single quote. An urge deeper, darker, than mere stubbornness grips her. She hasn't lost everything, only to let the fairy win. Maybe there is no winning. Maybe she is too headstrong for her own good, just like her mother said. But this is the only move Beatrix has in the fairy's game. I will never let you take anything else from me. I will never change my mind, Beatrix says. And you will never win. The fairy's gaze hardens. I suppose we'll find out. She's gone. Beatrix slumps to the ground, her courage vanished with the fairy, her heart thumping wildly in her chest, mocking her with its racing rhythm. Not the same as it was. Something else. Something different. Beatrix doesn't know how long she lies on the forest floor. The damp of fallen leaves seeps through her dress, and the cold of the night creeps into her limbs. She stares up at the star-scattered sky and vaguely wonders if she should pray to sleep or pray to wake. She doesn't pray at all. The words the fairy uttered to her, before she woke in her funeral clothes, in her funeral bed, whisper through her mind. You will live to regret this moment. Beatrix thinks she understands. Thinks the heavy ache in her chest, to hold her daughter, to cradle her precious, squirming form in her arms, to smell her sweet scent with every soft kiss she lays on her head, is regret. Thinks the longing in her bones, to undo the fairy's promise, to choose her words more carefully, to make William understand, is regret. Thinks the urge to remake every decision in her life that has brought her to this moment is regret. But it is only the beginning. And then, you will keep on living. Oceanofpdf.com. The 24th of February 1711. Venice, Italy. Beatrix takes a shaky breath and blinks away her tears. She can't read Oliver's careful expression. He may as well be back behind his mask. I know how it sounds, she says, a bitter edge to her voice. She knew better than to expect him to understand. And yet, foolishly, she had. Because he said he would believe her, and she trusted his word. Trusted him, a mistake she hasn't made in centuries. She should have kept the pain of that night buried. Should have insisted she wasn't who Oliver thought she was. Should have left him standing bewildered on the bridge, the moment he spoke her name. That, at least, she can still do. She pushes off the white stone railing and turns towards the manor. Oliver's voice cuts through the night. When I met you in London, you had been there for 100 years. Beatrix stops. Yes. And you're over 200 years old? He asks slowly. She turns back to him. Like I said, I know how it sounds. Oliver's brow furrows, as if he's calculating exactly how mad she is. Completely delusional, but I won't be born for another 4 centuries, so what do I know? The weight in Beatrix's chest lifts. How is that possible? It will be easier to explain in about 300 years, Oliver says. I can tell you that no fairies are involved, so I think that makes me being here slightly less impossible than you being here. She smirks at him. I didn't realize it was a competition. He grins. Only if I'm winning. She turns Oliver's coin over in her hand, both real and impossible. Like her, like him. Should I call you Lady Woodward? He asks. Beatrix looks down at her elaborate dress and laughs. No, it's Landcourt, now. Beatrix Woodward was dead, so she told the first person in London who asked for her name that it was Landcourt. Time has changed it, like it changes everything. And I'm still a thief. The costume belongs to Lady de Salo. I'm her maid. Too bad, Oliver says. Lady Landcourt has a nice ring to it. Then you may call me that, Lord. Single quote. Rhodes, he says with a laughable attempt at a bow. At your service. You're not a scholar from Cambridge, are you? I said I was from near Cambridge. And I am. He smirks at her. The one in Massachusetts. The colony, she asks, surprised. How about I get back to you on that in about 65 years? Oliver says. As far as being a scholar, I graduated a few weeks ago from a university that won't be founded until 1852. Beatrix shakes her head. Anyone else would either sound mad talking like that, or drive themselves mad trying to keep it all straight. What are you doing here? Oliver runs a hand through his hair. That is harder to explain. It can't be more difficult than a fairy's curse, Beatrix says. He leans heavily on the bridge's rail, and she leans next to him, just like they stood that day in London. Before, when you were, single quote, human, mortal, like me, Oliver sighs. Did you ever feel like you blinked and a year had passed? Beatrix looks over at him sharply. And then 2 years, and then 10, and you don't know what the hell you've been doing, where it's gone, like your whole life is flying by, and everyone else doesn't notice or doesn't care, and you're just. He struggles to find the right words, the ones that capture that desperate, panicked feeling that used to squeeze her tight until she feared she'd never breathe freely again. Standing still. Oliver's shining eyes meet hers. He nods. Oceanofpdf.com. The 25th of May 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. The waiting room has no windows. No clock hangs from the obnoxiously bright yellow walls, probably painted a hue called joyful, or sunshine, or both, that have already started a throbbing at Oliver's temples. He pulls his thick, tortoiseshell-framed glasses from his face and rubs his eyes. It doesn't help. It reminds him of the waiting room at Theo's hospital. Not in the way it tries too hard to be cheerful, the room at the hospital accepted its depressing reality, but in the way everything is slightly off, the way time doesn't exist. The way everyone stares at him but nobody looks at him. It's just like the night his parents died. He leans forward in the too soft chair, his elbows on his knees, his eyes fixed on his worn sneakers. He rubs his thumb absently across the tender spot on the back of his hand. He can feel the weight of their gazes, the receptionist, the other patients. No, not patients, not here. He glances around, tries to catch the eye of the gray-haired woman in the corner or the elderly man sitting across from him or any of the others. They quickly look away, to their feet, to the television, to their phones, anywhere but at him. He isn't supposed to be here. He wants them to be right. The paper in his pocket says otherwise. The door to the waiting room slides open with a quiet swish. A petite woman with brown skin and black hair pulled into a sleek bun steps through. Rhodes. She doesn't look up from her tablet screen. Oliver rises from his seat, and everyone in the waiting room pretends not to watch him go. The young woman pushes a pair of lime green reading glasses onto her head and gives him a practiced smile. Follow me. She leads him down a carpeted hallway lined with identical plain-faced wooden doors. He shoves his hands deep into the pockets of his canvas jacket and his fingertips find the familiar edge of a coin. He has carried the relic since he was a child, since the day he found the quarter, helping his father dig a bed for his mother's roses. He told Oliver it was a treasure from the past, and Oliver believed him, even if it was old and worn and obsolete. Because it was a glimpse into history. Because his father believed it, too. The woman gestures to a room on the right and Oliver steps inside. She closes the door and sits behind a dark, polished desk that is too big for the small room. Oliver takes a seat across from her. What can I help you with today, Mr. Rhodes? He reaches inside his jacket and pulls a folded paper from his pocket. He slides it across the desk. I think there's been a mistake. The woman doesn't take the page, doesn't even glance at it. There's no mistake. You didn't even look at it. We have looked at it, the woman says. The agency takes allegations like this very seriously. The matter was thoroughly investigated the first time it was brought to Avam's attention. Oliver's guts twist. What? The woman puts her glasses on and reads from her tablet. 10 years ago, a Theodore Rhodes filed a formal complaint. He claimed Avam made an error in the findings they reported to him. It was reviewed and deemed meritless. Oliver's shoulders slump. His brother told him as much. He just refused to believe him. But if it's true, listen, Ms. Call me Lucy. Lucy, isn't there anything you can do? She gives him a pitying smile, then swivels her chair to an acrylic display of pamphlets behind her desk. She pulls out a glossy brochure and hands it to him. Oliver's gaze snags on the advertisement's message. The font is larger, the lettering bolder, a deep crimson red instead of utilitarian black. But it's the same question the letter taunted him with, the world's most shameless postscript, need more time. Visit Avam, the #1 trans-temporal travel agency, today. Oliver's heart thuds against his ribs. Time travel. Lucy unfolds the brochure. An excursion lasts up to 12 hours, but in your present, only 30 seconds will pass. 2 excursions get you an extra day, 14 excursions get you an extra week. You get the idea. He does. And how much does that cost? We offer an exclusive service to an exclusive clientele. She turns her tablet so Oliver can see her screen. But in your case, I wouldn't worry about it. You have a fully funded account with us. I've never even been. Theo. Oliver sinks back into the plush armchair. He doesn't want to know the price his brother has put on his betrayal. He's not sure it can ever be high enough. He shakes his head. Guilt sure is a hell of a motivator. Lucy rises to her feet. Let's take a tour of the facility, shall we? Oliver follows her out of her office. She fills the awkward silence between them with small talk. Did you grow up in Boston? If she had bothered to read his letter, she would know the answer. It was all there, his entire life in 3 paragraphs. Winchester. How lovely. Oliver gets the feeling she would say the same thing if he said he lived at the bottom of the harbor. They turn a corner. And what is it you do, Mr. Rhodes? His stomach sinks. I graduated on Friday, so you know. Single quote. He is in limbo, caught between a life that has ended and one that hasn't yet begun. Lucy congratulates him anyway. They reach a set of brushed steel doors. When you arrive at Avam, you'll check in at reception, then I'll escort you here, to the travel stations, Lucy explains. She places her palm on a rectangular scanner and the doors slide open with a hiss. She motions Oliver inside. What did you say you studied? She asks. Oliver didn't say. Now, he tells her, history. Technically, his degree is in history and museum studies, but the throbbing at his temples hasn't improved since he left the waiting room, and he isn't in the mood to field any more questions than necessary from Lucy. Her eyes light up. Oh, I bet you'll come up with some fantastic excursions. He smiles politely. The idea of time travel never crossed his mind until Theo gave him the letter, and he hadn't seriously considered it until 10 minutes ago. Lucy's high-heeled footfall echoes off the polished concrete floor as they cross the windowless room, closer to an aeroplane hangar than the bright white science lab depicted in their pamphlets. She claims an empty travel system in the corner, a cylindrical chamber made of thermally shielded titanium and state-of-the-art fused silica glass, according to her pitch. She sits at the desk in front of it and the holographic display activates. Oliver takes the seat across from her. A contract displays on the glass between them. First, the ground rules, Lucy says as the tiny print scrolls slowly past. Should you choose Avon for your time travel needs, one of our trained medical professionals will inject you with our proprietary recall chip before your first excursion. No chip, no travel. Understand? Yes, Oliver says, though he's not entirely sure he does. Good. That's the most important piece out of the way. She continues, the chip links you to this location in your present time. When your contract with Avon is complete, the chip will be removed by a member of our medical team. You may request removal at any time, but such a request will terminate the rest of your contract with us. Any attempt to remove the chip yourself prior to the end of your contract will result in immediate recall and/or immediate ban from time travel, at Avon or any other agency that is currently operating or may operate in the future. Lucy glances at him to make sure he is following. Oliver nods. The chip will automatically recall you here after 12 hours have passed on your excursion. Upon recall, 30 seconds of your present timeline will have been lost to you. Avon offers no compensation for any time lost in your present timeline. Can I go for longer? Oliver asks. He will take as much time as he can get, even if it is only an extra hour. I'm afraid not, Lucy says. Avon has found that a 12-hour travel window grants clients a 5-star experience. We want travelers to be excited to try another adventure, not return to the lab cranky and exhausted. In other words, she wants to keep him coming back for more. There are also the logistics. Our clients don't pay to sleep through 6 to 8 hours of an excursion. It's much better value to return to your present for all your basic needs. Oliver doesn't care about exhaustion or good value or sense. He can't be the only one looking to escape his present for as long as possible. No exceptions. Lucy gives him a tight smile. No exceptions. He sags back into his chair. Lucy continues, you may recall at will before 12 hours have passed, however, you will be charged for the full excursion. The implant will recall you automatically in the case of an emergency, however, you will be charged for the full excursion. An emergency? Oliver asks. Mostly they fall into 2 categories. The first is a medical emergency. The recall chip monitors your vitals. If it senses you have come to any bodily harm, if you suffer a moderate to severe injury, fall ill, or otherwise require medical attention, you will be recalled. And the second? An intervention, in case you find yourself somewhere you shouldn't be. Don't even think about boarding Titanic, Mr. Rhodes. Because I could die, Oliver asks. Lucy sighs. Because it's a lot of paperwork. She returns to the contract. You may request an excursion to any time or place in the past. All date and time coordinates must be submitted for approval a minimum of 5 business days before an excursion can be scheduled, and must be submitted using the proper electronic form. Once an excursion has been approved and scheduled, no part of it may be changed. Avon reserves the right to deny any visit for any reason, including but not limited to danger to the client, meaning you. Danger, Oliver says. Am I going to accidentally erase myself from existence? This isn't science fiction, Mr. Rhodes. The past is inevitable. If Avon sends you on an excursion, you must have always been on that excursion, always been at that point in time. You are there because you have always been there. Events happen a certain way because they have always happened that way. What about the future? Oliver asks. Is that inevitable? Lucy purses her lips. We leave the future to the professionals. It's probably for the best. Oliver's not sure he wants to know any more about what the future holds. Lucy rattles on. You cannot visit a time more than once. You cannot visit a place you have already been or where you are known to exist. You cannot visit anywhere out of chronological order. Downtime between excursions is based on the client's, your, health and may vary at Avon's discretion. The minimum time off between excursions is 48 consecutive present time hours. If the transtemporal chamber deems you unfit for travel, it will not send you on your excursion, however, you will be charged the full amount. And lastly, Avon shall not be held responsible for any distress, illness, injury, dismemberment or death that occurs during or due to an excursion, Lucy finishes. A signature box glows green on the contract. Questions? What, Nothing about stepping on butterflies. Oliver jokes. Prohibited. She swipes to a different screen. And covered in the fine print. Very fine print, Oliver says as lines of smaller text scroll past, faster than he can read. It's protecting the butterflies, not the timeline. It's turned into the new African lion hunt. Apparently, nothing asserts your dominance like going back in time and squishing a monarch. Lucy shakes her head, bewildered by the idea. The contract displays the glowing signature box again. Anything else? Oliver stares at the blank line. Theo gave him this. Theo, who he owes too much to ever repay. And what did Oliver call it yesterday? Self-sacrificing bullshit. His face burns at the memory of his brother in that moment. How his eyes changed when Oliver's words landed. How he was glad he hurt Theo, too. Oliver doesn't want Theo's gift. He hates that he does. Hates that Theo knew, that Theo always knows, exactly what to do for him. But his pride won't get him more time. Only this will. He signs his name. Excellent, Lucy says. I'll call a nurse in to take your baseline vitals and inject your recall chip. Then we can get you scheduled for your first excursion. When and where would you like to go? She smiles at him, awkward, forced, waiting for his answer. I'm not sure. The look in her eyes reminds him of Theo. He hates it. Lucy opens the bottom drawer of the desk and pulls out a pocket-sized notebook, bound in dark brown leather and embossed with the Avon Company logo, a compass combined with a clock. Take this. She lays the notebook on the desk between them. It's a travel log. Lots of our clients use one to prioritize where and when they want to go, in case. She stops herself, but Oliver can guess what she was about to say. He picks up the journal and thumbs through the blank dotted pages. How do I choose? The task is daunting. He could go anywhere, any when. She gives him a patronizing smile. Why did you walk into Avon today, Mr. Rhodes? Because yesterday morning, Theo delivered a bombshell, and Avon's logo was on the letterhead. Because he isn't angry that his brother betrayed his trust, betrayed him, he is angry that he didn't do it sooner. Because I want more time. Everyone says that. Lucy's brown eyes meet his. The question you need to ask yourself now is why. Oceanofpdf.com. The 24th of February 1711. Venice, Italy. Beatrix studies Oliver in the moonlight reflecting off the canal. Whatever thought he is lost in, she can't read it on his face. Why do you want more time? Oliver straightens and his hands fall from the white stone balustrade. Do you remember in the piazza, when I asked you what you want to do before you die? Beatrix nods. I want to do everything. And that is the problem, isn't it? Too much world to see, too many adventures to have, too many people to meet and know and love, and so very little time for any of it. It will never be enough. His brow furrows. Don't you? Beatrix shakes her head. She has had enough of adventures and people and love. But you could do it. His voice is laced with awe. Not everything. Nothing that matters. Nothing she longed for when she lay awake at night, staring into a darkness she swears stares back at her, threatening to swallow her whole. Well, I'm going to try, Oliver says. With time travel. And this. He pulls a leather-bound notebook from the pocket inside his coat. Beatrix smirks. Your diary. He laughs. It's a list of things I want to do, places I want to visit, people I want to meet. She scrunches up her nose. It's rather small for a book of everything, isn't it? Time travel isn't fairy magic. There are rules. I need to be selective, he explains. Her lips tilt into a crooked smile. She gives Oliver a knowing look. What? He narrows his eyes at her. Which very selective part of everything were you trying to accomplish on the streets of Venice with a concealed identity, exactly? Beatrix asks, feigning confusion. Oliver opens his journal and flips to a page near the front. He points to a line of text printed in neat, blocky handwriting. Dance until dawn. What better place than Carnevale in its heyday? You came all the way back here to just dance. His cheeks flush pink. Oh, I see. She grins, and his blush deepens. What else do you have written in there? She reaches for the journal, but Oliver pulls it away. He snaps it shut and slips it into his pocket. I'm sorry, is the woman dancing through Venice in a stolen dress judging me? Borrowed dress, Beatrix corrects. I plan on returning it before Lady de Salo even notices it's gone. Which, unfortunately, means I need to get back. He offers her his arm. Walk you to your door. If I'm not too much of a scoundrel, that is. She loops her arm through his. I've met worse. Oliver contemplates the sea of stars above them as they walk along the canal, the night's cool breeze ruffling his dark hair. What are the chances we'd meet twice? You tell me, Beatrix says. You're the scholar. He shakes his head. Impossible. But she has learned not to put so much weight behind that word. Nearly. So, what have you been up to? Beatrix considers how best to consolidate 100 years of her life. I survived the plague. Oliver looks horrified, but she laughs. Sometimes, that was all she could do. They are almost at the manor when he glances down at her with a bemused smile. You haven't asked me a single question about the future. Aren't you curious? The times will change. Living across 4 centuries has taught Beatrix that lesson well. Still, she'd rather not know exactly how. Her days already blend together, without knowing what comes next. I'd rather be surprised, like everyone else. Fair enough, Oliver says. No spoilers from me. Beatrix gives him a quizzical look. Spoilers. Oliver grimaces. Forget I said that. They reach the manor, a 4-story brick building the color of bisque, with white stone balconies and arched windows. Beatrix leads Oliver through the tiled courtyard to the servants' entrance, but she can't bring herself to open the door. Thank you for the unforgettable evening. The pleasure was all mine, Oliver says. She opens her hand and offers him his coin. His fingertips brush against her palm, and the memory crashes over her like a wave. A different coin, a different city, but the same man, 100 years later. Impossible and real and here and now. Her heart races. Oliver has met her twice, a century apart. Couldn't they do it again? Can I meet you next time you're around? She hopes she doesn't sound as desperate as she feels. I wouldn't be any trouble. Oliver smirks at her, and it eases the tension in her chest. Says the woman who picked my pocket. No more trouble than usual, then, Beatrix says. Oliver's half-smile falters. I won't be back for another 6 years. I don't mind waiting. 6 years is practically no time at all. He frowns. I only get 12 hours in the past before I'm recalled to my time. Not a second more. Beatrix squeezes her eyes shut. He is trying to let her down gently, and she is making a fool of herself. He has just said he'll never have enough time to do everything he wants, that he has to be selective, and here she is, asking him to waste that time with her. She opens her eyes. I'm sorry, you're right, you need to use your time wisely. Oliver looks like she's slapped him. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? Her heart pounds against her ribs. The look in his eyes is caught between horror and pity. You'd really wait 6 years for a 12-hour visit. Beatrix thought she'd be used to the constant ache of loneliness by now, that it would have dulled with time. But it is still sharp, still raw, still hollows her out a little more each night as she lies awake in the dark, wondering how much of her will be left when another year or 10 or 50 have passed. Yes, the truth is, she'd wait longer. She'd wait for less. Oliver smiles. Then I guess I'll see you there. Her heart swells. I can't wait, she says, though that is precisely what she will do. Oceanofpdf.com. The 6th of March 1714. London, England. Beatrix moves deftly around the chamber she has known for nearly 8 years. She packs a lone leather traveling bag in the dark, afraid even a single candle flame will arouse the suspicions of the housemaids or the butler or, heaven forbid, the Earl. She gathers only the most necessary belongings to keep the bag light and the travel easy. It's a good night for escape, the waning moon hidden by a heavy cover of low clouds, the ground still hardened by frost. She stuffs another pair of wool stockings into the bag and fastens it closed with a snap. A pang of sadness rings through her at the finality of the sound. She thought she had more time. She hasn't even spent 8 years at the manor. Jane has never once commented on how she has grown and aged, while Beatrix hasn't. The Earl has never given her a sidelong glance. Even the gossiping scullery maids haven't whispered about her yet. She should have had years left. Lady Kendall has ruined any chance of that. She could have been a marble statue, towering over Beatrix with skin as pale as milk. Her black hair was swept back in a tight bun and her grey-green eyes darted around the drawing room, as if she could see every speck of dust the maids had missed. Beatrix was wary of her. She was wary of Beatrix. May I ask who's calling? Beatrix asked the woman. The corner of her mouth lifted, and she twirled on the spot, sending the skirts of her black morning gown swirling around her ankles. Don't you know? Beatrix shook her head. I wasn't aware there was more than one tragically widowed lady just come to town. Beatrix stared at her blankly. The woman stepped closer. Oh, how interesting. Everyone is talking about it. All the lords and ladies and their servants. But evidently, not to you. Her gaze bored into Beatrix's. Lady Kendall. Beatrix bobbed a clumsy curtsy and hurried from the room. She found Jane reading on her bed. You have a visitor, milady. Jane didn't look up from her page. How horrible is he? Beatrix was caught in the middle of the bargain struck between Jane and her father after that first miserable spring. He could parade any suitor he wished in front of Jane and she had to humor the man for a single evening, but she would decide which one to marry. The Earl agreed, with one condition, that if didn't choose a husband by her 25th birthday, he would. Her father was relentless in his attempts to secure her a husband. Jane was relentless in turning the men away. But she was almost 25. In a few weeks, the game would be over. A woman, milady, Beatrix said. Jane sat up at once. Lady Kendall, Prudence. She leapt from her bed and dashed out of the room. Prudence. Beatrix laughed at Jane's audacity. The engraving on the bracelet. She had puzzled over it, the night she stole it, but now, it finally made sense. Not a virtue her father wished her to aspire to. A name. Beatrix has learned time's greatest trick. Not its ability to slowly take everything from you, your youth, your loves, your life. It is the ease in which a single moment can change the course of history, a world turned upside down in a heartbeat. Jane's toppled the moment she walked into her drawing room and saw Prue, sitting on the striped sofa. They sat close, talked for hours over tea. Jane was reluctant to let Prue go, but Prue took her hand and assured her she would return for dinner that evening. Her touch lingered on Jane's bare wrist until she turned a pretty shade of pink, and Prue's lips curved into a secret, satisfied smile. Beatrix offered to walk her to the door. You don't like me, Prue said, dropping what little pretense she had left. An odd thing for a lady to say to a maid, Beatrix answered. Not that she was surprised. Lady Kendall wasn't like any other lady she'd met. Oh honestly, you are more than Jane's maid, she said. It's obvious she adores you, which means I value your opinion. Go on, spit it out. She fixed Beatrix with a pointed stare as she tugged her gloves on. It's obvious Jane adores you, too, milady, Beatrix said carefully. So where were you when she was so unwell? Lady Kendall's lips twisted at the corner. I asked you to get straight to the point, and you did. Admirable, but then her smirk fell away. If you must know, I was in Scotland, in the middle of bloody nowhere, with my husband. I came as soon as I could. It's been nearly 8 years. Believe me, Prue said. No one wishes my husband would have hurried up and died more than I do. She was reaching for the door when Beatrix decided she had nothing to lose. Except another few years with a roof over her head and hot food in her belly and a soft bed to sleep in every night. But she hadn't been hiding away in Scotland 8 years ago. She had been here, with Jane, watching her waste away. Don't you dare hurt her again. Lady Kendall turned back to her. She didn't deny the accusation. You were a 17-year-old girl once, weren't you? I was reckless. Beatrix had been both things, too. Was still reckless. Hadn't she just threatened a lady? But as you say, it's been 8 years. I have no intention of ever hurting Jane again. I swear it. She believed Lady Kendall's oath, believed in the honesty of it. She didn't swear to never hurt Jane again. That was naive, not to mention impossible. She swore she would never mean to, a promise she would need to strive to keep every day. A promise of time, of love. Beatrix reaches for her cloak. She has mended the black wool a few times, but it isn't threadbare yet. It will last through the cool damp of spring, at least. She folds it neatly and drapes it over the leather case. It is time for her to go. She takes Jane's traveling cloak from the wardrobe, the vibrant green of oak moss in summer. It will be warmer than her own, but more noticeable in a crowd. She pulls the hood over her braided hair, down low over her face. She'll sell it the first chance she gets. Beatrix grabs the old black cloak and travel case from the bed and slips through the door into the hall. The clink of utensils on fine china pierces the heavy silence. She slinks down the back staircase and out into the night. Beatrix deposits the case and cloak into the back of Lady Kendall's carriage, just as they discussed. Soon, the Earl would retire to his study with Jane's latest suitor, and Prue and Jane would escape the manor and the city and the country, all the way to the middle of nowhere Scotland. Beatrix doesn't know what her future holds. Maybe she'll find another job as a maid, or set herself up at a tavern, challenging hapless travelers who think they can outdrink her. If she is lucky, if the plan works, they'll bring gossip of Lady Jane de Solo's impending marriage to a reclusive Scottish laird no one has ever heard of, but who everyone will pretend they have. And then, she hopes, she'll hear nothing. The news will turn stale. The Earl will go along with it, to be free of his burdensome daughter, to save his reputation from her taint. He'll let her go, she'll live happily ever after. It's the sentiment of fools, but then again, this entire plan hangs on a fool's hope. 2 fools' hopes. 3. oceanofpdf.com The 7th of June 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Lucy activates the transtemporal chamber with her palm. The display flashes to life, and she swipes through to the coordinates. Let's see, today you'll be visiting. Single quote. Her brow furrows. Oliver fidgets with the quarter in his jacket pocket. It's the first modern ballet performance in history. I see, Lucy says, in a way that means she doesn't see at all. His stomach twists. Is this going to be worth waiting 6 years for? Is he? Lucy's hand hovers over the confirmation button. Are you sure? I could substitute a pre-approved destination for you. Mozart in Vienna is a client favorite. But Beatrix won't be in Vienna, and she hasn't waited 6 years for him to blow her off for Mozart. Besides, he wants to see the first ballet. He wants to see it with her. I'm sure. Suit yourself. Lucy confirms the coordinates with a tap on the screen. Give me 10 minutes to run the safety protocols while you change, and we'll be ready to go. Oliver leaves Lucy to adjust her screen full of readings. He weaves his way through a dozen other travel stations, some occupied by technicians and travelers, some empty, and scans his palm on a glass panel next to a steel door. It slides open, and he steps into an elevator. There aren't any buttons to select. There's only one destination, the vault. The first time Lucy mentioned it, Oliver thought it sounded like the villain's lair from a bad heist movie. Officially, it is general outfitting and accessories. The vault is a nickname from Avam's early days at MIT. Back then, it was a lecture hall that had been converted to house racks of garments in a somewhat climate-controlled environment. The nickname stems from the tight security the school used to deter the theater department. Because the outfits aren't costumes. The vault is a priceless archive of clothes from across time and across the world, each piece carefully catalogued and meticulously maintained. In the time it takes the elevator to reach the floor below, 3 outfits approved for Oliver's excursion have been loaded into the 3D display, courtesy of Lucy. A full-sized projected hologram of each rotates on a raised platform at the center of the bright white room, waiting for him to make his choice. He feels ridiculous, standing in a room cooled to precisely 70 degrees Fahrenheit, trying to decide which 18th-century finery he should wear to meet a woman he hasn't seen in 5 days or 6 years, depending on who you ask. Is this a bad idea? It feels like a bad idea. A signal for an incoming call lights the band on Oliver's wrist, Theo Rhodes. He almost picks up, this time. A message pops up, call me, please. He lets it disappear into the graveyard of his unread messages. It joins at least a dozen from Luke and Zoe, mostly from Zoe. Not that Luke cares any less than she does. He can just sense, since they were kids, when Oliver needs space. He sighs. It's not like he knows what to say to any of them, anyway. Oliver selects an outfit, and something in the wall clunks and grinds. Long lines of black garment bags whiz along tracks, across the ceiling and down into the room. A bag stops in front of him, swaying with the momentum of its journey. He takes it to a dressing room and changes out of his t-shirt and jeans. When he's done, he slips his quarter into his waistcoat pocket, he is wearing a waistcoat now, and shoves his own clothes into a locker with his sneakers and wristband and glasses. Avam has given him contacts for the trip, since his glasses aren't period appropriate. He takes the elevator up to the lab. Lucy has his travel chamber primed and ready. All set, she asks from behind her display. Oliver steps into the chamber and the door slides shut behind him. He sways on his feet, the rotating grid of glass and metal suddenly disorienting. He steadies himself against the curved wall. A vibrant green light washes over him and he squeezes his eyes shut against the brightness. It scans him from head to toe, cataloging his vital signs, checking for a DNA profile match, and testing his recall chip. He takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. The scan completes and the chamber thrums to life. His ears pop as the pressure changes. The sounds of the lab turn dull and distant. Oliver still isn't used to the many odd sensations of time travel. The jagged energy that prickles like 1,000 needles against his skin before a jump, or the feeling of being squeezed tight and pulled apart all at once as he passes through time are unpleasant enough, but the most unsettling part is the smell. Oliver didn't realize time had a scent until his test jump. A hop, really, an hour into the past at the lab, and a return to his present, to set the travel limit within his recall chip. As Lucy later explained, he could travel to any time before that test jump moment, within Avam's established rules as stipulated in his contract, but not after. She also wanted him to get a feel for the process before she sent him careening back to the first Elizabethan era. He thought the hardest part would be not losing his lunch, but when he returned to the lab, the scent lingering in the chamber brought tears to his eyes. Fake cinnamon and the powdery floral perfume his mother wore for dance recitals and hospital galas and date nights with his father. It smelled like home, or at least, what home used to be. He thought it would fade when he opened the chamber, but he couldn't escape it. It clung to him like bad cologne. As best as Avon could tell, the scents belonged to memories associated with a then and now, a before and after, a changing of the seasons. It is different for everyone. To Lucy, the travelers smell like bonfire smoke and an afternoon storm in a pine wood. Like summer at the lake with my cousins, she once said wistfully. She has assured Oliver he will get used to it. He hasn't. A low vibration hums against Oliver's skin and Lucy gives him a thumbs up through the glass. The hairs on his arms and the back of his neck stand on end. He grits his teeth as the vibration turns into a pressure that fills the chamber. He braces himself for that scent, and in a blinding flash of light, the lab vanishes. Oceanofpdf.com. The 2nd of March 1717. London, England. Beatrix paces at the top of the stone steps, in and out of the narrow shadows cast by the row of grand columns. It's the closest she's been to the new cathedral, not even a decade old. She feels guilty, as if she has betrayed a dear friend by standing on these steps, running her hand along the smooth wood of the new doors. She can't bring herself to push them open. The skirts of her silk dress rustle around her ankles and the tightly spiraled curls of her hair bounce at her shoulder. Her guts twist. Will Oliver show up, or is this all some cruel, long joke? Is it silly to think he'll come back? To put on this dress? To believe him? Maybe he was only being polite when he agreed to meet her here. Maybe he never meant to come. Maybe. A carriage slows to a stop next to the marble statue of Queen Anne presiding over the cathedral square. Beatrix ducks behind a column. She peers out, her heart pounding a wild rhythm inside her chest. The door of the carriage swings open. A tall, well-dressed man with dark hair steps out, and she smiles. His brown wool coat falls to his knees, its edges embroidered with silver thread that catches in the waning daylight as he approaches St. Paul's. He carries a black tricorn hat awkwardly under one arm, as if he's not entirely sure what he's supposed to do with it. Her heart flutters in her chest. Beatrix steps from the shadows, and Oliver looks up from the bottom of the stairs. His eyes grow wide, but he doesn't say a word as she descends. She glances down at her dress. What? Is it all right? She has seen quite a few fashions fall in and out of favor over the decades, though she can never understand why they do. As far as she can tell, there is no rhyme or reason to what size skirt she should wear or where her neckline should fall. And don't get her started on hoop skirts and stays. She found this gown in a wardrobe in one of the guest rooms at the manor, forgotten along with the rest of the dresses Lady Holbrook deemed out of fashion. She thought it was just Lady Holbrook being frivolous. How can a thing of beauty stop being beautiful just because someone says it isn't any longer? And the dress is beautiful, with a fitted bodice and sweeping skirts the color of sage in a summer garden. The silk brocade shines in the late afternoon light, embroidered with snaking vines in a fine gold thread. The sleeves fall in ruffles at her elbows, trimmed with delicate lace. Oliver hasn't said a word, only stares at her with his mouth agape. Maybe Lady Holbrook was right. Maybe the dress is unsuitable. Should I change? The manor isn't far, I can go back and find. No, Oliver says, finding his voice. He takes her hand and guides her down the last few steps. Don't change a thing. Butterflies dance through Beatrix's insides as Oliver leads her to the carriage. This is different from the first time she met him, when they had no expectations of ever seeing each other again. Different from Carnevale, when they spent the night dancing and laughing without ever knowing who they were dancing and laughing with. She almost wishes for the masks of Venice again, porcelain armor she can hide behind. Oliver helps her into the carriage. He exchanges a few words with the driver and slides in after her. Where are we going? She asks as they pull away from St. Paul's. The Theatre Royal in Drury Lane, Oliver says. Tonight is the first ballet performance in all of England. It's like a play, but the story is told with music and dance instead of words. That sounds lovely, Beatrix says, though she can't imagine how she will understand it if no one is speaking. It's the first modern ballet performance in history, he adds excitedly. This is where it all starts. Is ballet around in your time? She is constantly surprised by what things survive from one century to the next, and what things don't last a decade. Some things have changed, but at its heart, it's the same. I used to take lessons when I was a kid, and I danced in a recital based on a performance from the 1800s. He smiles wistfully. Why did you stop? His memories of it seem so fond. His smile fades. He shifts on the upholstered bench next to her. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry, she says quickly. No, it's fine, but he won't look at her. All of his attention is on his hands, clasped in his lap. My mom was my dance instructor, growing up. I was dancing since I could walk, to hear her tell it. A ghost of a smile crosses his lips, there and gone in a heartbeat. She and my dad were in an accident when I was 14. They didn't survive. Beatrix lays a tentative hand on his arm. I'm so sorry, I couldn't go to another dance lesson after that. I tried, but it wasn't the same without her. I thought you danced wonderfully at Carnevale, she offers. It came back to me when I heard the music. Oliver's eyes shine in the dark. I guess it's harder to forget than I thought. Beatrix takes his hand and gives it a single squeeze, everything she can't put into words, and hopes he knows she understands. It's been over 200 years since she first danced with William. Her body still remembers the steps he led her through in that clearing. The carriage rolls to a stop at the mouth of a wide alley. She'd think Oliver was playing a trick on her if it wasn't for the well-dressed ladies and gentlemen disappearing into the shadowy passage beside them. It's not much to look at, is it? Beatrix says. She never would have guessed there was a theater here. Not yet, Oliver says with a wink, and Beatrix laughs. He is absurd. He pushes open the carriage door and climbs out. The theater is through the alley. He turns back to her and straightens, suddenly serious. He offers Beatrix his hand and she places hers in his. He brushes his lips across her knuckles, playing the lord to her lady. Will you do me the honor of joining me for an evening at the ballet? Her heart flutters in her chest. What is it Jane used to say? It would be my privilege. Beatrix had expected the Globe, but the Drury Lane Theatre is built for a more sophisticated crowd. Galleries still rise over the pit, but a handful of private boxes sit below them, draped in elegant green velvet, and the crowd looks like it belongs at one of the Holbrook's lavish dinner parties. The biggest difference, and the strangest to Beatrix, is the pit itself. There are no half-drunk groundlings jostling for a decent view, no opportunities for a thief to pick a pocket undetected. Instead, aristocrats chatter eagerly on neat rows of padded benches as they wait for the show to begin. A cackling laugh rings across the pit and Beatrix freezes. She knows that laugh. It echoed off Lady DeSolo's parlor walls every second Thursday. She scans the crowd and spots the boisterous woman sitting with her bored-looking husband. Slowly, the woman turns towards Beatrix, as if she can feel her gaze on her. Beatrix rushes forward and slips her arm through Oliver's, putting him between her and the lady. He glances down at her, surprised by her touch. She pulls him along. Keep walking, she says under her breath. Oliver matches his stride to hers. He glances towards the pit. Friend of yours. A friend of Lady DeSolo, Beatrix whispers. Ah, I see, Oliver says, his voice low. Is that why you're using me as a shield? Yes, Beatrix says, sheepishly. Sorry, I panicked. She has no desire to be interrogated by the overbearing woman, either about Jane or the dress that obviously doesn't belong on her. She hasn't even lived this life for 3 years. It's fine. I like a little covert operation with my ballet. He smiles at her, and the tension in her chest eases. They reach the entrance to the galleries and Beatrix drops Oliver's arm to wrangle her skirts. She follows him up a dimly lit staircase, and almost runs into the back of him when he stops on a narrow landing. He pushes aside the dark green velvet curtain, the glint in his eyes unmistakable. After you, milady. Beatrix steps past him. What are you so smug? She gasps. Oliver appears by her side. What do you think? She was wrong about the pit. This is the best seat in the house. She sinks into one of the plush, high-backed chairs, upholstered in the same soft velvet as the curtain. Oliver Rhodes, are you trying to impress me? His cheeks flush. Her heart skips. I travel here from hundreds of years in the future, Oliver says, taking his seat next to hers. And this is what impresses you. He shakes his head, but a smile plays at the corners of his mouth. It is a very comfortable chair. She runs her hands over the arms. And I've never sat in a private box before. Come to think of it, she's never sat for a theater performance at all. Or watched one without robbing a patron or two. Oliver drops his voice, even though they're alone. Try to keep your hands to yourself this time. Beatrix leans closer, two conspirators sharing a secret. Where's the fun in that? Oliver grins. Just wait. She doesn't have to wait long. A dozen musicians enter playing strings and pipes. They take their places on the wings of the stage, and the story begins. A story of an unlikely union between the goddess of love and the god of war. A story that needs no words to convey, only movement and gesture and the most graceful dancing Beatrix has ever seen. An ensemble dance is the first number, Mars and his soldiers in a war march, impressive in its sharp precision. Then the woman dancing Venus enters. Graceful, soft, she spins across the stage, faster and faster, her skirts flaring and swirling around her, until Beatrix swears she's not even touching the ground. When the lovers meet, Mars leaps and bounds as if he's capable of taking flight. Beatrix didn't even know people could move like that. She holds her breath through the finale, until love wins, and the dancers join together in the last grand number. The audience stands to applaud the performers as they bow, and Beatrix leaps to her feet. She glances over at Oliver. Every gaze in the theater is on the dancers, except for his. He's watching her. He leans closer, to be heard over the crowd. Did you like it? Beatrix has been so swept away by the ballet that she's lost all track of time. Lost track of the world outside her little box with Oliver. I loved it. The carriage lurches to a stop outside the manor, and Beatrix peers out through the window into the night. The house is dark. The Holbrooks must still be at their dinner party. Back before the lady of the house even knows you were gone, as promised, Oliver says. He doesn't move to leave the carriage. Neither does she. Would you like to come inside? I could make us some tea, she suggests. Or something to eat, if you're hungry. Anything to hold on to the evening for a little while longer. I better not, Oliver says. I wouldn't want to get you into any trouble. Beatrix forces a smile. Next time, then. Next time. He sounds surprised by the suggestion. I mean, if you want to, she adds hurriedly. I had a wonderful time. I did too, Oliver agrees. Then why shouldn't we do it again? They've both enjoyed the ballet and each other's company. That seems as good a reason as any. Oliver hesitates. I know you said you don't mind waiting. I don't, Beatrix insists. Time is going to pass her by, anyway. She could at least have something to look forward to. I won't be back until 1814. Oh. Oliver sags against the upholstered bench. It's a long time. For you. Oliver leaves that part unspoken, but for him it will only be a matter of days. Tea in a century, then. She tries not to sound disappointed. Oliver runs a hand through his hair, his tricorn hat discarded on the empty bench across from them. Maybe we should say goodbye now. Beatrix's heartbeat thunders in her ears. Is that what you want? He considers her for a long moment. She swears she stops breathing. But he shakes his head. No, it's not, but I don't want you to wait 100 years for me, either. It doesn't sound like we have much choice in the matter. If she wants to see him, she has to wait. For nearly 100 years. Is she mad to even consider it? Oliver looks her in the eye. You have a choice, B. Has he already decided, then? She should let him go. Take these few precious memories of their time together, a time when she forgot about time, and cherish them forever. A long, lonely forever. You called me B. Oh, Oliver says, a note of surprise in his voice. Sorry, I didn't mean. No, it's lovely, she assures him. Not just because the name feels new and worn in all at once, like it has always been hers, but because she can't help thinking, goodbye is an awfully strange time to call her something new. She gives him a coy smile. He's wrong, it isn't a choice at all. See you in 1814. oceanofpdf.com. The 31st of December 1799. Edenbridge, England. Lord Sutton is cursed. Or so the rumor that piqued Beatrix's interest a year ago claimed. The only sailor to return from a trade expedition to the East Indies, he refused to tell a soul what happened to his ship or the rest of the men on it. Instead, he fled London to serve a self-imposed exile at his country estate. Beatrix was skeptical, especially after Jane's concocted story. Maybe the man felt guilty for surviving a voyage his crewmates didn't. Maybe he didn't have the stomach for gossip. Maybe he wanted to forget whatever happened out at sea. This, at least, was in line with the other rumors circulating the city, that Lord Sutton was a laudanum addict, too out of his mind for anyone to trust his word, even if he could bring himself to speak about what happened on that ship. The Lord barely seemed worth her time, except for one nagging detail. It wasn't just the whisperings of London. He was convinced he was cursed, too. So, Beatrix searched out Lord Sutton's home in Edenbridge and rang the bell. She was about to turn away when he answered the door in his dressing gown, though she didn't know why he bothered. He slammed it in her face before she could say hello. The second time she rang the bell, he demanded to know what in the bloody hell she wanted. A job, Beatrix said, raising her chin to the wiry, gray-haired man scowling down at her. You seem to be short of staff. Cobwebs shifted in the breeze on the chandelier behind him, and he had answered his own door. He was halfway to slamming it in her face again when he stopped, his hard gaze falling on her fidgeting hands. She clasped them in front of her to keep them still. What's that on your hand? He demanded. Beatrix twisted the narrow band on her finger. Just a ring. I can see that. A wedding band. No. Lord Sutton raised his bushy eyebrows. What's it for, then? The man was ill-tempered and rude, but he had all of his wits about him, at least at that moment. Beatrix tested him with the truth. It's meant to keep the fairies away. It's iron. It's iron, sir, he replied, and hired her on the spot. Beatrix has led no end of strange characters into the parlor in the months she's worked at the estate. They all claim they can break Lord Sutton's curse. Doctors and psychics, mediums and relic hunters, experts in the occult, professors of the obscure, and holy men of every faith imaginable. One woman even declares herself a witch. Beatrix just smiles politely and asks them how they take their tea. As far as she can tell, the supposed curse breakers are all frauds, after Lord Sutton's money or notoriety, or both. At least the physicians bring laudanum. Forgetting the world in an opium-induced haze seems to be the closest Lord Sutton can get to finding peace. Beatrix can't help but wonder if it might have the same effect on her. If her curse is inescapable, maybe this is the next best thing. Make her mind so distant she can't recall what haunts her, and make her body so numb that if she does manage to conjure a memory, she won't feel it tearing her apart. Like Lord Sutton and his parade of charlatans, Beatrix has nothing to lose. The Lord doesn't keep track of his laudanum, doesn't know it's gone until he has turned his study upside down in a frenzy, searching for what isn't there. It is easy enough to slip one of the small amber bottles into the pocket of her apron while she dusts. Beatrix hides it away like a treasure, wrapped in a handkerchief inside a musty trunk beneath her bed. She waits for the right time to take it, and in its own way, her restraint keeps her curse at bay. She is constantly evaluating if she can bear the present moment without it. So far, she has. Most days, her work keeps her busy, up before dawn as Lord Sutton's sole housekeeper. Most nights, she falls into bed, her body exhausted, her mind numb even without the aid of laudanum. But tonight, she can't escape the numbers. As everyone insists on telling her, the 1700s are becoming the 1800s, and you only live through a New Year's Eve like this once. Not her. She was born over 300 years ago. 318 years, 5 months, and 12 days ago, to be precise. But her birthday is the easiest to ignore. Her death is harder to forget. The day she started counting. By hours, at first. But hours soon turned into days. Days since she died, days since she was cursed, days she shouldn't have been alive. Then counting by days became impractical. It became months living on the streets of London, months since William banished her. Then that became impractical, too. Until it was years since she saw her daughter, years without a home, years spent utterly alone. It's been 294 years, 6 months, and 18 days since the night she died. Since the day her daughter was born. She can count the deaths she has cheated, too, since the first. She should have starved on the streets of London her first weeks in the city, frozen to death during her first winter. Should have died of old age at least 3 times by now. She has lived in 4 different centuries. And when the ornate pendulum clock in the front hall chimes at midnight, it will be 5. But the worst way to count, the one that slows time to a crawl, is the newest. How long it has been since she last saw Oliver. 82 years, 9 months, 29 days. A lifetime. She didn't think of the counting when she asked to see him again. She didn't think of a lot of things, only knew the ballet had made her forget, that Oliver made her feel a little less alone in the world, and she wasn't ready to let that go. Those 6 years between Venice and the ballet had taken some getting used to. She'd be going about her business when the thought of Oliver would pop into her head unbidden, not as part of her past but as part of her present. Her heart would flutter at the idea of seeing him. He wasn't lost to time like all the others. And when she thought of their night at Carnevale, the memories didn't have that melancholy pall to them. She wanted to remember. So why is she counting the days since Oliver's last visit, instead of the days until his next? Why does she bury that date away? Try never to calculate the time until he returns. Because remembering and waiting and counting are difficult, the most difficult things Beatrix has done since she pulled herself off the forest floor and took a step towards London instead of Lancot. Hoping is another beast entirely. The grand pendulum clock in the foyer chimes the first stroke of midnight. Can she bear this moment, this new year, the next 14 years and 33 days until she meets Oliver again? Because she has counted them, of course she has. Beatrix crosses the foyer as the last chime fades into the heavy silence. She climbs the stairs towards her room and her hidden treasure. Somewhere above her, a violin plays the first strains of Auld Lang Syne, and a shiver runs through her. The song is meant to usher out the old year with a fond goodbye, reminiscing about days long gone, but Beatrix doesn't think there is anything fond about goodbye. She follows the mournful music. Lord Sutton stands in the middle of his study, playing a violin by the flickering glow of firelight. She has seen the instrument in its case in the corner, wiped it free of dust every week, but has never heard him play a note. He finishes the song and lowers his bow and instrument. "That was beautiful," Beatrix says from the doorway, even though the wistful tune has made her inexplicably sad. More than sad, struck with yearning, a sudden realization that something is missing, without knowing what she has lost. "Bloody awful song," he mutters as he packs the gleaming violin carefully into its velvet-lined case. He takes the glass of champagne Beatrix brought him hours ago from his desk and downs it in one go. "Happy New Year," he declares, and collapses into a leather armchair next to the fire. "Happy New Year, sir," Beatrix replies. He plucks a small amber bottle from the table at his side and tilts it, examining the liquid in the firelight. It seems they will both be spending the first night of the new century in the same oblivion. Beatrix turns away. The question Lord Sutton slings at her back stops her in her tracks. "Do you think I'm mad, Beatrix?" She turns back to him. "No, sir, I don't think you're mad. He is eccentric, desperate, lonely. If that makes him mad, then she is mad, too." "You think I'm cursed, then, do you?" "No, sir." She has been in Lord Sutton's employ long enough to know there is nothing magical about his misfortune, only tragic luck and the destructive guilt of a man who doesn't believe he deserved to survive. He closes his eyes and massages his temples. "Tell me, then, what ails me?" Beatrix hesitates. He is still her employer. But if he doesn't like the truth she speaks, he can forget it soon enough. "I think you're tormented, sir." He opens his eyes and gives her a grim smile. "Quite right." He stares into the dancing flames, but he doesn't dismiss her. He never dismisses her. Something keeps Beatrix rooted to the spot. Maybe because it is a new year and a new century. Maybe because she wants to get to the bottom of Lord Sutton's curse, and she won't find any answers in the bottle tucked away beneath her bed. Maybe because she wants to know why he hates Auld Lang Syne, too. Why? Lord Sutton doesn't ask her to sit by the fire and listen, but he doesn't banish her from his study, either. She stands on the threshold, waiting for him to speak. Where to start? He sounds distant, halfway between his chair next to the dying fire and the deck of a ship lost in the Indian Ocean. Beatrix takes the amber bottle from his trembling hand. She sets it on top of the mantel, next to the clock he refuses to wind. He doesn't resist, doesn't say a word as she lowers herself into the empty chair across from him. At the beginning. Oceanofpdf.com. The 2nd of February 1814. London, England. The evening air stabs through Beatrix's lungs as she hurries past the graying piles of snow encroaching on the narrow street, her shoulders hunched against the biting cold. Too cold to snow again. She turns the corner and the glittering Thames comes into view. Her heart soars and she smiles, even though her face is numb. The river has frozen solid for the first time in 25 years, and that can only mean one thing. The Frost Fair is back. Beatrix checks the carved wooden sign hanging over the door of the pub. Not that she needs to. She has known this place ever since Oliver told her about it, almost 97 years ago. She pushes the heavy door open with her shoulder and steps gratefully into the warmth. Oliver slouches over a dark wooden table in an even darker corner. He rests his forehead on the heel of his hand, scanning the pages of the notebook lying open in front of him. Beatrix's heart flutters inside her chest. He is still the same man she left in the carriage all those years ago. She knows, eventually, he will not be the same man. He will return older, grayer, maybe imperceptibly so to anyone but her. But not tonight. She takes a breath, forces herself to slow her steps, to keep her composure. He hasn't spent nearly 100 years waiting and hoping, longing for this moment. She slides onto the bench across from him. "Hello." Oliver straightens. He looks like he's seen a ghost. "You came." Beatrix unties the ribbon under her chin and removes her bonnet, the same burgundy shade as her long wool coat. She brushes a curl of her hair back into place. "You sound surprised. I thought you might have changed your mind." He takes in every inch of her. Beatrix rests her folded arms on the thick wooden table. "Why would I change my mind?" His gaze turns dark, horror touched by sadness. "It's been 100 years, B. It's 96 years and 11 months that would have passed whether or not I came tonight. I saw you 5 days ago. The disparity is striking, a slap in the face. They are not the same." Oliver slouches against the wall. "It's not fair." "No, it isn't," Beatrix says. "But it's what I agreed to." She waits. He comes back to her. "It is that simple and that hard. It was a mistake." He closes his journal, slips it inside his coat and for a single, gut-wrenching moment, Beatrix thinks he means to leave. But then he adds, it was too much to ask. I asked, she says, trying to ease the guilt in his eyes. His brow creases. It won't happen again, I promise. He looks so sincere, so sorry, that Beatrix has to look away. Don't worry about me, she says. I can manage just fine on my own. I know you can, Oliver agrees. But I want to see you. His eyes meet hers again, as bright as the fire blazing in the hearth behind her. Her heart hammers against her ribs. And the frost fair, that's why you're here, isn't it? Yeah, of course, Oliver says quickly, this is the last one. I had to see it for myself. Her heart sinks. It's the last one. Oliver nods. The Thames never freezes like this again. The world has been changing around Beatrix for centuries. She should be used to it, shouldn't be surprised some things survive while others are lost. I suppose we better go enjoy it, then, she says, pushing down the melancholy feeling rising like a tide inside her. Then she leans forward and drops her voice. Is it true? Are they going to walk an elephant across the ice tonight? Beatrix isn't naive enough to believe the rumor, which she suspects has been started by the waterman in an effort to drum up business. Oliver leans in close. Beatrix catches the herby scent of lavender and the spark in his eye. She has waited almost 97 years for him to look at her that way again, has daydreamed about it more than once. Her heart still skips a beat. Let's go find out. The pub isn't far from the Thames, where the watermen have taken it upon themselves to put on the festival, hoping to earn some money while they wait for the ice to thaw. A jolly-looking man with a bushy black beard guards a set of stairs down to the ice. Beatrix hands him the fee, and he waves her on to the landing with Oliver. I could have paid, he says as they descend. Beatrix smirks at him. I consider it a shilling well spent. She pauses on the last step, ready to walk on the Thames. He offers her his arm. Shall we? She wraps her arm through his, and they step onto the river together. The ice is a maze of makeshift buildings. Shacks and tents and shop stalls form crooked streets, as if London has spilled out over the ice and claimed the river as its own. But this bit of London isn't dreary or dull or crushed under the weight of existing. It is merry and bright and alive, risen overnight from the glittering ice. It will inevitably melt away with it, vanish like a mirage. A special, fleeting thing. Come on. Beatrix pulls Oliver after her. I want to dance in the middle of the Thames. He grins. I thought you wanted to see an elephant. I want to see everything. A trio of fiddlers plays a lively reel near the base of London Bridge and a handful of dancers spin across the ice. Beatrix stares up at the massive stone arches. She stood on that bridge over 200 years ago with Oliver. Crossed it for the first time, alone, 100 years before that. And now she is standing under it for the first time. Probably the last time, too, though she has learned to never say never. The fiddlers strike up another song. Oliver bows to Beatrix, far too formal, and she curtsies to him. A giggle escapes her. He offers her his hand, and she takes it, places his other one against her back. A familiar weight, even after all this time. He pulls her closer. Careful, you'll cause a scandal, she teases, though she's not sure they can count anything that happens on the ice as scandalous, judging by the raucous laughter and shouts in the air. Did they dance this close in the future? Oliver laughs. Oh, just you wait. He leads her in the steps, easy and quick. He twirls her across the ice, spins with her until she is dizzy, breathless and giddy with the rush of it all. What next? Oliver asks as they step away from the dancing, faces flushed and breath clouding in the frosty night air. Beatrix grins. Everything. Oliver takes her hand. Everything it is. They try skating next, and both agree they prefer dancing as they wobble around the cordoned-off ice, trying and failing to stay upright. Beatrix's bruises heal as quickly as she gets them, but Oliver is not so lucky. Have you had enough of skating on the Thames? She asks, the last time she lands on top of him with a thud on the unforgiving ice. Oliver winces. For a lifetime. They try several games, but lose every one. Beatrix insists they're rigged. Oliver laughs. Some things never change. He's surprisingly good at 9-pin bowling. He wins their first match, and the rematch Beatrix challenges him to. Beginner's luck, he claims with an easy grin. They warm themselves by a bonfire burning on the ice. Beatrix watches the flames dance, mesmerized by the flickering orange light. Now that she has stopped moving, she could fall asleep standing right here. But she doesn't want the night to end. There is so much left to see and do, and as long as there is, Oliver will stay. She buys them each a coffee and she savors the heat, clasping the mug with both hands. When their drinks are finished and their insides warmed, she leads the way toward Blackfriars Bridge, where it seems the rumors were true. An elephant lumbers across the ice to the cheers and shouts of a gathered crowd. Beatrix shakes her head, sure she'll never see a stranger sight in all her life. The printing presses are what make her heart leap with joy, more than the dancing or even the elephant. So many of them had burned in the great fire. She can't help but smile at the sight of the printers at work, selling souvenir poems to commemorate the rare occasion. "Print your name for tuppence, my dear," a stout gentleman manning a press calls to her. "All right." He pulls off his gloves and peers over his wire-framed glasses at her. "Mrs.?" he asks, glancing between her and Oliver. "Miss," Beatrix quickly corrects him. "Miss. Single quote. Beatrix. Beatrix Lancourt." The man goes to work. He pulls tiny metal letters from a shallow, segmented tray sitting on a table next to the press, humming to himself all the while. "Good, good, now your birthday, dear." She glances up at Oliver. Her eyes meet his. "July 19th. "Perfect, perfect," the man mutters as he lays the numbers into place. "And the year?" Her mind goes blank, as if she has suddenly lost the ability to count. Her heart races. 1790, Oliver says. The printer places the digits, then turns his attention to inking the words. "Thank you," Beatrix whispers. Oliver squeezes her hand. The printer presses the ink letters to the page, then presents it to Beatrix with a flourish. She holds it by the edges, taking care to avoid the shining ink as it dries. "Are you hungry?" Oliver asks, drawing her attention from the paper. He nods towards a particularly loud makeshift tent standing on the ice behind them. She follows him inside, though referring to it as inside is a generous use of the term. The tent is nothing more than a ship's sail propped up by oars. If Beatrix still picked pockets, this would be the type of place she'd frequent. Everyone is more than a little drunk, and there are so many people crammed together they can't help bumping and jostling each other. And it is dark. It would be easy to slip in and out of the shadows, with no one taking any notice. She'd make a killing. Beatrix slips her hand into Oliver's, and his fingers tighten around hers. When she was a thief, she always went for single marks. They were easier to predict than pairs or groups. "Mind your pockets," she says under her breath. When they reach the counter, Oliver buys them each a slice of gingerbread and a drink, even haggles the price down to something less outrageous, a far cry from the man she saved from the gutter. They find a seat on a pair of overturned crates. Beatrix takes a bite of her warm, spiced cake. Oliver passes her a drink. "What is it?" she asks, taking the mug from him. "Gin. It will warm you up." Beatrix takes a swig of the clear alcohol. She pulls a face that makes Oliver burst out laughing, and he nearly chokes on his gingerbread. "It tastes like pine needles," she coughs. "How can you drink this?" Oliver takes a swig of his own and coughs into his elbow. Beatrix raises an eyebrow at him. "It's stronger than what I'm used to. Maybe try it in, say, 50 to 100 years. Beatrix shakes her head and hands him the mug. "No, thank you." Her gaze falls to the page in her lap. The ink has dried and only slightly smudged. She hands it to Oliver and rests her chin on her hand. "What does it say?" He holds the page close to his face so he can read it in the dim light. "This frozen clime, and endless track of snow, the northern blast some streams forbid to flow." This was printed on the ice of the River Thames on Wednesday, February 2, 1814, opposite Queenhithe Stairs, for Miss Beatrix Lancourt, born July 19, 1790. When he's finished, he offers her the page. She doesn't take it. "You keep it. Don't you want it as a souvenir? It has your name on it." Beatrix shrugs. "It's not like I can read it." He looks down at the poem in his hand, thoughtful. "I could teach you. I mean, I've never taught anyone to read before, but I can try." Beatrix's heart skips a beat. "You'd do that. Come on." Oliver takes her hand. She follows him out of the dark tent and into the glittering night, her heart threatening to burst. Oliver rents a room at an inn near the river. It's nothing fancy, a full bed, a small round table, and a faded armchair that's been stuck in the corner, but it's warm and it's dry. It only takes half an hour for Beatrix to feel her toes again. She lies on the worn floral rug, propped up on her elbows in front of the fire, kicking her stocking feet in the air as she studies a page in Oliver's journal. She barely registers him lying on the floor across from her, all of her attention focused on the words printed in his neat, blocky handwriting. "The Great What?" She points to a long word scrawled across the top of the page. Oliver glances down at it. "Exhibition." His brow furrows. "You know what? Maybe we should start with something easier." He takes the poem from the Frost Fair, flips it to the blank side, and pulls the stub of a charcoal pencil from his jacket pocket. He starts at the top, filling the page with the alphabet, in upper and lower case letters, her name, and a list of words. Do your name, too, she urges. He does. He turns the sheet of paper to face her. You should probably learn to read, Cat, before, great exhibition. Beatrix sighs. Great exhibition, sounds more interesting. I'm sure it is, Oliver says. But, Cat, is more useful. At least for the next 37 years. She returns her gaze to the page. Her finger traces along the shape of his name, letter by letter, her lips forming silent sounds. He leans closer. She catches the scent of ginger and gin, lavender and apples. She looks up from her words. She can't tell if the shine in his eyes is a trick of the firelight or something else. She smirks at him. What? You are trouble, Beatrix Lancourt. He whispers the words, a secret he doesn't dare speak too loudly. They wrap around her heart like a serpent, squeeze it so tightly she swears it stops beating. She jerks away, his notes forgotten. Oliver sits up, confusion etched across his brow. What's wrong? She shivers, despite the heat of the fire. She hugs her arms tightly around herself, as if it will hold her in the here and now. Sometimes, it's like I've already lived a moment and then I live it again. You mean déjà vu? Oliver asks. Déjà vu. It means, already seen, he says. A French philosopher coins the term, and it sticks, even in English. Lots of people experience it. Beatrix shakes her head. You know the strangest things. Oliver grimaces. Philosophy trivia courtesy of Luke. He's a friend of mine. But Beatrix can't shake the feeling. Do you think your whole life can become déjà vu, if you live long enough? Your entire life, already seen. Déjà vu is just a coincidence, he says gently. Beatrix scrutinizes him. You said I was trouble. He gives her a wry smile. I'm sure lots of people have told you that. She doesn't laugh. If I'm trouble, what does that make you? I don't know. Oliver shrugs. What does that make me? Beatrix shakes her head and waits for a proper reply, waits for him to tell her he is doomed. To find out if she is. Oliver studies her face. A fool. He says it as if it has only just occurred to him. His words break the spell, ease the tension in her chest. Every day is different, B. Even if you've seen a lot of them. He reaches for her, tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. You've never danced on the Thames before, have you? Or watched an elephant cross it? Never. You won't believe how much the world changes, he says. I don't think even you could do it all. I wouldn't be so sure. She has started over so many times, has lived so many different lives. Surely it will all blur together until even the déjà vu becomes unremarkable. And, already seen, that is seen again and again and again. Oliver jumps to his feet and offers her his hand. She takes it, and he drags her to the window beside the bed. The panes are edged with frost, but she can still make out the darkened London street below them, the faintest graying at the horizon. Oliver points up. What do you see? The sky, Beatrix says. A few stars. The moon. Oliver grins. Hypothetically speaking, what would you say if I told you we'd be up there someday? Beatrix laughs. Hypothetically speaking, I would say you're mad. He leans close. July 20th, 1969, he says, his voice low in her ear. Man walks on the moon. She doesn't pull away, hypothetically. Oliver shudders, as if he's caught a sudden chill. He steps away from her, frowning. Are you all right? Beatrix asks. He sighs. Time's up. Oh, her heart sinks, but of course the night has to end. It always does. His frown grows deeper. I don't want to go. You know that, right? She looks up at him. You'd stay if you could. He nods. Then I suppose you'd better go. She forces a smile. So you can come back. As if it is her choice, a decision she has any power over. Oceanofpdf.com. The 3rd of February 1814. London, England. A hollow knock sounds through Beatrix's door. She drags herself from the warm bed and quickly pulls on last night's clothes, bracing herself for the shouting that always follows. There is only another polite knock. She fastens her dress and pulls open her door. I'm so sorry, she blurts to the wide-eyed girl standing on her threshold. I'll be out in a moment, I just need to collect my things. The girl pushes a breakfast tray into Beatrix's hands, knocking her off balance. Room's been paid for the week, miss. She turns away and scurries down the stairs. Beatrix stares after her, too stunned to call her thanks. She manages to close her door without spilling the tea. She carries the tray over to the table next to the hearth, still warm from last night's fire. A single page is tented next to the teapot. She recognizes the shape of her name in Oliver's blocky handwriting. B. A secret shared between only them. It makes her heart swell. She unfolds the note, skims the message scrawled across the dotted page. Maybe it would answer all the questions running through her mind, making her head swim, if she could read any of it. She recognizes the numbers. Is it an invitation to meet him? Another thud sounds against Beatrix's door, and she rushes to pull it open. The maid has returned, this time with an armful of books. These have just arrived for you, miss. Her round cheeks have turned rosy from another trip up the steep staircase. Beatrix takes the stack from her. What are these? The maid shrugs. Look like books to me, miss. She can see that. I mean, what are they for? That's none of my business, the girl says. Gentleman last night arranged it. Strange fellow, he said to bring him here when they arrived, so that's what I'm doing. This time, Beatrix manages a thank you before the maid turns away. She stacks the books carefully next to her breakfast tray. The first is a thin tome covered in dark green cloth. She flips through the pages, filled with bold letters and single words. The next book is larger, its pages printed with drawings and short phrases. The third one has no pictures at all. She thumbs through every book before placing it neatly in her pile, each one heavier than the last. She picks up Oliver's note. He left it for her, even though he knows she can't read his words. Yet, his letter is more than an invitation to meet him, more than a promise he will return, though the thought of both sends her heart racing. It's a challenge. Beatrix pulls the faded armchair out of the corner and pushes it up to the table. She sinks into it, curls her legs underneath her, and chooses the book from the top of the pile, the green one with the bold letters she is sure must say cat in it somewhere. She pours herself a cup of tea and turns to the first page. Oceanofpdf.com. The 16th of November 1817. Lancot, England. It happened so suddenly that Beatrix knew it must have happened slowly. Too slowly to notice, to cause alarm, to repair the damage, until the day it threatened to sink her. A single detail she should have known, has always known, until she no longer did. She has forgotten the door to St. James's. She can't be certain of the shape of it, the shade of it, how it sounds when it opens. The scent of that first breath of stale air and stone. She assured herself she did remember it, that she could close her eyes and feel the wood beneath her palm. But doubt crept in. Was it St. James's she remembered or St. Paul's? The old farmer's cart rattles beneath her, up a narrow, rutted dirt track. Her heart thuds against her ribs, drums a warning, but she had to come back. She has to remember. The sounds of the forest instead of the city. The Wye, carving its path through the white cliffs. The color of the sky over the trees as the sun dips below the horizon. She breathes in the scents of the countryside, clover and grass and moss growing among oaks. Sweet and earthy, and nothing at all like the stench of London alleys. The cart slows to a stop. The farmer gestures towards the scatter of cottages silhouetted on the horizon. Lancot. At this distance, in this dying light, it looks exactly like it did on the day she fled. An illusion. Time cannot have been so kind to it. Beatrix slides off the back of the cart, brushes the straw and dust from her wool skirt. She reaches into her pocket and pays the old farmer a few pennies for his trouble. Sun's setting soon. You'll want to hurry, he says. Of course, Beatrix replies with a dip of her head. He gives her one last appraising look before urging his mules forward. She watches the cart disappear and thinks of her mother for the first time in decades. She used to tell Beatrix a lady never hurried, to which Beatrix would reply that she was no lady, usually while dashing out the door. Still, she doesn't hurry to Lancot now. Not because her mother's lessons have finally taken hold, but because after so long away, it's like walking through a dream, hazy and unreal. At first, it was her daughter that kept her away, a desperate need to protect her, even from afar. She stayed away through her childhood, stayed away when she was grown enough to marry and have her own children, stayed away even when she would have been old and gray. Until she would have been gone. Then, it was the whispers that kept her away, the fear that stories survive longer than people, stories of changelings and fairies and cursed girls with uncanny, mismatched eyes. But it is fear that has kept her away the longest, fear that always won out whenever she considered coming back. Fear that she has been away for so long there would be nothing left for her to come back to. It would have been easier to forget, to let her memories of Lancot decay into some blurred imagining, a Lancot reflected back at her in a puddle or a hazy watercolor painting to be admired from a distance. But she needs to remember. She needs to have something the fairy hasn't stolen from her. The mirage of a village unchanged by time melts away as Beatrix draws closer, passes sagging roofs and crumbling walls and gardens grown wild. A handful of stubborn cottages stand amongst the disrepair, refuse to accept their reality. Lancot is dying. A slow, withering death. Beatrix follows the lane to the edge of the forest. It has crept closer, reclaimed the dirt track, inch by inch. Trees spring from the earth where her cottage once stood, casting shadows over a garden overgrown by choking vines and creeping moss. She gazes up at the canopy of leaves sprawling over her head where a thatched roof once was. She places a hand against the trunk of an oak, rough and solid beneath her palm, and she can almost picture William grinning down at her from the crook of its branches. How could she have been so naive, to hope she would find anything else here? Had she forgotten what time is capable of, how everything vanishes under the weight of it? Mountains and cities and bones all turn to dust. She turns her back on her lost home and heads down the track. She wonders how long it will take the forest to reclaim the village when there is no one left in Lancot to walk its pathways. St. James's Church still stands sentry over the Y. Beatrix takes in its single-arched door, the oak wood cross displayed proudly in the yard. She can almost pretend she's back in her village, back in her old life, if she doesn't let her gaze drift to the cemetery behind it. The headstones have changed. There are more of them, graves of people she knew and loved, and those she never met at all. Her parents are there, so are Isabella and Alice and their families. William, their daughter. The door is unimportant now, the cemetery the only thing that matters. She needs to know exactly how long she has been without them. She needs to see their names in stone. Beatrix's epitaph is fading. She traces along the shallow indentations with the tips of her fingers, as if she is learning the shape of her name for the first time. But this is different from the Inn on the Thames, where she struggled through letters and sounds. This is her name. This is her grave. It's strange to read William's name carved beneath hers. She thought he would have married again, would have buried their past and built a new life. Stranger still to read that word, died. It's the other inscription, clear and bold, as if it has escaped the flow of time, that sends her heart plummeting to her guts. Amor vincit omnia. Love conquers all. William spoke those words to her the day they were married at this church. She spoke them to him the night she died, begging him to listen to her, even if he couldn't understand. He carved them into her ring, into their headstone. Her hands tremble with the anger pulsing through her. She clenches them into fists, laughs so she doesn't scream. Is she finally going mad? Her love had conquered death. Her love brought her back to him. And he turned his back on her. She wonders if it is illegal to desecrate your own grave. She should have let time take Lancot from her. Maybe, if she is lucky, it will take William from her next, slowly unravel her past until she forgets she ever had this life. Beatrix turns from her grave, and her gaze snags on the name carved into the stone across from hers. Her name, but not. She sinks to her knees, claws the leaves from the earth around the marker. She needs to read every letter etched into it, every word. Her heart hammers against her ribs. Beatrix Grace Beckett. Born Woodward, June 13, 1505. Died February 16, 1584. He named their daughter after her. Tears spring to Beatrix's eyes. Her heart swells and shatters, like it did the first, the only, time she heard her daughter's cry. She lived a long life. Beatrix hopes, with every fiber of her being, that it was a happy one. The happiest one. She brushes the moss from the stone. She wishes she had come in summer, that she could gather flowers to leave, some proof she has been here. But the earth is barren, waiting to wake. The other graves in the row bear the name Beckett, too. Her daughter's children, maybe, or grandchildren or beyond. She wanders through the stones, wonders who these dead are to her. She reaches the low stone wall and stops at the place she stood with William on their wedding day. The last light of day dances across the river's surface far below her. She had come to Lancot to remember. As if she could ever forget. She is Beatrix Atwood of the village of Lancot. She was born in 1481. Everyone she has ever known is gone. Everyone she has ever loved is dead. But she is still here, still 23, still Beatrix. She will exist forever and always, and not at all. Oceanofpdf.com. The 27th of January 1819. London, England. Beatrix has never fitted in anywhere, but she has never been more painfully aware of it than in her work as a governess. She went to the manor in search of Professor Winfield, England's preeminent scholar on fairy lore. More specifically, in search of his extensive library, which had just been featured in the London Times. Her plans went out the window when she rang the bell and a frazzled maid ushered her inside, chiding her about being late. Beatrix couldn't get a word in before Mrs. Winfield marched past her in morning dress, a young boy and girl with pale, tear-streaked faces trailing behind her. When the door slammed behind them, she was left standing awkwardly in the silent foyer with the maid. Beatrix turned to her and asked, "Professor Winfield?" The maid crossed herself and replied, "May God rest his soul." Beatrix never claimed to be the new governess. She only told the maid her things would arrive shortly when she asked where they were, and followed her willingly when she offered to show her to her room. She had hoped to be left alone upstairs long enough to explore the professor's library, but she only got a glimpse of the cramped shelves before the maid closed the door on it. She'd need more than a few hours in the manor if she was to discover anything useful. Beatrix has come to think of herself as a liminal person, existing in that space between the past and the present, human, and yet not. Now, she is a liminal person in a liminal position. She is expected to look after the children as if they are her own, but she isn't their mother. She isn't a servant, either. They won't even speak to her if they can help it. And she isn't part of the family, a point Mrs. Winfield makes abundantly clear every chance she gets. She takes most of her meals in the same room where she teaches, and she spends her evenings alone, reading in her bedroom. It feels like her earliest days in London, when everyone looked through her until she was sure she was invisible. It's the books that keep her here. Each night before the kitchen maids rise, she unlocks Professor Winfield's library with her borrowed key and slips inside. She reads by the light of a single candle flame. She doesn't dare illuminate the study, even though the rest of the house is asleep. Doesn't dare take any of the professor's papers from the room where his widow locks them away. It is a strange library. The walls are built of books, the windows hollowed out of them, a reminder that a world outside the room exists. The professor seems to have been the type of person who would forget that. Papers cover his desk. The end tables are stacked with magazines and periodicals and various correspondences, some of which have never been opened. She wonders if their writers are still awaiting a reply, if they even know that the professor died months ago. Beatrix can tell the library was organized once, before the professor became overwhelmed by documents and illness. It feels frozen in a moment, as if he has stepped out for a cup of tea, as if he might walk through his door at any moment, clap his hands together and muse about where he left off. At least, that is how Beatrix imagines the man whose letters she pores over every night, before the sun rises. She reads tales of maidens and princesses, inescapable towers and magical forests, witches and imps and talking animals, evil queens and sorceresses, riddles and curses. Oliver really did give her a gift when he left her in that inn with a pile of books and a letter she couldn't read. She wonders if she could be considered a scholar. She has learned more about fairies than she ever thought possible. Laughed when she discovered they couldn't lie, that the fairies' twisting words were her own sort of curse. Cried at the tales of children left alone to die as changelings. But she has found no stories of a human babe coming back as a fairy. No stories of a woman with mismatched eyes coming back from death. No answers. Snow floats past the schoolroom window in giant flakes, coating the manicured lawn and circular gravel drive with a dusting of white powder that reminds Beatrix of icing sugar on Venetian pastries. The sound of pens scratching on paper fills the silence. The Winfield children sit at their desks, copying the sentence Beatrix has written on her blackboard, a quote from a copy of Grimm's fairy tales she snuck out of their father's library. Margaret, the youngest at 5, writes slowly, taking care with every letter. She pushes a strand of sandy brown hair out of her face, smudging ink across her forehead. Beatrix can't help but smile. Victor scribbles his last words and hands Beatrix his page. He is 2 years older than his sister, with darker hair but the same wide green eyes, and no time for governesses. She scans the illegible words. "Is this your best work?" Victor. "Yes," he says immediately. He won't look her in the eye. "I see." Margaret hands in her own paper, a much neater copy. "Now, can we have a story?" Beatrix considers them. Victor straightens in his seat. "All right, one, before it's time to get ready for your mother's dinner party." She crosses the room to an old armchair in the corner, meant to serve as her private sitting area since she isn't welcome in Mrs. Winfield's parlor. It is far more comfortable than the wooden chair and table she is supposed to teach from, and the only one that allows Margaret to crawl into her lap when she reads. Victor pulls the copy of Grimm's fairy tales off the bookshelf and hands it to Beatrix as Margaret settles. "Can we have one of yours instead?" she asks. Beatrix glances between the children gazing up at her. Margaret's eyes are wide and round and pleading, Victor's far too serious. She sees her sisters in them, Isabella asking for a tale of the forest, Alice pretending not to listen. "I'll tell you one of mine if you can both agree to it." Victor loves for her to read the stories from his father's book, even though she's sure he can recite them all by heart. But he nods, in agreement with his sister for once. "Very well, then." He returns the book to its spot on the shelf and sits on the floor near Beatrix's feet. Long ago, in a kingdom at the end of the world, there lived a clever princess and her brother, the bravest knight in the land. That makes Margaret smile. Victor rolls his eyes, but Beatrix can tell he is secretly pleased. One day, the princess and the knight took a tour of their kingdom. They stayed out longer than intended, but both knew they needed to return to the safety of the palace before sunset. The knight was very brave, so he told the princess they should take a shortcut through the forest, even though it was dark and no one was certain what lived there. The princess agreed, for she trusted her brother and knew he could protect them. They rode into the forest together. Margaret stares up at her, wide-eyed. Victor leans in closer. They rode and rode and rode, but the forest wouldn't let them go. No matter how far or how fast they went, the path never ended. It grew darker and colder, until the princess was sure night must have fallen. And then, standing on the edge of the river that ran through the forest, they saw a woman. Margaret clings to Beatrix's arm. Victor's eyes widen. The brave knight called out to her, sure she must be some poor, lost soul in need of rescue, trapped in the forest just as they were. But when she turned and they saw her face, the princess and the knight realized she was no woman. Margaret gasps. Was she horribly disfigured? Victor asks. Did she have warts? Beatrix gives him a stern look, and he quiets at once. She was the most beautiful thing the princess and the knight had ever laid eyes on. Red hair that danced like flames, and a dress that shone like starlight in the darkness. Her eyes were two different colors, one the color of a summer sunrise, the other the cool white glow of winter's first full moon. And the princess and the knight knew she could only be a fairy of the woods. The brave knight asked the fairy to guide them from the forest, and she gave them the sweetest smile. But the clever princess, who was also very kind, knew it wasn't genuine. The fairy told the knight and the princess she would help them, but they must ask her politely. Now, the princess knew you must never ask a favor of a fairy, for they do not grant favors, they only strike bargains. She knew fairies liked nothing more than to take a desperate human's wish and twist the words. She also knew the fairy's magic had trapped them in that forest, and only the fairy's magic could release them. What did she do? Margaret asks. Well, the princess was a very clever girl. She knew the fairy was cruel and proud. So, the princess thought long and hard about the proper way to ask the fairy to help them get out of the woods. She knew she had to choose her words with care. Finally, she thought of the right words, and she whispered them into her brother's ear. And even he was astounded by his sister's cleverness. Together, they approached the fairy, perched in the branches of an oak, grinning like a cat who had caught a mouse. A soft knock on the schoolroom door draws Beatrix's attention from the two rapt faces in front of her. One of the young maids dips into a curtsy. Pardon me, mistress. The children are to prepare for dinner. Guests will arrive shortly. Thank you, Celia, Beatrix says. The maid bobs and leaves without a word. What did the princess ask the fairy? Victor asks. Beatrix leans closer, as if she has a secret. I'll tell you what. Why don't you and Margaret think about what the princess and the knight could have asked her? Write down all your ideas, neatly, and bring them to me at lessons tomorrow. Victor groans. You should have done your penmanship properly, Margaret says, matter-of-factly. Off you go to get ready for dinner. Beatrix slides Margaret off her lap. Don't keep Celia waiting. Mother says she's supposed to wait, Victor says. She's not allowed to hurry us along. Beatrix stoops to Victor's level, until she is looking into wide green eyes she assumes must be the same as his father's. They have nothing of their mother's unyielding gaze in them. That may be so, but being considerate towards others, even those of a lower station than you, will serve you both well. She glances over to Margaret to ensure she has the little girl's attention, too. Celia is very busy today. Every day, for that matter. Don't you think it would be kind of you to make her job easier by doing as she asks? Victor nods. Yes, mistress, Margaret says. Good, now off you go, both of you. The children leave to prepare for their dinner party. Beatrix is sure their mother wouldn't appreciate that lesson in manners, but she doesn't particularly care what Mrs. Winfield thinks. If it were up to her, Mrs. Winfield would get her own lesson in manners. Beatrix smiles to herself as she turns down the narrow hallway to her bedroom. She wonders what answers the children will bring her tomorrow. In truth, she is stalling. She doesn't know how to defeat a fairy with clever words. She's not even sure it's possible. Words matter to the fairy, hold some power over her. Of that much Beatrix is certain. It's how the fairy corrupted her wish, it's why she can't claim her soul outright. Why Beatrix has spent countless nights obsessing over the fairy's own words to her. You will live to regret this moment. And then, you will keep on living. Oceanofpdf.com. The 11th of April 1820. London, England. Beatrix perches on the edge of her bed. She pushes the white lace curtain aside and peers out of her window. The stream of carriages has slowed. The last of the ladies wrapped in furs and the gentlemen in top hats and tailcoats hurry up the stairs, disappearing beneath the manor's ivy-covered entrance. On any other evening, this would be the most entertaining part of spending hours holed up in her room, watching the dinner guests come and go, wondering what their lives are like. Today, her heart sinks. None of them are Oliver. His note from the Frost Fair said he would come today, she's certain, even if the paper he wrote it on is long gone. But he didn't set a time, only told her to leave a letter with her current whereabouts at the post office. Did she write his name properly? Have they lost it? Has the postmaster thrown it away? The day is almost turned to evening. Almost gone. A knock sounds on Beatrix's door. Too early for supper, but perhaps this is the only moment a servant can get away from the kitchen to bring her meal. She pulls the door open to find Oliver, dressed in a black tailcoat of his own. "What are you doing here?" she hisses. "He can't be upstairs. Mrs. Winfield would fire her on the spot." Oliver frowns. "Didn't you read my note?" Beatrix glances down the hall in both directions, making certain it is empty. She pulls Oliver into her room and locks the door behind him. "Yes, I read your note." That night, in the room at the inn, was only the beginning. After Oliver left, she spent the rest of the week practicing, squinting at the letters and copying them out, trying to make sense of them, until the light failed and her eyes ached. She unfolded and refolded the page from the Thames until there was nothing left of it. And every night before she fell into bed, she sounded out each letter of Oliver's note, trying to read his words. Until one night, she did. She read it hundreds of times, until she knew it by heart, seared the date into her memory. Until there was nothing left of his note, either. Then, she read any scrap of paper she could get her hands on. Day-old newspapers, order receipts, grocery lists. She made a game of reading all the storefronts and signs in the streets, until she got her hands on a battered copy of Pride and Prejudice. Novels are by far her favorite, better than the newspapers or the stories in the magazines the ladies read. Novels hold entire worlds, entire lives for her to explore. She can get lost between the pages, and when she finds herself again, hours have passed her by. Oliver beams at her. "You read my note." Her heart skips. "As I recall, it didn't say anything about you showing up in my bedroom." "I showed up in the hallway," he says with that same infuriating smirk he turned on her at the Globe. He flops onto her bed in a very ungentlemanly manner. "You're the one who dragged me into your bedroom and locked the door." Her face flushes with heat. He's impossible. "What's next?" he asks. "Learn another language. I think if I had all the time in the world, that's what I would do. Or learn to play an instrument. Guitar. No, piano." "Why not both, while you're at it?" she asks. "In fact, you could learn all the languages and all the instruments." "Good idea." She rolls her eyes. "You'd become an insufferable know-it-all." Oliver shakes his head. "I couldn't know it all. Every day there would be something new to discover." Beatrix sinks down onto the bed next to him. Her leg brushes against his, but he doesn't move away. "You'd get tired of it." "Maybe," he shrugs, "but not for a very, very long time. Then I suppose you'd better hope you have all the money in the world, too." Oliver's brow furrows. He shifts on the bed, reaches underneath him and pulls out a book, a well-loved copy of the first volume of Frankenstein. "I'd read all the greats, too." She takes the book from him. "Is this considered one of them?" He nods. "Anything by Jane Austen is a classic, or Dickens or Poe or any of the Bronte sisters. I should make you a list. You can read them as they're published." "I'd like that. And if you get your hands on any first editions, hold on to them," Oliver adds. A sharp knock sounds on the door. Beatrix jumps to her feet. "Hide," she hisses at Oliver, pulling him from her bed. "Where?" "I don't know." She glances around her cramped room. Her eyes land on the narrow closet in the corner. She wrenches the door open. "In here." The knock sounds again, louder this time. "Miss Lancourt." "Just a moment," Beatrix calls. Oliver smirks at her from the closet. "Be quiet in there," she warns, before shutting the door in his face. She takes a deep breath and composes her features into the stoic expression of an unmarried governess who is absolutely not hiding a man in her bedroom closet. She crosses to her door, unlocks it, and pulls it open. "Yes. Mrs. Winfield requests your presence in the drawing room immediately, mistress," Celia says. She avoids Beatrix's two-toned gaze. Of course. She spares one last glance at her closet before closing the bedroom door behind her. She follows Celia down the back staircase, out of view of the party guests. She leaves Beatrix at the door to the drawing room. She smooths her skirt, lifts her chin, and steps inside. Mrs. Winfield beckons to her on sight. Margaret and Victor stand with their mother. Margaret watches the men and women in their fancy clothes with fascination. Victor is more interested in the food the servants carry around the room on gleaming silver trays. "Shall I take the children upstairs, ma'am?" Beatrix asks when she reaches them. Mrs. Winfield waves her off. "The children have been entertaining my guests." "Oh, have they?" Beatrix asks, unsure if she is expected to praise Margaret and Victor or scold them. Indeed, she looks at Beatrix with eyes of ice, lifeless and cold. "They've been telling fairy tales." Beatrix stiffens. Mrs. Winfield's gaze bores into her. Fairy tales they learned from their governess. Tales to get the children to finish their studies, nothing more, Beatrix offers. "Nonsense, really. You know how I feel about those stories in my home," Mrs. Winfield warns. "Yes, ma'am," Beatrix replies. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." "They are true, aren't they, miss? You said the fairies were real. You said you've seen them," Margaret asks. "You did," Victor adds vehemently. "When I asked why your eyes were funny, you said it was so you could see the fairies." "They're just silly stories." She offers Mrs. Winfield a sheepish smile. Margaret's face falls. "Please bring the children up to the nursery for the evening," Mrs. Winfield says sharply. "Yes, ma'am," Beatrix says. "And when you are finished, you may pack your things. Your services are no longer required." Beatrix falters. "Yes, ma'am." She tries to keep her voice steady. "Come along, children." Margaret and Victor fall into line behind her, a somber and sulking row of ducks. "Why did you say they were silly stories?" Margaret demands as she follows Beatrix up the stairs. "Because she's like all the other grown-ups. Now she's going to leave us, too," Victor exclaims behind her. "It's not my choice, Victor. I'd stay if I could." He doesn't look like he believes her. They stop outside the nursery. Beatrix kneels on the floor. "You two need to promise me you'll never lose your curiosity." She drops her voice to a loud whisper. "Even if the grown-ups don't like it." She looks at Victor. "Promise." "Promise," he says grudgingly. "Margaret." Margaret's eyes well with tears. She throws her arms around Beatrix's neck, almost bowling her over. "I promise." Beatrix swallows the lump rising in her throat and extricates herself from the girl's fierce grip. "Look after each other, won't you?" She forces a laugh to disguise the tremble in her voice. "And be kind to your new governess." Victor pulls a face, but one stern look from Beatrix sets it straight. The children trudge into the nursery, and Beatrix shuts the door behind them. She slumps against the wall and blinks away the tears burning her eyes. "I'm sorry." Oliver stands at the top of the stairs, his top hat clutched between his hands. Beatrix pushes off the wall. She wonders how long he has been standing there. How much he saw. "It's not your fault." She is the one who told those foolish stories, the one who has become attached to those children, even though she knows better. She has no one to blame but herself. Oliver falls into step next to her. "Those kids mean a lot to you." He follows her into her room and shuts the door behind him. "It's just a job," she assures him. "It was just a job." Beatrix reaches under her bed and pulls out a small carpet bag. She crosses to the closet, the door ajar from Oliver's escape. He watches her pack her entire existence away in a matter of minutes. She fastens her bag and slips on her coat and hat. "That's everything." She swallows back the urge to cry as she leaves her room. Wisps of voices drift up the staircase from the dinner party. Beatrix searches the steps. Sometimes, she would come back to her room in the evening to find Margaret sitting at the top, listening to the guests tell their stories, trying to catch a glimpse of them. Sometimes, she would sit on the top step with her, and they would listen together. Tonight, there is no one. They pass the nursery. Beatrix forces herself to keep moving. She has already said goodbye. There is nothing more she can do. A lie, and she knows it. She's already been dismissed. She has nothing left to lose, nothing left for Mrs. Winfield to take. Her heart thuds against her ribs. She hands Oliver her bag. "I'll meet you outside." She gives him a reassuring smile and watches him disappear down the servants' stairs. When the hall is empty again, Beatrix takes a small silver key from her pocket, unlocks the door across from the nursery and slips inside. The professor's library looks different under the overcast early evening light, sharper and more real than it does under the flickering glow of a candle. She can picture him here, bent over his desk, oblivious to the party downstairs. Beatrix goes to the table just inside the door, piled high with books and papers she has taken care not to topple during her silent nights spent reading here. She has only ever taken one book from this table, the copy of Grimm's Fairy tales she suspects previously lived in the nursery, now on her shelf in the schoolroom. She can imagine Mrs. Winfield sweeping through the house in her morning dress, gathering up anything that reminds her of her lost husband. She can imagine her bringing it to the library, determined to shut it away with every other thing she can't bear to look at anymore. She can imagine her freezing on the threshold, unable to bring herself to step inside the room that holds too much of him. Dropping everything onto the table and locking the door behind her. Beatrix picks up a thin book bound in olive green linen. She opens it to the title page. My Dearest Margaret and Victor. She takes the next book in the pile, a thick leather-bound book with unevenly cut pages. A special gift on a special day. She opens each book in the pile. With all my love. Love always. Love, Papa. Love he would want his children to have. She stacks the books in her arms. The maids will turn over her rooms tomorrow and Mrs. Winfield will lock the doors until someone more suitable can be hired. But tonight, they are all busy with their party. Tonight, the children have no governess. She smiles to herself. A golden opportunity for mischief they won't be able to pass up. A letter slips off the table. Beatrix stoops to pick it up, and the sender's address catches her eye. Tintern. She flips it over in her hand. It hasn't even been opened. Quick footsteps sound down the hall. A maid, probably, come to make sure she's gone. She slips the letter into her coat pocket and pulls open the library door. The hall is empty now, the servant has scurried back to the party. She closes the door behind her, locks it, and drops the key into her pocket. Beatrix bundles the books under her coat and steps out into the gray spring evening. Oliver sits on the edge of the stone fountain in the middle of the drive. He stands when he spots her approaching. Everything all right? There's something I need to take care of before we go, she says, setting off across the lawn. Oliver falls into step beside her. She pulls open her coat to show him the stack of books. I need to put these somewhere safe for the children. They reach the abandoned shed at the edge of the garden, and Beatrix is glad to find it locked. Hold these, she says, passing the pile of books to Oliver. He balances them against his chest, her bag still in his other hand. Oliver's brow furrows. This is your somewhere safe. She reaches into the bun twisted at the back of her head and pulls out a brass hairpin. One benefit of her unruly hair, she always has an ample supply. Didn't you ever have a place of your own as a child? No adults, no worries. No whispers. The corner of Oliver's mouth lifts. My friend Luke had a tree house in his backyard, growing up. We'd spend entire weekends there during the summer. We even had a secret code to get in. Beatrix stoops in front of the door and inserts her hairpin into the lock. And I bet it was the best place to keep your treasures. I don't think I'd call them treasures, he says with a grimace. Are you picking that lock? Yes, Beatrix says. She doesn't look up from her work. Why do you know how to pick a lock? I made a bet with a locksmith a few years back. Drank his friend under the table, but he didn't want to pay up. He thought I cheated, all things considered, she says, gesturing to herself. I bet him double or nothing he couldn't pick a lock with my hairpin, which he gladly did. He even explained exactly how he did it. The lock clicks and she grins up at Oliver. He thought he won. Beatrix ducks her head and steps into the darkened shed. It smells of damp earth and linseed oil. There's an old quilt in the corner and a pair of dirty cups on the potting bench, a crumpled stack of penny dreadfuls that Beatrix is sure Victor fished out of a rubbish bin stashed beneath it. Oliver shakes his head. I thought the hairpin thing only worked in movies. Beatrix slips the pin back into her hair. What's a movie? It's sort of like a play, but you watch moving pictures on a screen instead of people on a stage, Oliver says. They're cheaper and more popular than going to the theater. The same movie can play all over the world. She takes the pile of books from him. Something to look forward to, then. She brushes some soil from the end of the bench and sets the books in a neat stack. What's so special about those? Oliver asks. Beatrix picks up the drab green book and hands it to him. They were gifts from their father. Oliver opens the cover. His eyes dart over the inscription. They'll love them. I hope so, Beatrix says. She reaches into her pocket, finds the key to the library and the unopened letter from Tintern. She shoves the envelope back into her coat. Oliver places the book on her pile. They will. She puts her key on top. Well, that's done. I suppose it's time to go. She tries to keep the quiver out of her voice. She fails miserably. Oliver takes her hand, and it eases the hollow ache in her chest. For now, at least, she's not alone. Beatrix sits beside Oliver, listening to the rhythmic sound of hooves on cobblestones. London streams past the hansom cab, bleak and grey in the failing light. As if all the color has been washed from the world. The cab slows, then stops in front of St. Paul's. Oliver jumps out and offers Beatrix his hand. She takes it and steps from the cab with her carpet bag. What are we doing here? I've got someone important to talk to inside. Come on. He takes her bag and hurries up the wide stone steps. This must be the reason he came back today. She hopes she hasn't made him late. She hurries up the steps behind him. The grand domed cathedral is a fixture on the London skyline, the tallest building in the city. Beatrix hasn't been back since the day she sat on its steps and wept for the London that burned. It was the day she realized she was the only one left in the city who had walked the old streets, set foot in the old cathedral, knew the old London at all. I've never been inside the new St. Paul's. Oliver smiles. Only you could call a centuries-old cathedral new. It is not the same. Still grand and beautiful, maybe even more so than her St. Paul's, with its missing spire and an aisle long enough to hold the world. But it is not her St. Paul's, even though it has the same name, even though it stands on the same hallowed ground. It feels strange instead of familiar, leaves her hollow with longing. A homesickness for a place that was never home. It's far too sentimental for a heap of stone and colored glass. She tries to shake the feeling and follows Oliver past the gilt archways to a spiral staircase, swirling overhead in graceful curves. Beatrix loses track of how many steps it takes to reach the dome. She follows Oliver through a low door to a narrow walkway that runs around the edge. Cool gray light filters through the windows above her, casting the space in a muted, tired quiet. A ledge that serves as a bench rings the outside of the walkway, and a decorative wrought iron railing circles the inside. She leans against the tall rail, peers down to the mosaic tile floor far below. From this vantage point, she can see how magnificent it all is, how breathtakingly beautiful, and she is in awe that this rose from the ashes of her St. Paul's. Oliver puts her bag on the floor. Wait here, I'll only be a minute. She sits on the bench. There are a few others speaking in hushed voices, and several people standing at the rail. Beatrix wonders which one Oliver is here to meet. Wonders what they have done or what they will do to warrant a page in his journal. She leans against the wall and closes her eyes. Now that she has stopped moving, she is exhausted, and a throbbing has started at her temples. Talk to me, B. Oliver's voice is a whisper in her ear. She opens her eyes, but the bench next to her is empty. She must be imagining things. Oliver is sitting all the way across the dome. He turns his head towards the wall, and then his voice is in her ear. Say something. She turns her head like Oliver. Her cheek brushes against the cool stone. How are you doing this? I'm not doing anything. It's an unintentional acoustic phenomenon of the architecture. Beatrix raises an eyebrow, which means the dome is perfectly curved, so sound waves can travel along the wall. It's called a whispering gallery. Theo was obsessed with them when we were kids. There's one in New York City, too. Or, there will be, in 20 years. You're not here to talk to someone important, are you? Sure I am, Oliver says. I'm talking to you, aren't I? Beatrix rolls her eyes, even though she's sure Oliver can't see it from this distance. Tell me something, he says. What do you want to know? Everything. Beatrix laughs. How much time do you have? I'm a time traveler. She can hear the smile in his voice, even through the whispering wall. Sitting in the St. Paul's that is now old, but new to her, Beatrix thinks of her St. Paul's, the one Oliver has never known. She wishes she had shared that part of her life with him on the day they met in London. But he was nobody to her then, and she couldn't have known what the future would hold for her or the cathedral. Or for them. Oliver sits quietly, his head tipped against the wall. She knows he will listen to her words. That he will remember them. She hopes the cathedral walls do, too. St. Paul's was the first place I came to, when I arrived in London, she whispers. It took her a fortnight to reach the city from Lancot. Hunger gnawed at her insides, a feeling that would become as familiar to her as the city's crooked streets. It was a comfort to her that night. It meant she was alive. I slept there, my first night. Beatrix can still remember the terror coursing through her veins as she pushed open the church's massive door, the heavy silence pressing against her as she stepped over the threshold. There was this window of colored glass at the end of the aisle. It was a massive thing. Not like the ones that are here now, she says. It was shaped like a flower. She can still see it when she closes her eyes. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I never even imagined something like that could exist. Tears prick behind her eyes. I was here when it burned. The fire had been raging for days in St. Paul's. It was supposed to be safe. But St. Paul's burned the same as the rest of London. The roof melted and then the glass. Single quote. She brushes a tear from her cheek. She can't bring herself to put the rest into words. I'm sorry, Oliver says. He's next to her now. When did that happen? It's silly of me to cry over a building, isn't it? I don't think it's silly. You miss your home. It wasn't home, Beatrix whispers. But her words are hollow. I won't pretend I know how you feel, Bea. But I think I can understand. His eyes are clouded now. After my parents died, my brother left college to raise me. He was only 19. We stayed in the same house. He didn't change a thing. But it wasn't home anymore. I moved out as soon as I could. She takes his hand. I know Theo tried his best, but we aren't as close as we were before, and I don't know. Single quote. He slumps against the stone wall. Sometimes it feels like I lost my brother, too. I am so sorry, Beatrix says. She understands the unique pain of losing someone while they are standing right in front of you. If it makes you feel better, I wasn't allowed to attend either of my sister's weddings. Oliver grimaces. Ouch. Beatrix nods. It had hurt, even if she didn't let Alice or Isabella see it. I'm sorry I didn't get to visit Old St. Paul's with you, Oliver says. He sounds disappointed. No, defeated. I would have liked that, she says. But I'm sure you've seen more important things. Maybe. He doesn't sound convinced. You can't do everything, Beatrix says. I know. That doesn't keep me from wishing I could. He shakes his head. I guess I thought it would be easier to choose. The choice is easy, Beatrix says. It's what comes after that's hard. Wondering if you should have done things differently. Wishing you could go back and change it. Zoe would say regret is a waste of time, Oliver says. She's a friend of mine. I think you'd like her. I'm sure she's right, Beatrix says. Regretting a choice won't change it. But like Oliver's desire to do everything, knowing she can't change her past doesn't stop her from wishing she could. Good thing I have loads of time to waste. A shadow passes over Oliver's gaze. He rises to his feet and picks up her bag. He offers her his free hand. Come on, where are we going? She asks, even though she's already placed her hand in his. He pulls her to her feet. To the nearest pub, he says. I want to hear all about the Old St. Paul's. Beatrix searches Oliver's face. If he's humoring her out of pity, he doesn't show it. I told you, I want to know everything. She's surprised that Oliver wants to hear her stories, and even more surprised to find herself eager to tell them. So do I, she says. Oliver raises an eyebrow. About. She smirks at him. I want to know everything there is to know about Oliver Rhodes. Oceanofpdf.com. The 7th of May 1824. Vienna, Austria. It has taken Beatrix 6 days to get to Vienna. 1,000 miles, jumping from freight car to freight car, through at least 4 different countries, after paying for passage on a ship from Dover to Calais. The ticket cost her a pretty penny, but the thought of stowing away on a ship, of being caught stowing away on a ship, made her break out in a cold sweat. She could survive a tumble from a train well enough, but if she was thrown into the sea. She shudders, despite the fact she is walking down a wide, paved street. She knows the extent of the ferry's mercy. She would drown, she would live, and she would drown again, over and over, until she gave the ferry what she wanted. She pushes the thought away and hurries past buildings made of cream stone that make the city feel warm and bright and nothing at all like London, her skirts rustling around her ankles, her tight curls bouncing at her temples. Maybe this is what it feels like to be somewhere new. She imagines Isabella asking her, "How far did you go today?" Imagines herself replying, "Farther than I've ever been." The first time she can claim that since Venice. She turns the corner, and the theater comes into view. It's early, but a crowd is already gathering out front. She spots Oliver standing off to the side in a top hat and long coat, watching the carriages come and go. Her heart leaps. Maybe he has something to do with that fizzy champagne feeling she's had since she woke in a boxcar this morning. She smooths her rose-pink skirts and slows her pace to something deemed more appropriate for a lady. Her dress is nicer than the one she traveled to Vienna in, but not nearly as fancy as some of the ones the other ladies are wearing, with short, puffed sleeves and a pair of ruffles at the hem. She reaches into her pocket, touches the paper that she knows is there. "Fancy meeting you here," she says when she is at Oliver's shoulder. He turns to face her with a smile. "Still sneaking up on me, I see." She gestures to the theater. "Are we here to see a play?" He shakes his head. "The first performance of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. It was Lucy's idea." "Lucy?" Beatrix asks. "She coordinates my excursions at Avon," he clarifies. "She said this would make up for skipping Mozart." "You don't sound very excited." "It's a masterpiece. One of Beethoven's most admired works for centuries to come. You'll see," Oliver says. "But," she prods. A shadow flits across Oliver's gaze. It's his last completed symphony. His penultimate public performance. Not that he knows that. Oliver looks at his shining boots. He only has 3 years left to live. Her heart breaks a little for this man she doesn't even know. Because the world will be robbed of his brilliant talent. Because he has no idea what is coming for him. Nobody knows when they're going to die, Oliver. But I know when he's going to die. His eyes shine with anguish. How can I sit there and listen to his music, watch him up there on stage, knowing that? Then don't, Beatrix says. What? You said this was Lucy's idea. But Lucy isn't here, Beatrix says. You are. Is this what you want to spend your time on? Oliver shakes his head. I don't think so. Then let's go find something else to do. You came all the way to Vienna for this, he says. Go to the symphony without me. I don't mind, I swear. I came to Vienna to see you, she says, the words slipping out before she realizes they have. Her face flushes with heat. Thankfully, Oliver doesn't dwell on it, though she swears his cheeks have turned a shade pinker. Do you want to explore the city with me? He asks. I'll try not to get hopelessly lost. Well, that's disappointing, Beatrix says. Oliver frowns. Really? I absolutely intend to get hopelessly lost in Vienna. She turns in place and her skirt swirls out around her. She spins to a stop and for a moment, the world doesn't. She's pointed away from the theater now, her back to Oliver, the wide street ahead of her. Beatrix starts walking. Where are you going? He calls after her. No idea, she shouts over her shoulder, though that's not entirely true. Wherever she ends up, she knows one thing for certain. It will be farther than she has ever been before. Oliver falls into step beside her. They set out with no destination in mind, but spend most of the afternoon wandering the vast gardens of the Schönbrunn Palace. They admire the Fountain of Neptune and the long pavilion on the crest of the hill behind it. There are other figures from Greek and Roman myth, and other fountains, too, though the strangest sculpture to Beatrix is the set of Roman ruins. She can't understand why someone would want to build a thing already fallen to pieces when time would take care of it soon enough. They stroll through a glass house that smells of damp earth, full to bursting with palm trees of every shape and size, and another filled with orange and lemon trees that she wouldn't mind living inside. But the animal garden is the strangest sight. She sees an elephant for the second time in her life, hyenas and kangaroos and polar bears for the first. They rest at the octagonal pavilion at the heart of the garden before moving on to the final exhibits of the menagerie. The sun sinks steadily towards the horizon. Beatrix did not expect to meet a wolf in Vienna. It stands and stretches, its gray-brown coat catching the golden afternoon light, and pads across the small enclosure. Its amber eyes find hers through the iron bars. She has a sudden urge to fling open the cage and set it free. When I was a girl, there were rumors of a wolf in the forest around Lancot, she says. I used to sneak into the woods every chance I got, convinced I could catch a glimpse of her. Did you? Oliver asks. Once. But the wolf in Lancot was wild and free, and nothing at all like the one pacing before them. That's pretty lucky, Oliver says. Beatrix's brow furrows. It was lucky. Not that Oliver would know that. How do you mean? He shrugs. Wolves were all but extinct in England by then. I suppose she was a survivor, Beatrix says. A lonely survivor. They leave the wolf behind and continue their wanderings. Oliver stops in front of a cafe on the corner of a street Beatrix can't name. I've always heard good things about Viennese coffee, he says. Want to try some? Beatrix nods. Let's see if the rumors are true. A cozy atmosphere greets them. Wood-paneled walls and crystal chandeliers, marble-topped tables circled by bentwood chairs. A woman in a white apron calls out in German, halting them in the doorway. Beatrix sighs. She says if I want service, I have to take a table in the garden. No women allowed inside the cafe. You speak German? Oliver asks, surprise laced with amusement. You said we were going to Vienna, and I thought one of us ought to know the language, she says. I didn't think you could learn much in a week. The woman gestures for Beatrix to leave. It's a beautiful evening for coffee in the garden, Oliver says. I don't mind sitting out there if you don't. Beatrix laughs. You're not supposed to sit in the garden with me, Oliver. You're supposed to protect my honor by sitting in here with all the men, discussing politics and the arts and playing cards for hours while you smoke and ogle the ladies that walk past the windows. That makes no sense, Oliver says. It never has, Beatrix replies. Oliver nods to the hostess. Tell her we'll both sit in the garden. The woman seems to find the request odd, but she leads them to an empty table in the back corner of the garden next to a high, ivy-covered wall. What are you smiling about? he asks as he pulls out Beatrix's chair. She thinks I'm your mistress, she says. That's why she's shoved us in the corner, away from prying eyes. Oh, Oliver sounds alarmed. Beatrix laughs. The woman returns and places a silver tray on the table with 2 glasses of water, a pair of silver spoons set atop crisp white napkins, and 2 glass mugs of dark espresso, topped with a tall layer of whipped cream dusted with cocoa powder. This looks fancy, Oliver says. It looks delicious. Beatrix picks up her mug and clinks it against his. Cheers. They both drink. The rich, smoky notes of the coffee meld with the sweetness of the chocolate and the cream. If I lived in Vienna, I'd drink this every day, she says. Agreed, Oliver says. Beatrix laughs. You have whipped cream on your nose. She plucks the napkin from the tray and swipes it away for him. Thanks, he says, the faintest blush rising in his cheeks. She props her elbow on the table and rests her chin on her hand. What are you going to write in your journal about today? Oliver ponders the question. Blew off Beethoven to get lost in Vienna with a beautiful woman. Wandered the gardens at Schönbrunn Palace with her. Had the best coffee of my life and discovered she learned an entire language because it might come in handy. Honestly, she's a little intimidating. I think I'm in over my head. Beatrix laughs again. Oliver continues. Time went too fast, as per usual. Didn't want it to end. Asked to meet her again in 27 years. Her pulse races. I don't remember that part. I'll be in London in 1851, he says. So will I. Her guts twist. 27 years. She reaches into her pocket, feels the sharp crease of the page. Before you go, before you come back, I mean, her stomach is suddenly full of butterflies. She pulls the folded paper from her pocket. I was wondering, while you're gone, do you think, could you help me with something? Oliver takes the paper from her trembling hand. I found it in Professor Winfield's library the day I was dismissed. I forgot I had it until after you'd gone. 4 years ago, Oliver left her on a snow-dusted street outside a tiny London pub. She shoved her hands into her coat pockets, reaching for her gloves, and felt the letter. She tore it open and read it right there, then promptly returned to the pub for another drink. Oliver unfolds the page and reads. Tuesday the 7th of April 1818. Dearest Professor. I have completed cataloguing the stones at the cemetery of St. James's Church in Lancot, Gloucestershire. As per your request, I have enclosed my report of the matrilineal line of Beatrix Woodward, née Atwood, born the 19th of July 1481, died the 13th of June 1505. I look forward to discussing the findings with you soon. Yours most sincerely, Edward Davies. Oliver looks up at her. What is this? Professor Winfield studied fairy lore, she says. She doesn't know exactly what he was looking for, or what he found. Perhaps the whispers of Lancot had survived as long as she had. She hands Oliver the other pages. This is his report. His gaze darts across the papers. Hers must have done the same, trying to make sense of the names she didn't recognize and the dates that span generations, until those 2 words, the last 2 words, stopped her heart. Presently living. It's your family tree, Oliver says. Your daughter's daughter and her daughter, all the way until. Single quote. Now, Beatrix says, or more precisely, 1818, when Edward Davies wrote it. She went to Tintern the next day, got off the ferry and walked into the nearest pub, asked after the man who had sent the letter. The address wasn't far, the man behind the bar assured her. Just past the abbey, what was left of it? Its bones were overgrown with ivy, the roof gone, the round and arched windows empty of their glass. The long center aisle bordered by archways reminded her of the walk at St. Paul's, the vaulted ceiling replaced by a cloudless sky. It would have been beautiful when it was whole. Still possessed a haunting allure that tugged at her heart. It was a glimpse of what might have been. If she had never danced with William in the rain, her bones would be there among the moss-covered stones, overgrown with ivy, too. That's what I need your help with, Beatrix says. She found the address easily enough. Knocked on the door and politely asked the woman who answered if she could speak to Mr. Davies. Moved out, the woman said. Don't know where. Beatrix pressed her for more answers, any clue she could follow to find him. Did he have family, a job, friends? But all Beatrix gathered was that he was an eccentric man who never remembered when the rent was due and that his landlady was glad to be rid of him. Can you find her? Beatrix asks, pointing to the last name on the letter, presently living, out there somewhere. I wouldn't ask, but I've hit a dead end. Oliver looks at her, stunned. You want me to look up her future? Mr. Davies did a catalogue of all the graves in Lancot and researched the lives of the people buried there. Can't you do the same in your time? Research her life and tell me where she's living now. Beatrix asks. Oliver goes still. She's 9 years old, B. She'll be 36 when you come back, Beatrix counters. What if I find her? Then I find her, Beatrix says. And then? I don't know. She has tried not to think that far ahead. I don't think I couldn't talk to her. I just want to see her. To know that she's real. To know that there is some piece of her family, of her old life, still out there. Oliver leans towards her. Say I look her up in the Avon database. I find out everything there is to know about her. Where she was born, where she spent her childhood, where she went to school, who she married, how many children she had. It's the 1800s, so if you're lucky, there might even be photographs. Any document she was ever mentioned in will be there. Her entire life. He taps the words on the paper between them. But in my time, it won't say, presently living. I know that. I don't think you do, B, he says quietly. If I find her, if you find her, are you going to just sit there and watch her, knowing every horrible thing that will happen in her life? The exact day she's going to die. It feels like a trick question, that she should say yes, of course she can, that she won't interfere, that she will stick to whatever time traveler's code Oliver has sworn to observe. But they are sitting in a cafe garden instead of listening to a symphony. I don't know, Beatrix admits. You can't tell her anything, Oliver says gently. But if you know, how can you not? Like Beethoven, Beatrix asks. Like Beethoven, Oliver agrees. Tears prick at the back of Beatrix's eyes. She folds the letter and the family tree, and hides them away in her pocket. I'm sorry, I wish I could help you, Oliver says, and she can tell he means it. But it wouldn't be fair to you, and it wouldn't be fair to her. Beatrix would laugh if she wasn't afraid she'd burst into tears. She would like a word with whoever is in charge of fair. Oceanofpdf.com. The 1st of May 1851. London, England. The iron arm of the turnstile ratchets as Beatrix pushes through it. She follows the crowd of people ahead of her. Organ music drifts to her ears from somewhere up above, merry and bright and just loud enough to hear over the excited murmur of voices. A man in a black top hat offers Beatrix a pamphlet map of the exhibit hall for the price of twopence, but she politely declines. She wants to explore the world under one grand, glass roof. She wants to get lost. To her left, crimson signs proudly display the names Trinidad and Bahamas, Western Australia and New Zealand in bold white lettering, hanging over glass displays of colorful fruit, tortoiseshell crafts, and a life-sized carved figurehead meant for the prow of a ship. To her right, the Tunisians have assembled a traditional bazaar, filled with dresses and blankets, carpets and curtains, all in rich, colorful patterns. Straight ahead, an elm tree spreads its canopy of leaves under plate glass and cast iron instead of sky. Beatrix can't help but stare. She has never seen a tree inside a building before. Then again, she's never seen anything like the building the tree is growing inside, either. The Crystal Palace is a modern marvel. At least 3 times the size of St. Paul's, the newspapers have proclaimed it the largest building in the world. Made of glass and iron, with an arched and vaulted roof, it sparkles like one of Queen Victoria's diamonds in the mid-morning sun. Even the tiered fountain bubbling away next to her is made of gleaming cut glass. Judging by the crowd gathered around it, she's not the only one who finds it impressive. She searches their faces for a familiar one. 27 years ago, before Oliver left her on the bank of the Danube River, the moonlight shimmering silver across its surface, he gave her this date, this place, and a single instruction: meet me under the elm tree. He whispered it into her ear, their secret. With barely any distance between them, she couldn't miss the glint in his eye, the one that either meant he was up to trouble, or she was in trouble, or both. She told him there were an awful lot of elm trees in Hyde Park. He smiled and said she couldn't miss it. Good morning, Miss Lancourt. She turns towards the voice she would recognize anywhere. Oliver lifts his top hat and bows his head. He makes a charming gentleman. Beatrix suppresses a smile. And a good morning to you, Mr. Rhodes. He offers her his arm. Let's go travel the world, shall we? Beatrix loops her arm through his and her heart skips at his closeness. Where do we begin? Her eyes dart between the exhibit signs and bright flags hanging from the gallery above her. Anywhere you want. Something about the way he says it sends a shiver through her. They spend the next hours in India, where a stuffed elephant displays an ornate howdah on its back, and Canada, where mounted moose heads stare down at them with glassy eyes. They step back in time into the medieval court, filled with Gothic candelabras and furniture, and explore a gallery of natural minerals and stones from all around Britain. They see an entire exhibit of fireplaces, another of woolen, cotton and linen textiles, displays of agricultural machinery, furniture, musical instruments, mechanical toys and medical tools. A model of the docks at Liverpool, complete with 1,500 tiny ships. The glass lens of a lighthouse. A fountain filled with cologne-scented water. A printing press that can print 1,000 copies of the London Times in an hour. Several full-sized locomotives that have been pulled into the Crystal Palace by a team of 24 horses, and a machine called the Tempest Prognosticator, which claims to predict oncoming storms with the aid of bell-ringing leeches. Oliver pauses beneath an enormous telescope. How about a break before we see the rest of the world? A break would be lovely, Beatrix agrees, and he guides her through a gate into the refreshment court. They claim an iron bench under an elm, this one with open sky above it. Beatrix is glad to have a seat for a moment. She pulls her sunflower yellow shawl tighter around her shoulders and smooths down her white skirt. What would you like? He asks. Surprise me, she says, and a ghost of a smile crosses his lips. When Oliver returns, it's not with a feast, but a Banbury cake and a bottle of ginger beer for each of them. Sorry, I thought this was supposed to be cake, but I got a miniature pie. He hands her a warm, fruit-filled pastry sprinkled with glittering sugar. Beatrix laughs as he sits down next to her, examining the confection. Try it. It's better than a garden snail, I promise. Oliver takes a bite and, mouthful of flaky crust and molten currants, mumbles something about it being the best nut cake he's ever tasted. Beatrix devours hers. Oliver uncorks his ginger beer. What do you think so far? It's all a bit strange, Beatrix says, like I'm in an odd dream where everything keeps changing and things don't make sense. But in a nice way. Like Alice when she visited Wonderland, Oliver says. Like what? Oliver's eyes light up in realization. I almost forgot. He reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out his journal. He slips out a folded page and hands it to Beatrix. The book list. She takes the paper from him. The list is extensive, hundreds of titles long. Oliver leans closer, reading over her shoulder. She catches the woodsy scent she always associates with him, and her stomach flutters. He points to an entry written in black ink and blocky letters. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, November 1865. It's a children's book about a girl who falls down a rabbit hole into a land full of things from her imagination. Beatrix scans the rest of the page. How long did this take you to make? A week, Oliver guesses. Researching this stuff isn't as hard as you'd think, in my time. Thank you, Beatrix says. Her heart swells at the gesture, at the thought of Oliver spending any of his spare time on her. Truly. Maybe I'll read them, too, he muses. Like a really long-distance book club. Beatrix tucks the paper carefully away in her pocket. She takes a sip of her ginger beer and, sitting inside a palace of glass next to a man from the future, marvels at her real-life wonderland. She wonders what else people will think up, how else they will change the world. One strange, marvelous idea at a time. Oliver offers her his hand, and she takes it. Come on, we still have the rest of the world to explore. They wander through the smaller exhibits of Greece and Persia, Spain and Portugal, then move on to France, with the largest of the foreign displays. Both sides of the aisle are full of the finest French porcelain and tapestries, furniture and paintings. The American display is sparse in comparison. There is a bald eagle made of plaster and a sculpture, larger than Beatrix, made entirely of Goodyear rubber that doesn't look much like anything. They cross the model iron bridge arm in arm, and watch Samuel Colt demonstrate a revolving pistol. But the heart of the exhibit is a marble statue of a woman wearing nothing but chains, standing on a rotating platform, concealed under a crimson velvet canopy. There is no shortage of marble nudes on display around the exhibition, but the Greek slave is the only one hidden behind a curtain. Beatrix suspects the air of mystery has added to the sculpture's allure. It scandalizes everyone at the exhibition except for Oliver, who is instead mortified by the German exhibit of taxidermy kittens having a tea party. They turn around at the end of the foreign hall, but instead of continuing down the next row of exhibits to visit Norway and Sweden and Denmark, Oliver guides Beatrix past Belgium's enormous sculpture of a knight on horseback. He gestures to a wide staircase. There's something I want to make sure you see, up in the gallery. Her heart skips, and she follows him up the steps. He stops on the landing. Close your eyes. What, here, on the stairs? He offers her his arm. Don't worry, I'll guide you. Beatrix loops her arm through his and closes her eyes. She lifts her skirt and takes careful steps when he tells her to. Slowly, together, they reach the top. Can I open them? She asks. Not yet. Oliver guides her over even flooring. It's quieter than the exhibits downstairs, the air cooler, and she can hear the hollow echo of her boot heels on the wood. Oliver drops her arm and for a moment, she is alone. He takes her by the shoulders and positions her just so. There, he says, a note of triumph in his voice. Now you can open them. Beatrix opens her eyes and gasps. Swaths of heavy fabric dyed as black as the night sky hang from the ceiling and drape down to the floor, blocking the sunlight from shining through the clear walls and vaulted roof of the Crystal Palace. Instead, the light streams through panels of stained glass nestled between the dark cloths, large and small, arched and square, rectangular and even round, like the old rose window at St. Paul's. All of it exquisite in its color and detail. All of it the most beautiful thing Beatrix has ever seen. Oliver stands just behind her shoulder. Do you like it? But the sight has stolen her breath away. She can't find the words to tell him all that she is feeling, more than she has felt in centuries. She turns and kisses him. Her mouth meets his and for a single, thundering heartbeat, Oliver stands frozen under her touch. And then his lips part and he kisses her back. Warmth surges through her. He pulls away. I'm sorry, I can't. Heat rushes to her cheeks. It's not you, he quickly adds. I made a mistake. He winces at his fumbling words. Not you. He sinks onto a thinly padded bench across from a triptych of stained glass. He stares over the edge of the railing, though Beatrix isn't sure he sees the crowd below them, moving through the exhibits like colorful ants. She pulls her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Oliver pulls his gaze from the milling crowd, but he won't look her in the eye. In Venice, I told you I wanted more time to do everything. He looks up at her, his eyes stormy with doubt and guilt and something darker. I didn't tell you why. Beatrix swallows down her fear. Why? He slips his journal from inside his coat and pulls a worn piece of paper from between the pages. It reminds her of the poem from the Thames, the one she folded and unfolded until it fell apart into nothing. He offers it to her. She opens it along the well-worn creases. What is this? She tries to focus on the words, tries to make them make sense. But they won't. They can't. My obituary. oceanofpdf.com. The 23rd of May 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Oliver pulls open the heavy door, painted absinthe green and glowing dimly in the light of the neon sign mounted above it. The bar is packed with college students dancing and drinking and shouting over a thumping bass line, celebrating the end of a year or 4. 6, if you were Oliver and Luke and Zoe. The end of an era. Zoe beckons to him from the edge of the packed dance floor. She's almost as tall as him, even in her worn-out canvas sneakers, with bronzed skin and a sly smile that makes her look like she knows something you don't. Knowing Zoe, she probably does. Her pastel pink hair is still in its sleek twist from graduation, but she's changed into a sequined mini dress. Sorry I'm late. He fell asleep on his couch after the ceremony and didn't wake up until it was dark outside. He was tempted to crawl into his bed, but he knew Zoe would never let him live it down if he missed the final bar night of their college careers. She shouts in his ear. Luke's waiting for you. Someone pulls her back into the crowd before he can reply. Oliver skirts the dance floor. He finds Luke in the same booth they claimed 6 years ago, the first time their fake kids got them through the door. Luke's sandy blonde hair was down to his shoulders then, his square jaw stubbled. He's sure the Luke from that night wouldn't recognize the clean-cut man sitting in front of him now. Luke pushes a bottle of beer across the table. If it's warm, it's because I bought it for you an hour ago. Sorry. Oliver takes a swig of the warm beer as a peace offering. It goes right to his head. It's all right, Luke says. I'm just glad you're here. The melancholy weight of Luke's words settles in Oliver's chest. Are you drunk already? He asks, even though he means, I'm glad you're here, too. Luke grins and his hazel eyes crinkle at the corners. Fuck you, I was trying to have a moment. He means he was trying to say goodbye. Zoe materializes next to the table. She sets a tray of shots down and slides onto the bench next to Luke. They all take a glass of the clear liquor. Who wants to toast first? She asks, eyeing them. Oliver raises his glass. To old friends. And Zoe, Luke adds, clinking his glass against hers. She rolls her eyes. I have known you both for a quarter of your lives, you know. It's true. They met Zoe in the dining hall at freshman orientation, and the rest is history. Her status as the new friend is a running joke, a metric that only works against Luke, for Oliver has been best friends with him since 2nd grade. A quarter of my life, so far, Luke says. Please don't imply this is the end. But it is an ending. Luke is moving to New York City to live with his actor boyfriend, Max, and start his doctorate in the fall. Zoe is off to some state-of-the-art research lab outside of Los Angeles, to her new apartment and her new job and her new life. Zoe raises an eyebrow at Luke. The end of our friendship, or your life? Either. Both. The alcohol dulls his typically sharp retorts. Wait, why am I the one hypothetically dying here? What about you? Zoe shrugs. It's irrelevant. How is your hypothetical death irrelevant? Luke asks. I'd haunt you. She'd definitely haunt you, Oliver agrees. I'd haunt you both, Zoe clarifies. Now I don't feel special. Luke pouts. Zoe rolls her eyes again. To new beginnings, she toasts. Oliver clinks his glass against hers and wonders if he has a right to drink to it. He thought things would be different when he turned 18, thought things would get better when he moved out of the house, but neither has turned Theo back into his brother. He hoped moving on to the next chapter of his life would make Theo finally see him as more than the 14-year-old boy he had to raise alone. He has applied to museums and archives all over the world, hoping fate will decide where he should go, what to do next. Fate hasn't bothered to reply. Luke raises his glass higher. To great things to come. It's a simple statement compared to his usual philosophical arguments. Oliver still doesn't know what it means. It implies moving on, letting go of the past and embracing the future. But what does his future hold? He downs his shot because that seems like the answer. The liquor burns his throat. His vision swims. He blinks away the dark spots. Zoe slides out of the booth. Come on, one last dance with my boys. She pulls Luke after her, but Oliver is frozen where he sits. He fucking hates endings. Oliver, Zoe shouts, breathless and beaming. The music pounds in Oliver's ears. The bass thumps in his chest. He wants to get lost in the music, wants to forget about his future, about Theo, to be in this moment before it slips away forever. He drains the last of his beer and slides out of the booth. The room tips. The colorful lights flashing across the dance floor blur. Oliver catches himself on the edge of the table. The empty shot glasses clatter against each other. You all right, man? Luke asks. Where has he come from? Oliver can't answer. The room spins around him, falls silent. Worry flashes across Luke's face. It's the last thing Oliver sees. Oceanofpdf.com. The 24th of May 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Oliver wakes in a bed that is not his. His head throbs in rhythm with his heart. He opens his eyes and a too bright light stabs through his skull. He groans and throws his arm over his face. It tugs on his IV line. He remembers where he is now. Ollie. Shit. Dread settles like a stone in the pit of his stomach. He turns towards the voice. His brother straightens in the fake leather chair that is some color between gray and brown, pulled close to his hospital bed. His eyes are bloodshot, his dark hair disheveled, his face etched with worry. What are you doing here? Oliver pushes himself up to sit in the bed. It shifts beneath him, and he squeezes his eyes shut against the tipping world. When he opens them, the furrow between Theo's brows has grown deeper. Luke called me from the bar. Oliver cringes. He must have scared the shit out of his friend for him to call Theo. What happened? He asks. The night is a blur. The last thing he remembers is Luke reaching out to steady him. I guess I was drunk. Fell and hit my head. He doesn't remember drinking that much. Maybe he hadn't eaten enough. Or maybe he was exhausted from graduation. He gave the doctors the same excuses when he came to. They still ran every test they could think of on him. He thought Theo had something to do with that, but everyone assured him it was routine procedure. Now, he's not so sure. Have you been sick? Theo asks, part concern, part accusation, torn between being a doctor or a brother or a parent. Typical. No, Oliver says. He has spent the last few months dragging himself from his apartment to class to the library, then back to his apartment for a few hours of sleep before doing it all over again. Of course, he was exhausted. And he got wicked headaches sometimes, but that wasn't exactly a rare occurrence for a grad student running on too little sleep and too much caffeine. Last night was an accident. Theo doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't get a chance to interrogate Oliver further. A doctor enters the room. He's a portly, balding man with wire-framed glasses perched on the end of his nose. Oliver hasn't bothered to remember his name. Good morning, Mr. Rhodes, he says. How are you feeling today? Tired, dizzy, aching, fine. Theo glares at Oliver. He's not fine. He's still dizzy and his head is killing him. The doctor isn't surprised by Theo's assessment. You are sick, Mr. Rhodes. Very sick. Denying that you are won't change it. What? He can't have heard right. He is just tired. Hasn't been eating or sleeping right for months, working too long and too hard on finishing his thesis. It is like he told Theo. It was an accident. The doctor keeps talking. He doesn't notice Oliver is drowning, grasping at his words, trying to stay afloat. But there is nothing to hold on to. Not when words like terminal and inoperable are already sinking him. He doesn't know the doctor's name, doesn't care, as the man shows him charts and numbers and scans that all say the same thing. There is nothing he can do to stop it, nothing he can do to fix it. Maybe he should pay more attention, at least try to focus on what the doctor is explaining to him, but what is the point? He's dying. I am sorry, Mr. Rhodes. Oliver nods, as if he has heard all of it, processed any of it. How long do I have? He doesn't recognize the calm voice that is speaking, even though it's his own. 9 months. Maybe a year. Thank you, Dr. Craston, Theo says, his voice hoarse. The doctor leaves the brothers in silence, the only sound the click of Oliver's IV. Theo clears his throat, his voice shakes. Ollie, listen, I think. Don't, Theo, just don't, alright, he can't handle one of his brother's lectures right now. You don't even know what I'm going to say. It doesn't matter, none of it matters. Theo keeps talking anyway. Dr. Craston is wrong. Oliver laughs, but it's hollow. Theo always has to be right. He never hesitates to let Oliver know what he can do better, when he is making a mistake, or worst of all, when he is wasting his time. But this, I think I'm the one that's supposed to be in denial. Theo's face crumples. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Oliver has the sinking feeling denial is better than whatever Theo is about to tell him. He runs a hand through his hair. What do you remember about Mom and Dad's accident? I was 14, not 4, Oliver snaps. I remember everything. Theo made all the arrangements, wrote the eulogies and read them in front of everyone. Their father's colleagues and co-workers from the hospital, their mother's current and former students from the dance studio, all of Theo's friends and their parents, and Oliver's, too. Oliver wanted to crawl out of his skin. He didn't want his friends' pity, didn't want them to look at him that way. Like he was fragile, damaged. He even caught Theo looking at him that way a few times. Luke was the only one who didn't. Theo's throat bobs. It was so sudden, you know. Out of nowhere, they were just gone, and I kept thinking, that could happen to anyone. That could happen to me. And if it did, if I died, too, what would happen to you? For weeks after the funeral, Oliver would lie awake and listen to Theo pace circles around the kitchen below his bedroom at all hours of the night. He never imagined it was the same terrible thought keeping them both awake. I took some of the money Mom and Dad left me, and I went to Avon, Theo admits. I had to know you'd be alright. You time traveled. Oliver can't imagine his older brother going on any sort of adventure. Theo shakes his head. No, I filled out a lot of forms. Then they sent an investigator 20 years into the future and gave me their report. Oliver's heart pounds. What did it say? Theo reaches inside the coat tossed over the arm of his chair and pulls out a folded piece of paper. It's obvious by the state of it that it's been crumpled and flattened, folded and refolded time and again. He offers it to Oliver. His hand trembles. I'm sorry. Oliver carefully unfolds the page, his heart in his throat. A photo of himself he doesn't recognize stares back at him. His gaze trails down to the paragraph beneath it. Oliver James Rhodes, born December 3, 2177, passed away peacefully, surrounded by loved ones, on September 19, 2202. Dr. Craston is wrong. Theo's voice cracks under the weight of his words. This time, Oliver understands. He doesn't have a year if he's lucky, doesn't have at least 9 months. He doesn't even have 6. Oliver Rhodes has 3 months, 3 weeks, and 5 days left to live. He tears his attention from the date, already burned into his memory, and examines the grainy image. He can't tell where he is, only that it is somewhere green and sunny. At least he looks happy. He can't bring himself to read any more, but he can imagine what it will say. Surrounded by loved ones, is probably a stretch. Theo will be there, maybe Luke and Zoe, if they haven't become too entangled in their new lives. Theo will have to guess at his interests. He'll probably mention the times they ran Boston together, even though it was years ago. Say Oliver left behind one brother, his only surviving family. Ask for donations in lieu of flowers. He'll be buried with their parents, and Theo will be alone. Maybe it's a mistake. Maybe it's not the doctors, maybe it's Theo and Avon who have it wrong. Theo shakes his head. I said the same thing when Avon gave me the report. They insisted there was no mistake, but I wouldn't believe them. I couldn't. I made them check again. His throat bobs. They were right. The weight of Theo's words sits like iron in Oliver's chest, cold and unyielding, squeezing the air from his lungs. And then you, what? Decided not to tell me. I was going to tell you, he assures him. I always meant to, but you were young and I am not 14 years old anymore. Oliver yells. I haven't been for a long time, in case you haven't noticed. I know, you're right, Theo agrees. It doesn't make Oliver feel any better. What did the report say about you? Theo hesitates too long. Jealousy bursts through Oliver. Let me guess. A long and happy life. He should be ashamed of himself. If anyone deserved that, it was Theo. But he is too angry and too hurt to care. Theo meets his gaze. His eyes are red and shadowed by dark circles. I would trade with you if I could. In a fucking heartbeat. You know that, right? Oliver does. Theo would give him anything. Everything. That only makes it worse. Can you stop with the self-sacrificing bullshit? Theo flinches. Good. You don't have to handle this all on your own. I think you should come home. But it stopped feeling like home to Oliver the night his parents walked out the door and never walked back through it. I'm not a kid, Theo. I'm not your responsibility anymore. Theo glances at him. You're still my brother. Tears prick behind Oliver's eyes, and he looks quickly away. There was a time when he would have given anything to hear Theo say those words. But it is too late for that now, in every way imaginable. You should have told me sooner. While there was still time for it to make a difference, to do something other than haunt him like the ghost of the life he could have had, of everything he should have done differently. He could have traveled instead of wasting 6 years on a degree he'll never use. 6 fucking years. A quarter of his life. That's what Zoe always says, isn't it? He would have spent more time with his friends, less time working. Risked more. Made fewer excuses. I know, Theo says. I couldn't do it. I thought something could change it. That if I told you, it would make it real. But it is real, whether Theo wants it to be or not. You're a fucking coward. Oliver pours all of his anger and resentment and hopeless fear into the accusation. Theo's shoulders slump. I know. You should leave, Oliver says, suddenly tired. He keeps his gaze on his pilled blanket. Yeah, okay, Theo agrees reluctantly. He's at the door when he turns back. Let me know when you get back to your place. Sure, Oliver concedes. And then his brother is gone. He rubs his eyes with the heels of his hands until a kaleidoscope of stars bursts across his vision. He doesn't wake up. Oceanofpdf.com. The 1st of May 1851. London, England. Beatrix's heartbeat thunders in her ears. She's too hot. Dizzy. Her hands shake as she gives Oliver back the obituary. He folds it carefully and slips it between the pages of his journal. How long do you have left? She hates the shape of those terrible words in her mouth. He offers her a weak smile. 350 years. You know that's not what I mean. He won't look at her. About 3 months. She sinks onto the padded bench next to him before her knees give out. Hey, it's not so bad. He nudges her shoulder with his. I can still come visit for another century or two. Beatrix doesn't laugh. Her blood has turned to ice water in her veins. Numbness creeps through her with every beat of her undying heart. Oliver turns serious. We can still do this if you want to. She has been a fool to think she can escape the pull of him unscathed. Has she learned nothing? It was the memories of the life she lost, of what she could never have again, that made the prospect of living for an eternity unbearable. And what has she gone and done with Oliver? Made dozens of shiny, sharp new memories to tear her apart when she loses him. I don't know if I can. Oliver takes her hand. She hates that it's a comfort, even now. You knew this would happen eventually. But there is a difference between a someday and a specific day. Would you throw all of this away because it won't last forever? Oliver asks. Because nothing does. Don't you think I know that? She's sure no one knows it better. She hasn't forgotten it with Oliver, only pretended that if they don't have forever, they have something close enough. I thought we had more time. Oliver gives her a worn, weary smile. Everybody does. That's why you're time traveling. He hands her his notebook. Take a look. She thumbs through the journal. Each dotted page is labeled with one date, one city, one moment, some filled with Oliver's notes, some still waiting. Until she reaches the end. The inside of the back cover is filled with his cramped handwriting, black and blue ink crisscrossing in every direction, wherever a new idea can fit. Chaos compared to his neat pages. Get lost in a new city. Dance until dawn. Rediscover an old favorite. Try something new. Travel the world. Do something that terrifies you. Surprise someone. Stargaze. Have a picnic in the park. Stay up to watch the sunrise. Stop and watch the sunset. Fly a plane. Eat a new food. Be a good friend. Make it up to Theo. Say goodbye. A lifetime of memories on a single page. Oliver takes the journal from her. I time travel so I can do all of this. Beatrix swallows the lump in her throat. Will you finish it? Oliver tucks the notebook inside his jacket. I hope so, but if I don't, I haven't lost anything. The trying is still worth it. You're not the one getting left behind. Something dark flickers across Oliver's gaze. We still have now, B. That only makes it worse. Now is cruel. She won't notice it passing her by until it has. Until she has lost him. I have an eternity. Oliver squeezes her hand. What do you think an eternity is? Now after now after now. Each singular moment tipping into the next in an endless cascade. Beatrix never would have asked to meet Oliver again if she had known. She would have skipped the ballet and gone to the Frost Fair alone. Never whispered her secrets to St. Paul's. Never let herself get this close to him. But she has. Now there is only one thing she can do. I can't see you again, Oliver. Her words spill out in a rush, but Oliver understands. She sees it in the way his face falls, in the way he tries so hard to set his features into place. He can't hide it from her. It's almost enough to make her take it back, but she doesn't. If Oliver is going to leave her behind and never return, she needs, it to be her decision. It's the only way she'll survive it. I'm sorry I kissed you. She wishes she could undo that moment and go back to their charade. Almost as much as she wishes she could kiss him again. Oliver leans in close. I'm not, he says, his voice low in her ear. He lays a gentle kiss on her cheek, barely more than a brush of his lips. She catches the scent of summer lavender and earthy woods, and her heart plunges into her guts at the sudden realization that this is the last time she will. Goodbye, B. Oceanofpdf.com. The 2nd of May 1851. London, England. Beatrix wakes groggy and bleary-eyed. She has barely slept, despite crawling into the soft bed hours ago. The words pounding a relentless drumbeat through her skull make sure of that. My obituary. About 3 months. I can't see you again. She groans and pulls the duvet over her head, turns her world dark again. But she can't escape herself. You will live to regret this moment. And then, you will keep on living. The fairy made it sound like that night, that decision, would be the only one Beatrix would ever regret making, that all the rest of her days would be spent lamenting that singular moment that changed her life. If only that were true. Oceanofpdf.com. The 22nd of June 2202. Winchester, Massachusetts. Oliver follows the asphalt path, winding between endless rows of graves. He has never found comfort in the cemetery. There is nothing of his mother's joy or his father's wry sense of humor in their stone. He goes for his brother. He goes because to make up for the shit job he did at all this the first time. His hand sweats against the cellophane wrapping his bouquet. He hopes he didn't pick the same one as Theo. He spots his brother standing on the grass, his head bowed over a polished granite slab. Theo is a little taller than him, a little broader, a lot better dressed, wearing a suit and tie to his button-down shirt and dark jeans. They both have their father's blue eyes and their mother's brown, wavy hair. Theo's is cut short and neat. Precise, like everything else about him. The crinkling plastic gives Oliver away. Theo tears his gaze from the headstone. I wasn't sure you were going to make it. A shard of guilt stabs through Oliver's chest. Did Theo really think he would bail on him? I tried calling you, Theo adds. Yeah, sorry, Oliver mumbles. I was busy. Right, no, I get it, Theo says. It is the flimsiest of excuses. They both cling to it, a life raft in the ocean of things they can't bring themselves to say. Oliver places his bouquet of yellow roses next to the pink ones Theo has laid. He contemplates the engraving in silence, how it still says his parents' names, how somehow the date is 10 years past. How in 3 months, his name will be etched there, too. How's the time travel going? Theo asks. He tries to sound casual. Good, Oliver replies. He still hasn't properly thanked his brother. He doubts he'll ever be able to. Every time he has traveled, he's gained so much. Not just more time with B. His heart sinks. He should have told her sooner. He shouldn't have met her again. Shouldn't have kissed her back. Shouldn't want to kiss her again. Not that shoulds and shouldn'ts matter now. B told him to go. It's over. He wishes he could tell his brother about her. Theo could talk some sense into him or reassure him or maybe just tell him he's a fucking idiot, like only a big brother can. But that would require confessing that he has fallen for an immortal woman from the 15th century. Theo would drag him to the hospital for another brain scan. Thank you for the account at Avon, Oliver says. You didn't have to. Theo shrugs. I wanted to. I went to the first modern ballet performance, Oliver offers. It was at a theater in London, in 1717. I bet Mom would have loved it. Theo smiles at the thought of her. She would have, Oliver agrees. Their smiles fade with the memory. Silence envelopes them. Oliver breaks it before Theo can. How's work? It's good, Theo says. Busy, you know. Yeah, Oliver says, even though he doesn't know the first thing about being a neurobiologist. Theo had just finished his first year of college when their parents died, and until a month ago, Oliver assumed that was what made his brother change course and follow their father's footsteps into the medical field. But sitting alone in his hospital room, an empty chair pulled close to his bed, his own obituary crushed in his hand, the truth crashed over him with a cold certainty. I thought something could change it. Theo didn't append his entire life to honor the memory of their father. He did it for Oliver, in a futile attempt to prove Avon wrong. He didn't delay telling Oliver the truth because he thought something could change his future. He thought he could. Theo runs his hand through his short hair, his oldest tell that they are about to discuss something serious, like college applications or moving out or the absolute worst, safe sex. Oliver braces himself for the lecture. Listen, Ollie, Theo says. I know I fucked up. I'm sorry. The apology catches Oliver off guard. The cemetery is making his brother sentimental. I know. Theo raises an eyebrow at him. You know I fucked up, or you know I'm sorry. Oliver rolls his eyes. Both. It's not enough, is it? He asks quietly. Oliver doesn't want to hold a grudge, but some things are harder to forgive than others, and what Theo did was a betrayal. It's not that. I just need some time. Theo's gaze darkens and Oliver knows what he is thinking, because he is thinking it, too. That's the one thing they don't have. Theo shoves his hands into his pockets. Okay. Well, you know where to find me when, if, you want to talk. Theo hesitates. Oliver isn't sure if he wants to say something more or if he hopes Oliver will. Neither of them says anything. Theo turns down the path. Hey, Theo. Theo looks back. Oliver wants to tell him to stop waiting. To stop carrying the weight of Oliver's life as if it is more important than his own. To let him go. He doesn't. He can't. So, he asks his brother the same question Theo asked him 10 years ago. After everyone else was gone and their new reality had started to sink in, they only had each other. Do you want to grab some lunch? Your pick. oceanofpdf.com. The 5th of August 1914. Great Yarmouth, England. Time moves on and on and on. Beatrix tries to. She throws herself into her search for answers, collects odd jobs as she crisscrosses the aisle. She visits the places Professor Winfield wrote about in his letters, every wood or field or standing stone she can remember. But she can't ignore the ache in her chest. Can't shake her melancholy. Can't forget Oliver. And that simply won't do. She packs her life into her small leather case. She takes the next train out of London, doesn't even care where it is headed, as long as it is far away from her old city and her old memories and all of her old lives. She needs a fresh start. The train takes her up the East Coast. She decides on Great Yarmouth, a seaside town that is a popular escape from the daily drudgeries of life. She takes comfort in the ancient town walls, even older than she is, still standing, and watching the tides come and go in their steady, predictable way. She spends her evenings walking alone on the beach for miles after her shift at the Royal Hotel, barefoot in the sand. But the rest of the world is restless. Every morning, the pit in her stomach grows as she reads the front page of the newspapers tucked neatly onto the hotel guests' breakfast trays. Austria at war, Serbia at war, Germany at war, France at war, Belgium at war. One unremarkable morning, late in the summer, Beatrix ties on her apron and heads to the dining room. The sea outside the windows is calm, the sky cloudless, the day already promising to be warm. She picks up a discarded breakfast tray and her gaze snags on another bold headline. The tray slips from her grasp and the plates and glasses clatter against each other. Dregs of cold tea spill over the words that have stopped her heart. Great Britain at war. oceanofpdf.com. The 2nd of November 1914. Great Yarmouth, England. Beatrix intends to abandon England to its fate. She saves enough money to buy a one-way third-class ticket on an ocean liner to America, packs her single suitcase, and tries not to think about the fate of Titanic. She gets as far as the train station. The girl standing alone on the concrete platform can't be more than 6 years old, with mousy brown hair plaited into 2 French braids and brown eyes that are too big, and too serious, for her round face. She has forgotten her coat somewhere, and her nose has turned pink from the chill in the air. An ache blooms in Beatrix's chest. She sets her bag on the pavement near the girl's feet. Her scuffed patent leather shoes are too big for her, too. Hello, are you waiting for the next train? The girl straightens and puffs out her chest. Yes. Are you expecting someone? Beatrix prods. I'm running away. To London. She says it as if it is some magical far-off place, like Peter Pan's Neverland. Beatrix smiles down at her. Fancy that, I'm running away, too. The girl's gaze snaps to her face. She gasps. Your eyes are two different colors. They are, Beatrix says. And maybe because the girl reminds her of Margaret, with her braids falling loose and her curious gaze, she whispers, all the better for seeing fairies. George says there's no such thing as fairies, the girl says, frowning. It was obviously a point of contention between them. Does he now? Beatrix says. And who, might I ask, is George? My older brother. Years of tutoring Victor and Margaret has taught her that he must not be much older than the girl, or else she wouldn't be so annoyed by his declaration. It was like Alice and Isabella. The closer in age, the better they were at getting under each other's skin. He obviously hasn't checked down by the old Roman wall, or under the pier, or in the Minster Cemetery. Not that Beatrix has seen a fairy in any of those places, but they sound like somewhere a child would expect one to be, sleeping inside flowers and drinking dewdrops at sunrise. He's afraid of the cemetery, but I'm not, the girl boasts. It's a pity you're going to London, Beatrix says. I don't think fairies much care for the city. I could go tomorrow. Single quote. Beatrix nods. You might have better luck finding them now that the crowds have gone for the season. The girl's face brightens. Will you show me where to look? Beatrix glances at her watch. Oh, I don't know. Single quote. Please, she begs. Beatrix gives her a smile. I suppose I could take the next train. The girl beams at her. What's your name? Elsie. Pleasure to meet you, Elsie. I'm Beatrix. Shall we walk you home, and I'll show you all the best places along the way for fairy spotting. Elsie nods eagerly. Beatrix spins a tale as they walk. She points out a hollow in a gnarled tree in the Minster Cemetery and explains that fairies prefer the new moon to the full one, so their own twinkling dresses can shine like stars in the dark. She tells Elsie to check under the tiniest shells on the beach, and to peek into the mossiest cracks of the old wall at dusk. Elsie soaks it all in, transfixed by Beatrix's words. Beatrix feels like dirt. Time has changed fairies, too, and now every word she speaks of them is a lie. The truth would give Elsie nightmares. They reach the front door of a red brick terraced house and Beatrix kneels in front of her. There is one truth she has to share. The most important thing to remember about fairies is this, she says. Never call out to them. Never speak to them. And no matter what, never, ever trust them. Do you understand? I understand, Elsie says gravely. Beatrix smiles at her. I knew you would. She straightens and knocks on the faded red door. A scrawny woman with blonde hair falling loose from her bun answers. She takes one look at Elsie standing on her front step and bursts into tears. It takes an entire pot of tea to calm the woman enough for Beatrix to discover Mary Taylor wasn't crying tears of relief because her lost daughter had been found. They were tears of shame and horror, because she hadn't even realized her youngest child was gone. The poor widow is overwhelmed, her eldest son sent to the front in September, her husband lost to it in October. And now she is alone at home, taking an extra washing and mending work to make ends meet, with 6 children to care for, at least one of whom is too headstrong for her own good. Beatrix takes their teacups to the sink. It's overflowing with dishes. Mary frowns as Beatrix sets to washing them. Enough of that, she says. She hands Beatrix a dish. Towel, you're going to miss the train if you don't hurry. Beatrix dries her hands. There's a basket of clothes in the corner of the cramped kitchen, and linens on the line out back waiting to be brought in. Small muddy footprints are dried onto the floor, and dinner sits half prepared near the stove. Children shout from the next room. Mary looks on the verge of tears. Is there anything I can do to help? Beatrix asks. I used to be a governess. In London. Mary waves her off. I'm sure I can't afford that. What about room and board? I could use a place to stay. Because somewhere between the station and the sink, she has decided to do just that. Oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of January 1915. Great Yarmouth, England. Now can we go? Elsie whines, her arms crossed on the kitchen table, her chin propped on top of them. Her mother sighs, a half-peeled potato in her hand. There's still too much to do, and the train won't arrive for another hour. But I've done all my chores. So have I, George agrees from the seat next to hers, swinging his legs beneath his chair. We all have, Ada adds from the corner. Her soft voice is drowned out by the sudden whistling of the kettle. Clara quickly pulls it off the stove for her mother, and swats Edward's hand away from a pie cooling on the rack next to it. He scowls at her, and John laughs at them both from the doorway. Beatrix can see from a glance he's grown again, already taller than the mark his mother drew on the door frame last month. Mary glances at Beatrix, and Beatrix nods. The chores have been done in record time, and properly at that. Now all 6 children have stuffed themselves into the kitchen. Well, I still have too much to do, their mother says. She has declined their help in preparing supper. Today, she wants it to be perfect. Shall I take the children for a walk to the station? Beatrix suggests. Please, Mary agrees. Beatrix pulls off her long white apron and hangs it from the hook behind the kitchen door. Come along, children, coats, hats, mittens, and off we go. The children file past, jostling each other as they all try to fit through the door at once. Mary pulls Beatrix aside. I'm not sure if the Robert who was getting off that train is the same one they saw get on it. A deep furrow creases her brow. Beatrix takes her hand. He's still their brother, injured or not. They'll be glad to see him. It's not his leg that worries me, Mary says. The things he's seen, the horrors he's lived through. She shudders. I can't imagine. Beatrix thinks maybe she can. She has never seen a war like this. No one has. But she has starved in the cold on the London streets and she has seen bodies stacked in the gutters. She has been the only one left behind when everyone else she loved or cared for or hardly knew at all has died. She has wondered if she should count herself lucky or cursed, or maybe just forgotten. She squeezes Mary's hand. He'll be glad to see them, too. Beatrix walks behind the children as they dart up the road to the train station, her hands shoved deep into her coat pockets. She ushers them all onto the electric tram before she realizes her mistake. They will have to wait for the train, and they are buzzing with energy. She gets off at the next stop and they follow her like a row of ducklings, through the center of town, past the old medieval wall and the minster. When the station comes into view, the children race each other towards it. They still have to wait. The children assure Beatrix numerous times that it is the longest 10 minutes of their lives, but the train arrives exactly when it is meant to. Elsie squeals at the sight of her brother in the doorway of the train car. He is tall and broad, with close-cropped brown hair and the same brown eyes as Elsie and his mother. Then, all the others are shouting his name, waving him over. He grins, hoists his pack higher, and limps through the crowd to them. His siblings rush him, all hugs and questions. Give your brother some room to breathe. Beatrix laughs. Robert notices her for the first time, standing off to the side, trying to avoid the crush of little bodies. Elsie looks between them. That's Beatrix. She lives in your bedroom. Robert laughs. That is certainly a new development. I'm your mother's boarder, Beatrix explains. I help her with the children. Robert's brow furrows. She's fine, Beatrix adds quickly. She's at the house. She had some things to finish up before you arrived. Robert nods. Pleasure to meet you, Beatrix. You've got your work cut out for you with this lot. Beatrix laughs. I think you're right. She sits behind them on the tram ride home. Robert glances at her occasionally as the children tell him about everything he's missed in his months at the front. She smiles politely in return, but that ache has started in her chest, the one that begins as a single pinprick, a stinging reminder of what she cannot have. And maybe a single pinprick is not so bad, but 100, 1,000, hurt. She excuses herself from dinner. Mary tells her not to talk such nonsense. She has already set a place for her. She busies herself in the kitchen when the meal is done. Robert insists he misses the washing up and convinces the others to pitch in, too. She tries to sneak away when the family gathers in the sitting room. Elsie begs to sit on her lap in front of the fire so she can watch Edward and John play cards with the deck Robert has brought them. Looks like you're stuck with us. Robert smiles fondly as he watches Elsie doze against Beatrix's shoulder a few minutes later, his injured leg propped on the low coffee table. When even the older children have begun to nod off, Mary calls an end to the night. Off to bed, she says, with the first genuinely happy smile Beatrix is sure she's ever seen her wear. Mary scoops Elsie off Beatrix's lap, and the little girl doesn't stir. You'll be ready for your own soon, she says with a wink. She turns away and carries her daughter up the narrow staircase. Her words hit Beatrix like a punch in the gut, knock the air out of her lungs. Her face falls, her mask slipping out of place as the truth tears through her, the pinhole perforations giving way. Beatrix. Robert looks at her from the couch, his brown eyes flooded with concern. Are you all right? Excuse me. She pulls herself to her feet, takes her coat from the stand, and slips out the front door before he can see the tears shining in her eyes. The winter air stings her cheeks as she walks to the pier. There is no moon and the black of the ocean bleeds into the black of the night sky in an endless, inky dark. Beatrix wishes it would swallow her. It's all Oliver's fault. He cracked through the stone walls she had built around her heart. Maybe he weakened them for others, too, each visit leaving her more lonely, more vulnerable, than the last. She wipes her eyes with the heel of her hand. It has been over 60 years since he left. He still haunts her. How pathetic. She takes a deep breath, fills her lungs with the salty sea air. She's not in London anymore. He's not here anymore. She is. She will rebuild her walls. Brick by brick, she will protect her heart from Mary and Elsie and the memory of Oliver. She'll be stronger than the regret that sent her running from London, stronger than the sorrow that sent her running from the terraced house. She has to be. The house is dark and quiet when Beatrix returns. She slips off her shoes and pads up the narrow staircase to her room. She pushes the door open and steps inside before she realizes her mistake. It's not her room. It's Robert's room. At least she hasn't woken him. He looks up when his door creaks and for a single, soaring heartbeat, he could be Oliver, sitting at his desk, hunched over a leather-bound journal. Sorry, Beatrix says sheepishly. Force of habit. Robert closes his notebook. It's all right. Well, good night, she says, pulling the door closed behind her. Wait. Robert stands slowly, leaning heavily on his desk. Beatrix stops, her hand on the knob. Robert limps closer. He stares into her eyes, searching for something. I'm sorry if this is forward of me, but your eyes are. Single quote. 2 different colors. Beatrix offers. Robert shakes his head, haunted. I've seen a lot of ghosts. She is looking at one right now, isn't she? Robert will become a ghost to her. And Mary, and Elsie and every single one of her brothers and sisters, every single person trying to survive this war. Even if they make it, they will all end up nothing but dust and memories, and she will be left behind to remember them all. So have I. I know, she says. Because she saw it in his eyes, too, the moment they met hers at the train station. Robert waits for her to say something else. When she doesn't, he gives her a half-hearted smile. Well, if you want to talk, you know where to find me. Beatrix wakes with a start on the sofa. Mary sobs by the front door, and the sound of a freight train thunders overhead. She throws off her quilt and scrambles to her feet. What's wrong? The answers come simultaneously, one from Mary, one from Robert. Elsie's missing. A Zeppelin's been sighted. Beatrix isn't sure which is the reply that stops her heart. Mary sinks down on the couch, on the verge of hysterics. What was she thinking? It's black as pitch out there, not even the moon to see by. She buries her face in her hands. Robert kneels in front of her and if it pains his leg, he doesn't notice. Think, where would she go? Mary shakes her head. The rest of the children have gathered in the living room, roused from their beds by the sound of the approaching Zeppelin and their mother's tears. George tugs on Beatrix's skirt. She crouches next to him. What is it, George? Elsie wanted to see the fairies. She said she'd prove they were real. It's my fault she's gone. Beatrix's blood runs cold as his words sink in. It's not your fault, it's hers. The realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. There's no moon. Robert turns to her. What? It's a new moon, Beatrix says. An utter dark, perfect for seeing fairy dresses made of starlight. She grabs her coat and throws it over her shoulders. I know where she's gone. Wait, Robert calls after her, but Beatrix is already running. She sprints for the cemetery, her loose hair streaming behind her, her bare feet pounding against the frozen ground. The Zeppelin flies high overhead, an ominous dark shape blocking out the stars. Engines roar in her ears as she darts around the corner and the minster comes into view. She can barely make out the shadowy outline of the hollow tree. She runs towards it, her lungs burning. Elsie. The girl's head pops up from behind a gravestone. Beatrix. A wave of relief threatens to bring Beatrix to her knees as Elsie runs to her. She gathers the girl into her arms and races with her towards the church. They have to get inside. Beatrix tries to force the door open with her shoulder, throws all of her weight into it, but it won't budge. She pounds her fists against the smooth wood. Hello, let us in. A square of warm light opens in the silvery skin of the Zeppelin. A moment later, dark shapes tumble from it. Bright flashes illuminate the night and the ground shudders. Elsie screams. It's all right, Beatrix whispers as the girl buries her face in her hair. We're all right. She repeats those words over and over, clutches the trembling girl to her as they cower together in the minster's doorway, the night lighting up around them, the ground shaking beneath them. She doesn't move from the church until the Zeppelin has disappeared into the night, the last drone of its engines fading into suffocating silence, as if all of Great Yarmouth is holding its breath. Is it safe? Is it over? Beatrix has the sinking feeling that this is only the beginning. Elsie refuses to let her go, so Beatrix carries her to the terraced house. The streets she limps through are not the same ones she ran through less than an hour ago. The scent of the sea has been erased, overwhelmed by smoke and dust and the stink of fear. Broken glass and masonry litter the streets, and the people of Great Yarmouth wander through them in a daze, some injured, most in shock. She passes a home with no front left, only a gaping hole where walls and windows used to be. A woman's been killed, someone murmurs to their neighbor. If it weren't for the child in her arms, Beatrix would stop moving altogether, the adrenaline gone, the exhaustion overwhelming, the sorrow threatening to sink her. Because the war has come to her doorstep. Because people have died, and it could have been Elsie. The thought alone makes her knees tremble. She keeps going, her feet numb, her arms aching, placing one foot in front of the other all the way to the terraced house. The door flies open, and Mary rushes out. Tears stream down her face as she takes Elsie from Beatrix's arms. I think she's fallen asleep, Beatrix says, gently brushing the girl's hair away from her dirty face. Thank you, Mary chokes out as she hugs Beatrix tightly with her free arm. She carries Elsie inside. Beatrix shivers. She wants nothing more than to wrap herself in a blanket by the fire, to sink into oblivious sleep and forget about zeppelins and bombs and war. Robert stands in the doorway of the terraced house, glaring at her. What the hell were you thinking? Beatrix hadn't thought. She just ran. Ran, because she would never forgive herself if Elsie got hurt. Ran, because the terror and the truth had hit her like a dagger to the heart, tearing her open. She loves that girl. Beatrix bursts into tears. It's all wrong. The war isn't supposed to be here. She isn't supposed to be here. And she isn't supposed to love that child. She isn't supposed to love anyone. She can't. Her vision swims and the ground tilts beneath her, her entire world tipping off its axis. Robert catches her by the elbow. I've got you. Her legs give out, as if his words have given her permission to sink into the darkness and forget. Beatrix wakes in a single bed, tucked under an old patchwork quilt, bright winter sun streaming through the window. Sorry. Robert puts a plate of cold supper on his desk in the corner. I didn't mean to wake you. She is in Robert's room. In Robert's bed. How are you feeling? The last thing Beatrix remembers is sobbing in the street. She sits up in the bed and looks over at Robert, her eyes wide. Did you carry me all the way up here? Robert smirks at her. Yes, all the way, up an entire 12 steps. But your leg is fine, Robert insists. But Beatrix swears his limp is worse. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. You have nothing to apologize for, Robert says. Last night was hard for all of us. It was hard, harder than anything Beatrix has faced in a long time. The war and the Zeppelin and the broken city were terrible enough, but that icy fear that cut through her when she realized where Elsie had gone, when she knew she might already be too late, was worse. She thought she would never feel that pain again. Mum wanted you to have food in case you were hungry, and we thought Elsie would jump into bed with you. I thought I could manage it without waking you. I guess I'm not as nimble as I used to be. Beatrix raises an eyebrow at him. Robert grimaces. Bringing the food, I mean. I thought I could manage the food, not jumping into bed with you. You know, I'm just going to shut up now. Beatrix can't help but smile at him. Is Elsie all right, thanks to you? Robert shakes his head. I don't understand why you would do that. You would have done the same thing, she says. I couldn't have done the same thing, could I? He says darkly. He can't run after his sister. He can barely walk. I'm sorry, Beatrix says. I didn't mean anything by it. No, I'm sorry, Robert sighs. I shouldn't take it out on you, of all people. But I'm her brother. I'm the one that's supposed to protect her. All of them, especially now Dad's gone. You're, single quote. Nothing. She is nothing to Elsie, nothing to this family. Only a boarder. You're not only anything, Robert says firmly. I just meant you didn't have to. I did, and there is only one thing to be done for it. I should go back to London. They'll be targeting London, too, Robert says. I reckon it's worse down there. You should stay. But Beatrix isn't afraid of more Zeppelins. I'm sure your mother can find another boarder. Robert catches her eye. I would like you to stay. Her heart skips. It would be easy to stay. Dangerously easy, to stay here with Robert, to become a part of this family, to pretend she has a normal life. She could have years with them. But it would be borrowed time. A borrowed, beautiful life that does not belong to her. Robert sits on the edge of the bed and takes her hand in his. I'd like a chance to get to know you, Beatrix. I can't do that if you run away to London. But even if she stays, he won't know the real Beatrix. He will never know her like Oliver does. Like Oliver did, because he is gone, too. She doesn't move out of Robert's grasp. He is here and now, sitting in front of her. Maybe that could be enough. As soon as she thinks it, she knows it won't be. It would be over in a blink of an eye, and she would be left alone again, left to start over again. To lose everything, again and again and again. Isn't that why she let Oliver go? Stay, please, Robert says. Beatrix pulls her hand from his. I can't. Oceanofpdf.com. The 5th of December 1916. Barnbow, England. Beatrix shivers against the sudden rush of cool air as her wool blanket is torn away. Rise and shine, sleeping beauty, a woman says in a raspy voice. Come on, Marjorie, already, Beatrix groans. She swears she has just lain down. Third shift starts in 20, Marjorie says pointedly. Quit hogging the bed. The mattress springs creak as Beatrix slides out of the low, lumpy cot. She won't even have enough time to stop by the canteen for a glass of milk. Not that she particularly enjoys the stuff, but it keeps that yellow hue out of her skin, a side effect of handling explosives 6 nights a week. She grabs her scarf from the trunk at the foot of the bed and wraps her hair in the gauzy fabric, trying in vain to control her unruly strands without the help of hairpins. She throws her pea coat on over the dress she has slept in, and steps into her worn-out shoes. She turns back to wish Marjorie a good night, but the woman is already snoring. Beatrix's breath clouds as soon as she steps outside. She clutches her coat closed, and hurries down the muddy path, past rows of long, low sheds and railway tracks. The changing rooms are empty, the rest of her shift far more punctual than Beatrix. She pulls a pair of baggy, buttonless coveralls from her locker, strips to her underwear, and pulls them on. Her rubber-soled boots are 2 sizes too big for her feet and her cap sits low over her eyes, even with all of her hair piled beneath it. She trades her iron ring for a necklace, a round disc the size of a sixpence hanging from a knotted cord, stamped with her name and the birthday she made up when they hired her. B. Lancourt, forever 23. She tucks it beneath her collar and hurries off to start her shift. Dozens of women in boiler suits work at long benches, inserting fuses and screwing caps onto loaded artillery shells. Beatrix squeezes into a spot between 2 young women at a table near the door. One of them stifles a yawn. Don't start, Kath, we've not even been here half an hour, the woman across from her says, loud enough to be heard over the din of the capping machine. Sorry, Kath says, yawning again. George sent a letter. I was up too late writing him back. Oh, that's lovely. Has he been? A burst of light blinds Beatrix just as a thunderous boom cracks the air. White-hot heat sears through her arm and the floor rocks violently beneath her, throwing her to the ground. Ruptured steam pipes send scalding water pouring down into the smoke-filled room. Kath shouts something, strains to pull her friend off the floor. All Beatrix hears is ringing. Someone lifts Beatrix to her feet, stumbles with her through the smoke. Her rubber boots slip on the floor, slick with water and blood, and she almost goes down again. Rough, urgent hands pull her up, drag her through the chaos, everything passing in a blur and standing still. She bursts out into the night, stumbles away from the building, retching against the acrid smoke burning her throat. Her ears are still ringing. Beatrix is wrapped in a blanket. She can't remember how she got it. Everything sounds like she's underwater. It feels like that, too, everything muffled, like she might find peace if she lets herself sink into it. Someone stands in front of her, silhouetted against the flames, trying to speak to her. But the fire is still raging, and Beatrix can't tear her eyes from it. She wonders, dimly, if the windows have blown out yet. Miss Lancourt, Beatrix, what should we do with her? What to do with Beatrix? Give her over to the medics. They'll see to her. Give her to the river. Give her to the abbey. Give her to the boy. An arm around her shoulders guides her away from the flames. The scent of apple trees and lavender fields and old familiar woods pulls her back to the present. It can't be. Oliver, she looks up, into shining blue eyes she hasn't seen in 65 years. He takes in every inch of her. Are you all right? I'm fine. What are you doing here? You're shaking. He pulls the blanket closer around her. I'm fine, she says again. As if saying it enough times will make it true. The furrow between his brows grows deeper. Why don't we get out of here? I can find us somewhere to stay in town. Oliver opens the door and switches on the light, casting the guest room in a warm glow. The innkeeper was put out by their knocking, It was too late, they weren't expected, there was no room ready. His wife came to see what the fuss was about, took one look at Beatrix and led them to a room herself. Oliver tosses his coat on the end of a double bed that fills most of the space. Beatrix wanders across the creaking wooden floor to the bathroom. She studies her face in the oval mirror hanging over the white pedestal sink, pale and drawn under dark streaks of grime. Oliver leans against the door frame. He meets her gaze in the reflection. "Do you know what happened?" she asks. He nods. Of course he does. He probably knows more than she does. At least that means she doesn't have to talk about it. He offers her a hastily folded button-down shirt, still warm from being worn beneath his sweater. "Sorry, it's all I have. I can get your things from the factory in the morning." "Thank you." Beatrix takes the shirt from him. The rough blanket slips from her shoulder. She tugs it back into place, but she can tell by his horrified expression that Oliver has already seen. He steps into the bathroom and gingerly lifts the blanket from her shoulders. "Hell, Beatrix," Oliver breathes, blanching at the sight of her charred, mangled arm. "I'm fine." She's lost count of how many times she's said it now. That's not fine. But soon, it will be. Soon, it will be like nothing has happened. Not like the others. Give it time. She pulls the blanket over her arm, shielding it from Oliver's view. "What were you even doing in there?" he asks. "I thought I could help." After that night with Elsie and the Zeppelin, she knew. She couldn't leave England to fend for itself. "You did," Oliver says. "It makes a difference. You made a difference." Beatrix knows not to press him for details, but she's never been more tempted to ask about the future. "Just tell me if we win." Oliver nods, the smallest of gestures, and tears spring to her eyes. It hasn't all been for nothing. But not for another 2 years. Her relief is tempered by reality. Another 2 years of fighting and hoping, living and dying for this wretched war. She sways on her feet, exhaustion overwhelming her at the mere thought of that life. 2 years has never felt like such a long time. Oliver catches her uninjured arm, steadying her. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I've survived worse," she says. He doesn't look convinced. "It will be fine. I just need to get cleaned up." She gestures to the clawfoot tub with her good hand. Oliver reluctantly leaves, and Beatrix closes the bathroom door behind him. She can hear him lingering on the other side. She turns the taps on the bath. Hidden beneath the sound of running water, she lets her tears fall. Oliver was never supposed to see her like this, broken and fragile. She was never supposed to feel this, to be this again. "Hello, Beatrix." Beatrix whirls around, her heart pounding. The bathroom is empty, but the reflection in the mirror no longer belongs to her. "What do you want?" she hisses at the glass. "Can't I come for a visit to see how you've been getting along?" The fairy replies, as if she's come for tea and gossip. "Leave me alone." Beatrix's burned arm tingles with warmth, like pinpricks running up and down a limb that has fallen asleep. The fairy sighs. "I don't understand why you are so intent on suffering." "I wouldn't expect you to," Beatrix says. "I imagine it's all a bit too human. The suffering, and everything else that comes along with it." The fairy's eyes flare bright. Beatrix gasps as a wave of pain and nausea crashes over her. She clutches the edge of the sink until her knuckles match the porcelain. "This can end tonight. Now, just say the word." Beatrix struggles to keep her voice steady. "It doesn't matter how many times you ask me. The answer will always be no." The fairy sneers. "Always is a very long time. Perhaps you don't understand that yet. It has only been 400 years, give or take a few decades. Not that you've made the mistake of counting." Beatrix glares at her. "Oh dear," the fairy says, mocking concern. "How very human of you." "Making mistakes," Beatrix snaps. "Hoping," the fairy replies. And then she's gone. The face staring at Beatrix from the glass is her own, white as a sheet. She takes a shallow breath, steadies herself as the muscles in her arms stitch themselves back together, her nerves reconnect, her skin regrows. She can feel it all, like she's still in that factory, still burning. Like it might just kill her, this time. She vomits in the sink. She deserves it. This is the price she pays for living. Are you all right?" Oliver calls through the door. She doesn't answer. She grits her teeth and sinks to the floor as another wave of fire pulses through her arm. A sob escapes her lips. She can't hold it in. She squeezes her eyes shut, presses her forehead against the cold tiles. She could end it. She could call out to the fairy. She could take it back. Oliver's hand slides into hers, a steady grip in her trembling one. He whispers in her ear, tells her it will all be over soon. That it will be all right. That he is here. The pain subsides, and so do Beatrix's tears. But she can't will her body to move off the floor. Can't bring herself to look at Oliver. He stays with her, stroking her hair, neither of them saying anything for a long time. Talk to me, Bea, Oliver says quietly. Beatrix is hollow, empty, except for one thought rattling in her head. I shouldn't be here. Oliver's hand stills in her hair. His fingers graze along her chin, tilting her face until she is looking into his eyes. The summer sky, darkened by storm clouds tonight. I'm glad you are. And something about that look in his eyes, that strained note in his voice when he says it, makes her believe him. I'm glad you're here, too. She means here, sitting on the bathroom floor, holding her. Here, in 1916. Here, in her impossibly long life. She hopes he knows. Oliver helps her off the floor. She refills the tub and he leaves her alone with a worried, weary glance. She doesn't leave the bath until the water has gone cold, her fingertips wrinkled like dried currants. She dries herself with one of the Inn's scratchy white towels and slips Oliver's button down over her shoulders, breathing in the scent of him. Beatrix steps out of the bathroom, her hair still damp down her back. The room is empty. A single lamp casts a warm, dim glow from the bedside table. The blankets of the bed have been turned down, inviting her to sleep. To forget, Beatrix sinks down onto the mattress. He didn't even say goodbye. Oliver has never stayed the night. She shouldn't be surprised he's gone. But tonight it hurts, deeper than anything she has felt in centuries. Because he is gone, and she is alone, and this is how it ends. The opposite of déjà vu, a premonition of her inevitable future. The door creaks open. I thought I could find you something to eat but... Beatrix springs to her feet and rounds on Oliver. Because he has made her feel like this. Despair and joy and longing in a single breath, an ache in her bones when he is gone, and a lightness in her heart when he is here. Because she doesn't want to let him go, doesn't want to count the years until he returns to her. The days, the hours. She knew, the moment he left her at the great exhibition, that she was wrong. It was never about letting him go before she loses him. It was about letting him go before she loves him. Too late. Don't you ever leave me like that. Her voice breaks with the weight of her fear and her sorrow, of what she can't prevent and can't escape. She thought she had no tears left, but she's crying again, too exhausted to stop. Too raw. It hurts too much to think about losing him tonight. Oliver wraps his arms around her, whispers, I'm sorry, over and over into her hair as she falls apart, until the words are just the sound of his voice, anchoring her in this storm. When her tears have stopped falling, he takes her face in his hands and he kisses her, gentle but sure. She can taste salt on his lips. I am so sorry, Bea. I didn't mean to. Single quote. His voice trails off as he hugs her to him, and she wonders what he didn't mean to do. Didn't mean to scare her. Didn't mean to hurt her. Didn't mean to make her fall stupidly, hopelessly, in love with him. Stay with me, please, she whispers. And she means now, tonight, but maybe forever, too. I don't want to be alone. He places a kiss on her temple. Okay. She almost cries again. Beatrix climbs into bed. She slips between the cool sheets and pulls the patchwork quilt up to her chin. Oliver sits on the edge, the weight of him shifting the mattress beneath her. He slips off his shoes and pulls off his sweater, tosses it into the corner with his coat. He reaches over and turns off the bedside lamp before lying next to her, a reassuring presence in the darkness. She slides closer to him, lays her head against his chest, listens to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the thin cotton of his t-shirt. He wraps his arm around her and holds her close. His fingers graze against the curve of her waist. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. The words echo in her head, in rhythm with Oliver's heartbeat. An impossible hope, lulling her to sleep. Beatrix wakes at dawn, her body pressed into Oliver's, his arm draped across her. And she thinks maybe, if she keeps her eyes shut, keeps the world out for a moment longer, she can hold on to it. Hold on to him. She commits the feel of his body against hers to memory. The warmth and weight of him, his even breath in her hair, afraid that when she opens her eyes, it will all slip away like a dream. Afraid she will never have a moment like this again. But when she opens her eyes, he is still there, still with her. Thank you, she whispers. He doesn't stir. The sun breaks the horizon through the crack in the heavy curtains, spilling a golden light over Barnbow. Beatrix slips out of bed and pads over to the window. She pushes the curtain aside and watches the sun rise over the sleepy town. Did they know what happened? She grazes her thumb against the spot where her iron ring should be sitting. She's left it, everything, at the factory. How are you feeling? Oliver studies her from the bed, as if he's trying to decide how fragile she is this morning. Or maybe, now that he has seen the effects of the fairy's curse with his own eyes, he simply can't believe she's real. Beatrix waves her healed hand. Good as new. He slides out of bed and joins her at the window. He wraps his arms around her and props his chin on her shoulder. She leans into him. How are you really feeling? She feels unmoored. It is always like this, when she has cheated a death. A brutal reminder that she is not like the rest of the world, that she has no place in it. She forces a smile. All live. Oliver doesn't laugh. He steps in front of her and takes her face in his hands. Talk to me, Bea. Please. Looking into his eyes, her smile falters. She lets her mask slip. All live. Sharp tears sting her eyes as the weight of her words settles heavy in her bones. She'll live. And she'll live and she'll live and she'll live. I know, Oliver says. His hands fall away. Her gaze slides over the horizon, to the spot where black smoke trails into the rose-pink sky. You knew that would happen last night, didn't you? Oliver steps back so he can look her in the eyes. I wanted to stop it. I wanted to change it. But there was nothing I could do. Then why did you come? He runs a hand through his hair. I may have looked you up in Avon's database. Beatrix raises an eyebrow at him. You looked me up. It was only once. I only asked you to do it once, Beatrix says. You said it wasn't fair. This is different, Oliver says. But Beatrix can't see how it is. She only needed one date, one location, too. I couldn't let Lucy send me to 1932, without knowing what happened to you after the Great Exhibition, he admits. Beatrix bristles. I can take care of myself. I know you can, he sighs. I just wanted closure, so I put your name into Avon's database. I didn't know what would happen, but I got a hit. An identity tag for A.B. Lancourt from the National Filling Factory. It's in a museum archive in Leeds, in my time. Beatrix reaches for the tag hanging from the cord around her neck, her mind spinning. They have an exhibit on the disaster. It has a declassified report with the names of the women who worked that night. It said you were there. Her heart skips a beat. You came back for me. I won't do it again, I swear, Oliver says. I'll stay away. But last night, I had to know you were all right. Beatrix lays a hand against his cheek. I am all right, and I'm glad you came back. You were never supposed to know, he says. I thought I would just check on you. Then I saw you. You looked so lost and then, I don't know. He blushes. I thought I would go back and stop it. Or I would go back to before and tell you to never go to Barnbow. Beatrix gasps. Can you do that? Oliver shakes his head. No, but last night, it didn't matter. I was going to find a way. I didn't care what happened. It was like, ... single quote. He trails off. Like what? Beatrix prods. Oliver meets her gaze. Like nothing in the world mattered except for you. Her heart pounds against her ribs. That's a foolish idea. Then I guess I'm a fool. But you didn't do it, she says, her voice no more than a whisper. I couldn't leave you like that, he says gravely. That's when I knew. What did you know? Her words sit heavy in the silence between them, a mocking invitation to ruin everything. Because Beatrix fears, knows, what Oliver will say. She can see it in the way he looks at her, hear it in the way he says her name, feel it in the soft touch of his hand on hers. Oliver studies her face for what feels like hours before he speaks. I couldn't let something like that happen again. There's something coming, and I need you to know about it. Beatrix's eyes go wide. You can't. Oliver ignores her protest. It's decades away, and you can't tell a soul, but, his eyes shine with fear. I can't bear the thought of you going through something like last night again. Or worse. An icy chill runs down her spine. Another explosion. He takes her hand and guides her to the bed. He sits next to her on the edge, his summer sky eyes dark and serious. This war will come to be known as the First World War. World War I. Her heart plummets. There's another one. Tears well in her eyes. Another bloody war. A world war. Did they learn nothing? Oliver tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. I need you to make me a promise. His voice is low and urgent. Terrified. Stay out of London. Beatrix pulls away from him. What? Not forever, he assures her. From September 1940 to May 1941, at the very least. Please. Her heart races. What happens in London? Oliver avoids the question. Promise me you won't be there. I can't. Why not? He asks. World War II and you want me to run. I can help. Britain is on the winning side, Oliver says. They don't need your help. Beatrix searches his face. Are you sure? Oliver clenches his jaw. He's not. He can't be. London will be bombed for 8 months straight. Thousands of people die. Beatrix's blood runs cold. London is going to burn, again. Will it rise, this time? She's too afraid to ask. Then how can you expect me to leave? Oliver stands abruptly, paces the length of the room. He runs a hand through his hair, then turns to her, his eyes pleading. I am trying to protect you. You don't have to protect me, Oliver. I survived 100 years all on my own before I ever met you. She doesn't need him. But this is different. She doesn't let him finish. It's my life. Please, Oliver says. I just want to know you'll be safe. Safe, while London burns. Safe, while everyone else lives and fights and dies for her home. Safe, because he loves her. The thought sends an icy flood through her veins. It pools in her chest, threatens to drown her. Oliver sinks down onto the bed next to her. Even you can't survive a bomb. Beatrix isn't so sure. Why not? I survived the plague. Well, not exactly. I caught the plague. I died from it. I came back. Oliver stares at her, his face pale, eyes wide with horror. Good. Her heart pounds against her ribs. I starved to death begging on the streets of London, until I learned how to steal. Came close to freezing enough times that I sold myself to any man with a warm bed. Froze to death on a night I couldn't bear to do it again. Tears prick at the back of her eyes. She keeps going. I jumped into the Thames in the middle of winter. Leapt right off the center of London Bridge. I went through the ice. I thought if I froze and drowned, I could escape. But I didn't. I drowned. I froze. I lived. I was stuck beneath the ice. I lost count of how many times I died that night. Oliver shudders. He looks like he might be sick. Maybe he's beginning to understand. The bombs won't kill me, Oliver. Nothing will. You can't be sure. Then maybe I should stay, she snaps. I haven't tried being blown to bits. That's not funny, Oliver says. I'm not joking, Beatrix replies. It's only the being put back together that frightens me. Is that what you were doing in Great Yarmouth? Oliver asks, more accusation than question. Beatrix laughs, but it's a biting thing. No one knew they were going to bomb Great Yarmouth except for you. He narrows his eyes at her. What about the Winfield house? She straightens and the bed shifts beneath her. I thought I might learn something about ending fairy curses, she admits. I didn't find anything. But what if you had? I don't know, Beatrix says. She waves her hand dismissively, as if she can wave the question away. Oliver won't let it go. That's not an answer. What would she have done if she'd found a way to end her curse hidden in the professor's books? Would she have left Oliver to find nothing but her empty room when he came calling? Or is whatever they have enough to make her stay? That's what he's asking. Is he worth living for? It's my answer, she says. Because she doesn't know. Oliver scowls. You have no right to be angry with me. Beatrix bristles. Not when you're. She stops herself before she says something unforgivable. Not when I'm dying, he guesses. It's not like I have a choice. Neither do I, she says. He laughs, but it's mirthless. Not even close to the same thing. Anger flares through Beatrix, hot and sharp. Is that what this is about? Are you jealous? No, Oliver scoffs. He turns away, but Beatrix has already seen the resentment in his eyes, dark and ugly. You are, aren't you? He won't look at her. I just think you shouldn't be so eager to throw it all away. His words knock the air out of her. How long have you known me? That's not fair, he says. Weeks, months. The globe was a month ago, he admits. A month is practically nothing, a drop in the vast ocean of her life. The globe was over 300 years ago, Oliver. I know, he says. You don't. He shudders suddenly, a shiver without the cold. Phew, I have to go, he groans, scrubbing his hands over his face. Angry tears prick at her eyes. Of course you do. Oliver throws up his hands. I don't know what you want me to do, B. Stay. She wants him to stay. Oliver stands, leaves her sitting alone on their unmade bed. He grabs his shoes from the corner, slips them onto his feet. Shrugs on his overcoat. What am I supposed to do now? She asks. Wait until 1932 to continue this. Or shall I just forget it, just be happy to see you again in 15 years? I don't care, he says, defeated. Miserable. It's your life. You're going to do whatever you want with it. She springs from the bed. It is her life, so why does it feel like it's in his hands? I won't even bring it up, she says. Would you like that? You can skip all the hard bits. I'll just smile and stay quiet so you can keep pretending it's only been 3 days. Keep writing in that bloody notebook of yours, like any of it matters. She claps her hands over her mouth, but it's too late. Her words have already struck home. She can see it in Oliver's eyes, a moment before he disappears. There, then not. Beatrix sinks down onto the bed. Silence settles over the room. Her anger and adrenaline slip away, leave her hollowed out. She stares at the door, as if Oliver has slammed it behind him instead of vanishing into nothing. As if she can will him to knock, to come through it, to come back to her. The silence remains unbroken. Even the alarm clock on the bedside table has stopped ticking, its hands frozen, time stopped. Waiting. Oceanofpdf.com. The 2nd of July 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. If there is such a thing as perfect timing, then does imperfect timing exist, too? It must, because that is what Oliver has, flawed, inexact timing. How else do you vanish during the most important argument of your life? Oliver lies on his back, stretched the length of his faded couch. He thought cleaning his apartment would take his mind off it, off her, but he'd managed less than an hour before a dizzy spell hit. He flips through the pages of his journal to the ones that are empty except for an inked heading. Maybe he should tear them out, plan something else. Something new. Like any of it matters. Maybe she was right. Maybe it is the splinter of truth in her words that has gotten under his skin. Is he wasting his time? Oliver sits up and tosses his journal onto his coffee table, already piled high with books and papers. He scrubs his hands over his face. I don't care. The words ring through his pounding head, over and over. Of all the stupid things to say, why had he said that? He regretted it as soon as the words were past his lips, as soon as Beatrix flinched. But he couldn't take them back, even if he hadn't meant them. The truth is, he does care. He cares too much. Like any of it matters. Oliver jumps at the sound of a sharp knock on his door. He puts his glasses on and crosses his living room, dodging vague piles and half-packed boxes. He pulls open the door. Surprise! Zoe exclaims from the hall. Behind her, Luke shrugs, as if he's not sure how he got dragged along. Which might be believable if he hadn't moved to Brooklyn last month. What are you guys doing here? Oliver asks. Zoe gives him a one-armed hug and pushes past him into the apartment, clutching a bag of groceries to her chest. Her bubblegum pink hair is piled on top of her head in a messy bun, and a 2 sizes too big alumni t-shirt hangs off one shoulder, almost covering her cut-off denim shorts. Luke pulls him into a hug. Do we need a reason? Oliver waves him inside. No, I thought you'd be busy with moving and new jobs and stuff. New lives. He was busy, Zoe says pointedly. She nudges a pile of clutter out of the way and drops her grocery bag onto the counter. Luke blushes a shade of pink Oliver wouldn't have believed, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Doing what? Max and I eloped. He pulls his left hand from the pocket of his jeans. A plain gold band shines on his ring finger. We thought, what the hell, you know. No time like the present. We went to City Hall last week. Congratulations, man, I'm happy for you, Oliver says. And he is. So why does he feel so sad? Zoe surveys the apartment, her hands on her hips. Should we order takeout? I don't think I can find your kitchen to cook. Sorry, I was cleaning. Oliver says it like a question, the gap between what he was trying to accomplish and what he has managed to achieve too wide for logic to leap. His apartment has never been pristine, not like Theo's house. It has always been lived in. Now, it looks like a tornado has torn through his living room and kitchen. His bedroom is no better, but at least that door is closed. I think you're doing it wrong, Luke says. This is the opposite of cleaning. It's kind of overwhelming, Oliver admits. He had spent a lot of time thinking about closure, lying in his bed, surrounded by the fallout of his too short life, when sleep won't come. What he can live with and what he can't, and what he will regret leaving unfinished. He has decided to tuck away a few of his things for Theo and Zoe and Luke to have when he is gone, and to write each of them a letter. The rest he will get rid of, spare his brother the pain of sifting through the memories, trying to decide what might be the thing he values in a year or 10 or 50. But sorting through every scrap of paper in his apartment, every book, every photo, every cheap vacation souvenir and silly coffee mug and old birthday gift, and, has proven harder than he thought. It is admitting that he is going to die. More than that, it is accepting it, and even though he knows it is coming, knows he can't change it, that it is completely and utterly out of his control, accepting it is something he can't do. Not yet. He has never realized before how everything is a piece of the past, how everything can hold a fragment of a memory or a piece of a story. How it all seems so fucking important when you are about to lose it. He can't put the things back, can't pretend he'll need them in 6 months. 3. Not even. He can't let them go, either. So they stay, the unwanted and wanted things, stuck between a past that mattered and a future that doesn't. Like him. Zoe's gaze softens as it sweeps over the chaos. Do you need our help, Oliver? He braces himself for that look of pity, the one that dulls the shine in her warm brown eyes, like a light going out. It's not there. Did he imagine it, twisted in his grief? Maybe it has always been what is there now. What is mirrored in Luke's eyes, too. Love. Yeah, he says, his voice strained. Yeah, I think I do. Luke pulls a lime out of the grocery bag. He tosses it between his hands. So, drinks, dinner, and death cleaning. Oliver laughs. In that order, please. He hasn't eaten all day, and nothing that compares to Zoe's cooking in ages. Not since the night before graduation, when she cooked them one last meal before they helped her pack her pots and pans and life away into neatly labeled cardboard boxes destined for the other side of the country. Zoe dices an onion. For what, Oliver doesn't know. She refuses to reveal the night's recipe. He guides the conversation away from himself. For a little while, at least, his friends oblige. Luke cuts the lime into wedges for their gin and tonics. Oliver shifts the clutter from the counter to the floor and asks him about the elopement. Luke tells him they are planning on taking a honeymoon in the fall. London, maybe, they haven't decided. Would Beatrix still be in London? Riding on the tube, reading a book on the way to an office job in the heart of the city. Or teaching, making history come alive for her students. They'd all roll their eyes and joke, Ms. Lancourt thinks she's been there. Or maybe she's at St. Paul's, giving guided tours to travelers, telling them all about the St. Paul's that no longer stands, but that she will always remember. He doesn't realize his mouth has tilted into a smile until Zoe asks, "What are you grinning about?" Oliver ducks his head. I was thinking Luke and Max should visit St. Paul's if they honeymoon in London. Fantastic architecture. Zoe raises an eyebrow. Fantastic. Luke hands him a tall gin and tonic and Oliver gladly takes it. But one sip and he's back at the Frost Fair, back in that tent on the ice, back in that room at the inn thinking, what if I could stay? He dreams about it sometimes, awake and asleep. About being with her, about finding her now. But the last time he saw her was 286 years ago. He could never leave her waiting that long. You all right? Luke asks, setting a plate in front of him. Yeah, Oliver says. Sorry, just tired. He gathers the utensils from the drawer and tries to ignore the fact that Luke is watching him out of the corner of his eye. He asks Zoe about her new lab and new apartment in California. She tells him she's thinking about taking up surfing. What about you? Anything you want to share with the class? Zoe points her chef's knife at him. It makes the question sound vaguely threatening. No, Oliver slides onto the stool next to Luke at the counter. Luke leans in and whispers, too loudly, she knows. Don't deny it. Zoe has an uncanny ability to read people. She joked that if her career in bioengineering failed, she could always pretend to be psychic. But even if she can read something in Oliver's demeanor, there is no way she knows anything. He hasn't told a soul about Beatrix. She scrutinizes Oliver's face. He straightens on his stool. What? I'm not. Zoe leans against the counter. She reaches across it to Oliver. Hand. Oliver rolls his eyes, but offers her his left hand. She grips his wrist, firm but not tight. She's like a human lie detector, Luke mutters. Shish. Zoe searches Oliver's eyes, as if she can read all of his secrets there. She stares for so long, he wonders if maybe she can. He forces a laugh. Getting anything, Madam Zoe. Her grip tightens. You've met someone. His eyes snap to hers. Shit. She releases his wrist and slaps the counter with her open palm. I knew it. Luke shakes his head. Told you not to deny it. Do I know her? Who is she? Zoe demands. No, she's no one. It's not a thing. You're blushing like it's a thing, Luke says. It's not a thing anymore, Oliver clarifies. We had a fight. I'm pretty sure it's over. Whatever it was. He slides off his stool, suddenly unable to sit still. He tries to pace around his living room. He's blocked at every turn. Pretty sure, Luke asks, swiveling his stool to follow Oliver with his skeptical gaze. I haven't seen her since. I thought about apologizing, but then I thought, maybe I should let her go, considering. He sinks down onto his couch with a groan. Does she know? Zoe asks gently. Oliver squeezes his eyes shut. That I'm dying. That you're in love with her. His gaze snaps to Zoe. I'm not, He glances at Luke, smirking at him from his bar stool. I can't love her. The rest of it doesn't matter. Oh no, you're not doing that. Zoe jabs her wooden spoon in his direction. Doing what? Being you. Oliver throws his hands up. Who else am I supposed to be? You can't justify your way out of love because you're afraid of it, Zoe says. This is your heart we're talking about. You either love her or you don't. I'm not afraid of it, Oliver says. Luke and Zoe exchange a look that tells him two things at once. They've theorized about his sad excuse for a love life before, and they think he's full of shit. He opens his mouth to protest, but closes it without a word. He has fallen for a woman he can keep at a distance, who will always be separate from the rest of his life. A woman he can never lose, because he can never have her. Luke sits next to him on the couch. If you love her, no amount of your usual mental gymnastics will change it. You'll just know. Oliver rests his elbows on his knees and cradles his throbbing head in his hands. He knows. Knew it, the moment she kissed him, when her lips met his and it stopped his heart and his breath and time, took everything in him to pull away from her. Knew it, when the soft lilt of her voice traveled across the stone of St. Paul's and into his dreams. Knew it, when he looked into her mismatched eyes and told her he was a fool. Because he was. Is. He lets his head fall back against the couch, defeated. What kind of asshole falls in love when they're dying? Luke grins. I love her, Oliver admits. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Of course it matters, Luke says. I don't want to hurt her. But he already has, hasn't he? His guts twist. Zoe sinks onto the couch beside him. Then you have to talk to her. Even if it's only to say goodbye. She's right. He can't leave Beatrix like that, can't let it end this way. A goodbye is the least he owes her. Zoe squeezes his hand. You're going to break her heart, either way. I know, and he hates it. oceanofpdf.com. The 14th of July 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. I don't have the clearance to program your excursion as requested, Lucy says matter-of-factly. The words request denied glow in dazzling white on the display in front of her, reflected in reverse on the lenses of her reading glasses. The trans-temporal chamber hums behind her. Empty. Waiting. Oliver slumps back in his chair. He had asked her to send him back to Barnbow. To Beatrix, a minute after he left her. Lucy laughed until she realized he was serious. Excursions to consecutive times, typically used to create the illusion of staying somewhere for durations longer than 12 hours, take meticulous planning. It will take 2 weeks to prepare. 2 weeks. He doesn't have that kind of time. It's all in the fine print, Mr. Rhodes. Right after the section on butterflies. Oliver scrubs his hands over his face. What do you have the clearance for? Lucy swivels to the desk and types rapidly on her tablet. She slides it over to Oliver. The excursion research department has proposed an alternative. If you approve, you can complete your excursion today. The screen glows bright and his vision blurs. He squeezes his eyes shut. Mr. Rhodes, are you all right? Lucy asks. His eyes shoot open. I'm fine. He straightens and takes the tablet from her. He skims the plan, trying to focus on the words. Lucy can get him to the same location on the same day. But he left Beatrix just after sunrise. This won't return him until, his vision spots and he blinks, trying to clear it. He looks at the time and his heart sinks. 12 hours later. It's the best I can do, Lucy says firmly. If he wants to see Beatrix today, this is his only option. Oliver approves the excursion plan. He has to make things right with Beatrix. Even if it is a goodbye. Even if he breaks her heart. oceanofpdf.com. The 6th of December 1920. Barnbow, England. The plush green carpet muffles Oliver's footsteps as he walks down the hall, his hands shoved deep into his coat pockets. He fidgets with the quarter there, desperate for any luck he can get. He finds his room and listens at the door. Silence. He knocks, waits, his heart pounding in his skull. He had been an idiot. Now, all he wants is a chance to tell Beatrix as much. Are you in there, Bea? Open the door, please. The stairs creak. Oliver makes a show of searching his pockets for the key he left on the nightstand inside the room. Beatrix rounds the corner with a stack of folded towels. Her black dress falls to her ankles and her hair is styled in a tight bun at the nape of her neck. Her eyes meet his, grow wide at the sight of him. She reaches for her face. The towels cascade to the floor. You came back. Oliver's stomach drops. Her ring sits on her left hand again. She must have gone to the munitions factory for her things. Alone. Hi, Bea. She takes his hand and pulls him away from the door. What are you doing here? Oliver can't tell if she's happy or angry or simply can't believe he has the nerve to show his face again. She drops his hand and waits for him to explain himself. Listen, I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I shouldn't have said I didn't care. It was stupid. I was stupid. Beatrix stares at him, her mismatched eyes impossible to read. She must have believed him, then. Thought he meant what he said. Come on, say something. She picks up a towel from the floor. Her hands are shaking. You're sorry. Oliver stoops to help her. I am. Really, truly sorry. I fucked up. She doesn't look like she believes him. For what you said earlier. I didn't mean it, I swear. Beatrix takes the towels from him. We need to talk. She leads him down the hall, pushes open a door at the end, and ushers him inside. The bedroom is smaller and sparser than the one they shared. It doesn't even have a window. You switched rooms. Beatrix drops her towels on an oak washstand near the door. She crosses the room to the brass bed in the corner and sinks down onto it. She studies his face, as if she has never seen him before in her life. Oliver, you vanished from that other room 4 years ago. His guts twist. 4 years. Beatrix nods. To the day. He runs a hand through his hair. No, that's impossible. I returned to the same day, 12 hours after I left. You must have made a mistake. She reaches for a magazine on her bedside table and hands it to him. He scans the title, Fairies Photographed, an epic-making event described by a Conan Doyle. Beatrix taps the corner of the cover. It's 1920. Oliver closes his eyes, tries to think through the dull throbbing in his skull, to remember Lucy's too bright tablet screen and the numbers he couldn't focus on. Had it read 1920 instead of 1916? It must have. He opens his eyes. Beatrix watches him, her brow lined with worry, even now. Oliver shakes his head. But you're still here. I work here, she says. Cleaning the rooms. The innkeeper's wife felt sorry for me. She let me borrow one of her daughter's dresses so I could fetch my things from the factory. Told me I could stay here and work for her if I needed a place to go. You left so abruptly, I wasn't sure you'd come back. But if you did, she looks quickly away. Oliver's heart sinks. You waited for me. Beatrix won't meet his gaze, all of her attention on the ring she's twisting around her finger. I always wait for you. Her words hit him like a punch in the gut. 4 years. He's left her for 4 years. I am so sorry. He wants to reach for her, wants to pull her into him and wrap his arms around her. He doesn't. He's not sure she wants him to. It's fine, she says. It's not fine. She raises her eyes to meet his and her mask cracks. Something in Oliver does, too. A tear rolls down her cheek. She brushes it away. I replayed our fight over and over in my head. So did I, Oliver says. I didn't mean it, that I didn't care. I shouldn't have said it. And I'm not jealous of you. I wouldn't want your life. I just wish I had more of mine, and I let it get the better of me. I thought you'd wait 100 years to come back, Beatrix admits, her voice no more than a whisper. If you came back at all. Oliver's blood runs cold. Why would you think that? I told you I had survived for 100 years without you. That I didn't need you. He sinks down onto the bed next to her. You thought I would leave you for a century out of spite. I know you would never do anything so cruel, she says. I do, but every day you didn't come, and every day I remembered what I said. It was terrible of me. I don't even know why I said it. I deserved for you not to come back. She drops her gaze to her ring again. Oliver's guts twist. Nobody deserves that. Beatrix lifts her eyes to his and he can see exactly how deeply he has wounded her. His breath catches. I had no right to look you up, and I had no right to tell you to leave London. I was, terrified of the idea of you being there when those bombs fall. I want to protect you. But it's your life to live. However you choose. Endlessly, she agrees. Oliver swallows. Do you still want me in it? I do, she whispers, and the tightness in his chest eases. He takes her hand in his. Then I promise you, I will never leave you like that again. I will never leave you without a goodbye. No goodbyes, she insists. I'll never leave without a plan to come back, then. Her eyes search his. A promise with me lasts a very long time, Oliver. I swear it. And when she smiles at him, it brightens the entire room. His entire world. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out his journal. He takes a folded slip of paper from it and offers it to Beatrix. I came back because I needed to apologize. I needed to give you this. She takes the paper from him and unfolds it. Her brow furrows as she scans the page. If my math is right, she's your great-granddaughter, times 14. He counts down on his fingers. Your great-great-great-great-great. Beatrix laughs. She grabs his hand, stops his counting. His heart skips, at her touch, at that sound. I get it, Beatrix says. She's my family. Her voice breaks on the word. Thank you. Those remarkable eyes find his. One brown, one blue, both impossibly old, sad and beautiful and deep enough to drown in. She leans closer, and he catches the delicate scent of flowers. Violets, maybe. His heart thuds against his ribs. Her lips press against his cheek, soft and tentative and not at all how she kissed him in the Crystal Palace. He turns towards her. Her lips brush against his and time stops. He leans in. Oceanofpdf.com. The 26th of April 1928. London, England. London has evolved over the years, adapted and survived alongside Beatrix. Sometimes she fears every detail she knows will fade, change, until it becomes a stranger to her again. But this grander, more modern version is still loud, still dirty, and for now at least, she can still find her city in it. For the first time in her life, Beatrix rents her own place, a proper flat on the third floor of a stone building that was built around the same time as the Crystal Palace. The windows are drafty and the wallpaper is peeling, but for a little while at least, it is all hers. She could invite Oliver to her home for one of his visits. She could cook him dinner, and they could push the furniture against the walls and dance in her sitting room. She could even have friends over for tea, if she had any. The bell over the door of Leavens and Young Boutique chimes as Beatrix pushes it open and enters the dress shop. She stumbled upon it on her third day back in London, reacquainting herself with the old parts of the city and discovering the new ones. At least, that is the story she told Anna, the first day they met. She didn't mean to meet Anna at all. Beatrix had told herself she'd be content with glimpses of her through the shop windows, with watching her ride away on her bicycle in the evenings. But then she saw Anna Noble with her own eyes. Her own family, real and here and now. Of course, she walked into the shop. She told Anna she was looking to buy a new dress. Spent over an hour trying outfits on, always finding a reason to try a different one. At first, she was disappointed Anna wasn't the spitting image of one of her sisters, didn't have William's freckles or her wild hair. Then, she was glad of it. Anna was her own person, and she was brilliant. Good morning, a cheery voice calls. It's me, Anna. Beatrix hadn't noticed the help wanted sign in the window until she was leaving the shop with her new dress. She froze on the threshold, even as she urged herself to keep moving, away from Anna and her terrible idea. But she couldn't let Anna go, not when she had only just found her. 10 years had never felt so long. She hangs her coat on the rack behind the door, pulls off her matching cloche hat, and smooths down her hair. Even cut to her chin, it refuses to behave. A short, broad-shouldered girl with a golden bob and lips painted a vibrant red steps up to the glass-fronted counter. I thought you were Mrs. Jones, here for her fitting. Beatrix glances at her watch. She's late. Anna rolls her eyes. What else is new? Mrs. Jones reminds Beatrix of Lady DeSallo. Nowhere near as rich, but still lost in her own little world. She probably doesn't realize what day of the week it is. Come see what I've been working on. Anna grabs Beatrix's hand and tugs her through the door marked staff only, her eyes shining with a familiar spark. The workroom is cluttered with boxes and bolts of fabric, and a half-draped dressmaker's mannequin stands in the corner. Anna has cleared enough space around an abandoned treadle sewing machine to use it when the shop is slow. At first glance, Anna's latest project appears to be a long, tan skirt. On closer inspection, Beatrix notices the linen has been cut down the center and pinned to form two separate pieces. She runs a hand over the lightweight fabric and laughs. Are you turning your skirt into trousers? Anna beams. I saw it in one of Mrs. Levin's French fashion magazines. For riding my bicycle. Beatrix gapes at her, but Anna only shrugs. My skirts are always getting tangled up in the thing. The bell over the shop door jingles. That will be Mrs. Jones, Anna says. Coming, she calls through the door. She gestures to the sewing machine. If you bring me one of your old skirts, I can make a pair for you, too. She disappears like a whirlwind into the shop. Beatrix shakes her head. Anna is the strangest woman she has ever met. She rides her bicycle everywhere, sometimes all the way to the outskirts of London, for fun. She protested outside Parliament for women's suffrage. She was even arrested. And now, she is going to wear trousers. Beatrix brings in an old skirt the next day, a long navy one that has faded over the years she's worn it. 3 days later, Anna hands her a pair of trousers. Go try them on. Beatrix disappears into the back room and changes into the old skirt Anna has turned into something new. The trousers are a bit like the boiler suit she wore in the factory, though these actually fit her figure. They sit high on her waist, and the legs are so wide they could be mistaken for a skirt at first glance. She steps out into the shop. Anna sits on the counter, waiting for her in her own tan trousers and periwinkle sweater. "Give us a spin," she declares. Beatrix turns in place. "Perfect," Anna says. She slides off the counter. "Let's go." "Go?" Beatrix asks. "Go where?" Anna smiles. "To test them out on a bicycle, of course." Beatrix shakes her head. "I can't ride a bicycle. I don't know how." "Yet," Anna says. She grabs Beatrix by the hand. "I'll teach you. It's easy." She drags her towards the door. "What about the shop?" "There aren't any fittings today," Anna says. "Anyone who stops by will have to come back tomorrow, that's all." "But..." Anna has already pulled down the shade on the door. She flips the sign in the window to closed and pushes Beatrix outside in her strange new outfit. She rolls her bicycle out of the alley between the boutique and the millinery next door, and props it against their building. She goes back and pulls out a second one. "You can borrow this until you get your own." Beatrix laughs. "I'm not getting my own." "We'll see about that." Anna mounts her bicycle. She plants one foot firmly on the ground and puts the other on her raised pedal. Beatrix does the same. She still wobbles. "Now what?" "Follow me and don't stop," Anna says. "I don't know how to stop." Anna grins. "Good." "But..." Anna pushes off the pavement and pedals down the lane. "Anna..." But she's already gone. Beatrix pedals after her and hopes everyone stays out of her way. Her heart beats a wild rhythm against her ribs. She concentrates on keeping her balance, on not running anyone over, on not losing sight of Anna. It's the most terrifying, the most exhilarating thing she's done in years. The crowds thin, and Anna pedals on. The city grows less dense, less loud, less dirty, until they have left London behind entirely and a forest looms ahead of them. When they reach the edge of the trees, Anna glides to a halt. "Not bad for your first ride." Beatrix's legs feel like jelly. She's not sure she can even get off the bicycle. "You actually enjoy this." Anna dismounts and walks her bicycle over to a sprawling beech tree. It gets easier. She rummages through her leather satchel. Beatrix groans and swings her leg over her seat. She props her bicycle next to Anna's and wipes the sweat from her brow with the back of her wrist. When Anna hands her a sandwich wrapped in waxed paper, she gladly accepts it. "Sun or shade?" Anna asks. "Shade, please." She peels off her coat and spreads it beneath the tree. Anna does the same. They settle against the smooth trunk and unwrap their strawberry jam sandwiches. Beatrix hopes she can get up again. "I'd say the trousers were a roaring success," Anna says. Beatrix nods. "They didn't get caught up in our wheels once. They are so much more practical than skirts, aren't they?" Beatrix had thought so during the war, but she never considered wearing them after she left the factory. Maybe she has become a creature of habit. She has worn a skirt for a very long time. They finish their lunch and move from the cool shade to lounge in the sun. Lying on the edge of the forest, the familiar sense of damp earth and rotting leaves filling her lungs, Beatrix's mind drifts to Lancot, and a time when bicycles and girls' trousers and women like Anna didn't exist. Or maybe they did. Maybe they were called wild and improper, stubborn and headstrong. Maybe they were locked away behind abbey walls, or worse. She glances over at Anna, lying on her back in the grass, basking in the sun's warmth. Beatrix never would have dreamed of living like Anna then. She was already an outcast. But they are not so different, and what Anna wants is the same thing she wanted in Lancot. To be treated fairly, to make her own choices, to lead her own life. It wasn't too much to ask for then, isn't too much for Anna to want now. She still doesn't understand why the world thinks it is, even after all this time. Beatrix sits up. Dandelions speckle the grass around her. She picks one, keeps the stem long. She picks another and another, until she has a lap full of the wild yellow flowers. "You'll stain your trousers," Anna says. Beatrix laughs. "You sound like my mother." She takes two dandelions and crosses one stem over the other, keeping the yellow flower heads close together. She twists the bottom stem up and around, pulls it down between the two flowers. She takes another dandelion from her lap and does the same. Anna sits up. "What are you doing?" "Making a crown." "Why?" Beatrix shrugs. "Because I haven't made one in ages." She feels the weight of Anna's gaze as she works, wrapping the flowers, weaving them into a chain. She offers Anna two flowers from the pile in her lap. She takes them, and Beatrix shows her how to start. "Cross them like this," she says, holding the stems perpendicular. Then loop this one up and over and through. Slowly but surely, Anna gets the hang of it. The pile of flowers dwindles to nothing. Beatrix shows Anna how to knot their chains into crowns. She perches hers over Anna's windswept hair and leans back on her hands to admire her handiwork. She wonders how she hasn't seen it before. The way Anna's eyes crinkle at the corners, how one side of her mouth tilts higher when she smiles, just like her own. The faintest freckles on the bridge of her typically well-powdered nose that remind her of William. "Well," Anna asks, "what do you think?" Beatrix grins. "It suits you." Anna takes her own crown and places it on Beatrix's bobbed hair. She grimaces. "It's a bit wonky." "It's perfect," Beatrix assures her. The sun sinks towards the horizon. Anna stands and stretches. She pulls Beatrix to her feet. "Next time we'll come earlier and go deeper into the forest," she says. "If you sit like a statue under the trees, the black fallow deer will wander right past you." "That sounds lovely," Beatrix says. She doesn't realize she has made plans with Anna until she has. Oceanofpdf.com. The 7th of October 1931. London, England. Beatrix tries not to count, but old habits die hard. It has been more than 3 years since Beatrix invited Anna to her flat for tea the first time. More than 3 years of bicycle rides all around London and beyond, picnics beneath beech trees, and late nights at the dress shop trying on Anna's latest creations. More than 3 years of a normal life, with a friend and a job and a flat. With family, not that Anna knows what they are to each other. Beatrix has 6 years left, 7 if she is lucky, 8 if she is very lucky. It will come out of nowhere, innocent words that will upend her existence. Anna will ask what face cream she uses to not have a single wrinkle. Mrs. Jones will quip she hasn't aged a day in the time she has been coming to the shop. Her landlady will wonder how Beatrix has lived in her apartment for so many years, when she looks just like she did on the day she moved in. And then, she will disappear. She won't show up for work. Anna will worry. She'll take the tube to Beatrix's flat and find it locked. The landlady will tell her Beatrix has gone, without a note, without a trace. She's even left her bicycle behind. Beatrix is sure this life will be the hardest yet for her to let go of, even with the counting to remind her. It cannot, will not, last. The bell over the door of the shop jingles. Beatrix stops tapping her pencil on the counter and looks up from her neatly folded newspaper. Anna beams at her. For now, at least, she still has time. Working on today's crossword, Anna asks as she hangs her long camel-colored coat on the rack behind the door. Yesterday's, Beatrix replies. She never buys the paper, instead plucking the morning edition from one of the public bins while she waits for her train home. She didn't worry about Anna spoiling the answers. She thought the puzzles were a waste of time. Beatrix agrees. That is the point. Here's today's, if you want it. Anna pulls a fresh paper from inside her coat and slides it across the polished wood counter. I read it over breakfast. Thank you, Beatrix says. She stacks it neatly beneath her paper and lays her pencil on top. She catches Anna's eye. They haven't both come in an hour early to chat about the Times. What are you waiting for? Anna practically leaps at the question. I'll go put it on. She dashes to the workroom. Beatrix grabs her pincushion from the sewing basket beneath the counter and slides it over her wrist. She doubts she will need to do much. Anna had scrimped and saved for weeks to buy the fabric, silk the color of champagne, and has been working on her latest project every spare moment she can get. She sketched and measured, cut and sewed until every elegant detail was exactly as she wanted, from the expertly draped cowl neck to the precisely tapered sleeves, to the dozen handmade miniature silk flowers cascading down one shoulder. The dress is a work of art. Of course, she doesn't blame Anna for wanting her wedding gown to be perfect. Close your eyes, Anna calls through the doorway. How am I supposed to pin with my eyes closed? Beatrix asks. You can open them for that bit, Anna says. Just close them for the grand reveal. Bit dramatic, don't you think? She squeezes her eyes shut, anyway. Nothing wrong with a bit of drama, Anna replies from somewhere in front of her. All right, then, have a look. Beatrix opens her eyes. Anna stands in front of her in her wedding dress. She fidgets with her engagement ring, twisting it on her finger. What do you think? Beatrix takes Anna's hands, stilling them. It's absolutely stunning, she says. And it suits you perfectly. Anna turns towards the full-length mirror in the corner of the shop. She pinches and pulls and scrutinizes every inch of the dress, from the sculptural sleeves to the train trailing behind her like a puddle of shining moonlight. You haven't left me anything to do, Beatrix jokes. Anna seems pleased with the dress as her gaze flits across her reflection, but something is bothering her. Beatrix can tell by the way her brow creases and her mouth turns down. Her mind is somewhere else. Beatrix props her chin on Anna's shoulder and meets her eyes in the mirror. What's the matter? Anna sighs. What if I'm not what Thomas expects? The crease between her wide brown eyes deepens. What if I'm not what he wants? Then he's an idiot, Beatrix says. That earns a laugh from Anna. Does Thomas strike you as an idiot? Anna giggles at the idea of her foreign news correspondent fiancé being an idiot. Of course not. I didn't think so, Beatrix says. As for not being what Thomas expects, well, no one knows what to expect from you, do they? And I am sure that is exactly what he loves about you. It's what Beatrix loves about her, anyway. Relief floods Anna's face, and she pats Beatrix playfully on the cheek. I don't know what I'd do without you. Just what you're doing now, I expect. I'm dead serious, Anna insists. She catches Beatrix by the hand before she can pull away. You'll come to the wedding, won't you? Beatrix has been putting off her reply for weeks. The first time Anna asked her, she claimed she never received the invitation, even though it was propped on her mantel, perfectly addressed in Anna's fine calligraphy. She thought that would buy her a few weeks, but 2 days later, Anna hand-delivered a new invitation to Beatrix's flat herself. She had missed the RSVP date, but apparently Anna wasn't taking no, or at least, no answer, for an answer. Oh, I don't know, Anna. Beatrix sighs. What don't you know? She doesn't know how to tell Anna that her absence is still the best wedding gift she can give. That she is going to disappear in 6 or 7 or 8 years, and she wants Anna to forget she ever existed when she does. That she doesn't want to tarnish the memories of Anna's wedding day. She wants her to be happy. It's nothing against you, Anna, I promise. But it would be a mistake. My life's full of mistakes, Anna says. They make it interesting. I think it would be best if I don't attend. The déjà vu lands like a wave from the sea, knocking her off balance, words spoken centuries ago. She pulls the pincushion off her wrist. Anna's dress is perfect, and returns to her place behind the counter. She busies herself with a bin of wooden spools, as if sorting thread is the most important task in all of England. She ignores Anna's gaze on her, taking her in. Anna slowly approaches the counter. You're a strange one, Beatrix. And I mean that in the fondest way possible. She looks up from her sorting. I have never known anyone so incapable of living in the present. Even your crossword puzzles are a day behind. She laughs, but there's a sadness to her voice when she adds, I don't know what's got you stuck in the past and yearning for the future all at once. If you haven't told me yet, I don't expect you ever will, and that's all right. We all get to have our secrets. She lays her hand over Beatrix's on the counter. But I am getting married, here, now, in the present. And I want you to be here with me, too. No matter what happened yesterday. No matter what tomorrow brings. Please. The sight of Anna in her wedding dress has stirred up memories of the last time Beatrix wore her own. All she can think of are the fairy's words, you will live to regret this moment. Maybe because this is one of those moments, too. Regret, Beatrix has discovered, is its own living thing. She could regret some matters for an hour or a day, and others for a lifetime. Longer. She regrets some choices from the moment she makes them, while others she can live with for ages, content in her decision, only for the thing to become twisted by time or circumstance into something she wishes she could undo. She wonders if the fairy understands regret. It is the most human of emotions, to relive past choices, to examine them from every angle for what ifs and what might have beens that can never be, to live with the consequence of a decision. As far as Beatrix can tell, the only choice of any consequence in the fairy's endless life is the one that made her. The one that was made for her. Beatrix almost feels sorry for her. She meets Anna's gaze. It isn't regret Beatrix feels when she looks at her, though she is afraid to name the things she does. She doesn't regret their bicycle rides or their picnics, their nights spent at the dance hall or the picture palace, or having tea together in the workroom while Anna sews and Beatrix reads. She doesn't regret walking into the shop that day. All right, I'll come. Anna's face lights up with joy, and she lunges over the counter. She throws her arms around Beatrix's neck in a crushing hug. Oh, fantastic. You've made my day. Beatrix hopes she has chosen wisely, that it isn't selfish of her to keep Anna in her life for a little while longer, but she can't be sure. That is the thing about regret. It is patient. It lies in wait. It strikes when you least expect it. Oceanofpdf.com. The 22nd of May 1932. London, England. The bathroom ceiling is a blur of light and shadow through the tepid water, the sounds of the world outside the clawfoot tub distorted and distant. Her eyes don't burn anymore. Not from the bathwater, not from her tears. Beatrix stopped crying hours ago, anyway. This will accomplish nothing. Not what you are hoping for, at least. Her throat is tight, her lungs full, burning with her last breath. She tries to clear her mind, to block out the voice that sounds like hers, even though it isn't. But it isn't your last breath, is it? The panic swells as the ache in her chest deepens to pain. Her heartbeat thunders in her ears. Would you like it to be? She'll do it this time. Breathe in the water to make it all stop. The world, this pain, time, find peace, if only for a single moment. I could make it last. You don't have to hurt like this. You don't have to be alone. Let me help you. Beatrix closes her eyes and turns her world dark, opens her mouth and screams where no one can hear her. A hand grips her arm, pulls her to the surface. She slumps over the edge of the tub and takes an ugly, gulping breath. Oliver plunges his arm into the water and pulls the stopper out, letting the water drain away. He sags onto the tile floor, his face pale, his eyes wide, his shirt sleeve soaked through. A torrent of ugly emotions threatens to drown her, like the water couldn't. She spits the words at him, the most hurtful ones she can think of. Get out. Oliver's gaze snaps to hers, blue skies overwhelmed by a storm of fear and hurt and confusion. Get out. He clenches his jaw. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what the fuck is going on. Just looking at him hurts, her chest squeezed tight like she's still underwater, a breath before drowning. She's going to lose him. No, she is losing him, right now, with every beat of her undying heart. She is losing him without even realizing she is. Just like she lost Anna. Anna is gone. But she can't be. The woman she found collapsed on the floor of the workroom yesterday morning can't be the same woman she rode bicycles with the evening before, can't be the same woman she had over for tea 2 days before that. Can't be the same woman who said, see you tomorrow, instead of, goodbye. Anna had her whole life ahead of her. Anna was young and healthy and so alive, and that woman was still an empty end. Beatrix shudders. Oliver drapes a towel around her shoulders, his anger gone. He is young, too. He had his whole life ahead of him. He is still dying. He kneels in front of her. Talk to me, B, he whispers. Please talk to me. She pulls the towel tightly around her body. Her voice is hoarse, her throat raw. Did you know when you found Anna for me? She chokes on the name. Did you know she was going to die yesterday? The color drains from Oliver's face. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't. I'm so sorry. She searches his anguished gaze. What is the point of loving someone if you are just going to lose them? He takes one of her clammy hands in both of his. The loving is the point. And the pain, what is the point of that? In all her years, she has never felt anything so terrible. It's grief, Oliver says. And that's love, too. She tips her forehead against his and squeezes her eyes shut. She breathes in the scent of an oak wood in spring and summer fresh lavender, and her heart aches. She wants to rip it out of her chest. Fresh tears spill down her cheeks. It hurts too much. Oliver squeezes her hand. I know. I'm sorry, she says, her voice a choked whisper. I'm sorry, I don't want you to leave. Hey, Oliver catches her eye. I'm not leaving. He helps her out of the tub and pulls her close, his arms warm and strong, wrapped around her. She wants to sink into him. I used to hate it when people told me it gets better, he says. He kisses her wet hair. But it does. I promise. She wishes she could believe him. Beatrix peers through her bedroom door. Oliver sits hunched on the end of her sofa, his elbows on his knees, his gaze picking out some pattern on her parquet floor. She smooths the collar of her plaid dress and steps into her sitting room. I'm sorry if I scared you. Oliver looks up sharply. Understatement of the fucking century. It wouldn't have mattered, Beatrix assures him. She perches on the edge of the cushion next to him. I would have been all right. He takes her face in his hands, warm and rough on her skin. You would have survived. That's not the same thing. She swallows against the ache in her throat. I just wanted a moment of peace. And then what? Oliver asks. After you drowned and lived and drowned, until someone found you in that tub. His voice breaks and his hands fall away. Try to forget her. The words taste like ash in her mouth. Her best friend, her only family, gone. Her gaze trails to the low oval table set in front of her sofa, to the 2 matching cups of cold, half-drunk tea. Tears spring to her eyes. Thomas left only an hour before Oliver arrived. She had made him tea instead of Anna. Because Anna was gone and they were both lost without her. They sat together in silence. Until Thomas spoke, and Beatrix wished he hadn't. He told her Anna had died in the best way possible. She was sewing at the shop, doing what she loved. The examiner said her death was painless, instantaneous, but Beatrix doesn't care. She isn't grateful, she is angry. Anna is gone, and that's all that matters. Why would you want to forget her? Oliver asks. She was a mistake. The words twist like a knife in her chest, but if she says it enough, thinks it enough, believes it enough, maybe it will hurt less. Oliver gives her a sidelong glance. Is that what this is? Beatrix doesn't answer, and that is answer enough for Oliver. He stands abruptly. You don't understand, Beatrix says. How else am I supposed to survive? Oliver turns to her. With help. With friends who care for you. With people who love you. They'll leave me, and then I am left with nothing. Nothing but pain and heartache and an eternity without them. You'll have your memories. They'll be with you forever. His words are meant to be a comfort. Memories are all I have left, Beatrix says. Memories of her parents and her sisters and William. Of too many Londons to count. Of Anna, and soon Oliver, too. I am tired of memories. Or maybe she is just tired. I want something real. Memories are real, Oliver says. The love that made them is real. Then I want something that can last, Beatrix clarifies. Someone who can stay. Oliver runs a hand through his hair. You can get what? 8, 10, 12 years with someone. That's a hell of a long time from where I'm standing. It isn't, she wants to say. It's not enough. A blink, a breath, a heartbeat. But how do you say that to a man with only months left to live? Trying to forget Anna won't work. Anyway, Oliver says. How would you know? He offers her a weak smile. I met a wise and beautiful stranger who told me a secret. He sits next to her on the sofa. It's hard to regret someone once you've loved them. And she had loved Anna. How else could it hurt like this? Loving someone isn't a mistake. Oliver says. Pushing them away because you're afraid of getting hurt is. Then what am I supposed to do? Oliver tucks a damp strand of hair behind her ear. Remember her. He pulls her close. She leans against him, feels the steady rhythm of his heart under her palm, alive and here and now. My mom loved to dance. Ever since she took her first ballet lesson when she was 4. And she loved to share dance with others. She had her own studio. That's where she taught me, every day after school. Whenever I dance, I remember her. He falls silent, waits for her to speak. To remember. Beatrix lays her head in Oliver's lap and curls her legs on the sofa. Anna would have given you such a hard time. She tips her head to look up at him. But she would have loved you. Her heart cracks a little at the thought. She tells him about returning to London, about bicycles and trousers and picnics in the forest. About movies and dancing, crosswords and tea. About Anna's beautiful, short life and their beautiful, short friendship. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet her, Oliver says. She sounds amazing. She was, Beatrix says. Remembering Anna has made her heart soar and sink, ache with happiness and sadness. She feels drained and full all at once. She really, really was. Oliver leans down and plants a gentle kiss on her forehead. It gets better, I promise. And this time, Beatrix thinks it might be possible. Anna would have loved to meet Amelia Earhart. She'd be so jealous of you. Oliver's brow furrows. What? I didn't meet Amelia Earhart. When you weren't at the train station, I waited for the next train. When you weren't on that one, I stayed at the station in case you came. After 12 hours, I was recalled. It killed me to leave without knowing what had happened to you. You came back. The realization hits Beatrix like a punch in the gut. Of course he did. How else could he be here with her? Oliver nods. I had to wait another week before Lucy could send me here. How did you know where to find me? The telegram you sent to the station, Oliver says. Your address was listed under sender. She forgot she sent it 2 days ago, to let him know what train she would arrive on. Before she found Anna, before the world stopped. Beatrix sits up to look at him. I'm sorry, I should have sent word. Don't worry about it, Oliver says. You missed your adventure. Oliver shrugs. It wouldn't have been any fun without you, anyway. You wasted your time, Beatrix protests. I wasted your time. Oliver tips her chin until she is looking into his eyes. Blue-gray and as hard as steel. Her breath catches. You are never a waste of time. How long do you have left? She whispers. Oliver hesitates, as if he is afraid his answer will prove her point. His hand falls away. About 2 months. Whatever comfort Beatrix took from remembering Anna melts away, replaced by a cold, twisting pit in her stomach. She should have seen it sooner. The angles of him are sharper and there are shadows beneath his eyes that weren't there last time. Is that all? Oliver twines his fingers through hers. Forget it. I have the rest of the night with you. That's all I care about right now. Because now is all they have, all that is ever promised to anyone. Everyone, except for her. She leans forward and kisses him. Tonight, now, she can pretend he will stay, pretend he will live. She kisses him harder and heat blooms through her, warms her for the first time in days. She presses her body into his, aches to lose herself in him, to forget it all. Oliver pulls back. We shouldn't do this, Bea, he says gently. Not when you're hurting. Which is precisely why she wants to do this. It's fine. I want to. He shifts away. I don't. Beatrix retreats to the other end of the sofa. Her face might feel cooler if it was on fire. He grimaces. That's not what I meant. I do. But not tonight. He runs a hand through his hair. It's just, I've never had. Beatrix's eyes widen. Oliver, are you? He flushes scarlet. No, he groans and slumps into the corner of the sofa. I've made this the most awkward conversation in the history of talking, haven't I? You're at least in the running, Beatrix agrees. I've never had it mean anything. That's what I was going to say. He catches her eye. But I'd like it too. Beatrix looks to her hands, twists her ring around her finger. All right, she can't look at him. She's made a complete fool of herself. Should I go? He asks. She shakes her head. I want you to stay. His smile is easy, relieved. She smirks at him. Shall we do something we've never done before? Like, he asks. She stands and pulls him from the sofa. How do you feel about peeling potatoes? Oliver's brow furrows. Is that some weird English euphemism, or do you actually want my opinion on peeling potatoes? She laughs. I want to know if you'll cook dinner with me. Is it a silly idea? He has traveled the world, seen history as it was being made. Maybe he doesn't want something so ordinary. Or we could do something else, if you like. I know cooking in my flat isn't as exciting as Amelia Earhart. Oliver squeezes her hand. I would love to peel potatoes with you. She gasps and reaches for her throat. How scandalous. Okay, I totally deserve that. He kisses her on the cheek. Lead the way to the kitchen. Is that a weird American euphemism? Oliver shakes his head, but his mouth tilts into a smile. You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Not tonight. Oceanofpdf.com. The 8th of May 1945. London, England. The bells would have brought Beatrix to St. Paul's, even if Oliver's invitation hadn't. The clear, clanging notes stole her breath away as they rang over the rooftops of London, the first time in 6 years she'd heard that sound. She passes through the wooden doors that have been thrown wide in welcome. St. Paul's has survived the war, but not unscathed. The windows are coated in thick layers of black paint, or gone altogether, the holes where stained glass used to hang covered by planks of wood. A crater has been boarded up in the marble floor. Beatrix can see right down to the crypt. She lurks near the aisle, watching the people as they file into the cathedral. It reminds her of her days at Old St. Paul's, scouring the walk for her next mark. An arm snakes around her waist. The scent of apples and lavender and an ancient oak wood drifts over her, a moment before a kiss lands on her cheek. Speaking of old marks. I suppose now I know what was so special about today, Beatrix says. She has known the date Oliver would return since the night in her flat, but how could she know it would be the day war ends in Europe, when it hadn't begun yet? Oliver releases her. He wears a gray suit and clutches a matching brimmed hat in his hands. He's pinned a red, white and blue rosette to his wide lapel in honor of the occasion. Are you a soldier now? His gaze flicks over her, takes in her navy jacket and skirt, her swept-up hair and cap. Air transport. From this close, she can see the muscles clench in his jaw. He's at least familiar with her work, then. Dangerous. Unforgiving. So, what, you learned how to fly a plane since last time? He asks, incredulous. Yes, her instructors said she was lucky to have completed her training when she did, but she didn't need luck when she knew a war was coming. He leans closer. You didn't have to do that. Her eyes meet his. I did. Every time she climbed into the cockpit of a damaged plane needing to be brought in for repair, she was terrified of hurtling towards the ground and going up in flames. Every time the air raid sirens went off, she imagined being blown to smithereens by a Nazi bomb. Would it finally be the end of her, or would the fairy's magic piece her back together? She had nightmares about it nearly every night, but she couldn't stand by and do nothing. Not while London burned. Oliver nods, as if he understands. She's sure he doesn't. He hasn't lived through 2 world wars. He leans against the arch and Beatrix leans into him. He slips his journal from the inside of his jacket and flips to a dog-eared page. Is that today's itinerary? Beatrix asks. Oliver nods absently as he skims the words. Ordinarily, she'd find the habit endearing, but she feels a protectiveness, a possessiveness, over this day. Maybe she has no right to claim she survived the bombings when she knew she would outlive the war, even if London didn't. But she has lived through the food rations, the clothes rations, the fire and smoke, the wail of air raid sirens and the endless dark nights. She has seen homes and livelihoods stolen away in a flash and a bang, has seen men return from the fighting damaged and scarred, has seen the families of men who didn't return at all. Has worked alongside women who've lost husbands and fiancés, fathers and brothers, who've lost the promise of a life beyond the war. Who've lost hope. She lays her hand over the page, blocking the words from his view. Oliver's gaze meets hers. Her heart skips, still. I'd like to show you something, she says. If you have the time. Oliver's eyes cloud, a shadow there and gone. He closes his notebook and slips it inside his jacket. He offers her his hand, and she takes it. Lead the way. She crosses beneath the dome, weaving through the throngs of people making their way down the aisle for the next service. She stops in front of a wooden door and glances quickly around. Sure no one is paying her any mind, she pushes it open. She waves Oliver through and slips in behind him. Are you sure we're supposed to be in here? He whispers. I'm sure we're not. The cathedral is only open for services, unless you are a member of the Watch, those men who took the Prime Minister's orders to heart. St. Paul's must be saved at all costs. Since the day the Blitz began, they have defended it from flames and bombs alike. Beatrix hopes she will get to thank them. Oliver follows her up the steps, past the whispering gallery, to a landing at the bottom of a spiraling iron staircase. You're not afraid of small spaces, are you? She asks. Or very high ones? No, Oliver says, but now I'm intrigued. Good. Beatrix pecks him on the cheek. Then up we go. The stairs twist tightly upwards, just wide enough for them to climb in single file. 152 steps later, they stand in front of a heavy wooden door. She leans into it, heaves it open with her shoulder, and steps through. Beatrix is momentarily blinded by the sunlight. When her vision returns, all of London is laid out below her, sprawling to the horizon. She steps up to the gilt railing. Oliver leans next to her. Wow, is all he can manage to say. From above, far beyond the strings of bunting and waving Union flags, it is easy to see the toll the war has taken on the city. There are buildings with no roofs or windows, fronts that have crumbled away to reveal hollow interiors. Jagged remnants of walls rise like islands from a sea of debris. Mangled metal and piles of brick, splintered wood and shattered glass and every precious thing that made a home, spilling out across London. But there are also hundreds of thousands of people, singing and laughing, dancing and cheering. The bells are ringing and flags are flying, and from the top of St. Paul's Dome, Beatrix can see it all, where hope meets grief, where relief borders guilt, where triumph sits alongside uncertainty. She knows better than most, perhaps better than anyone, what a long road lies ahead. It is never going back to how it was before. Tears spring to her eyes. She can't tell if they are tears of relief or joy, sorrow or exhaustion. Maybe they are all those things. She brushes them quickly away. Oliver still notices. They're going to rebuild it, he says. London will be as good as new. No spoilers, Beatrix warns. She wants to discover her new London all on her own. Oliver smiles. Still too early to say that. She gestures towards the skyline. This is a historic day, and I know you want to see as much of it as you can. I sense a but coming. I've been here through all of this. And I'm the one who's going to be here tomorrow. When the fun is past and the work of rebuilding a normal life begins. This is more than just a party for me. Of course it is, he says, though he sounds like he has only just realized it. I'm glad you're here, she says. But can we do this one my way? Oliver pulls her into him. That sounds perfect. She searches his eyes for some shadow of doubt. You're not disappointed about your journal. I want to do more than check boxes, he says. Besides, you're absolutely right. This isn't my day. Beatrix slips her hand into his and squeezes it. Thank you. They stroll around the perimeter of the dome, taking in London Bridge and Blackfriars and the monument commemorating the Great Fire. The Thames. The places where the Globe and the Crystal Palace once stood. Places she saw lifetimes ago. They climb down the stairs, spiraling back into the dome. Beatrix comes to an abrupt halt in front of a wooden door painted with a golden hand, pointing the way to the galleries above. Do you know what the Prime Minister is going to say in his speech this afternoon? Oliver smirks at her. I thought you didn't want spoilers. I don't, Beatrix says. But for you, the whole day is spoiled, isn't it? Oliver shrugs. I know the highlights. She nods to the door. Do you know what's through there? He glances at it. No. Good. Neither do I. She ignores the sign that declares the door not to be opened, and drags Oliver through behind her. Congratulations, I think we found St. Paul's attic, Oliver says, glancing around the wide, windowless corridor. An assortment of furniture and paintings in odd shapes covered with white cloths clutter the space. But Beatrix is drawn to something else. Narrow wooden shelves line a section of the wall from floor to ceiling, piled with gray stones of every shape and size. And their rock collection, Oliver adds, next to her. Beatrix scans the hundreds of pieces of smashed stone, some plain and smooth and worn, others carved with decoration. She should know what they are. Knows what they are, just can't quite grasp it. Oliver reads the handwritten labels on one of the shelves. Gothic, Norman, these are styles of architecture. Single quote. He trails off as he studies the stones. They look like pieces of buildings. Maybe ones that were destroyed in the Blitz. Theo would probably know. All of London is filled with bits of buildings destroyed by the Blitz, Beatrix points out. What's special about these? She takes a stone from the shelf in front of her, no bigger than her fist. One side is rough-hewn, the other fluted with smooth grooves. Her breath catches. That could be a piece of a column, Oliver muses. He points to another stone, carved in the shape of leaves. Maybe that's the top. Beatrix nods. It was a column. She wonders which one, if she ever leaned against it, searching for her next mark. It's all from one building. The debris. One very old building that took over 200 years to build, beginning in one style and ending in another. It's St. Paul's. Her St. Paul's, still here. She replaces the stone and picks up another, a tile bearing a decorative carving of a quatrefoil. She runs her finger over the curves of the shape. You should take a piece with you, Oliver says. A souvenir. I doubt anyone will notice. Beatrix balks at the suggestion. You want me to steal from a church? What? Oliver looks surprised. I thought you stole from old St. Paul's all the time. I stole in old St. Paul's all the time. That is not the same thing. Oliver raises his hands in mock surrender. My mistake. Beatrix replaces the stone on the shelf. I don't need the memento. She remembers her days in old St. Paul's like she lived them yesterday. This way, maybe others can know its story, too. Even if she is the only one who can remember it. She turns away from the stones, content in the knowledge of their existence. She loops her arm through Oliver's. Come on, we have the end of a war to celebrate. They spend the morning dancing and laughing and lying in the grass at Lincoln's Inn Fields. Red double-decker buses honk as they inch past the square, navigating the throngs of people spilling into the streets. Beatrix teaches Oliver the words to God Save the King, so he can join in with the rest of them, belting out the anthem at the top of their lungs. A woman spies her uniform and offers her a sandwich from her picnic lunch. Beatrix gratefully accepts and passes half of it to Oliver. He takes a bite before she can suitably warn him that these particular sandwiches are an acquired taste. He grimaces. I think there's something wrong with these bananas. It's not banana, Beatrix says. There's no banana in your banana sandwich. Mock banana sandwich, Beatrix corrects. More specifically, boiled parsnips and banana essence. We haven't had bananas in England in years. That explains everything. He hands her his half of the sandwich to finish. Beatrix shrugs. I think it's rather nice. Or maybe she has just forgotten how real bananas taste. After lunch, they head to Trafalgar Square to hear the Prime Minister's radio broadcast, but the crowds have swelled and their progress is slow. They snake their way through the masses on the end of a conga line headed in the right direction. When they arrive, the square is full to bursting with civilians and soldiers. The fountains are edged with men and women wading in the water, trying to keep cool. A man whoops and hollers from the top of a lamppost strung with red, white and blue bunting, waving the Union flag. An accordionist plays a jolly tune, and people find the room to dance to it. Will you do me the honor? Beatrix asks. She steps into the clearing in the crowd where a few others spin their partners in time to the music. Oliver joins her. Always. Always. In Oliver's arms, with proof of everything they have endured and all they can overcome surrounding her, she almost believes it's possible. The dancing stops. The singing and cheering lulls as the minutes tick closer to 3 o'clock, replaced by a buzzing anticipation. Sweat trickles down Beatrix's neck into the collar of her jacket. Bodies jostle each other, and an oppressive silence hangs over them. Big Ben shatters it like glass, striking the hour over the heads of thousands of silent spectators. Oliver twines his fingers through hers. The loudspeakers crackle to life and Winston Churchill speaks. His low, raspy voice stills the crowd, his conviction a comfort. Beatrix drinks in every word, like everyone around her. Even Oliver is riveted. When the Prime Minister declares, "Long live the cause of freedom," the crowd erupts in deafening applause. Only then does it hit her, like a ton of falling bricks. Oliver must see it in her face. He kisses her on the temple. "It's over, Bea," he says gently. "You made it." But that is the problem, isn't it? She always makes it. But so many, so many, haven't. It will be decades before she knows the victims' number in the millions. Decades before the world has a word for the tragedy, because tragedy is not enough, genocide too small to encompass the horror of it. Decades before she understands this clenching in her chest is more than the guilt of surviving again. Still, it is the ache of having too many tears to cry, of knowing the world has lost too much to ever mourn properly, even when you have an eternity. The crowd shifts and they are swept along on the tide of bodies to Buckingham Palace. Chants of, "We want the king. Bring the royal family to the balcony." Beatrix and Oliver wave to them, along with the rest of the crowd. The celebration stretches into the evening hours. They cross the city, crawling from pub to pub until they find one that hasn't run out of glasses. They share the one chair they can find. With no distance between them, Beatrix can't miss the shadows beneath Oliver's eyes, how pale he looks under the smoky lights of the bar. She leans into him, practically shouts in his ear to be heard over the crowd. "Do you want to rest here for a while?" Oliver shakes his head. He winces, tries to cover it with a smile. It doesn't reach his eyes. "I'm fine," he says, low in her ear. He downs his pint, as if that will prove it, and rises to his feet. "What's next?" Beatrix pushes away the sinking feeling in her guts. She takes his hand and tries not to think about what comes next. Not today, not now. The sun sinks, and bonfires spring up in parks around the city. Beatrix swears she dances around everyone. Her feet ache. She is exhausted. She is happy. A pair of men playing their fiddles in the shadow of a fountain finish their song, and Beatrix pulls Oliver away before they can strike up the next one. She sits on the fountain's edge, Oliver beside her. "I can't dance another step," she groans. "Can you manage walking?" he asks. "There's something I think you'd enjoy seeing, but I'm not sure how far it is." Single quote. Beatrix nudges him playfully with her shoulder. "You're lost, aren't you?" Oliver returns the nudge, hopelessly. "Good thing I've got you with me." "All right," Beatrix says. She stands and pulls Oliver to his feet. "Where to?" "St. Paul's." "We've already been to St. Paul's," she says. "Trust me," Oliver says. So, she does. Beatrix leads the way until they are close enough to see the cathedral. The crowd is thinner than it was in Piccadilly Circus and Trafalgar Square, but it still thrums with activity. The clock tower strikes 1/2 the hour. Oliver will be gone before it strikes again. Her heart sinks. "You're nearly out of time." "I know," he says. "But I have enough time for this." He nods towards St. Paul's, an inky, looming shadow against the night sky. "Watch." Floodlights flick on, one after the other, from somewhere on the hill, and beams of blinding light slash through the darkness. Tonight, they don't search the skies for enemy planes. In an instant, St. Paul's is aglow in white light, no longer a target but a beacon. It has survived. They all have. The sight sends a shiver through her. "Thank you for sharing your day with me," Oliver whispers in her ear. The weight of his arm around her vanishes, the warmth of him replaced by chill night air, before she can reply. Oceanofpdf.com. The 31st of July 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Oliver wakes to someone shaking his shoulder, his heartbeat throbbing an echo in his skull, his body stiff from the cold tile floor beneath it. Slowly, he opens his eyes. Theo leans over him, his face inches from his, out of focus and then lined with worry. He slumps back in relief as Oliver struggles to sit up. "You scared the shit out of me." "What happened?" Oliver leans back against his kitchen cabinets, the effort to stand too much. "I don't know," his brother says. "You were on the floor when I got here. Do you remember anything?" Oliver shakes his head, but that sends the room tipping. He closes his eyes. He hears Theo shift and pull himself to his feet. His refrigerator door opens. "What are you doing here?" "I couldn't get a hold of you." "Which is nothing new," Theo says pointedly. "But Luke called me and said he and Zoe hadn't heard from you, either. I came over to check if everything was alright. You didn't answer the door, so I let myself in. Here." Oliver opens his eyes. Theo stands over him, a cold can of beer in his extended hand. "For your head," he clarifies. "Thanks." Oliver winces as the chilled aluminum makes contact with the lump rising on his forehead. Theo sits on the kitchen floor next to him. He rests his arms across his knees. "I think I should take you over to the hospital to get checked out." "Why?" Oliver says. I'm obviously not dying. Theo rolls his eyes. Wow, really? What? I'm not. His brother can't argue with that. He lets his head fall back against the cabinets. His gaze darts around Oliver's apartment, from the cardboard boxes stacked in neat columns next to the door to the deep indentations in his carpet where his couch and coffee table used to be, to the badly wrapped gift sitting conspicuously on his otherwise empty kitchen counter. You've been busy. Oliver adjusts the beer can so he can see his brother. Luke and Zoe helped. Theo meets his gaze. I could have helped. I know. I want to help you, Ollie. I know, but Theo has done enough. If you want to come home. I don't, Oliver says firmly. They sit next to each other in silence. Not awkward, but not exactly comfortable, either. Oliver's gaze lands on the package on the counter. He pulls himself to his feet. Theo rushes to help him. I'm fine, he insists. His head is throbbing, but the room isn't spinning anymore. He puts the can on the counter, picks up the rectangular package that looks like a toddler wrapped it, and offers it to Theo. I got this for you. For your birthday, since I'm going to miss the big 3-0. He cringes. He sounds like an idiot. Theo gingerly takes the package, as if it might explode in his hands. Would you mind, can I open it? Oliver swallows. Yeah, go ahead. Theo tears through the metallic silver paper to reveal a pale wooden box with a hinged lid. The decal advertising the box's original contents had peeled and faded beyond recognition long before it was Oliver's, leaving behind flakes of white and gold and green embedded in the wood. Theo runs his hand over it. Was this Dad's? Yeah, Oliver says. He gave it to Oliver after he found the quarter in the garden. He had found a treasure, so naturally, he needed a treasure chest. All sorts of random things have inhabited the box over the years. Now it is Theo's turn to keep something precious in it. Theo lifts the latch and opens the box. 12 white envelopes sit in a neat row. What is this? Oliver wanted to give his brother something special to mark the milestone birthday he is going to miss, something meaningful to Theo long after the day is done. He couldn't think of a damn thing, until the night Luke and Zoe showed up unannounced at his door. They ate too many tacos and laughed at their old college stories until Oliver's sides ached. Then, they drank too much gin and sifted through his life, piece by piece. Zoe cried. So did Luke. So did Oliver. Because everything really did have a memory attached to it. But as they sorted Oliver's life into keep and trash and donate, he realized it wasn't the things he valued. It was the memories. It's life, Oliver says as Theo pulls out the first envelope, November 2202 written in black ink and Oliver's handwriting, across the front. He'll miss Theo's birthday by 2 months. Somehow, it seems like so much time. What wouldn't he give for an extra 2 months? And yet so little, he will barely miss his brother's 30th. A year of life, anyway. Theo lifts the flap of the envelope with his thumb and pulls out a pair of tickets to see the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra. He glances over at Oliver. 2. I didn't want you to be alone on your birthday. Theo takes out another envelope. February, 2 tickets to Red Sox spring training. July, a long weekend cottage rental on the Cape. His eyes shine under the white glow of the kitchen lights. It's very generous of you, but... No excuses. Oliver pushes the box across the counter to Theo. Just take it, please. He needs him to take it. Needs to know his brother will keep living when he is gone, keep making memories. Keep going. Theo leans heavily on the counter, staring at the box. I know what you're trying to do, Ollie. Then let me do it. His brother sighs. All right, thank you. He slides the envelopes into the box and closes the lid. It latches with a soft click. I should probably head home, if you think you'll be all right. He doesn't sound convinced. Still not dying, Oliver says. His brother rolls his eyes again. He tucks the wooden box under his arm and turns towards the door. Oliver clenches his jaw. That was too easy, Theo. He turns back to Oliver, guilt written plainly across his features, just like when they were kids. He never could get away with anything. Oliver nods to the box. Promise me you'll do it. All of it. I can't promise you that, Ollie. Tears burn Oliver's eyes and molten anger pools in his chest. Why does his brother have to be so fucking stubborn? Can't Theo let him do just one thing for him? Please. His voice breaks on the word and something behind Theo's eyes does, too. He pulls Oliver into a hug. I'll try, he says, his voice thick. I promise I'll try, all right. It is the most Theo can give him. I just want you to be okay, Oliver whispers. God, he hopes he will be okay. Theo releases him. His throat bobs. I'll be okay. But Oliver knows Theo can't promise him that, either. oceanofpdf.com The 18th of July 1960. London, England. Beatrix smooths down her tweed pencil skirt and sits on the bench curving along the edge of the Whispering Gallery. It's the same place where she sat all those years ago, the first time Oliver brought her to the new St. Paul's. New to her, anyway. She closes her eyes and leans against the wall, as if she can hear all the whispers it has ever known. Happy birthday, B. Beatrix opens her eyes. Did she imagine it? She scans the people wandering the gallery. And then she sees him through the crowd, sitting against the wall across from her. Tall, dark hair, neatly combed back. Tortoise-shell-framed glasses and a cardigan the same shade of blue as his eyes. Her heart leaps. 1960 suits him. She turns her head towards the curved wall. My birthday's tomorrow. She sees Oliver's bright smile from where she sits. And I don't want to miss a second of it. Beatrix follows Oliver down the narrow, carpeted aisle of a train carriage, her small yellow suitcase in one hand, a cream-colored cardigan draped over her other arm. Are you going to tell me where we're going? Oliver has never wasted his precious hours traveling with her. He can appear precisely where, and when, he wants to be. Yet here they are, at Victoria Station, on a train. She hasn't a clue which one. Oliver made sure she closed her eyes as soon as they reached the platforms. He smirks at her. It's a surprise. He glances at the tickets in his hand, then at the numbers next to the door in front of him. This one. He slides it open and disappears through it. Beatrix freezes on the threshold. On one side of the small room, a pair of rectangular windows with half-drawn shades fill the wall. A powder blue sofa large enough for two sits beneath them, and a narrow bed is pushed against the opposite wall. Through the door ahead of her, she spies a tiny white porcelain sink. Are we going far? Oliver taking the train with her is odd, but a sleeper berth makes no sense at all. A sly smile plays at the corners of his lips. He takes the suitcase from her. She racks her brain for a suitable destination. Are we going to visit Glasgow? The trip alone will take up half of his time. Cold. He slides her case onto the luggage rack over the windows. Beatrix sinks onto the bed. Edinburgh. That is even farther. Still Scotland, still cold. He laughs. Plymouth. She is grasping at straws. Nope. Beatrix reaches across the bed for a pillow and tosses it at Oliver's head. He catches it and sits next to her. The mattress sinks, tilting her towards him. We're going south. Brighton. She doesn't think they need a sleeper berth for that. London. Oliver kisses her lips, giddy with excitement. To Dover. He kisses her again. To Dunkirk. Another kiss. To Paris. Beatrix pulls away. Paris. Oliver springs from the bed and pulls her towards the windows. He lifts the shade to reveal platform 2 and a bold, illuminated sign. A yellow crescent moon hangs in an indigo sky with a scattering of white stars, the night ferry emblazoned across it in capital letters. Below it, their destination, Paris. Her head swims, and she sinks onto the sofa. She has seen advertisements for the night ferry all along the underground. They will take the train to Dover, where it will be loaded inside a ferry heading overnight to Dunkirk. The next morning, the train will be placed back on its track and sent it on its way to Paris. They never even need to get off. But it will take us nearly 12 hours to get there. They'll be lucky to make it to a hotel before he disappears on her. Oliver sits next to her. 12 hours and you're counting down already, aren't you? She grimaces. He knows her too well. He leans in. His eyes are practically sparkling. You better restart your count. At 3. Her guts twist. 3 hours. Is that all? She didn't mean to say it aloud. She should be grateful he is here with her. But 3 hours won't get him halfway across the channel, let alone to her birthday tomorrow. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. 3 days. She's dumbstruck. Oliver grins. I told you at St. Paul's. I don't want to miss a second of your birthday. But, how? He leans back on the sofa. Leave the logistics to me. Well, to Lucy. But Beatrix is already calculating the cost. 3 entire days spent with her will take weeks of Oliver's life to accomplish. It's too much time. I can't accept. Oliver holds her gaze. When was the last time you celebrated your birthday? She hesitates. He raises an eyebrow at her, waiting. Never, she mumbles. Sorry, what was that? He asks. I have never celebrated my birthday. Then you're right. I have made a terrible mistake, he says gravely. 3 days in Paris are barely adequate to celebrate 479 birthdays. I'm going to have to get you a card, too. A smile twitches at the corners of her lips. You'll have a hard time finding one at the shops. Oliver laughs. Are you suggesting I make you a card? Because not to brag, but I am pretty good with a box of crayons. Beatrix can't help but laugh, too. Oliver pulls her close and kisses her on the temple. "Come to Paris with me," he says, low in her ear. She looks out the window at the crescent moon glowing on the sign, at the word Paris written beneath it. "Are you sure this is what you want?" she asks. She means, "Are you sure you won't regret this?" "Right now, spending 3 days in Paris with you is the only thing I want," Oliver says, and the way he says it, like he has never been more certain of anything in his life, raises goosebumps across her skin. Me too. Oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of July 1960. En route to Paris, France. The compartment is still dark when Beatrix wakes, the only light a faint grayness around the edges of the window shades. Her watch is tucked in her bag on the rack. There is no way for her to gauge the time. There is only this moment, her and Oliver, wrapped in each other. "Happy birthday, B," he whispers beside her. He pushes a strand of wild hair out of her face and kisses her lips. "Where are we?" "We just left Dunkirk," he says. "It's early." Beatrix stretches, then curls into Oliver with a contented sigh. She kisses him on the cheek. "Thank you." "For what?" "For this. For everything." He searches her face. The corner of his mouth tilts up. "What?" His smirk blooms into a grin. "You know, I don't think you look a day over 400. Beatrix pulls the pillow from under her head and smacks him in the face with it. "And I won't be born for another 200 years, he continues. "Talk about robbing the cradle." Beatrix laughs. She stuffs her pillow under her head again. "We are absolutely absurd, aren't we?" "I prefer, made for each other." He grazes his lips along her jaw, trails soft kisses down her neck. She smirks at him. "If I didn't know better, I would think you'd planned this. One tiny bed, hours until we reach Paris." Oliver's brow furrows. Planned what? She'd almost believe his innocence, if it wasn't for that look in his eyes. More than mischief. She shrugs and tosses back the covers. Swings her legs over the edge of the low bed. Oliver's arm snakes around her waist. He pulls her back down. Her insides are suddenly full of butterflies, his desire, hers, laid bare. Her heart thuds against her ribs. He leans over her, lowers his lips to hers, and kisses her again. Not again. He has never kissed her like this before. He leaves a burning trail of kisses down her neck to her collarbone, sends heat pulsing through her. Goosebumps rise on her skin. She threads her fingers through his hair, pulls his mouth to hers. Her hand drifts down his neck to his chest. His heart pounds beneath her touch. He presses her closer, draws her body into his until there is no space between them, and it is still not close enough. He fumbles with the buttons of her nightgown. An ache builds low inside her. It takes everything she has to pull away. "Are you sure you want to do this?" She breathes in his ear. Oliver doesn't hesitate. "Yes." He pulls back so he can look into her eyes. "Are you?" Her body is. The inches between them feel like miles. She wants him against her, inside her. She doesn't want to stop. Doesn't want this to end in 12 hours or 2 days or ever. But it will, her mind whispers. It always will, her heart beats. She drops her head against his chest, inhales the faint scent of lavender and apples and woods that will haunt her for the rest of her days. "What are we doing, Oliver?" He presses a kiss to the top of her head. "The best we can. I can't do this." He wants the sex to mean something, and it would. It would mean she trusts him with all of her cursed body, her bargain soul, her fragile heart. It would mean she'll stay with him until his end, mourn him until hers. It would mean she loves him. "I'm sorry." He tips her chin until she is looking into sky blue eyes. "You don't need to apologize." She sits up. Her nightgown slides down low over her left shoulder, her top buttons undone. She reaches to fasten them, to hide the evidence of her longing, of how close she came to losing control of herself. "What's that?" Oliver asks. Beatrix looks down. The edge of a scar peeks out from beneath the cool cotton. "I don't think you want to know," she says. "I want to know everything." He looks just like he did that night in Venice, standing on the Rialto Bridge, telling her he would believe the story she told him. Her heart thuds beneath the scar. She has never told a soul how she got it. Not even William. He thought she fell from a tree. She brushes the fabric aside, exposes the raised pink line. It hasn't faded with the years, frozen in a moment like the rest of her, forever reminding her of the day she should have died. The first time. Oceanofpdf.com. The 12th of April 1501. Lancot, England. Run. The forest flashes by in a blur. She can't stop. She sprints through the trees, weaves between the giant oaks, dodges tangled roots. The underbrush snags on her skirts. Her breath comes in gasps, her heartbeat frantic. Run. The whole of Lancot knew the woods would be empty, that the forester and his son had left before dawn. It has been years since she last spoke to William, but she always knew he was here, sensed his presence beyond the trees. She thought she'd have a day of peace, alone beneath the canopy. Beatrix had gone farther, deeper into the quiet dark. It smelled of rich earth and rotting leaves and damp. She searched for mushrooms and shivered in the shadows. The underbrush rustled. She turned to see if it was a doe. She had given up on the wolf years ago. It was a man who stepped from the trees. Such an incongruous sight that Beatrix stood frozen, staring at him. He sneered at her, and her heart leapt into her throat. It was her neighbor, Mr. Brown. She took a step back. There was movement in the underbrush beside her. His eldest son, with a blade in his hand. She bolted. Shouts rang out around her. The man, his sons, more. So many more. Run. She'd gone too deep, too far. She'll never make it, but then she is in her clearing and she knows her way. Her heart leaps. She's so close. A patch of damp leaves sends her skidding, her knees crash into the earth. They are on her in an instant, flattening her, pressing her into the mud. Someone pins her arms behind her back. She can't move, can't turn her head, can barely breathe with the weight of someone on top of her, his knee grinding into her back. She catches a glimpse of the knife, its sharp blade glinting in a shaft of late afternoon light. She thrashes like a wild animal caught in a snare, can't shake off whoever is holding her down. He wrenches her arm and the bone snaps. She screams. Someone grabs a fistful of her hair at the scalp and tugs, hard. The tip of the knife presses into the skin near her temple. Warm blood runs into her eyes. Quit messing around. The voice is softer than she expected. Rough hands grab at her, drag her to her feet, hold her upright. Keep her still. The widower's eldest son sneers at her. He looks just like his father. He steps close, closer, close enough to smell his sweat, the staleness of his breath. She spits in his face. The young man swears and strikes her, a cracking blow across her cheek that sends the clearing spinning. Her arm twists. Her knees give out. They haul her up again. He presses his knife to her chest, digs it into the flesh over her heart as he stares into her eyes. Warm blood spills down her skin but she refuses to cry out. He presses the blade deeper. She squeezes her eyes shut. Look at me, the man growls. I want to see the light leave your eyes before I cut them out. She doesn't open them. She can deny him this, at least. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Someone shouts. The blade vanishes. The hands, gone. Beatrix collapses. It takes everything in her to open her eyes, to not let the darkness pull her down. Her vision swims, but there is no mistaking the creature in front of her. Not the sound of thunder. Growling. The men scatter as the wolf charges, snarling and snapping, baring its fangs. They flee in chaos, leaving Beatrix alone with the beast. The clearing blurs, darkens around the edges. If she is going to die, at least she is in the forest. The wolf quiets. It turns towards Beatrix, and their eyes lock. Beatrix gasps. She understands now what William meant. The wolf isn't looking at her. It is looking into her with the wisest eyes she has ever seen. One green, one brown. It's the last thing Beatrix sees before she tips into the darkness. Oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of July 1960. En route to Paris, France. She's been cut open again. At least, that's what it feels like. Sobs rack her body, centuries of rage and betrayal and grief flooding her banks. Oliver holds her close and lets her cry. How could William think a branch would cut as cleanly as a blade? How could her parents believe sending her away was the answer? How could the village think she was the monstrous one? Because it was easier for everyone never to face the truth. Even her. Oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of July 1960. Paris, France. Beatrix takes a cautious, shuffling step in the dark. Now, Oliver's hands don't move from her eyes. Not yet. You are full of surprises, aren't you? Surprises are the best part of birthdays. Oliver stops walking, and she stops, too. Don't peek, he warns. He steps away, leaving her alone. A door unlatches with a loud click. A warm breeze brushes against her skin, carrying the low thrum of city traffic. Now. Oliver covers her eyes again. 3 more steps. He counts softly in her ear. They step together. 1. Single quote. The floor changes, the give of the soft carpet turning hard and hollow under her heels. 2. Single quote. The light brightens beneath her lids. 3. Single quote. Oliver's hands drop away and Beatrix opens her eyes. She gasps. Paris stretches out below her as far as she can see. A beautiful, old city. Even the Eiffel Tower stands silhouetted against the cloudless sky in the not-so-far distance. Welcome to Paris, B. She turns away from the ornate balcony rail. Oliver grins and hands her a bubbling glass of champagne. A square, pastel-pink box tied with a white ribbon sits on the wrought iron table behind him. Beatrix smirks at him. Oliver Rhodes, are you trying to impress me? His eyes sparkle in the morning sun. I'm trying to give you a birthday to remember. You have. She didn't need a journey on the night ferry and champagne with a view of the Eiffel Tower for that. Today, she has him, and that is enough for her to remember this birthday forever. He gestures to the box. Open it. Beatrix pulls the ribbon away and slowly lifts the lid. A gasp escapes her. A small round cake frosted in white and edged with pastel roses sits inside. Happy birthday be piped across the top in sunshine yellow icing. I love it, Beatrix says. Thank you. Cake for breakfast, or dessert after our dinner tonight? Oliver asks. Beatrix is tired of waiting. She wants to do everything with him, wants to do it all, now. Cake for breakfast. Cake for breakfast, it is. He disappears inside their room and reappears on the balcony a moment later. I thought 19 boxes of candles might be excessive, he says, tearing a single box open. You wouldn't want to set the cake on fire, Beatrix jokes. Or the hotel. He pushes each candle into the icing, pale pink and blue and yellow, twirled together with white. He lights them with a book of hotel matches. It's perfect, she says. 24 flames dance and flicker in the imperceptible breeze. The year she'll never reach. Oliver stands behind her. He pulls her close and props his chin on her shoulder. I apologize in advance. For what? For how I am about to absolutely butcher. Happy birthday. But Beatrix doesn't mind the off-key rendition he half sings in her ear. She loves it all. Now that was unforgettable, she teases. I think you mean unforgivable. He kisses her on the cheek and loosens his grip on her waist. Make a wish. If you blow out all your candles at once, it will come true. Really? Beatrix raises an eyebrow at him. Oliver shrugs. You never know. She made a wish that came true before. Maybe she can do it again. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Uh-oh, this is getting serious, Oliver says. Beatrix tries not to smile. She fails miserably. Shush, you. The balcony falls quiet. She can only think of one thing to wish for. One thing she wants more than she has ever wanted anything. A way to hold on to Oliver. She could wish to stop time, wish to keep them together, frozen in this moment forever. She could wish for him to never leave her. Wish for him to have more time, too. But none of those feel right. Beatrix has learned not to trifle with wishes, to be exacting with her phrasing, to choose her words carefully. If there is even a single grain of truth in what Oliver has said, a speck of old magic ignited in her candles, she will not take it for granted. She breathes deep and wishes with her whole heart that she never loses him. She opens her eyes and blows out 24 golden flames, watches as their white smoke swirls away into the skies over Paris. She lets her heart hope. Beatrix eyes Oliver skeptically as they walk past the welcoming shade of the trees at the paved plaza's center, the afternoon sun warm on her back. That cannot be true. He raises his right hand. I swear, time traveler's honor, I'll believe it when I see it. In 29 years. According to Oliver. You visited the Crystal Palace, he says. Why is a glass pyramid so hard to believe? It's not hard to believe, Beatrix says. The world has changed around her, sometimes in ways she never imagined possible, like aeroplanes and rockets and sending satellites into space. It's just at odds with all this. She gestures to the Louvre. It is a beautiful, old, grand building rising 4 stories above her, surrounding her on 3 sides with walls of windows and arches and columns. A former palace built of warm, cut stone that has seen as much history as she has. That's what people said about the Eiffel Tower, and now look at it, Oliver says. Times change. They never stop changing. Wait until you see the giant Ferris wheel they build in London, he says. Right on the Thames. Beatrix hits him playfully on the arm. Now I know you're lying. Oliver can't keep a straight face. He takes her hand and twines his fingers through hers. Is it weird to visit a museum with you? Why? Because I'm older than some of the exhibits. She shakes her head. I think it's weirder for you to visit a museum. You could watch Da Vinci paint the Mona Lisa, instead of looking at it hanging on the wall with the rest of us. I could, Oliver concedes. He pulls her close. But I can think of better things to do than watch paint dry. even exceptionally famous paint. They tour the museum, hand in hand, exploring the galleries of paintings and sculptures and artifacts. Beatrix finds comfort in the rooms, in the crowds of people from all over the world wandering through them. It is proof the past existed, that it is valued, that it is remembered, even as the world evolves around her. By the time they stroll through the gallery of neoclassical exhibits, she has lost all track of the day. Psyche revived by Cupid's kiss, Oliver reads from a black and white placard. The sculpture stops Beatrix's breath, love and desire and passion exquisitely captured in pristine white marble. Cupid cradles Psyche in his arms as she reaches for him, his feathered wings spread wide above them. She tips her head back, a moment away from kissing her immortal lover. Beatrix can't fathom how the artist carved so much life from stone. Do you know the story? Beatrix asks. Oliver shakes his head. Psyche fell in love with Cupid before she knew who he was, she says. Before she even saw him. He would only come to her in the dark, and he forbade her to look at him. He always left her chambers before the sun rose. He'd only ever stay the night. Oliver asks. Beatrix nods. She loved him, thought she loved him, she doubted him, too. Soon, she was bearing his child, and yet she had never seen his face. She thought he must be a hideous monster. Why else would he hide from her? So, one night, after he fell asleep next to her, she looked. And she saw him. Beatrix gestures to the sculpture of Cupid. Not a hideous monster, then, Oliver says. Beatrix shakes her head. He woke and saw that she had betrayed his trust, so he left her. Psyche wandered the world and the underworld, searching for him. She completed impossible task after impossible task, all the while despairing, believing that she would never succeed, would never find him. Did she? She fell into an endless sleep after failing a task in the underworld. Cupid found her. He saved her, married her, he even made her immortal, just like him. And they lived happily ever after. Oliver asks. Beatrix nods, afraid if she speaks another word, her voice will betray her. Oliver puts his arm around her and pulls her close. Then why do you look so sad? Because I am sad, she whispers. So suddenly and deeply, it frightens her. Why? Because it is a beautiful sculpture and a beautiful story, built on a beautiful lie that still breaks her heart. Because she so desperately wants it to be true, even now. Especially now. Amor vincit omnia, love conquers all. Because Oliver is wrong, it isn't a happy ending. It's an impossible one. She steps away. Cool air fills the space where Oliver was, chills her skin where his touch was warming her a moment ago. I'm sorry, I need some air. She turns on her heel and she leaves him, like he has left her countless times, standing alone in the crowd, watching her go. Beatrix doesn't stop until she is on the island of grass in front of the Louvre, among the trees. She sits against the widest trunk and breathes deep, searches for the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. There is only city and stone and now. Oliver slowly crosses the plaza, his hands shoved into his trouser pockets. He sits next to her on the grass, together, but not, watching the patrons come and go from the museum until Beatrix finds her voice. She twists the ring on her hand. You're a time traveler. Do you ever wish you could go back and change something? Make a different choice? All the time. That has nothing to do with being a time traveler. That's just being human. Would you change us? She asks him. Oliver sighs. Something has to change, doesn't it? Beatrix looks over at him. Honestly, sometimes I wish I had met you years ago, in my time. I wouldn't have to leave you. We could have more than 12 hours together. You wouldn't have to wait for me. That sounds nice, Beatrix says. It does. But that Oliver wouldn't be the same person whose pocket you picked at the Globe. Like my Louvre isn't your Louvre? She asks. Not yet, anyway, Oliver says. Sometimes I lie awake at night and imagine what my life would look like if I had left you standing on the Rialto Bridge, Beatrix admits. Oliver shifts next to her. And she has tried to imagine it so many nights. After the Great Exhibition, after Barnbow, after Anna, and each time, she has failed. She can't separate Oliver from her life. The more she tries, the deeper the cold, awful truth settles into the pit of her stomach. He is hopelessly entangled with it. With her, if I hadn't met you, I'd be a completely different person. Oliver takes her face in his hands. Don't go back. When I'm gone, don't go back to living like before. Beatrix doesn't want to think about a life without Oliver in it. She stands, out of his reach. Let's forget it, all right. Let's go inside and forget about all of this. But Oliver won't let it go. Promise me you won't be a ghost, Bea. She shakes her head. You can't ask me that. Please. I can't, she insists. Oliver's gaze turns dark. Why not? Because I'm not sure what losing you will do to me. Her words land like a blow. Oliver sags against the wide trunk. A ghost might be all that's left of me for a very long time. Now that she has seen how the threads of her life are woven through with his, she is certain of it. She turns away, blinking against the burning in her eyes. I'm sorry. Oliver rises to his feet and catches her arm. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm supposed to stay, or go, or never see you again. I don't know, either, Beatrix whispers. Because she is never happier than when she is with him. Because he puts another crack in her heart every time he leaves. Because they can never have their happily ever after. Oliver's shoulders slump. I want to make you happy, Bea. Just tell me how. He'll leave if she tells him to. Leave her to return to a life before she met him. But she wasn't happy before Oliver, either. If she had been, she wouldn't have imagined leaving him on the Rialto Bridge. She would have done it. But she didn't. That night, she chose him, chose to live as more than a ghost. Chose to try, at least. And she has tried. For centuries, she's tried. Has it been worth it, watching him go, each time harder than the last? Has it been worth missing him, aching for him, for years, only to have him for hours? Have those briefest moments of joy been worth the decades of heartache? She looks up at Oliver, watching her with dark eyes, waiting for her answer. Just tell me how. He can't. Her eyes well with tears, and Oliver's face crumples before she can utter a word. But the goodbye catches in her throat, the unspoken, you should go, choking her. She can't say the words. She can't let him go. She can't. Because Oliver makes her happy. Because that brief happiness makes the long, lonely wait bearable. Because she loves him. Beatrix swallows her goodbye. 12 hours at a time. Oliver's face cracks with relief. He searches her mismatched gaze. Are you sure? Beatrix twines her fingers through his. We have here and we have now. It is the most she can ever promise him, all that he can ever give her. And that's enough. Oliver presses a gentle kiss to her forehead. It's more than enough. Oceanofpdf.com. The 20th of July 1960. Paris, France. Beatrix leans against the iron balcony rail and gazes out at the Paris skyline, the morning sun already warm on her bare arms. She clutches a wide bowl of coffee with both hands and inhales the rich aroma. Oliver sits behind her at the table, bent over his journal, the collar of his plaid button down askew. The gentle breeze ruffles his dark hair as he writes. If I lived in Paris, I'd never get sick of this view, she says. Oliver looks up from his notebook. His gaze lingers over her. Me neither. She rolls her eyes and hides her smile behind a sip of milky coffee. Oliver wraps his arm around her waist and pulls her down into his lap. She puts her bowl on the table before he manages to spill coffee on her yellow floral sundress. What do you want to do today? He turns the page of his journal. Eiffel Tower, river cruise on the Seine, Versailles. She frowns. Did you make a list? The word Louvre is written in his neat handwriting near the top of the page. A tick fills the box drawn next to it. He shrugs. I don't want to miss anything. Everyone misses something, Beatrix says. Oliver sighs. I know, I just want to make the most of whatever I'm doing, wherever I'm visiting. It's my only chance. She adjusts his collar, straightening and smoothing it into place. I think there's a fine line between making the most of a moment and living in it. He gives her a weary smile. I guess I'm still trying to find it. She can hear the undercurrent of regret in his words, his unspoken fear, that he'll die before he figures out how to live. I think I know where to start. She reaches for his journal and closes the cover. Why did you choose Paris? I wanted to take you somewhere new for your birthday. Somewhere neither of us had ever been, that could be ours, together. You mentioned Paris at Carnevale and my parents had honeymooned here, so I thought it would be romantic. His cheeks flush pink, and she wonders if he is remembering what happened yesterday morning. Neither of them has mentioned the night ferry since. It's a total cliché, isn't it? What's cliched about a man traveling through time to celebrate someone's 479th birthday? She smiles, and he does, too. She slides off his lap and offers him her hand. Let's pack a lunch and my Polaroid, and go make Paris ours, shall we? Beatrix doesn't believe in perfect, but if she did, this would be a perfect day. They walk, hand in hand, along the Seine, Oliver's fingers knotted through hers. They climb to the top of the Eiffel Tower and wander through the manicured gardens below it. They walk the narrow cobblestone streets of the city, with no destination in mind, until they find a quiet spot in the shade of an old tree in a park. Oliver spreads a picnic blanket on the grass beneath it and they sit together, her leg brushing against his arm around her back. They eat their supper of bread and cheese and wine while the setting sun bathes the city in a golden glow. Beautiful, precious time, slipping through Beatrix's fingers like sand. She studies Oliver's face in the warm sunlight, commits every detail to memory. The way his loose curls drift lazily in the breeze, and the faint crease lines in his brow. The shade of his eyes, perfectly matched to the cloudless sky over Paris. Oliver catches her. You're staring. I'm making sure I don't forget. She takes her Polaroid from the picnic blanket and hands it to him. Here, take our picture. She leans into Oliver. Their shoulders brush. He holds the camera at arm's length, counts down from 3, and snaps their photo. With a click and a flash and a grinding whir, the moment is captured, frozen in time on a few inches of film. As if that could possibly do it justice. Beatrix pulls the photo from the camera and lays it between them on the blanket. They watch the image emerge together, a heavy fog burning away to reveal the waiting world hidden beneath it. Oliver tenses. He hovers his thumb over the edge of the photo, blocking her image. He shudders. What is it? Beatrix asks. Déjà vu. He hands her the photo. It's the one from my obituary. She stares at him, wide-eyed. I didn't mean to, she says, as if she could have changed his fate by leaving her camera behind in London. I'm so sorry. Don't be, Oliver says. I know why Theo picks it. I am, happy in it. Thunder rumbles in the distance, as if Oliver has manifested his own dark clouds. We should probably go. Beatrix nods, though she doesn't want her perfect day to end. They pack up the remains of their picnic and she slips her hand into his. They set off towards the hotel, racing against the gathering storm. The skies open up without warning. A cool summer rain pours over Beatrix in sheets, soaking her through in an instant. She swipes her hair away from her face and braces herself for her own déjà vu, the crushing weight of living in the here and now in the past and gone, all at once. It never comes. Are you all right? Oliver asks. His curls are plastered to his head by the downpour and his t-shirt clings to his skin. Beatrix beams at him. Wonderful. She takes his face in her hands and she kisses him. His arm slips around her waist, draws her close, and it is only Oliver, only Paris, only here and now, with this rainstorm and this man. Thunder cracks overhead and Oliver pulls away. He grabs her hand. Come on. They run through the streets until they are gasping and laughing. In the hotel lobby, the concierge muttering under his breath about the mad foreign guests dripping rainwater all over his floors. Beatrix is glad the elevator is empty. Her dress clings to her skin, leaves little to the imagination. She leans into Oliver, tries to steal some warmth from him. He wraps his arms around her back, but they are no better than 2 drowned rats. She can't stop shivering. He kisses the top of her head. Hot bath? He asks. She tilts her chin so she can see his face. Is that an invitation? His mouth lifts at the corner. Do you want it to be? Her heart skips. I'll bring the champagne. She stands on her toes to kiss him, and his mouth parts for hers. He reaches for her face, slides his thumb along her jaw. She melts into him, presses her wet skin against his. The elevator dings its arrival, drawing them apart. Oliver's head tips back against the wall with a soft thud. The doors slide slowly open. Beatrix reluctantly moves away from him. Outside their room, Oliver fumbles with the key. He pushes the door open and Beatrix steps inside, her heart pounding as the storm beyond the balcony darkens the afternoon. The door clicks shut, and then Oliver is behind her, his hands on her hips, kissing her neck. I have never wanted to get stuck in an elevator so badly in all my life. She turns to face him, and he pulls her close. Heat pulses through her. She drapes her arms over his shoulders, pressing tighter against him. Where were we? He searches her gaze, his eyes shining with desire. Are you sure about this? Beatrix still doesn't want this to end. Still knows that it will. But not here, not now. She kisses Oliver like she has wanted to kiss him 1,000 times, a kiss forged from every agonizing moment she has wanted him but couldn't have him. An ache blooms inside her. Yes. Oliver kisses her, hard, and she gasps. She presses into him, needs to feel his body against hers. They make it to the bedroom. She fumbles with the buttons on his shirt, peels the wet fabric from his skin. He steps behind her and she leans into the warmth of him. He places a soft kiss behind her ear, trails another dozen down her neck, each one feather-light. Her pulse races. What are you thinking? She breathes. He slips the strap of her sundress off her shoulder. Kisses there, too. I think I'm glad you don't wear a corset anymore. She laughs. So am I. He tugs at her zip, and it releases, slowly opening as his hand moves down her back. Her dress slides over her hips and pulls at her feet. She shivers in her slip. No, she is trembling now. She turns to him, and her lips are on his again. She can't get close enough, can't get enough of his touch, his taste, of him. His fingers brush the edge of her slip, caressing the line where bare skin meets lace. Past it, just. Slowly, his touch drifts up her thigh. Higher. You are such a tease, she whispers against his mouth. We have time, he breathes in her ear. She's not sure who pulls who into the bed. Time doesn't so much stop as cease to exist entirely. There is only her, only him, his breath warm against her neck. His touch, electric on her skin. His mouth on her. She moves against him, moves with him, until they are nothing but a tangle of limbs and longing, aching for release, until Beatrix is sure she has never wanted anything so desperately in her entire life. Until everything else ceases to exist, too. The storm passes quickly, like summer storms do, the wild evening giving way to a clear, calm night. Their last night in Paris. Beatrix gazes out at the city lights twinkling below her, all the way to the horizon. She sips her champagne. Tiny bubbles pop sharply against her tongue as the first notes of the theme from A Summer Place carry onto the balcony, tinny flutes and violin drifting to her ears from the radio inside. Oliver turns up the volume and joins her at the rail. He offers Beatrix his hand. Would the lady care to dance? She puts her champagne on the table next to Oliver's half-empty glass and places her hand in his. He draws her close and places his other hand on that familiar spot on her back. Still not a lady, she says. Just a thief. He kisses her gently. She leans her head on his shoulder as they sway together to the music. Beatrix doesn't know how long she'll live, can't fathom an eternity, even now. But she knows she will remember this day, this night, with this view and this man dancing with her on this balcony, forever. However long that is. Tears prick at her eyes. A melancholy wave crashes over her, as if her heart knows she was not meant to have this much happiness. Because she can't will the sun to never rise again, can't live inside this moment forever. Because one day, Oliver will leave her, and he won't come back. A tear spills down her cheek, then another, and she can't stop them from falling. Oliver wraps his arms around her. He doesn't say a word, just holds her close. I'm sorry, she whispers. She was trying to savor the here and now. But old habits die hard, and hers are very, very old. She wipes her tears away. I'm ruining it, aren't I? Oliver kisses her on the forehead. Never. Oceanofpdf.com. The 21st of July 1960. London, England. Beatrix unlocks the door to her flat and pushes it open. She lingers in the hushed quiet of the hallway with Oliver, not ready to be home, for their trip to be over, for him to leave her. When will I see you again? She forces a lightness into her voice she doesn't feel. The last 3 days have been a dream, one she doesn't want to wake from. Oliver sets her yellow suitcase inside her door and pulls his journal from his jacket. He flips past a marked page. I'll be in America in 1969. Do you want to meet me there? I'd love to, she says. Her cheery tone drains away. That isn't for another 9 years. Oliver slips his notebook into his pocket. I know it's a long time. How do you feel about meeting sooner? She asks. There's something I'd like to show you. He smirks at her. Now I'm intrigued. She disappears into her flat. Oliver leans on the door frame and watches her rummage through the telephone table tucked in the hall, a bemused smile on his lips. She pulls out a pen and a small pad of yellow, lined paper. In her neatest cursive, she writes, Lancot, August 6, 1965. She isn't sure what's left of it. Maybe nothing, but she wants Oliver to see it. She wants to see it with him. And 5 years doesn't feel as far away as 9, at least. She tears the page from the pad and hands it to him. He glances down at it. His smile disappears, and he straightens in the doorway. You're going to Lancot? I need to know what's left of it, she says. If anything is left of it. Why? Oliver asks. Closure. The idea came to her on the train ride from Paris, at least, the resolve for it did. She wants to cherish every moment she has left with Oliver. But the past haunts her. Will you come with me? She wants him to see who she was before she picked his pocket at the Globe, wants him to know every part of her. I'll have Lucy add it to my itinerary as soon as I get back. Beatrix's heart sinks. She tries to keep her regret from showing on her face. Oliver still notices. Hey, what's that look for? I'm sorry, she says. I'm being selfish. She reaches for the paper, but Oliver holds it high, out of her grasp. You're not. Beatrix folds her arms over her chest. How long will it take to change your schedule? He shrugs. Beatrix glares at him. About a week, he admits. She snatches at the page. Oliver steps into the hall. You know, you used to be good at stealing things, he says with a, somehow, still infuriating smirk. Never mind, she says. You don't have to come. I want to come. She frowns, and Oliver's brow furrows. What is this about, B? She searches his eyes. Are they duller than when he appeared in the whispering gallery to whisk her away? The shadows under them are darker, she's sure, his face grown more pale. How long was Paris for you? In your time, I mean. 3.5 weeks, Oliver says. And every second I spent waiting to get back to you was excruciating. He pulls her close and kisses her on the temple. I don't know how you do it. Her heart aches. 3.5 weeks to give her 3 days with him, returning to his time in the minutes it took her to walk to the corner cafe for their breakfast or down to the lobby for fresh towels. A piece of a normal life with him, she will cherish forever. It's too much time, too much, flowing away too fast. What am I saving it for? Oliver asks. It dawns on Beatrix how transactional it all sounds. Spending time, saving time, as if time is nothing more than currency Oliver can save, second by second, minute by minute, hoarding it away in a bank vault somewhere instead of losing everything. That's why you're doing all this, isn't it? To get more time. Oliver slumps against the wall next to her half-open door. That's why I started. His gaze lingers on her. Her heart skips. And now? Oliver hesitates. I want to live. Maybe that is seeing as much of the world as I can, or being there when history is made. But maybe it's reading Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and eating birthday cake for breakfast and visiting a tiny village on the border of Wales that no one has ever heard of, too. I think I lost sight of that. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. If we had all the time in the world, would you still want to go to Lancot? Yes, Beatrix admits. He smiles, easy and bright, despite the weariness in his gaze. Then I'll see you in 5 years. She lays a hand on his cheek, just turning rough with stubble. Her stomach twists. She hopes this isn't a mistake. I'll see you in a week. oceanofpdf.com. The 31st of August 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Oliver massages the back of his neck, tries to chase away the persistent throbbing in his head. Every clack of Lucy's keyboard feels like she's stabbing him in the base of his skull with one of her black stilettos. How did you hear about this place? She asks as she enters the coordinates for Lancot, England, August 6, 1965, into his Chambers computer. A friend mentioned it. She thought I'd like to see it, Oliver says. Lucy shakes her head, but she keeps her eyes fixed on her screen and the writing scrolling past in a blur of green light. Some friend. There's nothing there. Nothing. Oliver slumps back into his chair. A forest. A river. Some ruins. She pulls her glasses off and looks across her desk at him, like he's a riddle she can't figure out. Are you sure you want to spend an excursion on this? She says spend, she means waste. He straightens in his seat and lets his hand fall away from his neck. I'm sure. Lucy sighs and puts her glasses on. It's your time. Single quote. She hits confirm on her display and the chamber door rotates open. Oliver steps inside the glass and metal tube, and Lucy secures the door with her palm print. A green light washes over him. He squints against the brightness. A message flashes on Lucy's display, glowing red, pulsing in time with the throbbing in Oliver's skull. Access denied. Subject unstable. Access denied. Subject unstable. Access denied. Subject unstable. The chamber door releases with a quiet swish. No, 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 come on. His heart pounds against his ribs. This can't be happening. I have to get back. Relax, Lucy says, all professional calm. Her fingers fly over the chamber controls. This happens sometimes. I'll reset the system. Oliver sags against the glass wall, his heart racing, his mind reeling with grim what-ifs. This has to work. It has to. Lucy secures the door, and Oliver straightens. The green light washes slowly over him. He counts in his head, his hope growing with each agonizing second. 1. He'll get to Lancot. 2. He'll get back to B. 3. He'll tell her. Access denied. Subject unstable. The chamber door rotates open. Fuck. Lucy presses her crimson lips into a thin line. Have a seat, Mr. Rhodes. He slumps into the chair across from her. She straightens and folds her hands together on the desktop. The transtemporal chamber has deemed you unfit for travel. Yeah, I got that. Lucy glares at him. As part of Avon's safety protocol, you are suspended from using our travel chambers for the next 7 days, effective immediately. Once your suspension is complete, you may attempt today's excursion again. If the transtemporal chamber finds that you are in stable condition, your excursion will proceed as planned. His heart pounds against his ribs. And if it doesn't? Lucy hesitates. Avon has a strict safety policy, Mr. Rhodes. If you are denied access by the chamber again, the rest of your contract with us will be terminated. His heart plummets to his guts. Oliver has known the day he dies for months, has built the rest of his short life around it as if it is the only date that matters. He was wrong. The only date he cares about now is the one he fears has already passed him by. The last time he sees Beatrix. This is for your own good, Mr. Rhodes. It doesn't feel that way. Go home and rest, Lucy says, an order more than a suggestion. I'll reschedule your excursion for next week. Oliver leaves Lucy typing away at her station, probably writing a report about how the transtemporal chamber is the only one willing to face the facts. He's getting worse. He's running out of time. He's not ready to go. It's pouring when Oliver gets off the tee, and the cool rain has soaked him through by the time he's walked the 15 minutes to Theo's house. He rings the bell and watches the lightning as it streaks across the cloud-darkened sky overhead. Theo answers the door. His eyes grow wide at the sight of his brother, either because Oliver hasn't set foot on his steps in 6 years, or because he looks like a drowned rat. Maybe both. Ollie, what are you doing here? Shit. What is he doing here? He got on the tee 3 blocks from Avon, like he always did after an excursion, but this time, he didn't get off when it reached his stop. He came here, to his brother. Theo opens the door wide. Come on, get out of the rain. Oliver steps over the threshold and into the warm foyer that has smelled of fake cinnamon since he was a child. His chest tightens. Let me get you a towel. Theo jogs up the wide carpeted staircase and disappears down the hall where their bedrooms used to be, leaving Oliver dripping a puddle on the polished hardwood floor. He clenches his jaw to keep his teeth from chattering, the cold from the rain seeping through his clothes to his skin, to his bones. Theo returns and hands Oliver a plush white towel. What's going on? Are you all right? I'm fine. Except he's clearly not. His usual stretched truth reply transforms into a blatant lie that sticks in his throat when Theo looks at him. I don't know what to do, Oliver admits. He scrubs his hair with the towel. Theo's brow furrows. About anything, Oliver says. His brother doesn't laugh. Oliver wraps the towel around his shoulders. I met this woman. He stops himself. It sounds so trite. How could Theo ever understand? Forget it. He steps towards the door. Wait, Theo says. At least stay until the rain stops. Yeah, okay, Oliver concedes, shivering in his wet clothes. Theo leads the way through the wide archway into the bright white kitchen, even though Oliver knows the layout by heart. You might have some clothes upstairs if you want to change, he says. If not, you can borrow some of mine. Oliver takes Theo up on the offer. There are only empty drawers and a bare closet in his own room. He took everything with him when he left for college, intent on giving Theo a fresh start. But as he climbs the stairs and walks down the dark hallway towards their old bedrooms, he realizes it's not only the cinnamon scent in the foyer that hasn't changed. The house looks just like it did the day he left, 6 years ago. Oliver returns to the kitchen in Theo's gray hooded sweatshirt and dark jeans. He slides onto a stool at the end of the counter, but not before Theo eyes him critically. He's obviously lost weight since they met at the cemetery. Are you hungry? He asks. I can make you a sandwich or something. Oliver shakes his head and for a moment there are 2 Theos watching him with worried, weary gazes, neither of them quite solid. He pulls the glasses off his face and presses the heels of his hands into his eyes, trying to chase away the fog of fatigue. Theo sets an open bottle of beer in front of Oliver, then opens his own. He takes a sip and leans against the counter behind him. Oliver can't hold his expectant gaze. He puts his glasses back on and looks out the window over the kitchen sink. The sun has set. Lightning flashes across the night, silhouetting the trees. If there was someone you knew you could never be with, would you still see them? He's not sure why he asks. Maybe he wants to hear Theo say what he already knows. That he was selfish to visit Beatrix. That he should never have let it get this far. That he should have been more careful, should have let her go, should have said goodbye in Paris. Or maybe he wants to know if Theo would have made the same mistakes, too. The woman you met? Theo asks. Oliver nods. He picks at the label on his beer bottle. Theo treads carefully. Does she know you're sick? Dying, Oliver corrects. And yeah, she knows. And what does she say? Oliver takes a long drink. She says she'll see him soon in the steadiest voice she can manage. She says she wishes he could stay, while fighting back tears. Says she loves him, without saying it at all. Zoe warned him, I am going to break her heart, either way. Then I think you make as many memories as you can before you run out of time together, Theo says. Too late. All she has is memories. That's what she told me once, Oliver says, glancing over at Theo. She said she wanted something real. Do you know what I said? Theo shakes his head. I told her memories are real. That the love that made them was real. You told me that. I remember, Theo says. It was their first Christmas without their parents, only 6 months on from the accident. I was panicking because I didn't know what the fuck to get you as a gift. Likewise, Oliver admits. That's how you ended up with the world's ugliest tie. Hey, I like that tie. I still have it, Theo says with a smile Oliver hasn't seen in a long time. You do not. It was hideous. It had ducks on it. Penguins, Theo corrects. I'll go get it right now, if you don't believe me. Oliver shakes his head. You don't have to prove it. I believe you. He takes a swig of his beer. So does Theo. Christ, what a fucking disaster that was, his brother says. A smile creeps over his lips at the memory. A record-breaking blizzard had hit New England 2 days before Christmas. It took Theo and Oliver a day and a half to dig out the house without getting frostbite. By the time they got to the grocery store, an hour before closing on Christmas Eve, the shelves were bare of the usual festive foods their mother would have made. Theo wanted so badly to recreate their last Christmas together as a family that Oliver thought he was going to have a breakdown. He lied and told Theo he didn't like ham, anyway. They ended up with a Christmas Eve feast of spaghetti and meatballs, with frozen waffles topped with ice cream for dessert. The next morning, 2 gifts sat under the tree. Theo's hideous penguin tie and a photo album for Oliver. It was full of photos of him with his parents, from the day he was born to his last dance recital, just a few weeks before the accident. Oliver loved and hated the gift, loved having the physical reminder of his parents, but hated that he needed it. For weeks he had been secretly terrified that he was forgetting things about them, the details that made them more than ghosts. He wept for the first time since the accident, then hated himself for crying in front of his brother, who hadn't said a word about it. When his tears stopped, he didn't say thank you. He told Theo, I wish they were real. Which wasn't exactly what Oliver meant, but somehow, Theo had known what he was saying. He told Oliver that their parents' memory and their love were the same thing, and that was, and always would be, real. Hey, Christmas waffles is a great tradition, Oliver says. Theo clinks his beer against Oliver's, and they both drink to it. How's the time travel going? I had an appointment at Avon today, Oliver says. They denied my access. What does that mean? Theo asks. Oliver sighs. It means I'm too sick to travel. Theo stops with his beer halfway to his lips. So, that's it. I hope not. God, he hopes not. They're suspending me for a week, then I have one more chance to try again. That's good, isn't it? It's good if it works, Oliver agrees. He doesn't want to think about what happens if it doesn't. At least you got some trips in, Theo offers. You got to see things you never would have seen otherwise. Like that ballet, that's got to count for something. He's sure it would have, before Beatrix. He crumples onto the counter with a groan. What? Theo asks. He doesn't understand, but how can Oliver expect him to, when he has never told him anything about his life, about Beatrix, about what Theo really gifted to him? Maybe it's time he did. Oliver lifts his head from his arms. I'm going to tell you something, but you have to promise me you're not going to say one fucking word until I'm done. Theo looks taken aback. Okay, promise. Oliver straightens and takes a drink. Theo pulls out the stool next to his and sits. He waits, prepared to listen to whatever it is Oliver has to say. He tells Theo about the globe, and the woman who tried to pick his pocket. About how, against all odds, he met her again in Venice, 100 years later, but completely unchanged. How he danced the entire night with her without realizing who she was. How they met throughout history, in moments big and small and only theirs. How leaving her became harder. How she's waiting for him in 1965, in a little village on the border of Wales that no one has ever heard of. He takes a swig of his beer. It does nothing to dull the ache in his chest at the memory of Beatrix, leaning against her door frame, watching him go. Oliver waits for Theo to say something, to talk to him like a child who has had a bad dream, to tell him it's not real. That Beatrix can't possibly be real. It's not your fault, Ollie, Theo says quietly. It is. He should have told Beatrix how he feels, should never have risked leaving her without a goodbye. But Oliver has made the same mistake people always make. He thought he had more time. You believe me? Oliver asks, relieved but surprised at his brother's easy acceptance. Yeah, I believe you. Why? I can tell when you're lying, Theo says. You're terrible at it, and I've never seen you as happy as you were just now, talking about her. He seems saddened by the thought. He finishes his beer. I hope you get back to her. You deserve for something to go right in your life. Oliver meets his brother's weary gaze. You deserve to be happy, too. If anyone does, it's Theo. Theo, who was only 19 when their parents died. Who had to tell the police the bodies in the car were their parents and had to tell Oliver their parents were dead. Who raised Oliver while he went to college and worked 2 jobs and applied to medical school. Who put up with all of Oliver's teenage bullshit, and if he's being honest, his adult bullshit, too. Who still opened the door when Oliver showed up on his steps and said he needed him. Theo slides off his stool. Don't worry about me. Why not? Oliver says. You worry about me. Theo rolls his eyes. I'm supposed to worry about you. No, you're not, Oliver insists. You don't have to take care of me anymore. Ollie. Let me finish, Oliver shouts. That stuns Theo into silence. You don't have to take care of me. But I'm glad you did. I can't imagine how fucking hard it was for you to raise me when you were barely more than a kid yourself. And I appreciate everything you did, everything you sacrificed for me. But you can stop. I want you to stop. Theo's eyes shine. Oliver presses on. Do you remember that storm that rolled through at the end of the funeral? Theo nods. You were up there reading Mom and Dad's eulogies, and I wasn't even listening to you. I was watching the clouds come in. He had sat on a wobbly chair in the front row, pretending the 2 closed caskets held someone else's parents. The sky overhead rumbled with thunder, and a man whose name he had forgotten said something about his mom and dad bowling with the angels. It sounds so stupid now, but I was convinced you were going to get hit by lightning. Fucking terrified you were going to die right there in front of me, that they were going to bury you all together, and I was going to be the only one left. Jesus, Ollie, Theo says, his voice hoarse. What I'm trying to say is, I get it. Why you asked Avon to look up your future. We were both afraid of being left alone. I know it's against all their rules, but if I could, I'd go back and change it, Theo says. I wish I never went to Avon. One choice that shaped their entire relationship. How different would it be if Theo could undo it? It worked out in the end, Oliver says. He doesn't believe in fate exactly, but there's no denying it. If Theo hadn't gone to Avon, or hadn't waited to show him his obituary, or hadn't felt so guilty about it that he gifted him with time travel, he never would have met Beatrix. At least something did, Theo says. He sounds defeated, like everything that has ever gone wrong in Oliver's life is his fault. He brings their empty bottles to the sink. The rain has let up outside, and Oliver takes it as his cue to leave. Theo insists he can stay, but it's still not home. His brother walks him to the door. I'll bring your clothes by this week, after work sometime, Theo says. We can grab dinner, if you want. Sure, Oliver agrees. He pulls the door open and the night air greets him, cool and damp and smelling of wet pavement instead of cinnamon. He hesitates, something nagging at him, a regret one step away from hatching in his guts. Ollie. He came here because he didn't know what to do. He knows now, even if it isn't the answer he wants. There is nothing he can do. He has no control over whether or not he will see Beatrix again. He might already be too late. All he can do is rest and hope that this, too, will all work out in the end, that the universe, like Theo, thinks something should go right in his life for once. He won't leave anything else up to fate or luck or the universe's whims. He still has a chance with Theo, a choice, and he won't make the same mistake he made with her. Oliver pulls his brother into a hug, catching him off guard. I love you, he says. His voice is choked, the words rusted from too little use. So are Theo's. I love you, too. Oceanofpdf.com. The 6th of August 1965. Lancot, England. Beatrix trails her hand along the gravestones, worn smooth by time. The names are impossible to read now, but she knows which one is hers. Oliver follows her, a few paces away. A warm breeze ruffles his hair. He takes in the ancient forest surrounding them, the river cutting through the limestone cliffs below them, and what is left of St. James's ahead of them. Four moss-covered stone walls, too long, too peaked. No door, no windows, no roof. A hollow shell of what it used to be. The low stone wall valiantly defends the fallen sanctuary from the encroaching forest. Beatrix is glad to see it, to see something of Lancot still standing, but her heart knows the truth. A fight against time is one it cannot win. She stops in front of a lichen-dusted headstone, askew in the shifted earth. Oliver studies the grave over her shoulder. As this, single quote. Mine, she confirms. And William's. She can still imagine the words he had carved there, swears she can still see them if she looks hard enough. Amor vincit omnia, love conquers all. William truly believed those words, still, even after she was gone. He thought, hoped, that in death, they would be together again. Except they can't be, because she is still here. She had tried to forget William, to bury the memories of the man she loved, but they wouldn't let her go. So she spent her days cursing his name and those two tiny words that haunted her. Get out. She had hoped William tried to forget her, too, that he tried as desperately as she did to bury the memory of their love, to twist it into something that wouldn't tear him open every time he thought of her. She hoped he failed. She hoped every time he looked at their daughter, he thought of her, of that night, of those words. She hoped she haunted him for the rest of his short days. Only now, standing in front of their time-worn grave, does Beatrix understand. Cold seeps through her, sinks into her guts like a stone. She did. He was a good man, she whispers. A good man who didn't deserve her wrath. Who protected their daughter, who never married again, who spent the rest of his life trapped in the moment that changed its path. She hopes he learned to live with the regret, hopes he found some peace from those two tiny words that must have haunted him, too. Beatrix lays a gentle kiss on top of the stone, cool and unyielding against her lips. It was an impossible choice, she says, swallowing against the lump rising in her throat. She can't imagine the agony he must have been in, the strength it took to sacrifice one love to save another. I would have done the same, she whispers. She places a small bouquet of wildflowers in the shadow of their headstone. She picked them as she walked the path to the church with Oliver. When he offered to help her gather them, she instructed him to keep the stems long. Beatrix takes a shuddering breath. Oliver squeezes her hand. She turns to the grave across from her own. My daughter, she tells him. There is nothing of her name left on her stone, either. Oliver pulls her close as she blinks against the tears burning her eyes. Theo talks to our parents when we visit the cemetery, he says gently. It's just a stone. Her heart breaks a little at her words. All that is left of her baby girl. He kisses her on the temple. I don't think it matters. He tells her to take her time, and wanders back towards the church. Beatrix looks out over the remains of the cemetery. All of Lancot, long dead, long buried, long gone. Except for her, she settles on the grass and faces her daughter's grave. Where to start, she asks. She feels a bit silly. A memory surfaces. A New Year's Eve in the melancholy pool of Auld Lang Syne. Lord Sutton had looked at her with those tormented eyes and asked her the same question. Beatrix holds two of her wildflowers in a cross, the heads nearly touching. She wraps one stem around the other, up, over, and through. She starts at the beginning. Dusk settles over the ruins of Lancot and the heat of August fades with the daylight. Beatrix and Oliver meander back to the car, fingers laced together, content in each other's silence. Beatrix opens the boot. She unpacks a red plaid picnic blanket and a square wicker basket. What's all this? Oliver asks. She smirks up at him. I meant what I said, 5 years ago. It felt selfish to ask you to come back to Lancot for me. Oliver starts, but she continues. I knew I wouldn't change your mind, so I thought I'd make it something for you, too. She pulls away from his grasp and hands him the blanket. I seem to recall the word, stargazing, somewhere in that notebook of yours. Oliver grins. And the basket. She smirks at him. Honestly, how did you not already have moonlight picnic on your list? He lays a hand over his heart. A tragic oversight. Then let's fix it, shall we? She pecks him on the cheek and leads the way down the hill to an open field. The stars have changed over the centuries, fading from Beatrix's view with every passing decade, as if they have grown old and weary alongside her. On the darkest nights, she has feared she would outlive them, too. But not here. The stars still shine the same over Lancot. She lies under them with Oliver for hours, curled into him on her picnic blanket, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. What do you think happens when you die? She asks. To your soul, I mean. Oliver chuckles softly. It rumbles through his chest. Is that funny to you? I mean, kind of, he says. In that morbid if I think about this too long, it's horrifying sort of way, all things considered. She laughs, too. I suppose that's true. I was actually thinking about Theo. I asked him the same thing, maybe 3 months after our parents died. He shakes his head. I can still picture the sheer terror in his eyes. Because he didn't know what to tell you? Beatrix asks. Or because he didn't want to think about it, Oliver says. Me, dying, I mean. I think he must have had the Avon report by then. He told me our parents were at peace, and not to worry about it. And what do you think now? Beatrix asks. Oliver shrugs. I like to think it's like going home. I used to think heaven was like Lancot, but only the best parts, Beatrix says. Just endless perfection. And now, Oliver asks. Maybe it's like daydreaming, she says. But instead of your mind wandering, it's your soul. I like that idea, Oliver says. It can be anything you want it to be. It can be everything. It can be William, sitting by a fire in a cottage on the edge of the woods with a sleeping baby girl in his arms. It can be the whispering gallery high in the dome at St. Paul's, golden sun streaming through the windows, every lost person who has ever meant anything to her gathered together to welcome her home. It can be something different, something beautiful, something new. But it can never be hers. My mom used to say the stars were souls, looking down at you from heaven, Oliver says. The night after the funeral, I remember wishing I had counted them. I wanted to know if she was right, if there were 2 more stars in the sky. If they were up there, looking out for me and Theo. I think my mother would have liked the ideas of more eyes watching me, Beatrix says. Anything to keep me out of trouble. My mom would have liked you, he says. Especially the trouble. He pulls her close and kisses her on the cheek. I wish you had a chance to meet her. She props her chin on his chest. I do. Oh, Oliver says. The idea stuns him speechless. She smirks at him. Shall we meet your mum and dad in, say, 200 years? Oliver shakes his head. Lucy would never approve that. So don't tell Lucy, Beatrix says. Didn't your parents ever go to a historical event you could sneak into? Yes. Oliver sits up abruptly, more energized than she's seen him all day. They took Theo to DC for the quadricentennial. It was huge. Beatrix sits up, too. The what? The 400th anniversary of America's independence, Oliver says. He still remembers the fireworks. That sounds like a perfect excursion to me, she says. His face falls and his sudden enthusiasm drains away. What's the matter? Oliver runs his hand through his hair. I'd love to visit my parents with you. But I don't think it's going to happen. Cold ebbs through her. Why not? His shining eyes find hers in the dark. I tried to come back a week ago. I was denied. Her guts twist. Denied. What does that mean? It means the time machine said I was too unstable for travel. Even in the dark, Beatrix can see the shadow that flits across his gaze. Are you all right? I'm dying, he says gently. But you came back. Her heart thunders in her chest. He is here, now, with her. I went home and rested for the week, and this time, the chamber let me travel. I was lucky. Next time, I might not be. He looks her in the eyes. Tonight, his are stormy and dark, more gray than blue. There's a real chance every visit could be my last. Even this one. The words land like a punch to her gut, knocking the air from her lungs. You want to say goodbye? It's the last thing I want, he says. But I think it's time we do. But you could come back again, Beatrix says, her mind reeling. He could rest more, take more time off between visits. It could still work. It might, Oliver says. But it might not. I don't have a lot of time left. She swallows against the lump rising in her throat. How long? Do you really want to know? He won't look at her. Her heart plummets. This is it. The end. She shakes her head and her vision blurs. She doesn't want to know, doesn't want to waste a single moment with Oliver counting down to his last. A tear rolls down her cheek. He wipes it away with his thumb. I don't want to leave you waiting. I'm always waiting, she whispers. Not like this. Not with no end in sight. Not with the treacherous hope she will see him again hanging over her for an eternity. I can't do that to you, B. So he would leave her in Lancot instead. Her stomach drops and her heart races a frantic rhythm. She's too hot and the thoughts buzzing through her head are too loud. She might just be sick. Oliver takes her face in his hands, his touch rough and cool against her skin. I'm sorry. Will you try to come back? She asks, with everything in me. And there it is. A pinprick of hope, like one of those bright stars shining in the heavens above her, keeping the darkness at bay. She pulls away, lets Oliver's hands fall from her. Then I'm not saying goodbye to you. B. She shakes her head, stopping him. But if it doesn't work, if you can't make it back, will you do something for me? Anything. She takes his hand and squeezes it. Find me, in your time. The furrow between Oliver's brows deepens. That's not for another 237 years. He tips his forehead against hers. I can't do that to you, B. I can't. Please, she begs. I don't care how long it is. I do. He shakes his head. It's longer than when I left you before the Frost Fair. More than twice as long. I can't leave you alone like that. The time will pass, anyway, Beatrix pleads. I will be alone, anyway. Don't you see? His eyes shine in the starlight. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to wait for me. Yes, I do. Oliver runs a hand through his hair. Think about all you could do. You could live dozens of different lives. Go on hundreds of adventures. Make thousands of new memories. I don't want them, she cries. Tears spill down her cheeks. She swipes them angrily away. What if I find you? She says. I'll go to Boston before you get sick, before you go to the Globe. She could be with him. They could have years together. Don't you dare, he says. His voice is harsh, strained to breaking. Like he's holding back tears. Why not? Because you could change it, Oliver says. Change us. And I don't want to lose a single moment with you. We could make new memories, she pleads. Share new moments. Oliver takes her face in his hands again. Promise me you won't. She's never seen him so scared. Please, be. All right, she says. I won't, I promise. Oliver pulls her close. She wants to sink into him. I swore I would never leave you without a goodbye. But I almost did. I was so afraid I would never get that chance. I won't make that mistake again. And I told you, no goodbyes. I know. Oliver reaches inside his jacket and pulls out a sealed rectangular envelope. I will do everything I can to get back to you. But if I can't, then I need you to take this. You don't have to open it until you're ready. She takes the plain white envelope from him, certain she'll never be ready to face what's inside. His brow furrows. Are you sure you don't want to say goodbye? I'm sure. Sure she can't let him go, even as he is about to be taken from her. She doesn't even want to think about it. She tilts her chin and kisses him, desperate to remember his touch, his taste, to hold on to every piece of him she can. Oliver shudders and pulls away. I'm sorry, I have to go. Her stomach twists. According to his journal, it will be 4 years before his next visit. I'll see you again, she says. A promise she hopes she can keep. I'll see you again, Oliver says. He's gone before she can blink. Beatrix pulls the picnic blanket from the ground and shakes out the dried grass and crushed oak leaves. 4 years is practically nothing to her. But she knows these 4 years will feel as long as 237. Longer. Because it will be 4 agonizing years before she knows if this was a goodbye, after all. Oceanofpdf.com. The 16th of July 1969. Cape Kennedy, Florida. The car's headlights cut through the pre-dawn darkness, send golden light glittering across the black water as Beatrix parks off the highway's shoulder. There are already others gathered on the narrow strip of dirt between the road and the river's edge, cars and campervans and tents full of people waiting. She doesn't need Oliver to tell her history will be made today. She can feel it in the air, something electric humming against her skin. She pulls the key from the ignition and slides across the bench seat, the chill of the smooth vinyl raising goosebumps on her legs. She has worn shorts and a sleeveless blouse because the weather report said it would be hot and humid, and nothing at all like England, but with the sun still an hour from rising, she wishes she had brought her cardigan from the motel. She leans into Oliver, trying to steal some of his warmth. Wake me when there's a rocket, he mumbles, pulling her close. He lets his head fall against the passenger side window. She brushes a curl off his forehead. It's warm. Are you feeling all right? It is early, but it isn't like him to be this quiet, this still. Just tired, he assures her, kissing her on the temple. They doze together, curled up in the front seat of Beatrix's car. Oliver falls into a fitful sleep, and Beatrix watches the sunrise through the windscreen. It doesn't take long for the sun to make the inside of the car far too warm for comfort. Beatrix slides across the seat, opens her door, and steps out into the bright morning and a sea of people. She pulls a blanket from the boot, spreads it over the back of the car to protect her bare legs from the sun-baked metal. She kicks off her sandals and uses the chrome bumper to climb onto the boot. Oliver climbs up next to her. He's paler in the sunlight, his face drawn, the furrow between his brows deeper. He checks his watch, studies it for a long moment before he says, 42 minutes until launch. Beatrix stares out at the horizon with her two-toned gaze. For once, she isn't the only one counting. 42 minutes until the world changes forever. She has never gotten used to this feeling, of the world shifting, of time breaking into a before and after. She has seen so many events that have made history, has lived through so much time. She can tell when it changes. 41. The din of the crowd fades. People tune their radios to pick up the broadcast out of Cape Kennedy, turn up the volume to hear the announcer, hush their children, and wait. A heavy silence falls over them, pulls them together, cut only by the authoritative voice of the radio correspondent. T-60 seconds and counting, the voice from across the water says through the speakers. Beatrix sits, riveted, as he counts down to 0, her gaze locked on the horizon. She sees the burst of flame a moment before he cries, "And we have liftoff." The crowd cheers as one, drowning out the distant rumbling of the rocket and the rest of the announcer's words. Her heart swells as she surveys the sea of joy, men and women, old and young, black and white and brown, every one of them united in their awe and pride. They are going to the moon. And if they can do that, they can do anything. She wishes she could freeze time, capture this singular moment beneath glass, to show the world when it has passed into history. Look at us, she wants to say. Remember this. The newsreels could never do it justice. Beatrix shields her eyes with her hands and watches the rocket as it soars. The sun glints off its side as it grows smaller and smaller, until it is no larger than a bird, until it is a speck, until it has left the earth behind. We've come a long way, haven't we? She lets her hands fall into her lap. It is still impressive, even if she is sitting next to a time traveler. Oliver doesn't answer. Beatrix glances over her shoulder, but the place where he sat a moment ago is empty. Her heart lurches. Oliver. Her cry is swallowed up by the ecstatic cheers of the crowd. She scans the faces around her, doesn't find his among them. Oliver, she calls, louder this time, as if he is hiding or has stepped away or is playing some cruel joke on her. She slides off the trunk. The scrubby grass pricks at her bare feet like needles, but she doesn't care. She peers through the window into the car. Empty. Oliver. Her voice is edged with fear now. Panic swells in her chest, threatens to suffocate her. She knows where he is, where he has gone. Gone. She startles at a loud popping sound, a man in a picnic chair uncorking a bottle of champagne. It spills golden foam over his hand and down the green glass bottle. He laughs and his friends laugh and his wife laughs and Beatrix thinks she might be sick. This is it, the end. No long goodbye, no goodbye at all. It's what she wanted, but not like this. A gaggle of young boys streak past, swooping model rocket ships over their heads, squealing with joy. A wave of nausea crashes over Beatrix, turns her hot and cold and clammy. Oliver was too sick to travel, too sick to stay, because Oliver is dying. Her stomach clenches, and sour, acid bile rushes up her throat. Someone starts a rousing rendition of The Star-Spangled Banner, and everyone joins in. She vomits in the grass. Oliver is gone. Beatrix doesn't remember how, but she makes it to the motel. She lets herself into their room. Oliver. Silence greets her, and the last fragile hope she has clung to on the short drive from the launch site, that if Oliver was going to come back, he would have come back here, crashes down around her. The room is exactly how they left it. The silent television plays footage of Apollo 11. 2 cups of coffee sit on the low table in front of it, cold and half empty, his with 2 creams and 2 sugars, hers light, with red lipstick staining the mug's edge. Oliver's notebook sits open between them. The bed is unmade, a tangle of sheets and blankets. Her yellow suitcase rests open on the rack in the corner. His sports jacket lies over the arm of the chair, like he has gone outside for some ice, will be back any moment now. A knock raps on the door and Beatrix goes rigid, trapped by a treacherous hope for a single thundering heartbeat. Housekeeping. Her shoulders slump under the weight of the truth. Oliver isn't here. The knock sounds again. Beatrix cracks the door open. A round woman with big hair stands on the threshold. "I'm here to clean your room, dear." She raises a bucket of supplies as proof and steps forward, but Beatrix blocks her way. "We're fine, thank you." She shuts the door in the startled woman's face and slides the deadbolt home. She sags against the door. The room is suddenly stifling, as if it was already too small, and now the walls are closing in, too. It can't stay like this perfect image of a life. Of 2 people, existing together, living together, loving together. It's a lie, like that perfect Lancot the fairy showed her. A heart-shattering, perfect lie she was fool enough to believe. Beatrix snatches Oliver's coffee mug off the table and hurls it at the wall. Glass explodes across the room. The cleaning woman bangs on the door. Beatrix doesn't notice. She grabs his notebook, and the rage in her wants to rip it to shreds, like he ripped her heart out. But it is too much a piece of him. She can't bring herself to tear a single page. Because this is all her fault. Her fault, for turning back that day in London when she should have kept walking. Her fault, for asking to meet him again. Her fault, for letting him through her walls and into her undying heart, when she knew it could only end like this. She flings the notebook across the room, watches the pages fly and scatter. The knocking is more insistent now. She sinks to the floor and lets her sobs overtake her. "Hello, miss. Is everything okay?" "No, nothing is okay, and Beatrix is sure nothing will ever be okay again." oceanofpdf.com. The 10th of September 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Oliver wakes in an almost dark. The only light is the dim glow of machine monitors and the beam of a lamp over the recliner in the corner. Theo dozes there, cast in a harsh white light that deepens the shadows under his eyes and the worry lines across his brow. Or maybe that has nothing to do with lamplight. He tries to focus, to remember what happened, but his skull feels like it's being ground to powder inside his head. He went to Avon. He went to the Apollo 11 launch with Beatrix. And then, nothing. The last thing he remembers is sitting on the boot of her car. His heart plummets to his guts. He's left her without a goodbye. Without a plan to see her again. The reality hits him like an icy wave, breathtaking and brutal. "I always wait for you." Theo sits up, rubs sleep out of his eyes with the heel of his hand. "How do you feel?" Like his brain is about to implode, and his body has been hit by a dumper truck. Several dumper trucks. Like he could sleep for 100 years and still be bone-tired. Like a fault line has opened in his heart and now, it is slowly, irreparably, cracking in two. His eyes burn. He squeezes them shut. "Like I'm dying." Silence stretches between them, broken only by the intermittent click of one of Oliver's machines. He counts his heartbeats, pounding through his skull, until he loses track. Theo. Yeah, he sounds like he did in that waiting room, 3 floors down, the night they lost their parents. His brother, but not. Oliver swallows the lump in his throat. "Can I come home?" oceanofpdf.com. The 20th of July 1969. Cape Kennedy, Florida. Beatrix packs her things into her suitcase, the low voices on the television her only company. Her eyes ache from all the crying, puffy and raw. The first night was the worst. She thought she had finally gone numb to it all, but when she slid into the empty bed, it hit her all over again. Oliver was gone. He was gone, and wherever he was dying. She couldn't breathe, felt like she was drowning on dry land, her heart hurt so much. She had to make it stop. She told herself she wouldn't let Oliver have this effect on her, hold this power over her, like she was some pathetic lovesick girl. There was only one thing to be done. She would move on, put one foot in front of the other like she did when she fled Lancot. She could stay in America. Start over. Then yesterday her birthday dawned, sunny and bright and beautiful, and she never even got out of bed. Because her birthday reminded her of Paris, and Paris reminded her of him, and maybe she really was pathetic. She lay alone in the bed and sifted through every moment she shared with him. She told herself she was searching for answers, but it was reasons she was looking for. A reason to harden her heart against him, to take those wonderful memories and tarnish them, wear away the sharp edges that were tearing her apart. It wasn't what she found in those memories that hurt the most. It was what she didn't find, everything she never said to Oliver. A voice from the television draws her attention. The President of the United States, placing a phone call to the moon. She shakes her head in wonder. Apollo 11 had made it to the moon and man walked on it, and Beatrix knows it is the start of something, even without Oliver's notebook, the pages still strewn across the floor. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one, the President says, to the moon and the world. But Beatrix has never felt more alone in her entire life. She closes the lid of her suitcase and fastens it with a click. Her whole life fits neatly inside, with room to spare. It is a practicality of reinventing herself every decade. She can't keep her old clothes, has no use for corsets and petticoats. And she has never been one for sentimental trinkets, not since she traded away her own wedding band. If it doesn't serve a purpose, she doesn't keep it, and reminding her of a life she can never have again is not a purpose. Besides, she doesn't need a keepsake to call up the memories. She remembers them all, and she is certain she has never made a mistake like this. Not even the fairy's curse, which at least brought her Oliver. Oliver, who loved her. She should have told him what he meant to her, should have told him she loved him, should have said goodbye. She should have said a lot of things. She pulls his plaid sports jacket from the arm of the gaudy chair in front of the television. It smells faintly of lavender and apples and forest and him. Or maybe she is already imagining him in places he's not. She throws it over her shoulders, slips her arms through the sleeves and wraps herself in it. Her gaze lands on his journal lying on the floor. The last piece of him. She crosses the room and gingerly picks it up. The cover had been worn from use, ages ago. Now, the spine is broken, a few pages torn loose and scattered nearby. Beatrix gathers them up. She sits on the unmade bed, crosses her legs beneath her, and opens Oliver's journal in her lap. She will read his stories over and over, try to find him between the lines he has written. She will memorize his words, etch them into her heart, yet she will still open the book, just to touch the pages he has touched. But not tonight. Tonight, Beatrix flips past the pages Oliver has filled. Past Shakespeare and Carnevale, the ballet and the Crystal Palace. She passes Amelia Earhart and Paris, slows when she reaches Apollo 11. Turns the page to find a single word written across the top in Oliver's blocky handwriting, Woodstock. Her stomach drops, hope twisting into dismay, twisting into hope again. Oliver hadn't come back to the car, hadn't come back to the motel. He doesn't have the time. But Woodstock is here, in his journal. His next excursion, already planned, already approved. Her heart races. Woodstock is less than a month away. She could get there, he could find her, just like they promised each other under the bright stars of Lancot. And then, she will tell him everything she has never had the courage to say. Oceanofpdf.com. The 15th of August 1969. Bethel, New York. Beatrix weaves through the crowd, clutching her picnic blanket to her chest. Woodstock is larger than she ever thought possible, an endless ocean of people stretching in every direction. Oliver would have told her exactly how many people if he was here. He is here. She just hasn't found him yet. She has no idea where to start looking. She searches the faces of the people she passes, asks them all if they have seen anyone matching Oliver's description. They laugh and look at her like she's mad. Maybe she is. She only has an hour, maybe two, before the festival starts. And when the sun goes down, it will be impossible to find him. Nearly. Beatrix keeps looking, keeps asking, keeps shouting his name as she makes her way down the muddy hill towards the stage, sure Oliver will try to get the best view of history he can. When she scans the faces of the people gathered in the front row, she doesn't find him there, either. Maybe he is with the musicians, or with the people organizing the festival. She keeps an eye out for anyone who looks official, but it is organized chaos, and mostly chaos at that. And then she sees him, out of the corner of her eye. Tall, with dark hair and those thick framed glasses, chatting with a man near the speaker towers. She races towards him, pushing through the people in her path. She's about to call his name when he turns towards her, and her heart falls. Crashes. It's not him. It's hopeless. There are hundreds of thousands of people. Even if he has come, how is she supposed to find him? Maybe he will find her. She trudges up the hill and claims a spot with her blanket, half hoping Oliver will appear out of thin air to sit next to her. Woodstock's first act takes the stage and her heart sinks. He wouldn't miss this. Her hope dwindles as the evening stretches on. The sun sets and darkness settles over the crowd. There could be 50 of them or a million, the people swallowed up by the black night. A young man with a cloud of curly brown hair and an acoustic guitar sings a folk rendition of Simon and Garfunkel's America, in the glare of a single spotlight. The crowd rises to give him a standing ovation, and Beatrix wonders if he feels, if any of the people cheering on their feet now have ever felt, that empty, aching loneliness he sang about. The rain starts soon after, cool and unrelenting. Beatrix wraps her blanket around her shoulders, but it's not long before she's soaked through to her clothes, to her skin. It's nearly 1 in the morning when Joan Baez takes the stage. The night's final act. There is still no sign of Oliver. His notebook is tucked away in her suitcase, protected from the wet and the mud and curious eyes. Beatrix doesn't need to see the pages to know what they say. Woodstock, August 15 to 18, 1969. But the 15th is over, the 16th just begun, and she hasn't found him. He hasn't found her. There must be 500,000 people huddled against the rain, listening and singing and hoping together. Hoping love and music can bring peace. Solve the world's problems and make this war the last war. Beatrix wants to tell them they're wrong. That their hope is pointless. That there is always another war. Because humans are cruel, their lives short, their memories shorter. Because sitting in this muddy field, surrounded by people full of hope and love, she feels completely, utterly alone. Because she is pathetic for wanting this life. Because the fairy was right. Joan Baez's lilting voice cuts through the darkness. She tells the audience she will sing one more song, the last song of the night. An ending. The chill of the rain has settled into Beatrix's bones, and she shivers as she listens to the woman sing a song from another time, a song of hope and resilience and faith. The crowd sings with her, but Beatrix can't. The music ends and the spotlights go dark. A hush falls over the crowd and any hope Beatrix has of finding Oliver washes away with the rain. Oceanofpdf.com. The 16th of September 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. Oliver didn't mean to come tonight. He had meant to drink until he forgot, or at least couldn't feel anymore. But he could still feel everything, buzzing through his hollow insides. The more he chased that numb feeling, the more lost he felt. He swore he'd never leave her like that. He has to get back to her. He can't get past the damned yellow waiting room. Lucy finds him at the reception desk, searching for a button or a switch or anything to open the door that will lead him to the trans-temporal labs. Back to Beatrix. Come with me, Mr. Rhodes. Oliver takes a deep breath, his nerves breaking through the haze of alcohol. He'd run, but he's sure he won't make it past the elevators. He follows Lucy through the halls to the lab. She sits behind a desk next to a dormant travel station. He sinks into the chair across from her. Where are you trying to go? She asks. Woodstock. It is the next blank page in the journal Beatrix still has. She'll be there, he knows it. Lucy types something on her tablet. Oliver straightens in his seat. Is she letting him go? She slides it across the desk to him. You're going to see her, aren't you? Beatrix stares at him from a picture that steals his breath away. The photograph is barely color in the night, all light and contrast. She has a blanket wrapped around her shoulders and her hair is plastered to her head from the rain. Her eyes must have been what drew the photographer, impossibly old and impossibly sad, her broken heart plain for anyone to see. This was taken on the first night of Woodstock, Lucy says. She taps on her screen, and more images slide past. A museum catalog entry for an identification tag belonging to A. B. Lancourt. The telegram Beatrix sent him about the train she never caught. A blurry black and white newspaper clipping of them both dancing in the crowd on Bay Day. A photograph in warm color at the Apollo 11 launch. I suspected you were up to something since Barnbow, Lucy says. But I didn't know until Lancott. I've never seen someone so desperate to travel. You said, I have to get back, but I never sent you there before. She taps the Woodstock photo with a manicured nail. You meant you had to get back to her. Oliver slumps into his chair, and Lucy takes the tablet from him. He can't decide if he'd make a terrible spy or if she'd make an exceptional one. Who is Beatrix? She asks. She's no one. You broke into Avon so you could get back to no one. Oliver tries to think through the alcohol, through the pounding in his head, drowning out his thoughts. She's a time traveler I meet sometimes when we're on the same excursion. Is that against the rules? He hopes it's not against the rules. Lucy purses her lips. Not technically, but we discourage this sort of thing when the travelers are from different agencies. It gets messy. Who is she with? I don't know, Oliver says. Lucy raises an eyebrow. You've been coordinating excursions, and you don't know who she travels with. Oliver shrugs. It never came up. I would have thought that was the first thing that came up. Well, it didn't, Oliver snaps. He should tread lightly. She could call security at any moment. He's lucky she hasn't had him hauled off already. His guts twist. Lucy always plays by the rules. She probably has the fine print memorized. It isn't luck that's keeping him here. Listen, this was a stupid mistake, he says, rising slowly from his seat. I'm sorry, I'm going to go. Do you want to spend your last days in a guarded hospital room, Mr. Rhodes? Lucy asks pointedly. He sinks back into his chair. She slides the tablet across the desk again. The report on Beatrix's family tree stares back at him. The one he looked up in the Avon database. Lucy looks him in the eye, as if she can read the truth there. Beatrix isn't a time traveler, is she? Oliver pushes down the panic rising in him, hopes it doesn't show on his face. He is sure Lucy already knows the answer, even if she can't accept it. That's impossible. Lucy frowns. It is. So, explain her. His mind races. How does he explain Beatrix? There are some things rules don't apply to, he says, slowly. Maybe there are some people like that, too. Lucy looks horrified by the idea. Oliver's heart pounds against his ribs. I'll tell you everything I know about her, in 30 seconds. After I return from Woodstock. What? Lucy looks at him like he's out of his mind. Maybe he is. Bend the rules, just this once, he begs. Let me say goodbye. It's not up to me, Lucy says. The chamber, override the chamber. His heart races. This has to work. I can't. You can't or you won't. Her eyes search his. Oliver. Please. His voice cracks on the word, every hope in his heart riding on it. On her. Her gaze softens. I don't. Oliver slouches into his seat, his spark of hope snuffed out. What is that supposed to mean? She taps her tablet and the photo of Beatrix from Woodstock fills the screen. Tell me what you see. The answer is there, in her eyes, in the look that is more than sadness, closer to despair. The look he's sure is mirrored in his own eyes now. You can't change the past, she says gently. He could spend the rest of his life trying to get back to Beatrix, but it wouldn't work. She thought I'd come back, Oliver says. Lucy's eyes shine in the glow of her tablet screen. But you don't. Oceanofpdf.com. The 18th of August 1969. New York City, New York. Beatrix drives 100 miles to the largest, dirtiest, loudest city she can find, determined to drown herself in a sea of people. She leaves her car in a Manhattan parking garage and walks a few blocks with her suitcase until she finds a cheap hotel with a vacancy. She'd like nothing more than to collapse into bed, but the mud of Woodstock is still under her nails, her hair still tangled from the rain. She runs a hot bath and starts scrubbing. She can't wash it all away. The memory of sitting in the rain, of realizing Oliver hadn't come. And the idea that crawled into her mind as she drove, she could forget him with someone new. It would be easy, she could have an hour, a night of peace, and disappear into the city. It worked before Oliver. It can work again. She can be that Beatrix, the one who survived the plague and the Great Fire and the cruelty of people who didn't understand her. But she knows as soon as she thinks it that it won't work. She isn't that Beatrix anymore. She watches her reflection in the bathroom mirror as she braids her damp hair into a crown around her head. Still no threads of silver, still no wrinkles. She could be in a London tavern or in the servants' quarters of a grand manor, if she doesn't look too closely at the uncanny eyes staring back at her, far, far too old for a face so young. Hello, Beatrix, the fairy says behind her in the glass. Hello, Beatrix replies, unsurprised. The fairy always returns when she thinks she can get what she wants. Are you ready to end this? Beatrix turns from the mirror. The fairy hasn't changed at all, as if she's stepped from Beatrix's memory into the dingy motel bathroom. She leans against the door frame, her shining red hair too bright against the nicotine-stained walls. Her shimmering dress is far less ethereal than that night in the clearing, surrounded now by mildewed grout and mismatched tiles instead of ancient forest. She looks absurd, so utterly out of place that Beatrix might laugh if the weight of the creature's glowing gaze didn't steal her breath away, still. You know my life as well as I do, Beatrix says. Am I? The fairy scrutinizes her mismatched eyes and unchanging face. You haven't decided. She hasn't. 233 years is a long time to wait just to lose him again. The longest she's ever waited. What happens if I say yes? In almost 500 years, Beatrix has never asked, because in almost 500 years, she has never truly considered accepting the fairy's bargain. I will take your soul from your body and you will simply cease to exist, the fairy says. You won't feel a thing. What about you? Beatrix asks. What about me? The fairy replies. Beatrix is sure she's being difficult on purpose. You think humans are pathetic and cruel. So why do you want my soul? Because I can. The fairy says it like a question, like it's obvious. I don't believe you. The fairy has spent too long waiting for her to say yes. She has a reason. I think you're lonely. I don't think you want my soul at all. Maybe you did, once. But if you take it now, if I die, you have no one left in this world. The fairy looks at Beatrix as if she's struck her. And then she laughs, cold and cackling. Oh, my dear Beatrix, do you think our conversations are so riveting? I assure you, I don't keep you around for the joy of your company. Beatrix scowls at her. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. The fairy's eyes glitter, more malice than mischief. Just say the word. Beatrix storms past the fairy into the bedroom. The fairy is already there, perched on the end of the bed. Waiting for an answer. Where are the others? Beatrix demands. If the fairy doesn't need her company, there must be others. What happened to the fairies on the moor? I imagine they're on the moor, the fairy says. If the moor is still there, perhaps it's gone the way of Lancot. If Beatrix didn't know better, she would swear she hears something familiar in the fairy's voice. Not sadness, exactly, a yearning for a home that is lost to her. You left them. Why? When someone tells you to get out, you do. The fairy says it like it's logical, but it still twists something inside Beatrix. She scrutinizes the fairy, the cold glow of her eyes in a face that could be a mask from Carnevale. She has survived longer than Beatrix, has done it all on her own. Maybe she could do the same. She could survive for another 233 years. She could make it back to Oliver. But would he recognize her? Would she recognize herself? Why did the others banish you? They didn't take kindly to my questions, or my interest in the humans. My mother, my father, my brothers and sisters. An entire family that had let her down. I spent my days watching them. I thought I had the right to know what the fairies took from me. They thought I should be eternally grateful they saved me at all. You did have the right to know, Beatrix says. She can't believe she's taking her side. Just like I have the right to know why you want my soul. The fairy walks a slow circle around her, as if she is admiring a statue at the Louvre. Beatrix holds her breath, because you and I are not so different. You've said that before, the night she answered her from the darkness. Some souls are more alike than others, drawn to each other. Beatrix can't help but think of Oliver, still tugging her towards him. They are tricky things, tenuous yet unyielding, they aren't made for taking. Beatrix's heart races. You need permission. I don't need anything. Beatrix yelps at the sudden, sharp pull inside her chest. The fairy smiles. But if I grow impatient and rip your soul away, it will tear out of you like paper, all tattered edges. She shrugs. It will be useless. Useless for what? Beatrix demands. What do you want it for? The fairy sneers. You haven't been paying attention. Beatrix racks her brain. She's missing something. The fairy leans in close. Just how, exactly, does a baby willingly give up her soul? Beatrix's heart sinks into her guts. She can't. It gets torn out of her in ribbons, shredded beyond recognition. Beyond use. Leaves just enough behind to remind her of what she no longer has. A shiver crawls down Beatrix's spine. You want to replace your soul with mine. I don't want to replace it, the fairy snaps. I want to repair it. And you can't repair one ruined thing with another. So she waits for Beatrix to say yes. The moment your father carried you into that clearing, I was given a choice, the fairy says. I couldn't do what the others did to me, but I couldn't let you die, either. I couldn't let them win. Who? Beatrix asks. Everyone else. That, Beatrix can understand. But there's still one thing she doesn't. Why do you want to be human? I don't know if I do, the fairy says. How can I? I want what was taken from me. I want to make the choice that was made for me. It's the most human thing Beatrix has ever heard her say. Beatrix doesn't know how long the fairy has walked the earth, only that it is longer than she has walked it. Standing in front of her, looking into eyes of moonlight and sunlight, the grim reality is impossible to ignore. The fairy cursed her, but it was 100 years alone that turned her into a ghost. What if she hadn't met Oliver in Venice, hadn't seen his face on that bridge, hadn't arranged to meet him again? What would 300 years have made her, or 4, without him? She glimpsed it in Paris, when Oliver begged her not to go back to that existence. She told him she would be a different person without him. But that isn't true. Without Oliver, Beatrix wouldn't be a person at all. She would have spent centuries building walls of stone around her heart, until her heart was impenetrable and her humanity had withered away. Until all that was left of her was a hollow shell of who she had once been, an immortal being with mismatched eyes and a ruined soul. For the first time in her life, Beatrix pities the fairy. You've decided. Beatrix meets the fairy's gaze. I refuse you. The fairy's eyes flare bright. If I leave here, who do you have left in the world? No one. Her own words, twisted against her again. I had no one when I left Lancot. I survived. The fairy gives her a wicked grin. Surviving isn't living, Beatrix. Beatrix's heartbeat falters. So does her conviction. It sounds like something Oliver would say. I'll manage. I won't return until you ask, the fairy says. That's what you want, isn't it? For me to leave you in peace. Beatrix stays silent, sure the question is a trick. The fairy steps closer. Think about everything you've lived through. All the pain and terror and sorrow you could have ended with a word. But you stayed silent. Beatrix's heart thuds against her ribs. Do you want to survive to see the moment you are so broken, so desperate, that you call out to me for salvation? Yes, Beatrix says, even as she wonders if she does. The fairy is gone in a blink, and Beatrix is alone. She grabs her book bag from the foot of the bed and flees the hotel room, gripped by a sudden urge to be with people. Beatrix steps out onto the street and slips on a pair of sunglasses, hiding her eyes behind dark, round lenses. She walks to Central Park, to the familiar comfort of the woods. It is strange to find a forest inside a city. A wild, stubborn piece of the past that refuses to let go. She follows an asphalt path to a swooping stone bridge with an ornate railing, this one made of gray stone instead of white. It still feels like she is stepping back in time as she crosses it. She sits on an empty park bench and pulls Oliver's journal out of her book bag. She flips past his entries until she finds the blank page she is looking for. Woodstock. She doesn't know what Oliver would have written about if he had been there, so she writes about what Woodstock was to her. An ending. She looks up from the page and notices a woman has sat on the other end of her bench, reading a book. The woman glances at Beatrix and offers her a polite smile. Beatrix returns the gesture. Her eyes snag on the book's title, A Midsummer Night's Dream. The woman glances at the cover. Yeah, have you read it? Beatrix shakes her head. No, but I saw a performance a long time ago. I heard it's a movie now. Beatrix laughs. She can't help it. What would Shakespeare think of that? He'd probably love it, the woman says. Beatrix nods. In a way, he has survived as long as she has. The woman returns to her book, and Beatrix returns to hers. She puts Woodstock in the past with Shakespeare and Carnevale in Paris. She reads the words written across the top of the next page in Oliver's handwriting, a place and a time and a promise of adventure. The rest of it is empty, waiting for her to choose. Beatrix closes the notebook and tucks it into her bag. She retraces her steps and crosses the bridge again. She stops at the center, as if it is the Rialto Bridge, as if New York is Venice, as if Oliver has just uttered her name. Changed her life. She'll have to start over. She brushes her thumb along the smooth edge of her iron ring, a habit born 464 years ago. Oliver is gone. The fairy is gone. She can only swear an oath to herself now. She pulls the ring from her finger, clutches it so fiercely it digs into her palm. Her left hand feels naked without it. She won't be that other Beatrix. She won't become a ghost. She won't lose herself like the fairy. She opens her hand and lets the ring slide into the water flowing beneath the bridge, watches as it sinks into the murky depths. It had served as a reminder of her humanity, even when she was on the brink of losing it. Now, its absence will remind her of her promise. The fairy cursed her to survive, but she will live. oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of March 2102. London, England. Beatrix knew this day would come. Every time she turned a page in Oliver's journal from the future to the past growing heavier, the future disappearing beneath her fingertips, her heart sank. Every dotted page filled with her fine cursive served as a brutal reminder. Time is marching on, moving relentlessly, endlessly forward. Knowing has done nothing to ease the ache in her chest, the burning in her eyes, the closing of her throat. Knowing doesn't stop her tears from splashing across the open pages of his notebook. The last pages. She had seen wondrous sights and met amazing people, but she hadn't found him. And now, watching her tears streak across the page, turning the black ink colors, it feels like he has left her all over again. After Woodstock, she knew in her heart he wouldn't come back. She shoved that fear down, kept going, kept trying. Each new page held the faintest hope that maybe this time she was wrong, that maybe this time she would find him. And each time she was left alone, again, still, she thought she would stop. But she didn't, she couldn't, so she traveled the world, looking for him. Until she ran out of pages. Until she ran out of hope. So she returned to London. To St. Paul's. To somewhere old and familiar and hers. If not home, then something like it. Because now that her map is spent, she doesn't know where else to go. The gallery is quiet tonight. A handful of visitors sit around the edge of the dome, whispering and listening. A few others peer over the high iron rail to the mosaic floor far below. Beatrix settles against the wall, in the spot she always chooses. She closes her eyes, and she listens, as if she might still hear Oliver's whispers in the walls. She wipes her tears away and swallows the lump in her throat. She turns the last page, moves it into the past with the rest of her memories of Oliver. An ending. Not yet. Beatrix pulls a discolored envelope from the pocket of her yellow pea coat. Oliver gave it to her 137 years ago, under the stars of Lancot, told her to open it when she was ready. She couldn't bring herself to read his goodbye when she still had hope she might find him. Now that hope is spent, just like her map. His goodbye is all she has left. She still isn't ready, but opening it feels like the right thing to do. The only thing left to do. She slips her finger beneath the flap and carefully tears the envelope open. She pulls out a folded, dotted page with a rough torn edge, be written across the front in Oliver's familiar handwriting. The real last page of his journal. B. If you're reading this, I guess it's time for our goodbye. I know you hate them, but I think I have tried to write this at least 100 times and I can't. Putting into words everything you are to me is impossible. I could never do it justice. So, I'm including an address, somewhere I want you to see. Somewhere I want to see with you. For old time's sake, I guess. I hope you'll come. I hope you'll have 1,000 new stories to tell me. Oliver. She scans the dates Oliver has scrawled on the bottom of the page, a map through time, leading to him. She slips the paper into the journal with trembling hands, between her last entry and the cover, where all of Oliver's chaotic wishes have faded with time. Their last adventure together. She closes the notebook and hugs it to her chest. She has 100 years to get there. 100 years, with no plan, no guidance, no idea where to go or what to do next, untethered from Oliver and his journal. 100 years to live her life, however and wherever she pleases. So she does. Oceanofpdf.com. The 17th of September 2202. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Time is still a strange companion. The closer Beatrix gets to the day Oliver promised to meet her, the slower it passes, each week dragging, each day crawling, every hour sticking, like something out of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, until she is sure it must be broken entirely. She has thought about finding Oliver early, just to make it stop. But it is a foolish idea, fueled by her impatience. She wants to see him again, is desperate for every extra moment she can get with him. But not desperate enough to risk everything they have already shared, to break the vow she swore to him in Lancot. So, she waits. The day dawns as if it is any other day. Beatrix paces outside the doors of the Red Brick Museum, hugging her oversized cardigan closed against the chilly autumn morning. She isn't sure when Oliver will arrive, but after 233 years, she doesn't want to miss a single moment with him. A docent unlocks the door and ushers Beatrix inside, out of the damp, grey Boston morning that reminds her of London. She purchases her ticket and follows the sign pointing the way to the glass flowers exhibit. She steps into the gallery and gasps. Oliver Rhodes is still trying to impress her. Rows of glass display cases line the walls. Others stand freely in the center of the bright gallery, edged in warm, dark wood. They are all filled with flowers, precisely positioned on white backgrounds, each with a tag noting its scientific details. Flowers of every shape, every size, every color, some newly opened, some nearly spent, from all over the world. Each one vibrant and delicate and breathtakingly beautiful, each one sculpted from glass centuries ago. They look so lifelike, don't they? A docent pauses as she strolls past the case to admire a branch of autumn red maple leaves. Every day, someone comes in here and thinks they're real. But the flowers are real. They're just, undying. The docent retreats and Beatrix meanders through the exhibit, looking dutifully into each brightly lit case as her stomach twists itself into knots and her heart threatens to pound out of her chest. Waiting, hoping. The flowers aren't a comfort. They aren't even a distraction as she waits for Oliver and what she knows, inevitably, comes next. Goodbye. Because the flowers are frozen in time and fragile, glass kept behind glass. Because they remind her too much of her heart, of what it has become these last 2 centuries, waiting for Oliver. Waiting to shatter. She doesn't notice she is crying until a young woman with bubblegum pink hair asks her if she is all right. Fine, thanks. She brushes the evidence quickly away and looks up at the woman with a forced smile, as if that will prove it. The woman's eyes meet hers and go wide. Are you Beatrix? How do you, Oliver? Her heartbeat falters. You know Oliver. She is stating the obvious, but it is safer to ask a question she knows the answer to than to ask the one sending her heart into her guts. Why isn't he here? The woman stares at Beatrix, her mouth slightly open, her wide brown eyes darting over her. She shakes her head. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to be real. Here, I mean, the woman says quickly. I wasn't expecting you to really be here. She forces a smile. I'm his friend, Zoe. As Oliver, Beatrix swallows the lump rising in her throat. Is he all right? He has to be all right. She still has time. He still has time. Zoe hesitates. He wasn't up to coming, so he asked me to meet you. He said to give you this. She offers Beatrix a folded piece of paper. She takes it with a trembling hand and opens it. It's his handwriting, but not so neat as his journal pages, unsteady words scrawled across hospital stationery. B. I hope you like the flowers as much as you like the stained glass at the great exhibition. I am so sorry I'm not here to see it with you. I told you I would try to get back to you with everything in me. Turns out everything in me isn't enough anymore. It's torture knowing where you are, knowing you're so close, but I still can't reach you. I asked Zoe to bring you to the house if you want to see me, but if this is even a fraction of what you felt every time I left you, then I don't know how you could stand to look at me anymore, let alone want to see me again. I can't imagine how long this time apart has been for you, how hard it's been. I would love to see you again, but if you don't want to see me, I understand. Really. Oliver. He is giving her a choice, a way out. Because this is it, the end of everything they have shared, have ever had together. Because he has run out of time, and she never will. She reads the note again, but the words don't change. Whatever she chooses now, in this moment, there is no going back. But Oliver is wrong, it isn't a choice at all. She looks up at Zoe. I want to see him. More than she has ever wanted anything in her entire life. Beatrix stands frozen on the threshold of Oliver's bedroom, cold seeping through her insides, her voice caught in her throat. Apollo 11 felt like the end. So did Woodstock. So did turning the last page of Oliver's journal. But none of those endings felt like this. Like time has conspired with grief to flood her veins with sadness and fear and anger and pain and despair, all at once. Like the only thing keeping her afloat is a love so deep it hurts. She isn't sure which will drown her in the end. Because this time, it really is the end. She hasn't seen Oliver in over 2 centuries. He is her past, lost to her ages ago. And yet here he is, just as she remembers him. Slighter, paler, but still him, still here, Oliver. He turns towards her without raising his head from the mountain of pillows beneath it. A gasp escapes her. His summer sky eyes are sunken, grayer now, fading into a winter blue. The weight of his gaze on her still makes her heart leap. He pushes himself up to sit in his single bed. It takes more effort than it should. She takes a step forward, then another, not so much walking towards him as being pulled into his orbit. Oliver stares at her. She stops at the edge of his bed, close enough to reach out and take his hand if she wants to. If she dares. She wonders if he can hear her heart thudding. 233 years, 2 months, 1 day. His voice is laced with amazement and horror, as if he has only now realized how very long an eternity is. I had to take the long way. She catches a ghost of a smile on his lips as he contemplates her. I was afraid I would never see you again. His voice is hoarse, but she can still hear the relief in it. So was I, she admits. He takes her hand and threads his fingers through hers. She wants to melt into his touch. She sinks onto the bed next to him. I missed you, more than she ever thought it was possible to miss anyone. Oliver tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, a familiar gesture and a gentle caress she hasn't felt in centuries. I'm sorry, B. Don't, she says firmly. I wanted to find you. Anguish darkens his dull eyes. But there was nothing I could do. I was too late. I should have. Beatrix lays her hand on his cheek. He falls silent. You stayed with me as long as you could. I wouldn't change a thing. But you've waited so long. She has. But she would have waited longer, would have waited forever, just to get another day, another hour, another moment with him. When you disappeared, I didn't know what to do, she admits. His gaze is shrouded in guilt. I thought about trying to forget you altogether. About trying to make myself hate you. I searched through every memory we ever made together, looking for something, anything, that would make losing you easier. I couldn't do it. Oliver squeezes her hand. There was only one regret she found, one single regret that cut her open every time she remembered him. She leans forward and her lips find his in a soft kiss. Warmth blooms through her, fights back the chill creeping into her bones. I love you, she whispers. She didn't know it was love in Venice, or at the ballet. Was too scared to admit it might be, when she was dancing with him on the Thames. Knew Oliver was in love with her when he took her to the Whispering Gallery for the first time. And still, she didn't dare to listen to the whispers of her heart. She wanted to tell him after the explosion in Barnbow, but it took everything in her to say, stay with me, and it was like ripping out her heart to admit she didn't want to be alone. That she needed him. I love you seemed so much less than that. Not even Paris coaxed those words from her heart to her lips. I should have told you. Should have told him every chance she got. You didn't have to. He wraps his arm around her and pulls her close. How she has missed this. Missed him. She slips off her shoes and lies down next to him. He places a soft kiss on her forehead. I love you, too, B. Always. Beatrix leans against the kitchen counter, staring out the window over the sink. Wisps of clouds race across the gray sky as she waits for the kettle to come to a boil. Zoe had shown her where the mugs were kept, had dug a box of tea bags out of the pantry, then promptly excused herself. She hasn't gone far. Beatrix can hear her whispering with Luke, just across the hall in the living room. I'm not saying he's lying, Zoe says. I'm saying what Oliver believes and what's true might not be the same thing anymore. You found her where he said she'd be, Luke says. He wasn't delusional about that. So, he could have met her anywhere. Theo believes him, Luke says pointedly. Theo said Oliver didn't lie about her, Zoe says. That's not the same thing. The front door creaks open, then slams shut. Heavy footsteps approach. Stop. Beatrix's pulse quickens. Where is she? Theo asks. The kettle whistles, screams. Gives her away. Beatrix pulls it quickly from the hob. Her ears ring in the deafening silence. Theo walks through the doorway, a paper bag printed with a pharmacy logo clutched in one hand. He drops it on the counter as his weary gaze finds hers. He freezes. Hi, Theo. He looks at her like he's seen a ghost. Because to him, she is. What the hell? Theo's voice is laced with fear and confusion. How? Who are you? Zoe barges into the kitchen, Luke on her heels. He looks from Beatrix to Theo, back again. Everything all right? She was at the hospital, Theo says. The night our parents died. She knocked me over. You don't honestly think, Zoe starts. I remember her eyes, Theo snaps. Her clothes were stained with blood. Security was chasing her down the hall. Okay, that is pretty memorable, Luke admits. Beatrix remembers his eyes, too, so much like Oliver's that she almost stopped. I never meant to go to the hospital, she whispers. Just the accident. Theo's eyes widen. You were there. She had messed up. There was blood everywhere, hers, theirs, sharp pebbles of glass grinding into her flesh as she crawled to reach them, the wail of sirens growing louder. Closer. But what was she supposed to do? She couldn't leave them. When the paramedics arrived, they saw me all cut up from the glass. I thought it'd be better not to make a scene, so I let them bring me to the hospital. I healed too fast. I had to run before they realized I wasn't injured anymore. Right into Theo, his mind dazed, his heart crushed, on his way to give Oliver the news. Wait, why were you injured? Luke asks. Zoe elbows him in the ribs. Beatrix looks to Theo. He nods. He wants to know. The car landed on its roof, she murmurs. She can still see it when she closes her eyes. I kicked in the window so I could hold your father's hand. Why? Theo asks. His voice is barely a whisper. Because no one should die alone. Mom. Already gone, Beatrix says. Her heart cracks at the memory of the lively woman, so still in that car. I'm sorry. Theo's eyes shine. Did Oliver ask you to do that? Oliver doesn't know. She hadn't so much planned on going to the accident as she found herself knowing she would be there. Theo runs a hand through his hair. He looks like Oliver, or maybe it is Oliver who looks like Theo when he does it. Do you work for Avon? Beatrix shakes her head. He sounds like Oliver, too, that night in Venice. I don't work for Avon. I don't work for another agency. I don't work for the government or time travel through a university program. But Oliver already told you all that, didn't he? Theo can't hold her gaze. He did, Luke admits. He told us everything, Zoe adds. She considers taking the easy way out, considers telling them Oliver's illness must be affecting his mind. But Oliver trusted them with the truth. They should believe him, like he believed her. If I was time traveling to see Oliver during his excursions, why wouldn't I time travel to his present, to be with him? She asks. Maybe you have, Theo says. That's why he arranged to meet you at the museum, where Zoe found you. He arranged to meet me because I refused to say goodbye to him in 1965, she says. In my present. And then it was too late. If I was a time traveler, I would have come to him. Luke shakes his head. I can't keep any of this straight. I know you're trying to protect your brother, Theo, Beatrix says. You've been doing it for so long you don't know how to stop. But I have nothing to prove to you. She pushes the sleeve of her sweater up and steps closer to him. She offers him her exposed arm. But for Oliver's sake, if you'd like to cut me open and watch my skin stitch itself back together, by all means, go ahead. Theo looks horrified. I'm sorry. It's just so unbelievable. Beatrix says. I know. That's why Oliver is the only one I ever told. But he's trusted you three with it now, so here we are. Because he thought we'd believe him, Zoe says, guilt furrowing her brow. I believe him, Luke says. Zoe studies her for a long moment. She doesn't know what Zoe sees when their eyes meet, but her gaze softens. So do I. Beatrix looks to Theo. His shoulders sag. Because Oliver told him everything. Because he believes him. I'm sorry, Beatrix. I'm sorry, too. Oceanofpdf.com. The 18th of September 2202. Winchester, Massachusetts. Oliver sleeps fitfully in the darkness. Beatrix can't. She rises from his bed and goes to the window across from it, pushes the heavy curtain aside. The last stars of twilight fade, disappearing into the coming dawn. Good morning, Oliver says from the bed. He sounds unsure, like he shouldn't say those words on this day. His last full day. His face is etched with agony and exhaustion. Beatrix burrows into the blankets next to him. Not yet, she says. The sun won't rise for another 3 minutes. He smirks at her. Why do you know that? Did you become a meteorologist while I was gone? She swallows the lump that has risen in her throat. I thought we could have one more adventure together. One more thing we've never done. He musters a smile, so weary and pained it makes her want to cry. What is it? She props her chin on his chest. Watch the sunrise and the sunset on the same day. He lays a gentle kiss on her forehead. I'd love that. They watch the sun break the horizon through the glass. Oliver clutches her hand. I don't want to go, he says, to her, to the universe, to anyone who will hear his plea. She squeezes it. You still have time. Hours. She shoves the thought away, but it lurks in the shadows of her mind, injects every other thought with its poison. This is it. I brought you something, she says. She rolls over and reaches for her bag, tossed on the floor next to the bed. She reaches inside. Or should I say, I brought you something back. She pulls out his journal. It isn't the same one he left in that Florida motel. The leather cover is softer now, worn from his touch and then hers. The corners are dog-eared, the edges of the pages discolored. And it's twice as thick, at least, crammed with scraps of paper and postcards scrawled with her notes. No longer the slim notebook he could slip into a coat pocket. It isn't his anymore. It's theirs. She hands it to Oliver. He runs his fingertips over the embossed cover, flips through the dotted pages. You finished it. I had time, she says. Oliver rolls his eyes. He smiles anyway. He slowly turns the pages, stops when he reaches one headed with his cramped printing but filled with her neat cursive. He passes her the notebook. Will you tell me about it? Beatrix glances at the page. Woodstock. Her first entry. You would have loved it. A pang of sadness pierces her heart at the memory of those long-ago days. I'm sorry you didn't get to go. Oliver squeezes her hand. I'm glad you did. She settles against his shoulder. He doesn't smell like Lancot anymore. She breathes him in, real and here and now in hers. He wraps his arm around her. She tells him about Woodstock. About living in New York City afterwards. About traveling the world, following his journal, and about all the wonderful people she met and strange adventures she had because she did. She tells him she took a lesson at his mother's dance studio, the day that it opened. She tells him about the fireworks in Washington. How his father made her laugh until her sides ached. How his mother knew all the best spots to eat and rest and watch the celebration. How she can see both of them in Oliver now, saw him in both of them that day. He gives her a weak smile. I knew they would like you. She takes his hand. She tells him she was with them, at the end. Thank you, he whispers. She wipes the tear from his cheek. Beatrix talks until she is hoarse. Once, she thinks Oliver has fallen asleep, but when she stops speaking, he opens his eyes and asks her to continue. When she reaches the last tear-stained page, she can barely read her own handwriting. Oliver runs his fingers over it, smeared ink on warped paper. What happened? I ran out of hope, Beatrix confesses. His brow furrows. Then what did you do? She closes the notebook. It felt like an ending. So, I began again. I went back to London. Because she always goes back to London. And then, I lived. Made her own memories, beautiful and ugly and entirely hers. She lays a gentle hand on his cheek. I wasn't a ghost, Oliver. I promise. Time has never moved so fast for Beatrix, like the river why swollen by spring rains, rushing, rushing, rushing away. She lies with Oliver for hours, curled around him on his bed meant for one, not speaking, not doing anything except existing with him. At the same time, in the same place. They watch the sunset. His voice is weaker now, fading with the daylight. She can still hear the fear in it. She props her chin on his chest. Yes. I don't think, his voice breaks. I can't say goodbye to you. She squeezes his hand. You don't have to. I'm so sorry. Beatrix runs her fingers through his messy curls. Don't be sorry. We don't need to say goodbye. Oliver searches her mismatched eyes for answers. When I was writing my entries in your journal, I used to imagine every person in those pages was still there, still existing in their moments. Neil Armstrong, stepping onto the moon. Those dancers, leaping across the stage at Drury Lane. Queen Victoria visiting the Great Exhibition 37 times. Oliver smiles, imagining it. How else can you travel to those moments if they aren't always there, waiting for you? She lays her head on Oliver's chest, listens to the thudding of his heart through the thin cotton of his t-shirt. Here. I'm sure Lucy could give you some scientific explanation, Oliver says. His voice rumbles through his chest beneath her, just like it used to. But I like yours. He wraps his arm around her. Think about all the times, all the places we've been together. Dancing in the Piazza San Marco, or on the frozen Thames. In my living room, and through the streets of London. On a hotel balcony overlooking Paris. We will always be there. Together, spinning across time itself. Oliver's eyes drift closed. A fear greater than any Beatrix has ever known tears open an abyss inside her. She presses closer to him, listens to the beat of his heart, wills her own to beat along with it. Stay with me. I will always be at the Globe picking your pocket. Beatrix says softly in his ear. She waits for him to tell her she didn't steal anything from him, that she was the only one who ever tried. He takes a shallow breath. She clutches his hand. Stay with me. Tears spring to her eyes as the memories flood her heart. You will always be there, too, making the absolutely mad decision to invite the woman who pulled a knife on you to lunch. Best decision of my life, he mumbles. He doesn't open his eyes. She chokes out something between a laugh and a sob. We are still standing on the Rialto Bridge. She strains to hold back her tears, to keep her voice steady. Still exploring the world under one grand, glass roof. Still counting the stars over Lancot. Always, even when you're gone. Her voice cracks. Tears spill down her cheeks, soak through Oliver's shirt to his skin. You don't have to say goodbye to me, Oliver. Because you and I will never end. Oliver struggles to open his eyes. When she looks into them, something in her glass heart cracks, like it knows this will be the last time. Because he knows it, too. No goodbyes, he whispers. She places a soft kiss on his forehead, kisses his lips and tastes the salt of her own tears. Of his. Never. Beatrix doesn't remember leaving Oliver's room. She doesn't remember coming down the stairs or sitting on the faded sofa next to Zoe. Doesn't remember who put the crocheted blanket over her shoulders, though it is Theo who hands her a mug of tea, just how she likes it. Did he ask her? Did she tell him? She wraps both of her hands around the oversized ceramic mug, lets the heat of it warm her. It's scalding, but she doesn't care. This pain is different, at least. Theo sits in the low armchair next to her. How is he? Sleeping. That much she remembers. Remembers the panic that swelled inside her as his eyes drifted closed, the urge to wake him, to keep him with her. She takes a sip of her tea. It burns her tongue. She still feels cold and hollow, like everything has drained out of her. There is nothing left to do but wait. Again, still, wait for that inevitable moment when Oliver leaves her for good. Leaves them for good, because Zoe and Luke and Theo are all gathered in the living room with her, all drowning in their own thoughts and memories of Oliver. He would hate to see them like this. If he were here, he'd take her hand in his or tip his forehead against hers, and he would say, "Talk to me, B." And she would. She swallows painfully against the lump rising in her throat. I picked Oliver's pocket at the Globe. Did he tell you? That's how we met. She speaks her memory into life. It feels good to share it with the others, to make it more real. And when he tried to ask me to lunch, I pulled a knife on him. Zoe laughs. The sound is foreign in the heavy silence, too warm and bright, a ray of sunshine breaking through the storm clouds. Beatrix welcomes it. Luke shakes his head, slouched in the far corner of the sofa across from her. I called bullshit when he told me. No way is he brave enough for that. He said he wasn't in any danger. He didn't think I'd use it. Beatrix asks. Oh no, he did, Zoe confirms. He just knew that even if you stabbed him, it wouldn't kill him. I did point out that it would still hurt like hell, Luke says. Zoe catches Beatrix's eye. He said it would have been worth it. Beatrix shakes her head. He would say that, wouldn't he? Well, I didn't stab him. We had lunch, and I overcharged him for a tour of London. The corners of Zoe's lips curve, and she glances across the coffee table, cluttered with fast food wrappers and half-empty cups, to Luke. I met these two at freshman orientation. I was a very high-strung freshman. I was taking way too many classes, for starters. Oliver always knew when I was stressed, when I was having a bad day, when I needed someone. It was like this weird sixth sense. I thought he was the most empathetic person I ever met. Turns out, he just knew how to count. Beatrix furrows her brow, missing something. Luke tries, and fails, to stifle a laugh. Zoe rolls her eyes. I had this bad habit of chewing on the ends of all my pencils while I worked. When I was done using them, I'd stick them in my hair. But if I got frazzled, I'd forget, find another pencil, then stick that one in my hair, too. Rinse and repeat, Luke adds. The more pencils in my hair, the more stressed I was. I didn't even realize it. Oliver figured it out. She got up to 7 once, Luke says. I was writing up my thesis proposal and let's just say it was not going well. Oliver stayed up all night with me in the lab until I figured it out. He had no idea what I was talking about. He just knew that I needed to talk it through, needed someone there to keep me going. Zoe's eyes shine. He was my someone. She brushes her tears away. Beatrix takes her hand and squeezes it. As Oliver's oldest friend, Luke begins. Zoe rolls her eyes. He swallows, and his smile falters. I don't know what to say. I mean, I've known him since we were 7. He was my first friend when I moved here. I truly can't imagine what my life would have been like without him. And I can't imagine what it will be like when he's gone. He blinks back the tears in his eyes. He glances at Theo. He told me once, after he lost his mom and dad, that he hated when people told him it would get better. He told me that, too, Beatrix says. Luke nods. He said it did get better some days. But some days, it got worse. He said it would sneak up on him out of nowhere. Every milestone his parents missed, was like losing them all over again. I think that's what the rest of my life is going to be like. Picking up my phone, only to realize he's not there to call. Beatrix glances over at Theo. He won't look at Luke, won't look at any of them. We made the best memories together, Luke says. His voice is hoarse. I'm going to miss making more with him. I'll drink to that, Zoe says, her own voice quivering. She raises her coffee mug and clinks it against Beatrix's. They both drink. All eyes land on Theo. He sits in the armchair next to Beatrix, his elbows resting on his knees, his gaze fixed on the worn floral rug beneath his feet. She waits for him to speak, to share some cherished memory of his brother with them, craves some new piece of Oliver to hold on to. Theo looks at her. Oliver's eyes, but not. How did you get more time? Zoe tenses next to her. She shoots Luke a look Beatrix can't read. I was scared, and I wished, Beatrix says. In that case, I think Oliver has it covered. Don't you? Theo reminds her of William, of the way he sounded, the way he looked at her the night she died, all hurt and anger, searching for someone to blame. Theo. There's a warning edge to Luke's voice. It's fine, Beatrix says. She understands what Theo wants, what he thinks she has. You don't want this life for your brother, Theo. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, let alone someone I love. His shoulders sag. I know, I'm sorry, it's just, he takes a ragged breath. I don't know what I'm going to do without him. He looks quickly away, his eyes shining. Haven't you been listening? Beatrix asks gently. Theo's throat bobs, but he doesn't answer. None of us do. oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of September 2202. Winchester, Massachusetts. Oliver fades. The darkness pulls at him. He can feel it, knows as if he has always known. He is one tug away from unraveling. The whispers pull at him, too. Hold him here, keep him whole. I'll miss you. I love you. You can go. He can't leave them. His thoughts drift to Beatrix. The faint, floral scent that was always, only her. Her eyes, impossibly old, one brown and one blue, that he swore could see into his soul. See the best in him, even when he couldn't. Beatrix, who didn't forget him. Who still loved him, even when it hurt. He lets every thought slip from his mind, except for her. He starts at the beginning, with the dirty, beautiful thief who tried to steal his coin but stole his heart instead. Not that he realized it then. He remembers every smile, every laugh, every touch, every tear. Every memory of her that will die with him. The whispers grow distant, the pull of the darkness stronger. Colder. Beatrix clings to him, a desperate plea in her touch. The same plea she spoke to him that night in Barnbow. She doesn't need words now. Stay with me, please. I don't want to be alone. He tries to hang on to her. To stay with her, but he can't feel the warmth of her breath against his cheek. He can't feel her tears splashing against his skin. He can't feel her hands squeezing his. He can't feel anything anymore. For the first time in Beatrix's life, time stops. As if it died with Oliver. He's gone. Theo's voice breaks as tears roll down his cheeks. Zoe lets out an anguished sob from the other side of the bed, her face red, her eyes swollen. Luke sits next to her, silent and unmoving, his head cradled in his hands. Gone. The word sits like ice in Beatrix's chest, freezes her heart, traces through her veins until her insides are numb. It doesn't matter how long she waits this time. He will never come back to her. She can't breathe, can't think, can't stay here. She springs to her feet and her chair tips over, thudding against the floor. It's Theo's voice. She knows it is. Her heart still skips a beat. Her gaze meets his. Oliver's eyes, but not as open, not as kind, no spark of anything to be found. Only a pool of anguish she wants to drown in. Don't you ever call me that again, she says, her voice low and strangled. Theo stares at her. Confusion clouds his swollen eyes, and then he must realize his mistake. She catches the briefest flicker before they go dark with grief again. I'm sorry, Beatrix. I didn't mean to. Single quote. What was he going to say? He didn't mean to hurt her. The word is laughably inadequate in the face of this. Theo must know it, too. She turns on her heel, and she runs. Out of Oliver's room, out of Oliver's house, until she stands under a starless sky, her breath fogging in the night, her heart beating the same frantic rhythm it did that terrible day in the forest. Run, run, run. But there is nowhere she can go where she won't find him. Her knees give way, every thought of Oliver pulling her under until she is drowning. There is only one thing that can save her now, one way to end her pain. Forever. I take it back, she screams, guttural and raw, a desperate wish made with her entire shattered heart. She collapses to the ground. Please, she sobs, just take it back. Oceanofpdf.com. The metallic scent of cold air and wet pavement gives way to rotting leaves. The earth is cool and damp beneath Beatrix's palms. Familiar. She pulls herself to her feet, brushes the dirt from her hands. She is in her clearing. Hello, Beatrix. It's been such a very long time, hasn't it? She spins to find the fairy sitting in the low bough of an ancient oak, just like that first night. Her deep red hair hangs loose to her waist, and her dress flows around her like a river of stars. Her eyes glow, triumphant. Beatrix's heart pounds against her ribs. I didn't think time was something you bothered with. I could say the same about you, she replies. Beatrix smirks at her. No, time doesn't bother with me. The fairy stands in front of her now. Beatrix gasps at her sudden closeness, stumbles back. My condolences, the fairy says. Her two-toned gaze rakes over Beatrix. I am ever so sorry for your loss. Her loss. How could the fairy know anything of her loss? His eyes, shining with that familiar spark every time he returned to her. The only eyes that saw her. Really saw her, as she truly was. The curve of his mouth, tilted into a smile whenever he looked at her. The ghost of it remaining on his lips, even as he slept. Those lips on hers. His touch against the hollow of her back as they danced, as if the space was made for his hand. The soft depth of his voice whispering in her ear. The feel of dark curls slipping through her fingers. Her body pulled into his. Wrapped in him, tangled with him. That is her loss. Just say the word, and you can rest, the fairy says, as if Beatrix will merely be going to sleep instead of forfeiting her soul. It's a striking impersonation of kindness. Beatrix almost believes it, but there's a sickly sweetness in the fairy's tone, hiding something rotten underneath. What are you so smug about? Beatrix asks. The fairy leans close. Her eyes gleam in the darkness. Tell me, what were the chances you'd find him again, in a different century, in a different country, without even searching for him? An icy dread settles in the pit of Beatrix's stomach, somehow heavy and hollow all at once. Impossible. The realization cascades through her. It was impossible. Oliver said it himself, walking with her along the canal in Venice. She didn't listen, because she was impossible, too. She only smiled up at him and said. Nearly. Beatrix's heart plummets. You. The fairy grins, a proud and wicked thing. You brought us together. She feels hot, queasy. Why would you do that? You refused me, Beatrix. Threw away a perfect immortal existence for a miserable human life. I had to show you the truth. So, I gave you what you wanted. Exactly what you asked for. Love, joy, sorrow. Beatrix's blood runs cold. Her words did this. Did you kill him? The fairy laughs. My methods are not so crude. He was already dying when he crossed your path in London. I only ensured you met him again. Beatrix stares at the fairy, a question in her heart she is so afraid to ask she considers swallowing the words and burying it deep. But she could never bury it deep enough. Did he love me, or was that all you're doing, too? The fairy scoffs. Love, is that all you care about? Yes, the pathetic thing loved you, until his last breath. Bile rises in Beatrix's throat. Oliver is gone. The fairy leans close. Are you ready to end this? Beatrix looks to the river, as still and dark as ebony glass. I take it back. Those 4 little words have brought her to the why, brought her to this decision. 4 little words that mean so much more than they say. I regret my wish. I regret my life. I regret loving him. I made a mistake, Beatrix says. The fairy smiles, wide and feral. A wolf's smile. I don't take it back. My love, my life, I don't regret them. The words send warmth surging through her, as if the realization has thawed something inside her. The fairy's smile falters. I don't regret choosing this existence. It has been a hard life. It has been work, but it has been real and it has been hers and more than she could have ever hoped for. The satisfaction in the fairy's gaze vanishes, replaced by something Beatrix has never seen there before. Shock. Her vision swims and a tingling warmth blooms through her chest, spreads through her limbs. What are you doing to me? This is your doing, the fairy spits. The warmth turns to pinpricks, as if her entire body is waking from sleep. I didn't agree. But the fairy doesn't need her permission. The pinpricks turn to knives, stabbing through her. She collapses on the forest floor, her voice lost. The earth under her cheek smells like rotting leaves and moss, but the cool damp offers no comfort. She is burning alive. It's like Barnbow, worse than Barnbow. There is no one here to help her now. A shadow falls over her. The fairy leans close and hisses in her ear, her breath a cool, cruel breeze on her cheek. You will live to regret this moment. And then, you will keep on living. Until she didn't regret it anymore. The pain burns itself out in a blaze that leaves her breathless, her curse consumed by flame. The deep night is unsettled around her, charged against her skin. Changed, or maybe that is her. She pulls herself off the ground. She feels hollow, an empty shell of the person who used to be Beatrix. Maybe she is. She has lived so long with Oliver's love and the fairy's curse, maybe she is nothing without them. The fairy kneels at the edge of the Y, staring into the dark water. Beatrix approaches her, but the fairy either doesn't notice or doesn't care. She glances at the fairy's moonlit reflection. Her eyes don't look like hers when she looks into the river, either. Am I free? Beatrix asks. You're mortal. The fairy spits the word, as if it tastes foul on her tongue. Beatrix's heart leaps. Mortal, human, real. The fairy draws her mismatched gaze from the water to meet Beatrix's own. A gasp escapes her. The glow has dimmed, the triumph gone, and Beatrix can see every one of the fairy's years there. Too many. The fairy sighs. Are you ready to return to your human life, Beatrix? But Beatrix's heart sinks. It isn't a return to her human life. It can't be. That life was stolen from her. That life is gone. She'll have to start over. No. The fairy's gaze flares brighter. No. Beatrix has known intimate love, soaring joy, and profound sorrow. She has grieved for the state of the world and has been awestruck by its beauty. Stood in wonder of its people. Stood in fear of them. Has made too many memories to count. There can be no life more human than the ones she has already lived. Her heart skips. I want to strike a new bargain. The fairy sneers at her. I thought you would have learned your lesson by now. Beatrix has learned her lesson. Has played the night she died over and over in her mind, wondering where she went wrong, what she could have done, could have said, differently. What turn of phrase would have brought her back to her husband and her daughter and her life, instead of damning her to an eternity alone. It has taken her nearly 700 years to understand, there was never a way back. The fairy was never going to return her to that life, not when it stood in the way of what she so desperately wanted. Now, the only thing standing in her way is Beatrix. Bring Oliver back. The fairy scoffs at her. I'm not in the business of mercy. I know, Beatrix says. But you want my soul, and this is how you get it. Save Oliver, and it's yours. The fairy tilts her head. Her face is like a porcelain mask, pale and unreadable, beautiful yet terrifying, human but not. Your soul for his life. No tricks, no curse, Beatrix warns. The fairy shrugs. He could drop dead tomorrow, but it wouldn't be my doing. Then, yes, her soul for his soul, her heart for his heart, her life for his life. All of her love to save him. Like his love saved her. That wasn't so hard now, was it? The fairy asks, smug. Satisfied. Beatrix peers into the black waters of the Y in her fear, everything falls away. A quiet, heavy peace settles over her, chases that cold and aching loneliness from her bones. She looks into the fairy's expectant eyes. Do it. Done. The fairy latches onto her arm, her grip so fierce Beatrix fears her bones are breaking. And then, she gives her to the river. Oceanofpdf.com. The fairy pulls the tangled thread of Beatrix's life. Unspools her, a moment at a time. She sinks through darkness. No goodbyes. Through whispers. I love you too, B. Always. Through memories. I will do everything I can to get back to you. They dance around her like shadows cast by firelight. Happy birthday, B. Flickering and fading. Memories are real, the love that made them is real. She can't keep them, can't hold on to them. We still have now, B. Until there is no more sinking. I don't want to go. You know that, right? No more falling, don't change a thing. No more shadows. I think I'm lucky I found you. Until the whispers fade. I'm Oliver, by the way. And there is only oceanofpdf.com. An echo. A voice that sounds like hers, even though it isn't. A promise, etched into gold and stone in her heart. What to do with Beatrix? Not a question. A choice. The unraveling ceases. The thread goes slack. Tugs her towards something new. Oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of October 2202. Boston, Massachusetts. A nurse tells Oliver to roll up his shirt sleeve. He does, or at least, he must have. The next thing he knows, the spot where his recall chip was implanted is covered by a bandage. She tells him to have a nice day. He didn't feel a thing. Maybe because he's in a daze from being in the lab, trying to keep his thoughts in the present when all he wants is the past. Maybe because everything hurts, or maybe because he is still numb. It's hard to tell. There's one more thing to take care of before you go, Mr. Rhodes, Lucy says. He follows her between the travel stations, some of them humming with energy, others dormant. A chamber rotates open as he passes and he braces himself for the cloud of fake cinnamon and powdery perfume. The scent is light, fresh and delicate. Violets, maybe, he never did find out. Oliver hasn't been in Lucy's office since the day he first came to Avon, almost 5 months ago. His gaze snags on the acrylic display of brochures behind her and the bold words that mocked him that day, need more time. He sinks into the same armchair he sat in last time. Lucy sits behind her desk. She folds her hands together on the polished surface and looks him in the eye. On behalf of Avon, I'd like to offer you our sincerest apologies. Oliver frowns. For what? You were right, she says. There was a mistake on your brother's report. But you said Avon checked it again, Oliver says. So did Theo. Upon further investigation, Avon has concluded your brother's report was falsified, Lucy replies. Falsified? Oliver asks. Why? That makes no sense. It's the only thing that makes sense, Mr. Rhodes, she says sharply. You can't change the future. But I was sick, Oliver says. You saw me after Apollo 11. My chip, Avon's chip, recalled me. Lucy shrugs. It must have been faulty. Oliver slumps back into his chair. That's a hell of a coincidence. Avon officially takes full responsibility for the false report and the faulty chip. She says it like she's reading off a script. Your brother will be reimbursed. Any further compensation for distress or damages must be addressed to our legal department. Oliver leans in close, drops his voice. And unofficially, Lucy's eyes meet his. There are some things rules don't apply to, Mr. Rhodes. Maybe there are some people like that, too. Oceanofpdf.com. The 19th of September 2203. London, England. Oliver stands at the base of the curving stone staircase. St. Paul's Cathedral buzzes with voices from all over the world. He barely notices. He lays his hand on the railing where Beatrix laid hers, centuries ago, and he climbs. He climbs 259 steps, alone. Walks around the edge of the whispering gallery, alone. Sits on the curved bench, against the curved stone wall, alone. Waits, alone, in the same spot he chose the first time he sat under the dome of St. Paul's with her. The days have bled into each other. Into weeks. Into months. Lucy would scold him, if she knew. She would tell him time passes like it always has, like it always will. She'd probably make him take another training simulation. As a trans-temporal agent, he should be acutely aware that the flow of time is objective and linear and, most importantly, completely safe to pop in and out of with Avon's proprietary recall chip. Not that he does that anymore. He spends his days in the excursion research department, broadening Avam's offerings beyond the most obvious moments in history, and curating as many adventures into the past as he can. He hopes every approval he grants brings someone a little peace. His nights are spent at the dance studio with Theo, teaching his brother and his fiancée how to dance a waltz. Trying to. He doesn't have his mother's knack for teaching, yet, and sometimes he has to remind Theo that he is the one in charge. They are learning together. But Lucy must be wrong, or maybe time is, because a year has passed, and Oliver is sure it hasn't. A year since Beatrix died. A year since he woke up in a bed he was never meant to leave. It was dark when he opened his eyes to see his childhood bedroom, somewhere in those strange hours between late and early, where time loses all meaning. His heart thundered in his chest. Alive, 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 impossibly alive. Theo staggered from the chair at his bedside, Oliver's. Choked name a question hanging in the air between them. Oliver didn't have an answer. He rose from the bed and pulled his brother into a hug, not so much in greeting but to prove to Theo that he was solid and real and still there. Maybe to prove it to himself, too. Luke was stunned speechless. Zoe cried. And Beatrix was gone. She was gone, and he wasn't. Because he had died and he had come back. Just like her. The realization brought him to his knees. He wasn't. Impossibly alive. He was alive because of her. Oliver closes his eyes and rests his cheek against the cool stone. Talk to me, Bea, he whispers, his sacred offering to the wall. He holds his breath, waits to hear her. Aches for it in his bones. A soft, lilting voice curves back to him, through stone and time and memory. What do you want to know? He said, everything, once. Now, he'd ask her how she could stand it. He'd ask her if he'll ever get used to the déjà vu, those glitches in time where he swears she is there, only to disappear again. The glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye, or the laugh that makes him search a crowded room. The sigh of her breath in his ear before he sinks into sleep. The soft brush of her curls against his cheek as he wakes. He'd ask her if he'll always find her in the places she's absent. Part of him hopes the answer is yes. He lifts the black canvas backpack sitting at his feet into his lap. He unzips it and pulls out a worn, leather-bound journal, the one that started off his and ended up theirs. The one he has spent the last year adding to, scrawling every detail he can remember about her in the margins, every scrap of a memory she shared with him, every moment that brought her to life again. The only piece he has left of her now. But Oliver hasn't forgotten the lessons he learned in the months he was dying. It was never the thing itself he cherished, but the memories attached to it. He doesn't need the journal. He will never forget a single moment he shared with Beatrix for as long as he lives, however long that is. He sets the journal reverently on the bench next to him, with its worn cover and dog-eared pages. A treasured book. And he leaves it. Leaves it for someone else to find, for someone else to claim and read and maybe, he hopes, leave again. So someone else can know Beatrix and her stories like he does. So someone else can carry a piece of her, too. Because this is how she lives. In memories made and moments shared, scattered through time like the stars shining in the heavens over Lancot. Forever. oceanofpdf.com